bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a doubting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becca.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Are you coming to the tree? They strung up her man. They say who murdered 3. Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in that hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree? Where dead man called out for his love to flee. Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where I told you to run so we both be free? Strange things that happen here. No stranger would it be if we met at midnight in the hanging tree. Are you coming to the tree where a necklace of hope side by side with
Testing. Oh, hello. Hi, me. Okay. Yeah, so sorry. Oh. Wrong button. Yeah, already had a technical glitch, so I'm not sure if it's the internet or if it was just something with one of the laptops, but you may have seen something flash up when it shouldn't have. But it didn't cut out completely, so I think we're just going to carry on. We're going to go for it. I thought the whole thing was going to go, but it came back. But yeah, it's already fluffed it there, so I may as well speak. The atmosphere is dead as far as I'm concerned. It fucked it up. But anyway, so yeah, so this one is yeah, probably, you know what it is. There's all sorts going on. There's trees, there's work going on again next door now. So it's fine. It's what it is. It's live, isn't it? At the end of the day, it just bugs me, and I can't. You know me. I can't pretend that something didn't happen. If it happened, I don't even know if anyone else sees it when these things happen. They probably don't even notice. But you know me. Yeah. So this isn't Amy's hearing. Before anybody goes like, there's nothing about Amie or whatever. If anybody does come along, I mean, I haven't been on for a few days. I'm really busy, but I'm going to play just a few things now, and then a couple more Liam Tufts interviews. They seem to, I mean, he's done David Icke in the last few days, it seems. Again, I'm not vouching for anybody in particular, but obviously I went to see David Icke like 15 years ago now, a long time ago. Kate Shamrani, right at the beginning of this, was in contact on WhatsApp for a little bit, and it's just been fucking mental few years. Obviously everyone's got their own opinions on stuff, but at the end of the day, this lot on YouTube, Tommy's ass, and aren't Tommy and Liam supposed to be? I mean, to be fair, I was really close with Ginger Taylor. We can't just, and Danny Westcott, we can't pretend that I don't exist and these people haven't rubbed shoulders with it. So hello, Clyde Stanhope from LA. How are you today? Fancy you being here. How are you? How are you today, Clyde Stanhope, fake IT journalist from LA? Why are you? How about that one, Clyde? Why are you? What's your purpose, Clyde? Would you like to jump on and talk, Clyde? You seem to require my attention, so seeing as you have it, why don't we talk together? Do you want to try that one, Clyde? Justice for the Lebanon one. I mean, you know that I don't. I mean, even though Brian Hurl still tells the whole world that I live in Lavisham, I don't know where that is, if that's a place. DJ, good old DJ, still tries to convince all the people that he really should. You'd have thought they were on the same team trying to help each other out, but DJ fucks up everyone, including himself and everybody else. He's hilarious. It's actually really funny. It's not funny at all. It's not funny at all, but you have to find humour in these things. Otherwise, you would probably kill yourself or stay in a section in for a lot longer. I mean, even that, what a beautiful fuck up. What a beautiful backfiring that was. No one could ever get out that quick. That would be a really abnormal thing. Oh, someone went into the nut house and got out really quickly. What could that possibly mean? They must really not be crazy. That these people don't even think before they fucking speak, do they? What a stupid thing that would be for me to fake. Getting sectioned. What a fuck. This is all anyone's wanted for all of these years, and I'd fake it when I'm supposed to be in court. Like, that's a logical thing for me to do, yeah? These people don't fucking think at all, do they? Like, it's going to be difficult for a fucking jury to figure any of this shit out. Even if I hadn't done all the fucking work anyway. It's all spelled out. I mean, you spelled it out yourselves and recorded it. I just had to literally have the balls to go, hang on a minute, that, and that. Though, now you're going to have to find the people that get paid to do certain jobs and to follow through on sanctionings and, you know, like reprimanding people for bad behaviour and stuff like that. They go on the work I've already done for free under duress. And not because I didn't have anything to do. It was just I kind of wanted to survive and get back to my kids, if that's all right by you lot. But hey ho, we are where we are. So let's try this again. Afternoon, Pip. How are you today? Can you tell? I'm just so excited every time you lot turn up. Just so fucking excited. This is exactly the sort of how old are you? I mean, you're obvious. Don't you? You have to even be 30. I mean, like, they obviously don't give a fuck, do they? Anyway, TikTok, YouTube. But like, you must be 13, Clyde, surely. For fuck. I mean, like, oh, don't know. This is the thing, though, isn't it? See, I'm doing it again. I've just got to remember, like, most of you just weren't brought up with much. Like, most of us, to be fair, weren't. There's so many generations of trauma, so like, I can't really hate you. You're just all little boys, aren't you, that didn't grow up. You didn't get enough attention from your mummies. You thought that you'd get away with this, and in a weird sadistic way you'd get one back on women and whatever. I mean, that's probably the best case, okay, to not be paedophiles. That'd be fantastic. I'd understand that more. Do you know, people would have a lot more compassion, I think, for you just having actual fucking serious mummy issues and not being a nonce. I think people would prefer that. But again, I can't make you admit or not admit to anything, can I? But so you're going to love this one today, Clyde. You're going to love this one. We're going to watch some Kate show. I haven't seen this. I don't follow any of these people before you say they're all my best mate and that they got sectioned and got into trouble because they knew Kaylee at some point back in the day. That's not what ever happened. Like, I've still never spoken to Ella directly. Okay, so all of these connections and concoctions and everything's Kaylee's fault, including all the people that are like a generation or two older than me, people that lived before me, still probably somehow was my fault. Probably was still my fault, wasn't it, Clyde Stanhope? So we just assume already that Clyde Stanhope's just going to spam the chat section. So how about if should we just preempt it with, please don't do that, Clyde, because it's so obvious and you just expose yourself whenever you do it. So I'm telling everyone you're going to do it. And if you still do it again, you probably will. Ella is horrible. Well, that was really funny. Look, you missed off an H and everything. It's almost like you were Cockney. Ha, 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 ha. Isn't this funny? And so we just pretend that nothing's ever happened and no bad stuff happened. Nobody's ever a paedophile. You haven't destroyed my life. The world's not gone to shit. Gaza is a hoax, like you say, all because you missed off an H, because you're a geezer now, like a Cockney, like you could be like us lot from London and the East End and all that. It's so fucking cringe. It's just so fucking cringe. Oh, man, I honestly don't know what to say. But anyway, let's get to it. And you can just completely slate another woman, another grieving mother who's actually lost a child. So I'm sure you're going to go to town. And I don't know what she says in this. I roughly know the story. We've all kind of been traumatized, haven't we? Those of us that are left are just kind of just pulling through now, going, what the fuck happened? Her daughter's dead. To see how real this is for so many people. Her son has turned against her publicly. This is how the whole thing's worked, isn't it? This is what you've all done for years, is the smear and the getting into the family's heads and all that. I've documented so much of this, haven't I? And I'm still suffering it every single day. And I've still got you lot abusing me because you don't know what else to do because it didn't die. And I've still got all the evidence. And I'm not going to fuck off. And I'm not scared of you. And I'm not crazy. And now I've got that signed off by more people than you could fucking pay off if you tried. So now what? And I haven't even got started yet. We haven't even gone public. I just really don't want to, but I'm going to fucking have to because you lot just are not going to sort your shit out, are you? The world's literally gone to shit. Everything. So I don't need to set the proofs in the pudding. Everything that I was saying, everything that I was begging people to pay attention to, their kids are going to, all of it. It's all come to pass, isn't it? And it's going to continue to. And the truth's going to come out about what's happened here with me in this situation and you lot that have done it to me. That's still not happened. Now, all of the supporting evidence is happening, has happened over the years. And I've still got the hard evidence of the actual abuse to silence me. When I say the evidence, I mean just to validate what I was trying to warn people about, what I was trying to teach people about, share the information. It was never about me. I do not like being the center of attention. I'll do it if I have to because I can. And that's what we're supposed to do. Okay, I've got no desire to be a fucking internet celebrity or a fucking auditor or any of these dickheads on fucking panel shows. Never did I have a desire for any of that bollocks. Justin Armrod is the one that got me going down that route. Okay, we can prove everything we did was in private Zoom meetings because it wasn't to be. If you're sensible about what you're doing, you don't put it all out in the public to be scrutinized. I mean, this is what attention seekers and narcissists, the fucking idiots that got used. The hosts for Satan, your Cleo Milbridge, your Michaela Onyevosas, just Valerie Strouds, there's so many just wanted to be the centre of fucking attention and ended up in this mess. And again, it was all in the Bible, and I'm sure like a lot of it was in some of the other texts as well. And again, you get what you want when you read these things with a pure heart. You've got the actual rules written there by, and again, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but the only thing that makes sense, if you've got a standard set of rules that mean you don't harm other people, which is the only way the world could fucking ever work. It doesn't take a genius to know this. The only way the world can carry on is if it's in harmony, which means you can't harm others and you have to protect each other. And in everyone's life, they're going to need care at some point, generally the beginning and the end of their life, if not throughout as well, periods throughout at least. So it has to be cyclic, doesn't it? It has to be give and take. There's no other way that it could work. So there's no sense in trying to argue that anything else was. All of this bullshit that's even going on in Israel, like, I mean, it's just a fucking nonsense argument. It's fear that's allowed it. It's fear. It's getting paid off. It's shame. It's nothing good. No cunt, and this includes my own fucking mother, okay, can tell me that they are righteous or entitled whatsoever whilst that is going on, and in any way, shape or form that was something God wanted or is intended or it's part of his plan. Fuck right off. But anyway, I'm waffling on a little bit. Nobody wants me to. Yeah, well, the thing is, it's not true for a start. And the thing is that what is trolling somebody? What are you trying to achieve by psychologically torturing somebody for years and silencing them if you're not trying to have them kill themselves? All of the things that suicide trolling entails is what you lot have done to me for all of these years. Okay, and I've got all the evidence. So what is your mission? What's your mission if not to have me kill myself? What is your mission? Because that's what everyone's going to ask, because that's what you've been part of. Suicide trolling a woman that tried to protect her children. It's not absolute rubbish. You're an anonymous piece of shit who silenced me, shut down my legitimate solicitor consultation to protect myself from paedophiles who were trying to have me get sectioned or kill myself already for years, 3 years ago. You got involved in that. Not for what? Because why? Because you're a nice guy. You're a nice, rich fucking IT journalist over in LA, are you? Needing to do this 24/7, you dumb cunt. I don't think you're going to fool anybody, you stupid piece of shit. I mean, carry on trying, by all means. We're just recording it as per usual. Right, is that Eric? I've just realised who your voice is. Sorry, I'm in bed because I'm not very well. I'm not very well. What are you doing?
I don't give a fuck if you're not very well.
You've never given a fuck if I'm very well. What is wrong with you? Why are you doing this?
I'm warning you now. This is the fucking last warning you've got.
Last warning?
You've taken this offline, right?
I've taken it offline. I've taken it offline. You've made videos using my children. You've used avatars of my flat, my dad, my mum, my allotment. You've gone for my car, everything. What the fuck are you talking about, you sick cunt?
Do you want to listen to me or not?
Oh, fair enough. Go on.
Right, you decided to take this offline, right?
No, I've not decided. You decided to come into my life. Don't fucking make some shit up. I don't know who you are, weird old man. Last warning? Last warning?
If you mention my name, AJ's name, Sabina's name, you'll have a knock on the fucking door.
I'm going to have a knock on the fucking door. By who?
Leave Sabina, AJ,
I didn't want to bring Sabina into it. They made out she's a solicitor and she's not, okay? I've been requested by law to report them for it because you have to use their name to check it. She said that she is a solicitor. She said that she's a solicitor. She said that her name is Sabina Wood. She said that. Herself said that. AJ then went on to tell the internet. AJ then went on to tell the internet he has control of her Facebook, has her driving license in his wallet. What the fuck is going on there? And she's not agreeing with him. Is this my fault? You lot all came after me. I don't know you people.
Leave Sabina.
I've not done anything to Sabina. She has proclaimed to be a solicitor, and now it doesn't marry up with what AJ has said online. You lot think it's fine to go down my Facebook accounts that I don't even have access to get things. You've taken my fucking children and made videos over it. You've put my shit out all over the place, and you've got the fucking audacity to call me and tell me to leave you alone. The bollocks to have your number come up, you fucking melt.
Leave Sabina.
I have not touched Sabina. I will not. The law will deal with Sabina and you and AJ and Danny and anyone else you want to fucking try and threaten me with. I am not fucking scared of you cunts.
You have been bringing her name up all the fucking time.
You are fucking finished. You are fucking finished.
Leave the woman.
I have not done anything. You are phoning me from a withheld number. You are phoning me and threatening me.
No, I'm not threatening. I'm just saying.
You've just fucking said it's your last warning. How many times? Last warning for what? Last warning for what? I've not done a thing and I don't intend. I don't intend to do a thing. You fucking pricks harass me day in, day out. And you've fucking got the audacity to phone me.
If you mention her name once fucking more, it will be coming to your fucking door.
And you've just done it again. So you're threatening what is coming to my door?
Matter or that.
Wow. Fuck's sake. Oh, shit, man. Fuck's sake.
It's Brian Leroy Hansford, Director of Advanced Demolition Southern. I've left you another message on your phone. 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 Soundly's banana cammed as reported again, and you're still not getting any coin. LOL. £5 for each report. 24 restrictment. 50 for a vid removal. And 100 for a channel. Streamyard has lost access to your Facebook account, but don't worry, we got you covered. Streamyard has lost access to your YouTube account, but don't worry, we got you covered. Oi, cunt! I've left you another message on your phone. Oi, cunt! I've left you another message on your phone. Oi, cunt! I've left you another message on your phone. Reported again, and you're still not getting any coin. £5 for each report. 20 for a restrictment. 50 for a vid removal. And 100 for a channel. Streamyard has lost access to your Facebook account, but don't worry, we got you covered. Streamyard has lost access to your YouTube account, but don't worry, we got you covered. Oi, cunt! I've left you another message on your phone. Reported again, and you're still not getting any coin.
Of the skin, of the baby's skin. They've got special tools.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie, she's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because she's
outside today. It's very important to get some fresh air and vitamin D and to take your shoes off. Are you listening to myself and just Haley Einaf Umbrella V. Thomas said, could I suggest something better to listen to while you play your game? I'm a Christian and a victim of this international government fraud. Hopefully many of you have seen my other videos, or some of them, and the evidence in the documents, which are in the evidential research document file link that I'll put in the description of this video. And you will see that throughout the research that I've done, there appears to be a very clear link to the fraud and child trafficking. And there is no greater example of that than what I'm going to show you now. Now, around 3 months ago, I first became aware of the Hampstead child abuse inquiry, and that was a video popped up on my wife's TikTok, I believe, and it appeared to show a video of 2 children being interviewed by the police, and it was very harrowing to say the least. These children appeared to make allegations that they were sexually abused, but also were made to be involved in very sinister activities of the murder of young children.
For the rest of us, really, it turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becca.
So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession, like, it's weird. But anyway...
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah, but let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles, knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Teaches you to be alone, the present to be afraid and cold.
hoping for a lightning bolt that will transform an ordinary teenager into a superstar. While not far away, the wiser and older girls of 19 and 20 say someone has to warn them what may lie ahead.
I can't really see any solution to the problem that's in Paris at this moment, because I think there'll always be people who are sending their girls over thinking, well, she's different. Every mother believes that her daughter is different. And it's sad. I think it really is sad when she could have been going to her junior prom. She was hanging out at the Bandouche with a bunch of playboys, shoving cocaine up her nose.
But to be honest with you, I wanted to go. And I saw this as an opportunity, and I still see it as an opportunity. I know I was meant there to be a watcher. For me personally, my parents didn't have any idea. My parents loved me at the time, and they had good intentions. But now they don't. And so, Mom and Dad, I don't understand. I don't know how you thought this day would never come. For the past 2 years, I've lived hunted and on the run, and you allowed me. You thought this day would never come. For the past 2 years, I've lived hunted and on the run, and you allowed me to sink as low as to living in the woods by myself with nothing. And I'll never understand it, and I'll never be able to express to you the depths of confusion and heartache that I feel. And all I want is my kids back. I don't care about any of this. It's not that hard to do the right thing, is it? I love you, Sid and Grace.
Everyone has AIDS. AIDS, AIDS, AIDS. AIDS, 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 AIDS. Everyone has AIDS. And so this is the end of our story. And everyone is dead from AIDS. It took from me my best friend, my only true pal, my only bright star. Well, I'm gonna march on Washington, lead the fight and charge the brigades. There's a hero inside of all of us. I'll make them see everyone has AIDS. My father, AIDS. My sister, AIDS. My uncle and my cousin and her best friend. AIDS, AIDS, the gays and the straights and the whites and the spades. Everyone has AIDS. My grandma and my dog go blue. AIDS, AIDS, AIDS. The Pope has got it and so do you. AIDS, 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 come on, everybody, we got quilting to do. We're gonna break down these barricades. Everyone has AIDS, 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 AIDS. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go?
Is it wrong in the year 2020 for a parent to feel that they are solely responsible for their children's upbringing, education and medication? Is it wrong in this day and age for a parent to believe they have the right to know exactly what laws and guidelines surround their children, whether they're in school or out? This is the continuing efforts of Kaylee and other mothers to find out where the tests are being done and what the rules are regarding their children being tested without consent.
Hi.
Hi there, have you registered?
I haven't got an appointment. I need to ask something because nobody can answer a question.
Yeah, I know the website's real down.
Right, no, it's just basic. Oh, so, hang on. So I've been in touch with the school, like, based on the guidelines that they've given us, saying that children need to get tested if they've got a temperature or whatever. But I've been around all the government departments, including the Department of Health and Social Care. No one can tell me who's doing these tests. It's like, yeah, but what company or what laboratory actually does the testing and what science is behind it? You can't actually find any of that information. And nobody can tell me. I've been... Yes, that's what I assumed. That's what I assumed. You haven't got any literature about where it goes or anything, or any research for the tests themselves or anything? Because they want the kids to have it, but we're just going to kind of go where it's going, you know, like who's actually responsible. Basically, it's just, there's so many of us trying to find out exactly who's doing the test, like what science is it actually based on, because I want our children to have it. But pretty much where the matter what company's doing it, because I've been through all of the government departments to try and find out. The health secretary, like the school don't know, my MP can't tell me, you know. You don't think it's kept quiet? I think it's kept quiet too, that's the problem, that's why I'm asking.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Working on the world.
she's not too careful the way she's going at it.
Bro, there are...
Tracy.
Please go, don't want to talk to you. DJ,
Tracy,
there are
can you do me
thousands more people
one thing,
that
and I'll
are a
never
lot worse
speak to you ever again.
that need to be sectioned,
Tracy.
that can't be sectioned.
Tracy,
Yeah, I work
can you do
quite
me
heavily.
What about crisis situations? She's towards a mental health crisis. It's coming. She's already there. She's already there.
Mate, I mean, I speak to Kaylee. She is not getting fucking sectioned soon or ever. Quite she's got her marbles around. She's a little bit more intelligent than you guys give her credit for.
No,
I killed me. I've been for a long time. She went towards section, mate.
Hang on.
Two of you talking again.
Let's go. Can you answer? Can I ask you one question, and I'll swear I'll never speak to you ever again.
Let's go. You're a cunt. I don't want to. I'm not answering any of your questions.
One little thing.
Go and harass Fat Dan.
I will
go and harass Fat Dan, Plisco. Plisco, you're an idiot. I don't want to speak to you.
Can you ask
DJ, you obviously don't know the state of this country's mental health services. If you think that she's going to be sectioned.
Speak for himself. I go with bad depression, mate.
Sorry, say again, mate.
I've been for himself. I got bad depression. I know all about the mental health services in this country. It's a fucking absolute fucking joke.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids.
Worth, death, and legacy in the Umbrella Grape Solutions community. In the Umbrella Grape Solutions community, a person's true worth is not measured by money, status, or possessions, but by the lasting positive impact they have on others, the land, and the community as a whole. Our legacy is defined by how we lived, how we treated people, and what we left behind in living form. When we pass, the way our garden is cared for speaks volumes about who we were. If we nurtured friendships, collaboration, and kindness, people will naturally want to honor our memory by maintaining our plot according to our wishes. This kind of love and care can never be forced through wills or legislation, it can only be earned through life itself. Death as a sacred event. Death, in our vision, is not rushed, commercialized, or hidden away. In a calm, grounded society free from constant financial, time, and mental health pressures, death becomes a sacred community event. Life slows down. The grieving process is given the time and space it naturally requires. The community centers its awareness around the person who has passed, for as long as is needed. We offer full respect for personal choice in how bodies are handled after death, including natural burial with a tree planted, cremation with ashes scattered where desired, a respectful sea parting, or a return to nature in a designated natural space. There is no right or wrong preference, only what feels true to the individual. Many of us feel most aligned with remaining in the land we lived with and cared for. To be organically returned into the same ecosystem we nourished in life allows loved ones a physical place of connection where memory, spirit, and soil meet. Health, reputation, and the true inheritance. Ask anyone who has lost their health what they would pay to have it back. Health and reputation are everything. Earning respect and favor should never be about money or business power. The real inheritance we leave our children is not financial, it is how we lived, loved, and contributed. The question that truly defines legacy is simple. Will people want to bring their children and grandchildren to tend your garden 20 years after you're gone? Some people are introverted and prefer minimal human involvement after death. That choice is fully respected and easily arranged. Others find meaning in being remembered through living land, plants, trees, and community stewardship. Our actions are our evidence. Our true value is determined by how people speak of us when we are no longer here to defend or explain ourselves. When only the evidence remains our creations, our words, our contributions, our relationships, that is what survives. In 100 years, we will not be judged by rumors, emotions, jealousy, or shame. We will be judged by what we actually left behind on public record and in living form. Living and dying with the land. In a lifestyle aligned with circadian rhythm, seasons, and natural cycles, the way we live and die connected to land becomes central to everything. Our community revolves around shared gardens and allotments, seed saving and plant exchange, handmade gifts, collaboration and mutual support. Animals roaming freely, bees, habitat, and rewilding. This way of life is not a luxury, it is a human birthright that many simply were never introduced to as children. Nature is zero-carbon art, medicine, food, spiritual connection, community glue. Our plots are ours for life. We may keep them active and productive, let them rewild for habitat and pollinators. Transition them to others near the end of life. For those who took pride in their gardens and built strong community bonds, their plot becomes a living memorial, a place of physical closeness, remembrance, and gratitude. Funeral care as a public responsibility. As with all essential aspects of our community, funeral care, burial, cremation, and family support are publicly funded. No family should face financial burden during grief. Death is not a transaction, it is a collective responsibility, honor, and rite of passage. Our community vision, spiritual manifesto regarding the cycles of life and how we honor every stage and beyond. A living continuum. A spiritual manifesto for love that does not end. Nothing truly ends. It only changes form. What we call death is not a disappearance, it is a change in where that once stood beside us now moves through soil, wind, water, memory, seed, story, and time. What once spoke to us in a voice now answers in signs, seasons, and quiet knowing. This is not an ending. This is an expansion. Love does not leave. Love does not depart with a body. Love does not obey clocks. Love does not recognize final moments. Love becomes the place you return to without thinking. The garden that feels warmer than the rest. The path that somehow always guides you home. The strength you didn't know you had. Love changes shape, but it does not dissolve. You do not lose someone. You change how you meet them. Grief is the proof of depth. Grief is not the opposite of love. It is the measurement of how deeply love reached into you. There is no schedule for this. No correct way through it. No moment when it is finished. There is only learning how to breathe again. Learning how to carry memory without collapse. Learning how to let joy and sorrow exist in the same heartbeat. This is not weakness. This is initiation. We are still in relationship. Whether someone is still walking beside you in body, or whether they now walk beside you in memory, the relationship continues. You can still speak to them, honor them, create for them, grow for them. Live in a way that keeps the connection alive. They are not behind you. They are woven into how you see the world now. Memory is a sacred space. When we tend memory with care, it becomes a sanctuary beyond time. It does not trap us in the past. It gives the past a future. Every seed planted in someone's name. Every kindness offered in their honor. Every boundary kept because of what they taught. Every courage taken because of who they believed you were. This is not remembrance. This is continuation. You are still becoming together. There is a quiet miracle that happens after loss. You keep becoming. And somehow, they are becoming with you. Not as they were, but as what they awakened inside you. You are still in dialogue. Still in evolution. Still in shared meaning. Time does not erase this. Time deepens it. The earth knows how to hold all of it. Nothing is ever wasted in nature. Not a leaf. Not a breath. Not a life. Everything returns as nourishment, shelter, growth, balance, renewal. So too with love. So too with a life that mattered. What was given continues to give. What was planted continues to grow. This is not loss. This is redistribution of presence. You do not have to be brave all the time. Some days you will be strong. Some days you will collapse into memory. Some days you will laugh and feel guilty for surviving. Some days you will feel nothing at all. All of this is allowed. You are not meant to move on. You are meant to move with. What has changed you? A future that still includes them. You are allowed to imagine a future that still includes their influence. Their laughter in your nervous system. Their values in your decisions. Their love in how you touch the world. They are not excluded from tomorrow. They are embedded in it. This is not about death. This is about what continues, what transforms, what refuses to disappear, what grows stronger through remembrance. This is about creating a living space for love to outlive time, not as pain, not as absence, but as ongoing relationship. A closing truth. You are not saying goodbye. You are learning a new way to say hello, and you will keep learning it for the rest of your life.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door. Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984. Lurking on the World Wide Web, lurking on the World Wide.
Right, so I've put the link in if you do want to jump on and just explain to everybody what it is you're playing at, what you're doing. I mean, I don't have to explain it anymore, do I? Because this has been my life for how many years now, and you all still try and tell me it's my fault. And it's just funny. It's just funny to do it to make somebody who's clear. It's so sick, isn't it? You wonder why I call you a nonce. You are just disgusting and vulgar, and you make me feel sick. Like, physically, I cannot explain what you cunts have put me through. Now, the only reason I still carry on is because I've got children in this world, and cunts like you have taken it over, and they are not safe until cunts like you are stopped. Okay, that is the only reason I carry on. But the trauma, you carry on doing every fucking day intentionally. What do you think's gonna? And then Clyde is just back in. There's nobody pulls you up. In fact, people like Rebecca Elizabeth, they're all best buddies with you, and they prop you up and they suck your fucking dick in. You're all so sick. You're all so fucking sick. Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, Michaela Onyevosa, you're with fucking paedophiles. You are. Because of you, so many children are dead. So many children have been raped. So many children have suffered because of you, Rebecca, because of you, Amie Louise Thomas, because of you, Babs, because of you, Michaela, because of you, Mum, because of you, Sam, because of so many of you. So many children are dead and suffering and continue to do so. And still in broad fucking daylight, these fucking nonsense 24/7 just get away with this shit because it's Kaylee. It's all right, because if Kaylee gets to speak, then somebody might find out what I did over there. This isn't the first time this scenario's happened, people, okay? So there's enough people out there in the big wide world that are going to recognise some shit, okay, and why things out. It's what a dumbass thing for some skank like Rebecca to say 50 of us wrong-uns on the fucking internet with avatars can't be. Yeah, you can be wrong-uns, 50 of you on the internet. There's fucking hundreds of thousands of people that would tell you quite fucking happily where you fucked up. Trust me. Trust me. So you carry on with your sexually disgusting, repulsive stuff and then wonder why I call you a fucking nonce along with the rest of the fucking nonces that do this to me 24/7, you disgusting paedophile cunt. You deserve so much fucking pain with my explicit blessing. Now you can keep fucking trying to get me in court. They don't want to deal with me either. All right? And in case you haven't fucking noticed, I'm in temporary housing anyway. There's not a lot anyone can take from me, fella. All right? So I've got fuck all to lose and I've got no fear. Trust me, none.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with
don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie. She's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow?
Yes.
Okay. So how do you know she's one of the 20 special children?
Because I know, because she comes in, they do sex to her. Mostly.
Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Yesterday. Where was it? It was yesterday.
Every single teacher, or specific teachers?
No, every single. The whole school does it. The whole school, and we've got our own church because after, as I said, we kill babies in the blood. And then after the social services who are in it, they go to families.
Danny, you got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
I've seen people traumatically die gradually. I've seen a lot of death. I worked in the gynecology ward as well, where we did abortions. I've blood all over my hands. I don't mean to be offensive. I'm just going to state the facts here. They used disabled children to test drugs on.
You think Harold Chipman's innocent?
I don't believe anything anymore. Prove it to me. Lucy Letby, you need to start looking at Beverly Allett. The doctors that have been killed, they've killed my daughter. What more can they do to me? They gave her about just under 12 times the dose they should have given her for that body weight. These are drugs that they use to paralyze you. She wasn't coming out of that. They use them on death row as well. And they use them in organ harvest. All of their Twitter pages have been erased shortly after my daughter's death. You thanked the very doctors who ended your sister's life and who we believe have committed perjury. Her iPad, her phone, her diaries. They're not in this country, those things. I've seen people traumatically die gradually. I've seen a lot of death. I worked in a gynecology ward as well, where we did abortions. I've blood all over my hands. I don't mean to be offensive. I'm just going to state the facts here. They used disabled children to test drugs on.
You think Harold Chipman?
More. Prove it to me. Lucy Letby, you need to start looking at Beverly Allett. The doctors that have been killed, they've killed my daughter. What more can they do to me? They gave her about just under 12 times the dose they should have given her for that body weight. These are drugs that they use to paralyze you. She wasn't coming out of that. They use them on death row as well. And they use them in organ harvest. All of their Twitter pages have been erased shortly after my daughter's death. You thanked the very doctors who ended your sister's life and who we believe have committed perjury. Her iPad, her phone, her diaries. They're not in this country, those things. And if I die incidentally, it still goes ahead. We've put everything in place. And the truth always comes out.
There's been a recent inquest that says that you're partly responsible for your daughter's death.
So why am I not in jail?
Well, you tell me. For the last year, I've been working with Ryan from Change, and now they're sponsoring our channel so we can keep bringing you these conversations. Change are the #1 mentoring program that teaches you e-commerce step by step where no previous experience is necessary. Whilst working with Change, I've seen life-changing money be made and community members free up more time to spend with their families. A successful business is not built overnight, and you would need to put in the work before reaping the rewards. The more you put in, the more you get out. The community are full of like-minded people, all striving for success and all willing to help each other. Change offer one-on-one training, online.
Testing. Okay, yeah, just quickly. I have to. I mean, I cannot stand all of this plug-in for stuff. And I mean, the irony of me being called the scammer when I'm the one setting temporary accommodation after having, I'd be the worst scammer in the world. But considering I am smart and if I applied myself and was just allowed to do my work and not be sabotaged, I probably would be very minted, like loads of you told me I should be by now. Funny that if I don't do what you want me to do, then I need to be sectioned and sabotaged and deleted and erased. Other than that, I should be a millionaire. Funny how it works out, isn't it? But yeah, I'm going to allow him to do his little plug-in thing because obviously I'm replaying his content. It's just I'm not one for any of these get rich card. These are the distractions why the world's gone to shit, because people are literally trying to make money rather than making the world a better place. So I'm dead against what he's doing there, although it's his content and obviously he's doing his plugs, so whatever, but this isn't the sort of thing I'm into whatsoever. Content creation and fucking YouTubers and influencers literally are the fucking hosts for the devil. Okay, so there's very few fucking YouTubers or content creators that I've got much time for whatsoever. So yeah, just a little caveat there. All of the plug-in and the money, this and the other, and the promotion, I'm not into any of that. I've got my one thing is the Groundology stuff, because I genuinely believe in it, and anything else that I take on or any other companies that I work with are going to be because I genuinely believe in them, their ethos, their ethics, what they're doing. Okay, so there will be no interrupting stuff just to get a bit of commission for anything from me.
Courses and group seminars so you get all the support you need to succeed. If you're looking for a new opportunity, get in touch with Ryan via Instagram at RyanJB, and he'll take you through all the steps to building your own successful business.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures...
Kate.
And again, just before we get into it, there are going to be adverts again for the time being, because I lose so many channels thanks to this lot sabotaging me all of the time. My premium subscription thing goes over. I've lost so much fucking... The amount of money that I'm owed just for having to store my stuff to survive. Just that alone, what I've had to literally to survive. I've got nothing else other than what I have to pay to store my own existence because I'm sabotaged. Never mind all of the work that I could just... Oh, this is just insane. It's just insane. But yeah, to call me a scammer... We're in this situation where I just can't even be fucking... It's just ridiculous, isn't it? For all of the grifting that's going on, all of the money that is actually getting thrown around YouTube all the time, that actually all the super chats and everything, and you're going to call me the scammer. I didn't even know you could make money out of YouTube when Justin brought me into it. I had no idea. He was the one trying to get me to have people pay a £30 a month subscription, no matter what I did, just for my time. That's what he said. At least £30 just for my time, no matter what I do. That's what I should be charging everybody. Now, how many of you demand my time 24/7? And what do I get for it other than fucking abuse? And then sick little cunts like Daz. Even if that was not about him getting paid and it's you're not getting any coin because I said so, because I'm the fucking boss, I'm a nonce, and I'm going to tell you you're not going to... Who the fuck's even allowed to tell me what I'm allowed to get in compensation when a fucking solicitor, the best one in the fucking planet, by the way... You can go and look him up. They said I'm owed loads of money 3 years ago. So there's the fucking banana nonce on the internet, knows better. And that's a push, if there's any truth. There's not, though. You got paid. Loads of you have been fucking paid and taken perks or been allowed time off of this or this, that, and the other, got your drugs, whatever. Loads of you got fucking perks to destroy my life. Now, you're not going to make it add up anywhere that's going to be legal. And individually, you're going to be fucking scrutinised. Now, whether that's by your children, by your parents, by the police, by your neighbour, I don't whatever, God, whatever. Your own conscience. You know you can't make it legal. You can't make it work. You can't make it right. You're a fucking gang of nonces, paedophile protectors, if not paedophiles yourselves, schadenfreudes, whores for Satan, bullies. That's the sick bit, isn't it? You know you're fucked now because you're exposed as being bullies, and everyone knows how fucking pathetic bullies are. Especially when they hide their ID. What a bunch of fucking melts. How pathetic. You are just the sort of people that normal people want to kick the flying fuck out of. That's just the way it is. So it's not a threat. That's why I'm not in prison. Like Kate was just saying, why is she not in prison? Because you can try. You cannot make the law bend to a criminal. You can make people bend to criminals. You can pay people to bend to criminals. You can't make the law and you can't make God. So let's continue watching this. And by all means, Clyde Stanhope from LA, keep telling everybody how it's so important for you, Mr. Anonymous, to join in with all of these other fucking paedophiles for so many years, 24/7. Obviously, your job, because there isn't enough hours in the day to be dedicated like this to something else, is there? How could so many people? And we've got Wallace Hoogley, not an old lady, the nonce. Why would you be here if you're not shitting yourself, paedophile Hoogley? How come I keep losing my children to my fathers? Again, this is what an old lady would come along and say, not what happened. But this is what an old lady would come along. This is what desperate paedophiles do. They've got nothing else other. They know how fucked they are because the only thing I give a fuck about is my children, and that's why I'm still alive. They know how fucked they are. So they know all I think about is my children. So all they can think about now is my children and trying to hurt me with the one thing that still can hurt me. So keep going, Wallace Hoogley. Keep going, Wallace Hoogley. I'm sure the rest of the world are going to find this really highly entertaining, you sick, dead paedophile cunt. Keep going, Wallace Hoogley. Hashtag Norwich Farmers. So I've had this confirmed again very recently as well. Very recently. TikTok, dead fucked paedophile. Hashtag not an old lady. Wallace Hoogley.
Pleased to meet you. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. Before we get this rolling, I need to put a disclaimer out that this isn't an endorsement because I'm not a medical professional. I'm a podcast host, but your story is shocking to the core, controversial. A lot of people are interested in it, and that's the whole purpose of my platform. So before we get into the nuts and bolts and the traumas of recent events, give me a brief background of your life up until breaking point and when you lost trust in the NHS.
So I'm the youngest of three daughters. My dad was a postman. My mum was a secretary. They were married by 17, 3 children at 21, in North Midlands, mining country. We lived in a council house. I was brought up on Angel Delight, Frey Bentos pies, brains, faggots, meatballs, and the rest, like everyone else. And I went to a comprehensive school. And then when I left school, just a normal middle of the road upbringing, not middle class, of course, it was very working class. When I grew up, I went to college to do law, communications, and business studies because I wanted to be a police officer.
Did you?
Yes, until I didn't, obviously. And I applied for the cadets several times. And then I left college because I found it terribly boring. And I went and worked in a factory putting bottles. And I saved up every single Friday. I put it into the Barclays Bank. And then I bought a ticket and went to Alicante and worked in a disco in Benidorm and stayed there with lots of us in one apartment. And then I went back to Glasgow with a young man that I'd met. And I was 19, he was 23. And I lived at the Red Road Flats in Glasgow with him and his family for a short time. And I went and got a job straight away in Argos on Sauchiehall Street, immediately the next day after I arrived. And then I applied for a nursing assistant's job and I didn't get it. But what they'd done was passed over my letter to the School of Nursing, Glasgow Royal Infirmary, Eastern District College of Nursing Midwifery. And so July I landed there, and November 5th I started my nurse training in 1984. So I continued and it was great fun. Nursing, then I fell into modelling, which we've had a quick discussion on. Got into lots of trouble in nursing for that. And then I always wanted to be free. I always had this yearning as a child. I used to lie on the garden and watch the birds, watch aeroplanes. I'd never been on one as a child. I didn't go on one till I was 15, I think. And I applied and got into an airline. And off I went. I worked for British Airways then from 1990 till I think it was the end of 98 when I got pregnant with my son. But during that time, I went part-time and did a 50-50 contract, 50%. So I worked flying for a month and then I worked nursing for a month. And I did my return to practice much later as well. I was a registered, and it's on the register, but I was an enrolled nurse in Scotland. So whilst I was flying, I also used up my holidays and I did my conversion to become a registered nurse. And so I did that. And then during that time, I got married. Then I had IVF, 5 rounds of IVF to have my first son, 1 round of IVF, and I got triplets, but I only got my twins out of it. And then I got pregnant naturally with my last one. So I had suddenly had 4 children under 4 years. So I was a full-time mummy then for 8 years. And then I went back to Brighton University when my youngest started school, and I did my return to practice and went back and opened an aesthetics business because I could then work whilst my children were at school. So that's Botox, filler, chemical peels, derma roller. And I'd only just opened that, and we were now in 2012. So we had a very nice lifestyle. My ex-husband, as a doctor of computer science, he worked in banking in London. So, my children are all at school. They're doing ballet, swimming, harp, saxophone, violin, flute. The piano's in the house. They're doing lots of activities. I've got a cupboard full of designer handbags, jewellery, and everything else. Living this, I will say it now, very vacuous and fake lifestyle. And I was never 100% happy. I just became this absolute tiger mother for my children. Of course, my son went to Eton on a full scholarship. All my children ended up in the grammar schools, even though we were out of area. They all 3 got full marks for their 11 plus, 1 just under. The girls went to a grammar doing the International Baccalaureate. The boys were in grammar. Then 1 went off to Eton. 1 daughter, Paloma, got a scholarship at Rodine. So this was all my, thing. Get them all to the Russell Group universities. Of course, that's complete rot now. BS. I'd do it all differently. I'd homeschool. And then 2012 came, and I got a breast cancer diagnosis, and everything changed.
And is that when you lost faith in the NHS?
It wasn't losing faith in the NHS. It was realizing that everything's a lie. Everything that I'd been taught was a lie.
What was the revelation?
Well, we had private healthcare, and so very quickly I was in the system. So do you want me to tell you the whole story? It's quite funky.
Yeah, go on.
I had 12 cats, rescued cats. I loved cats. I still do, but I like my chihuahuas. And the cat kept coming in and padding this area of my breast. And I had these boob implants because I was also mental. And I'd breastfed them all. So they were like 2 old socks with a ball at the bottom. So I had these breast implants, and I'd had one, then it's gone, problems, and another one. And so, £11,000 later, I just had them replaced again, and I felt this gritty area because the cat kept coming in and trying to pad this breast, to the point where the cat put its paw in my ex-husband's mouth one night, and we shoved the cat out the room, and it was sore. And I kept rubbing, and I found this gritty area. So, of course, I then went for a mammogram, which was negative. And then I had an ultrasound. You see, when you have a mammogram when you're young, your breast tissue's dense. You should never have it. You shouldn't have them. And I had this ultrasound, and they said, yeah, there's an area on it. I said, well, why don't we just do a biopsy now while I'm here? And they knew I was a nurse. So they did the biopsy there and then. And then the next day I was told, just go home. So that was the Wednesday. The Thursday passed. It was all bruised. And during the surgery I'd had several months before, I'd bled lots, which was unusual. And I'd bled an awful lot. And so on the Friday, we were taking the skiing lessons. Sounds really like, oh, what an affluent lifestyle, but it was going to an indoor ski centre. We were going away for the weekend, and I got the phone call. Can you come in? The doctor would like to see you. And I said, no, it must be bad. It must be bad. Otherwise you wouldn't be ringing me wanting to see me. And I'm about to get my roots done. So I'll come after I've had my roots done. You get your priorities right. And I said, have him ring me. So he did. He rang me. I was at the hairdresser's. I went, just hit me with it. And he said, well, it's the worst kind of breast cancer. It's lobular invasive. It was grade 3. And he said, and it's behind the nipple. So you're looking at a mastectomy, loss of the nipple, possibly chemotherapy and radiotherapy, tamoxifen. What? So I went and had an MRI scan, which was quite bizarre because at that time, I started to notice everybody in a wig, a bad wig, a nylon wig. And I can remember thinking, but it's not the cancer that makes you wear the wig, it's what they do to you. So when I'm going in for this MRI scan, I was talking to, I think he was Malaysian. And I was just waiting, and he was on the desk. I was having a chat with him, and I told him the story of the cat. And he said, yeah, I hear that a lot in my country because they smell the enzymatic changes. Like they smell death as well. Right. Well, I found this fascinating, totally fascinating. So I go and have this scan. You put cod liver oil tablet on your breasts. I thought, that's why they're difficult to swallow. I've been doing it wrong all these years. I should have taped them to my nipples. And you go through this MRI scanner, and I'm claustrophobic.
You're claustrophobic?
Yeah, very.
Okay.
So I started trying to imagine myself at my children's graduation ceremonies to get through it. So I have this done, and they said, it's not anywhere else in your body, which I later learned doesn't really matter. Go and see the top surgeon at the London clinic, which is where all the royals go, the London Oncology Clinic. I go to Harley Street, and I go and have this other thing where they look for the node. And then he said, okay, so I 3 weeks later, I go into the London clinic. Now, by this time, my ex-husband, he's a scientist and just incredibly gifted, intelligent man. He begins researching constantly. And about 18 months before, because he was into watching Alex Jones, he'd been constantly writing in about 9/11 because they used to do controlled explosions when he was at British Gas. So he knew this was all rubbish. And he said, come see this DVD they've sent me. And it was about the real cures for cancer. And I watched this. And of course, in there was vitamin B17, everything was in there. I say B17, but also Dr. Max Gerson was all in there while I'm diagnosed. So I go out of the door, having stayed up all night, putting the kids' clothes Monday to Friday all in because I was going to be in there for 7 days. I'd done every single outfit on, ready for school, food already in the freezer, itinerary, because how we worked the washing machine, all the activities. And it was important because later he said to me, gosh, your life is so stressful. And it was. Every night of the week doing different things. And I go into hospital with Dr. Max Gerson, Report of 50 Cases, and the China Study, 2 books that were to change my life forever. A Report of 50 Cases. And I go in there, I have this double mastectomy, and I'm woken up in the anaesthetic room, and they said, look, we're just going to have to put you back to sleep and take you back in. And I thought, I must be dying. Something's happening. I'm bleeding, which I was hemorrhaging. And I finally get back to the ward. And when I kind of came round, I had 12 hours. And I thought, this is not good. So the next day, I couldn't even lift a cup because they go through your muscle. And I was like, I'm not going to be like these patients. So I was up with the electric bed, scooted, got the drains down, and went to the bathroom. And I managed to get myself upright and pottering around. And I started to read this book. And then I carried on reading it. And then the next day, day 2, I was like, I've made a big mistake. A big mistake. I've just cut off the symptom because it's a metabolic disorder. So I call up the nurse, and then Mr. Gui, who is wonderful, the most amazing surgeon ever. And I still see him annually for checkup because I had a reconstruction, stupidly. Anyway, he came in. I said, I'm going home. And they were like, I said, I'll be fine. I know what I'm doing. I'm going home with these drains. I'll be absolutely dandy. I'll come back on day 7. So he said, okay, that's good. So I went home. And that was the first day of the rest of my life. My ex-husband, we started with a book. 6 weeks in, 6 or 8 weeks in, I found a practitioner. But by then, my ex-husband's procured everything I need from around the world, put it all together. He's made me parasite cleansers, began 13 juices a day, 8-ounce juices. They have to be made fresh. Fat-free, salt-free, sugar-free, vegan diet for the first 6 weeks. And then you have just 200 mils fat-free yogurt thereafter. There was over 100 supplements. I still had to drive 90 miles a day to get my kids to school and back. and 5 coffee enemas a day. I did 5 coffee enemas a day.
What's that? Squirting?
It's where you put a litre of particular coffee made a particular way into the rectum, and you lie on your right side as an enema, not on the left. And the glutathione transferase, which is what it is, people will look this up, is absorbed into the hemorrhoidal vein. They'll look this up. And it causes your liver to empty toxins. Now, people can say, oh, that's just woo. It wasn't woo. First of all, they used coffee enemas in the First World War because they are painkillers. So they used them on the soldiers as they came in. This is what they did. It was in the 5th Merck Medical Manual, the 5th edition. This is not woo. Also, Dr. Max Gerson, in his report of 50 cases, he backed everything up with science. He showed that Thomas Thalberg stated that if you ate animal protein, your T lymphocytes, which are your fighter cells to kill what we call virus, fungus, mold, and cancer, they go down. Whereas if you limit animal protein, they exponentially go up. So he went and worked with, Dr. Gerson worked with Ferdinand Sauerbruch, who was a cardiothoracic surgeon who invented all of the artificial limbs. And I think he was Jewish and Polish. And he was working during the First World War. There's a thing, I think it used to be on Netflix, Charité, and they cover Ferdinand Sauerbruch. Please look it up, very accomplished surgeon. And Dr. Gerson and him got together and they did a study on, I believe it was something like 400 terminally ill tuberculosis patients with the Gerson therapy. At first it went wrong, but they found out that the fat nurse.
To stop with all of these lame excuses. We're sick of hearing it. This is a real photo.
Taken by Jeffrey Epstein.
Taken by Jeffrey Epstein. And there's the flash. That's me at 17. And that's Prince Andrew with his chubby fingers.
And we know what happened next.
And that's right before I was abused by him.
Sensationally, what has now come to light was an attempt by the former prince to smear Virginia's credibility on the eve of that photo first being published in 2011. In a move that is potentially illegal, Andrew asked one of his personal protection officers to dig up dirt on Virginia. A recently leaked email showed he told the Queen's then Deputy Press Secretary that he had given Virginia's date of birth and confidential social security number to the officer to investigate her. In her continued scrutiny of Andrew, journalist Emily Maitlis sees it as an intimidation tactic. What was that like to learn?
Horrifying. I mean, it's horrifying, isn't it? That's how you do it. That's how powerful men.
Mama, take this badge from me. I can't use it anymore. It's getting dark to see. Feels like I'm knocking on heaven's door. Knock, knock, 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 knocking on heaven's door. Do you wanna go to the seaside? Not trying to say that everybody wants to go. Fell in love at the seaside. Under my charm with diamonds slide around. Well, I'm just trying to love you any kind of way. But I find it hard to love you, girl, when you're far away.
Yeah, like, fuck. None of us have ever done anything to the levels of what Esau have done. You're obsessed with us. Esau, new plans. You're terrified of, aren't you? You are terrified of Esau.
You know who I am.
Big up in the super chat. Another 1999 from Arafina. But we are family.
I can't let you.
Hey. Hogshead trolls. Oh, wait, let me.
Slide through my head.
We are family. Hey.
And why
don't me? No, that doesn't fit. We are family.
Couldn't drag me away.
I've got Hogshead trolls on with me. No, one more time. We are family.
And why
I've got all Hogshead. No, I've got Hogshead.
We'll ride down someday.
I've got all Hogshead trolls with me. That works. We are family.
My shades, no.
I've got all Hogshead trolls with me.
About the things I wish would be. Baby, I've been praying hard. Said no more counting dollars, we'll be counting stars.
So they also make shoes of the skin of the baby's skin. They've got a special tool and they denim in a baby's skin and then they pull it off. And then
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, Where was it? It was yesterday.
And they made the shoe with the sole and
I need to research my
And they did a study on, I believe it was something like 400 terminally ill tuberculosis patients with the Gerson therapy. At first it went wrong, but they found out that the fat nurse, was feeding them all beer and cream and bratwurst sausages. When they stopped that, they cured 396 terminally ill tuberculosis patients. Ferdinand Sauerbruch and Dr. Max Gerson. So that is fact. And it's in the archives. That's what they did. And then Albert Schweitzer, who was a Nobel Prize laureate, brings his wife and child. And he described Dr. Gerson as the most eminent genius of his time.
And how long between the diagnosis to the all clear did that take?
So I was diagnosed on February 12th. I had my surgery on March 3rd. Within 10 days, I began the therapy.
The juicing therapy.
And the diet. And I also did vitamin B17 high dose protocol, oral dose. I did high dose vitamin C. And I also had, that was for 2 years, the actual full on. And I never wavered. And then for a year, I did mistletoe, Iscador injections into my abdomen. I did that as well, which causes a high body temperature. And I stopped that after a year because Dr. Gerson felt it was, the body needs to be brought back to a point where it can rally an immune response itself. So I carried on. And 1 month went into 2, went into 6, went into 12, went into 2 years. And then 5 years, I was still doing 9 juices. Now I still do at least 600 to a kilogram of carrots every day and several apples. And I pretty much live that way. And I still do a coffee enema every day. And this February 12th, I will be 14 years post-diagnosis with no recurrence. 3 studies that I read, 3 studies stated that if I did everything, surgery, chemo, radio, tamoxifen, Zoladex, I had a 20% chance of surviving 2 years and 0% chance of surviving 5. So I went back and I said to my surgeon, this was very early on I found this. He said, well, we hope, with the latest. And I said, well, hope's not going to take me anywhere, is it? So I promptly sacked that oncologist because I wouldn't take my dogs to him. He was trying to talk me into having another bone scan and the amount of radiation. I only had the 1 bone scan at the beginning. So I didn't do anything. I have a blood test every year because a blood test is just a snapshot in time. My body tells me when I'm doing things I shouldn't. My body tells me when things are going on. And so what is all clear? What is all clear, Liam?
Cancer-free.
You're never cancer-free because the cell, when the DNA is damaged, your what people call immunity, but there's no such thing really. It's your constitution built on all of the vitamins, minerals, enzymes, clean air, clean water, sleep, clean mind. That will either repair that DNA or it will cause apoptosis, cell death. Before that cell divides, becomes 2, becomes 4, becomes 8, becomes 16, 32, and then you have a palpable detectable tumor. Your body needs to be able to stop that happening. So it's doing it all the time. It's doing it constantly. When it can no longer do it, you reach a tipping point. And this is why you see what? You see people going and having parts of their body cut off, having mustard gas injected into their veins, being irradiated, getting sick, being bald, being unable to even fight a cough or a cold. And then you see recurrence because they're just addressing the symptom. In fact, they're making the body even more toxic, more depleted. You go into any oncology unit now, they're feeding them biscuits and cake. Are they out of their minds? Every single cancer cell has far more insulin receptors on it. They suck up sugar. That's how an MRI works.
So
they give you a sugar solution.
So because you've continued your own supplementation, that's keeping the
diet.
That's keeping the cancer at bay.
I'm remaining in good health and vitality. I'm 60. So I get the same aches and pains. If I eat, I love a bag of crisps. So I really do, but I can't do it anymore.
What are your favourite?
Any. They just need to say crisp on the bag. But I do like Tyrrells. They're quite nice. Balsamic vinegar. But
fine choice.
I can't have them anymore. I've had to stop because they make my joints hurt. Because your cell membranes are made by the fats that you eat. So if you're eating crappy fats and crappy oils, it's going to push oxygen away from the cell. Good fat will draw it to the cell. So what do you get when you push oxygen away? Inflammation, fire in the hatch. You get inflamed, so you get pain.
What about fasting for autophagy?
Well, fasting's good, but as I understand it, from the Gerson therapy point of view, when you've got cancer, it's like taking annual leave unpaid when you've got nothing. You're already skint. So you take annual leave from your job and you don't get paid. So what I always, understand is you have to flood the body with nutrients so it can rally an immune response to destroy the tumor.
Right.
That's what you're aiming for. And there are the most amazing testimonies. There's a really good book for anyone who's listening called A Time to Heal. And it's by a lady called Beata Bishop. And I think she was a BBC correspondent. She was a mate of Prince Charles. There is a letter in the Gerson Institute in Mexico written by Prince Charles' supporter. He was good friends with Beata Bishop. She had malignant melanoma. It came back. So they told her they wanted to amputate her leg right up to the joint, right up her whole leg. And she wouldn't do it. She went down to Mexico. Then she came back. You don't need to go down there if you don't want to. I did it at home. And she did the Gerson therapy. She's just turned 105. She's on Facebook. She's 105 years old. And I think she was in her 50s or 60s when she was diagnosed. There are thousands of people like this. I did a whole year of interviewing. I survived cancer my way. A whole year. There's so many people I interviewed. It's incredible.
Solstice Advanced Materials is born from a unifying purpose to propel our customers forward, to set the pace of progress. Every day, we work to develop scalable innovation.
Before I ask you about the COVID era, you said
The what era?
Yeah.
The what era?
I think we can say it now on
The
YouTube.
pandemic, the scamdemic, plandemic, convid.
Yeah, before we talk about that, you said tamoxifen, and there'll be a lot of people that watch this channel that train in bodybuilding gyms where tamoxifen is prominent because they use it to reject the estrogen rebound.
Fools.
Yeah, and when I spoke to my friend's
Wow,
wife,
I didn't know that,
who was a doctor. Well, yeah, because if you overload on testosterone, you get an estrogen rebound, and that's when men grow tits, gynecomastia. So they balance it out by taking tamoxifen.
Bitch titties.
Yeah. So from your point of view, how heavy duty is tamoxifen, and should men be taking it?
Well, when the doctor who first developed it said it should never, ever be used on humans. So it was given to dogs first, then it was given to children and pregnant women. You're out of your minds if you're taking that. And I've seen them all. You know, they're covered in tattoos. And the ink is being found in the brains at autopsy now, the heavy metals. You're reeking of aftershave, which is a synthetic estrogen. All of your pesticides, herbicides, and fungicides are estrogen. Anything with an aroma, your plug-in air fresheners, anything with an aroma, your Lenore, Comfort, they are all synthetic estrogens. That's what they are. So you're already putting your estrogen level up. And then if you're drinking tap water, you're depleting your thyroid gland because the heavy halogens will get rid of your iodine in your body. That's your chlorine, fluoride, bromine in all your fire retardants. So it's going to push iodine out, which is the biggest promoter of disease. Iodine will coat the estrogen receptors. You've got estrogen, estradiol, estriol. This is madness if they're doing that. If they got rid of everything, but then again, why are they injecting testosterone? You don't need to do that. You can go and see bodybuilders that don't do any of that, and they look superb. Look at all the men who were in the Olympics. Look at all the sculptures in the V&A Museum. Where do you think they got those people to sit for those sculptures? What, out of their heads? No. People sat for those. They were incredible men. What were they eating? They were eating nutrient-dense food that wasn't injected with chemicals, that wasn't sprayed, wasn't just grown in potassium, phosphorus, and nitrogen to make it big and colourful. It was grown in over 42 nutrients. So, you know, this is the book of Revelation. All nations will be deceived by the merchants and their sorcery. Sorcery in the Greek translation is pharmakia.
Let's move on to the COVID era.
The what era?
The COVID era. So the people that are using tamoxifen, that's the cautionary tale.
Mental.
It's bad news. So
they're going to get cancer. That's what they're going to get. They're going to get... I'm not saying this to women who've had breast cancer. If you want to go and take tamoxifen, that's up to you. I'm discussing what I did. And I chose not to do tamoxifen because I did my due diligence. That's what I did. So if you want to take it, you fill your boots.
But it's not for men, is it?
I just told you the doctor who developed it said it's not for human beings.
And certainly not for men.
Well, the last time I looked, they were human.
But it's prescribed predominantly to women as opposed to men. Yes.
The idea was they wanted all women over 40 years of age onto prophylactic tamoxifen. And they said it only costs a few pennies every day. Grand. But when those few pennies are given to millions of women across Europe and the UK, whoever's got shares in that dirty drug is laughing all the way to the bank. So, fellas, get off the tap water, get off everything else, get some iodine. You can always email me. vitalityregained@protonmail.com or kateshamarani.com.
Okay. COVID era. Say it. What, Liam?
The what?
Yeah. COVID era. You were very vocal. You was on stages with people like Piers Corbyn.
He was on stage with me.
He was on stage with you, of course. We're going
And
to
David Icke.
we're going to touch base on the accusations of narcissism down the line. And you was branded a disgraced nurse. Why? Why was you so vocal? Why were you branded a disgraced nurse? What did you do so wrong that the mainstream media went for you with gusto?
Well, I'd already read all the books that my ex-husband had and some, and already began my kind of, great revealing of the truth from when I had cancer. So when this happened, I was working in Oakfield FM, good old Uckfield FM once a month as their health expert, not a title I gave myself. And I would cover all different things. And lockdown hadn't happened. It was February. And there was all this talk of Ebola. We're all going to die of Ebola. But the one nurse that gets it, they fly her back to the UK. I mean, that should tell you everything. Why would you bring someone back to the UK with this deadly disease? Why would you not just leave them there and nurse them there in a tent? And I thought, oh, here we go. And they started mentioning Convid. And I did this 21 minutes on radio, live streamed it to Facebook. And I would always get about 5,000 views. And I went to the cinema in Uckfield. And I came out and there was 50,000 views. The next day, 250,000 views. And within a couple of days, there was a couple of million views all over. And then my phone started ringing. Ofcom got involved. I got kicked out. They wanted me to take down the video from everywhere. And I said, get stuffed. I've not got a contract with you. I'm not doing. And I said, have some balls, fellas. Fight this. But they couldn't because they would, want to be DJs. And one was an ex-cop. I think he's dead now, actually. How to offend everybody in one podcast. And the other guy got kicked off. And this went everywhere, all over the world, where I said, there is an inversion in the genome sequence indicative of a vector technology, meaning it was man-made, on a computer screen. It wasn't. I also said that Wuhan was the test city for 5G from the autumn of 2019. I found that. I went into the public domain. I did all my research. I had it all there. I always went on every show with research that I could back up because I once did about vaping and the vaping lobby came after us. And then I found that vaccines were mandatory from December 2019 in China. And this included the H1N1 flu shot. So I thought, well, hang on a minute. That means you've got everyone having this flu shot with 4 untested influenzas and the highly pathogenic H1N1 in it.
Hi, my name's Abby and I'm an adult nursing student at the University of Plymouth. When I first started, I had no idea which sector of nursing.
So I did all this on the radio. Then I talked about Harold Shipman, which I don't believe did anything anymore, having spoke to Dr. Richard Gill and interviewed him.
You think
that you need to go back and think Lucy Letby, and you need to start looking at that, and you need to look at Beverly Allett, because Dr. Richard Gill, I'll introduce you to him. You can get him on your podcast. He said to me, no, innocent. And then later on down the line, I met a gardener guy who did something for my garden for me, who was in jail with him. That was an interesting conversation. It's like every time I talk about something, it comes into my sphere. So, yeah, I don't believe anything anymore. Prove it to me. I sail my own ship. I only have one boss, and it's Christ. So I talked about this on the radio, and I talked about how this doctor, they used disabled children to test drugs on. This was fact as well. I'd got all the evidence in front of me, an American doctor who admitted it. And I think there's so much more come out since then, 2020. So that got me into loads of trouble. So they then did the lockdown. Well, this was everything I'd read. I'd read Agenda 21. I'd read by Rosa Kouri. I'd read Behind the Green Mask. Let none dare call it conspiracy. I'd read so many books. The one thing that a lot of the books that I read had in common was the authors were dead. They'd been murdered. I knew all about the doctors that had been killed, everything. So all of this, I knew, so I didn't care. When I got into trouble and they put me, my sister called me from Australia. She said, you're on the telly. Actually, her exact words were, way bitch, you're on the telly. And I was on Channel 9 News sitting in the studio. All I did was talk about what I'd found in the public domain. So I thought, now I'm in trouble. And there's only one way to go, and you have to get louder. Otherwise, it can get really ugly. So I started doing, every day, I would do a newsreel. And I'd look at what's in the mainstream media and just pull it apart. Then I would do at 9 o'clock, I'd do the Lord's Prayer, where I did it on Facebook. And I remember one night there was like 300,000 people tuned in to watch that Lord's Prayer live. And I would go over a piece of scripture, and I'm no expert, I was a newbie. And then I would do the Lord's Prayer with everybody. And there was loads of people. And I said, tell everybody in the chat where you're from so you could connect with people. And people were writing to me saying it saved my life from depression. And then the next thing was Kevin Corbett got in touch with me, Dr. Kevin Corbett, and he said, will you join in and speak at this rally that's booked for the 29th of August in Trafalgar Square. I was like, yep, I can do that. And the next thing, it was, will you be MC? Well, I'd done lectures for people, 200 people, but so I went in on the train with some friends. And then when we got on the underground, people started coming up to me, and somebody came on with a sign with my face on it saying, Boudicca. I thought, well, they killed her. And they'd got this sign, they were like, and then I started to get a little bit, not nervous, but quite concerned. So we got into Trafalgar Square, and I said, I need to go to the toilet, because, you get anxious. You need to, like, empty every orifice, don't you? I headed off to this cafe, and people were starting to arrive, and I saw Dolores Cahill there, and they were trying to get everything ready. She was on the sound system. And I went to this cafe, and as I walked to the toilet, people stood up and started clapping. And I went into the toilet, and I sat on the loo, and I thought a lot of swear words, but I don't do that now. And I thought, oh my gosh, these people are looking to me as, you should never have an idol. Idolatry is the wrong thing. And I thought, oh my gosh, the responsibility that was on me that day. And people were saying, oh, you opened my eyes, you've made me see everything. I thought, oh my word. So I came out, and I got into Trafalgar Square, and I thought, oh, please let it have a few hundred people. It got busier and busier and busier. And they pulled me onto Nelson's column with a dress and a megaphone, because they were trying to get the sound system. And it got busier and busier. And then they got the stage going, and then it was packed. There must have been, 40,000 people there. And the helicopter going over, and I got all the crowd to wave, and we couldn't get the screen in. And I know some of those people said, oh, she likes her own voice. No, they kept telling me to keep talking, because they couldn't get the screen in. The police confiscated the screen. I got done for that rally. Like, I'd organised it later. I hadn't organised any of it. I wouldn't know how to organise it. Fiona's was brilliant at organising, and she started all that off, the most amazing organiser. But and Piers, he'd been the main man with it as well. And then they couldn't get the guests on from America, so they would have me keep speaking. And then, some of them were going on too long, and they go out there and get the microphone off them. So, I took it in the neck from every angle. But
Well, this is where I read that people were accusing you of being a narcissist when you was doing your COVID speeches. But that wasn't off your own back. You was being asked to do it.
Yeah, because I remember listening to Alex Jones, and there was my voice. And I thought, and I said, they're going to come for your kids. It's going to have the ability to change your DNA. And this is what I said on the radio. I said, they are going to come with a vaccine. You won't be able to travel without it, because I'd read. So they kept saying, keep talking. So I had all this knowledge, and it was a great filler. And, I even had a go at Cressida Dick. And, when the helicopter, they tried to disrupt it, I said, everybody wave at the helicopter. And the other thing was, one time I needed to fill, I thought, I know what I'll do. And I got everybody. I said, you all know this, you're raised in the UK, the Lord's Prayer. They all said the Lord's Prayer from a point of view of frequencies, ancient churches, and why they were the way they were. When two or more gather in his name, and 528 hertz, people can go and look that up. To say the Lord's Prayer in Trafalgar Square would have sent the satanic agenda into an absolute vibrational rage. It's a very, very profound and energetic thing to do. And of course, one of the things was I'd read a book, AIDS and Ebola and Emerging Viruses, and I've since interviewed the author, and he's amazing, Dr. Leonard Horowitz. But in this book were all the documents showing that in the 1960s, the Department of Defense was given $10 million over 5 years, $2 million a year, as an appropriation to develop modified RNA. They developed 70,000 of these by 1970. And they shipped them out to 500 labs, including the CDC. And then you saw the emergence of lymphoma, Burkitt's lymphoma, leukemia, AIDS-type illnesses. We know that the whole HIV thing is a scam. But so this was nothing new. This was developed long, long ago. So all those people still going on about where it's developed and everything else, they made these things so long ago. They made Epstein-Barr virus, manipulated it. They attached it to a T lymphocyte, one of your fighter cells, in the late 60s. and it made it immortalized. It doesn't die off. Where do they put this? They put it into vaccines. This is what they do. This is nothing new. So I just filled in constantly for them.
So I didn't know HIV was even suggested to be a scam. What was that, to pump vaccines in people?
So they don't listen. All these people going, gays for Palestine. Do you know what they do over there with you? You know, I don't need to tell you about being homosexual in Islam or the Noahide laws in Islam. Don't take my word for any of this. Go and look up the Noahide laws. Christian, Muslim, gay, adulterous, they'll behead you with the Noahide laws. And that's all in. They took a piece of the community. They hate them. They hate them. Go back right to Rome and before the fall of Rome, it was all right out there, homosexuality, and before what you saw in the 1930s, and then they come for the gays, and they're going to do it again. But what they did was they took all of the gay guys. They were partying hard, drinking, and I don't mean to be offensive. I'm just going to state the facts here. I've got gay friends, gay family members. Why do we say gay anyway? Gay to me is jolly and happy. Have a gay day. Can you even say that anymore? But what they did was they were partying, they were drinking, they were, staying at nightclubs all night, doing illicit drugs, anal sex. You've only got two cell thick, the rectum. Semen is toxic in the rectum and in the stomach. It's toxic. That's why you have a vagina, which is acidic. That's where your semen's meant to be. And these guys were getting very sick because of everything that they were doing that was illicit and not sleeping, not getting out in the sun and everything else. So they would go to their doctor and they used the PCR. The PCR will find anything, absolutely anything. Even Carrie Mullis said this. And so they would do the PCR on them and they say, oh, you've got this new virus called HIV. You've got this new virus, HIV. You need to take this drug, AZT, which is extremely toxic to the liver. So they would take this drug. And then when they then presented with one of 29 pre-existing conditions, they would give them really high dose of an antibiotic, really high dose IV, and it would wipe out all the blood cells, the white blood cells. I think it was Septrin, really high dose Septrin. And they would then say that they would get leukocytopenia because of this drug, AZT, and then this really high dose Septrin. And it was renamed, this leukocytopenia in these guys, they renamed it AIDS. Who did? Dr. Anthony Fauci.
So is AIDS a myth?
Acquired immune deficiency syndrome. Well, how would you acquire an immune deficiency? And what's a syndrome? It's a collection of symptoms.
So am I right in saying that HIV and AIDS is a form of purposeful murder?
Well, I wouldn't say it's a purposeful murder, but what they're doing now is they're giving all the guys that are homosexual just in case drugs. They're giving them a drug just in case. And the people
like the morning after pill.
No, they're taking it every day. And they're feeling this is protecting them. Remember what I said, that semen's toxic. You swallow it. You shouldn't be doing it, ladies. I don't care if it's his birthday, anniversary. No.
So what happened to Freddie Mercury?
Well, he was undergoing radiotherapy at the time. And so, there's a wonderful, probably the best person to interview about this would be Dr. Kevin Corbett, who worked on the first AIDS ward in London. Some very interesting stories there about Rob George. Rob George, incidentally, to tie it all together, was the doctor who signed off on I think it was NG159 or NG163, which was the protocol. He was the one doctor that signed off on this to give the morphine and midazolam to the COVID patients.
Right.
Are you seeing the connection?
I am seeing the connection because I've spoke to people who have told me about midazolam. It's a drug that you wouldn't give somebody with breathing problems. That's what I've been told. I don't know.
I think it was in 2018 or 2017, the Supreme Court in America banned it from being used for executions because it's classed as prolonged torture and waterboarding. But they use it now.
But you've referred to hospitals as concentration camps, haven't you?
Absolutely. So now what's interesting now is, because we should always move forward. Right now in Southampton, they are trialing a nasal spray, which is diamorphine, 10 times more powerful than morphine, 10 times, with midazolam. So now you have a synergistic effect. That drug's going to become 1.5 times more, or is it 15 times more powerful? It's going to make it much more powerful, putting the two together. And they are trialing this to free up nursing resources so that any member of your family or carer can squirt this up your nose in your own home. Well, that's going to take you to your final destination very quickly. And who's doing the risk assessment in the room when you've just squirted this up someone's nose? What if they breathe out their nose? What if you've got children in the room? You've now got diamorphine, this is heroin. We're talking about a street drug here as well. This is being trialed right now in Southampton to be used. Let's hope your relatives like you. And in America, the assisted dying made, they're now using them for organ donor. Well, now you're debating organ harvest, but you're also in right now, you've got the assisted dying bill coming through. This is all linked, and it's a very slippery slope. So with midazolam, it's like all of a sudden you can breathe. And if I said to you, okay, in 3 seconds, you're not going to be able to breathe. If I said 1, 2, you're going to automatically do what? You're going to go, well, they don't get that opportunity. They get it injected in. I spoke to a footballer. His father was in bed, sitting up in a hospital. Him and his wife were sitting. And the nurse came in and asked him if he was in any pain. He said, no, love, I'm not in any pain. And she gave him three drugs, and his head slumped to the side, and 20 minutes later, he was dead. And this footballer was a professional footballer. He rang me up to tell me all about it. And that's what he'd had.
So was it Big Pharma that branded you a disgraced nurse because you pushed back against pharmaceuticals?
Well, the Nursing and Midwifery Cabal, the Nursing and Midwifery Council. The Nursing and Midwifery Council, Florence Nightingale never wanted nurses to be registered. She said it would stop them learning. And what's happened is you've got the Nursing Midwifery Council now, you have your Code of Professional Conduct. And nurses are just doing what they're told, and actually they're going against their professional conduct. 44% of the nurses in the United Kingdom are from overseas. They're not from here. A lot of them are Indian and from the Philippines. From Acacium. Acacium is a worldwide healthcare agency. So they're paid a lot of money, Acacium is. The nurses are paid a lot of money. I think it tops about 1.5 million a year for a registered nurse. Why not? But what, 28 grand? Rishi Sunak's wife is a main investor in Acacium. So what you've got is it's all interlinked. 50% of the drug market in the world comes from India. And they don't meet even 75% of the factories, according to the World Health Organization, if you want to believe them, said they don't reach safety standards. They're poisoning the people of India's water, the people, the land, and they're set to take over the entire global drugs market within the next few years. Lord Barangadia, who sits as court over the Bank of England, Conservative Friends of India, he owns Accord Healthcare Limited that supplied the midazolam to Supply Chain Coordination Limited, that Matt Hancock was the sole director in his capacity as health minister, 9.9 million milligrams of it. So now they're literally buying up all of the patents as they come through, using the true term thuggery. So you have the pharmaceutical industry, you have the NMC, you have the GMC, and most of it is run on pharmaceuticals. Now you have likes of Teva Pharmaceuticals, huge pharmaceutical company from Israel. They've set up 3 bases in the UK. They're employing thousands of people. They just gave Maidstone Hospital 4.5 million. That's just one hospital I looked at because it was pertinent to my daughter. 4.5 million. So pharmaceuticals is worth so much money. Hospital trusts make their money from pharmaceuticals. When someone gets put on end-of-life care, it triggers a tariff. There's a tariff on your head. It's less than a cow or a pig. It's just under 500 quid. And that's going to run out very quickly within a couple of days. After that, the trust is responsible. So you're not going to last very long once you're put on end-of-life care in a hospital, because it's going to eat into their own money, which is why they're removing your food, water, essential medication and putting you on this morphine and midazolam.
You mentioned your daughter, and if we can...
Yeah, totally.
Because it brings me no joy even bringing this up, but it's why we're here. Diagnosed with cancer. Was she 23?
No, she wasn't diagnosed with cancer. That's the first lie.
You tell me the story, because there's been a panorama documentary. Panodrama documentary on you.
There's been several.
It was heartbreaking to see your son on there, not referring to you as Kate rather than Mum, and some of the things that were said that we can cover in Unravel. Paloma ended words.
No, let's start at the beginning. And everything I say to you today, and I've done this purposefully, I will now send you, after this interview, my own daughter's High Court statement. She was in the High Court with a barrister. She was on screen. That was her statement with a barrister representing her and her signature. It's very rare for the deceased to have their own statement in a coroner's court, but it was there. My daughter had a biopsy done.
Can I just say one thing? Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to hear your story and then I don't want to appear like I'm coming back to challenge you on such a sensitive topic. So I will say it first so people listening know that I read that there's been a recent inquest that says that you're partly responsible for your daughter's death.
So why am I not in jail?
Well, you tell me. But I didn't want you to tell me the story and then it looked like I'm challenging you, because that would be very insensitive of me.
No, don't worry about that. Trust me, it rolls off. They've killed my daughter. What more can they do to me? Do they think I'm scared? I'm not scared. I'm coming for each and every one of them.
Tell me the story.
So she phoned me up in December. She said, I'm in Sweden. I've just got a phone call from the hospital. I said, okay, well, what did they say? She said something about lymphoma. I said, okay, I'm not bothered about that. Doesn't worry me. We'll address it. So she flies back. Nobody knows going. I had to locate the hospital. She's going to Maidstone. She arrives there and it's the 21st of December. She doesn't know why she's there. They tell her that she's got non-Hodgkin's lymphoma B. It turns out she had a biopsy done, a very small amount of a biopsy, and it showed a differential diagnosis that could not be confirmed in this tissue sample, quote. That's what's on her medical notes. They never did what's called molecular profiling, which you must do. It's in their own guidelines to get a full diagnosis. Why must you do this? Because if it turns out to not be that, and it's infection or something else, or it's a double or triple hit lymphoma, and you go in there and do R-CHOP, your survival rate goes down to under 25%.
Now's your time to experience the pop musical sensation.
So they never did the molecular profiling. That's in the notes. That's been admitted at the inquest. It was never done. Everything I say, I'm going to prove to the whole world, because I'm now administrator, so I can get everything. So I go in there and I speak to the doctors. I said, can we see the histology, please, and the bloods? And my daughter's lying flat when I arrive, and I noticed her face was a little bit puffy, and I said, you need to sit upright, because by now she's sent me the scan and the scan results. So she had a mediastinal mass engulfing the major blood vessels. So you worry then about it compressing for venous return. So we sit her upright, which she should always be nursed upright. She's in this dirty hospital where the food, even she said, it's my worst nightmare. The consultant's on strike that day. Of course she was. She's on strike and the other doctors go in. The doctor didn't even have a pen. And they said, right, okay. And I said, my daughter's just on 2 flights in a couple of days after a biopsy. Can she have some Fragmin, which is a blood thinner? Because if she's got this, she runs the risk of having a blood clot So they agreed. Then they asked, could she have, quote, a small dose of steroids? And of course, she's 22 years old. She's an adult. She's a polyglot. She speaks multiple languages. She was a Cambridge graduate. She was in the final for Miss Universe for the United Kingdom. She'd ran a big fashion show. She had a flat. She had a car. She was a feisty wench. She was not some shy. Have you seen pictures of her? She was stunning, stunningly beautiful, feisty young woman, very petite, size 3 to 3.5 in a shoe. Tiny, 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 size 4 to 6 clothing. So I said, is that okay with you? Yes, small dose. That is like 5 to 10 milligrams, 20 milligrams maximum. I leave. As I'm leaving, I said, can we have the histology? And this doctor said, no. I said, well, actually, your colleague said I could have the histology in the bloods. So I shouts her over. And while I'm doing it, I said, I want to make sure my daughter's for resuscitation. He turned the entire screen round. This is very important. All in my statements to the High Court. Turns the entire screen round so I could see every that ward. Lord North ward. And he shouldn't have done that. Dr. Chris, I've already reported him to the GMC. I've gone after the trust now. And I see do not resuscitate on all these patients. But what I did see was a black triangle next to many, many patients, which means new drug or combination of drugs, extra caution required, because I was an independent nurse prescriber before COVID. I wasn't just a nurse. I'd gone and done my prescriber as well. So I knew what this meant. I said, what's that? It was a rhetorical question. So he turned the screen. The doctor comes over. I went, can I have the bloods, please? And she said, are you a hematologist? I went, doesn't matter what I am. Can I see the bloods, please? And I said, and can we have the histology? She said, are you a lawyer? I said, doesn't matter what I am. Please, could you ask the consultant to call me? So I go home, the consultant calls me. And I said, look, she said, we're having a multidisciplinary team to decide what to do. I went, well, you can have your multidisciplinary team meeting. But there's a team in Mexico, a team in Iran, because Paloma's godfather and uncle hospital. There's a team in Italy. And I said, I want, with Paloma, we want everyone to look at it. And then she'll decide what she wants, not you. She's going to decide. So she says, can I have his name? And I went, no, you can't. You don't need anybody's name. And she says, can I have your full name? I said, I'm Mrs. Shamarani. I'm Paloma's mother. And I said, could we have the histology? And she said, yes. The next day, and it came out at the inquest, written in the nursing notes, which I will prove to the public, was an entry from a nurse stating that Dr. Aranadea Mohan had gone into the unit that day and said that no one was to give Paloma or any of her family members any of her results or bloods or anything. This is against the law. She specifically had gone in and the nurse had documented it in the nursing notes. This was all at the inquest. Dr. Aranadea Mohan, incidentally, left the country. The inquest had to be brought forward just for her, and she was leaving the country that day. She's gone. Gone forever. But we know where she is. I know exactly where she is, and I know exactly where she works. And I don't need to say any more, but I will see justice.
Worried about the pace of tech? Don't close the skills gap. Shatter it with the leader.
So my daughter, I then go down to go shopping to get her some slippers down to Eastbourne, because the supermarkets are open really late. And she calls me. She said, Mummy, I can't sleep because of this machine. I went, what machine? She said, there's a machine, it's beeping. It's for my IV. I went, what IV? She said, they said it's a saline flush. I went, that's not a saline flush if there's a machine. She said, they're doing bloods every 2 hours. And I said, are you having chemo? She went, I don't want chemo. I don't want chemo. I've told them I'm undecided. I went, have you signed anything? No. I said, is there a yellow sticker on that bag of fluid? Yes. I thought, that's a drug. I said, what does it say? She said, I can't read it. I said, is there a date? Is there a doctor's signature? Nothing. So I go and get her all this stuff. And I'm like, now, like, oh my gosh. And the next day, I go in like Cruella de Vil on 2 wheels, straight in there. And I arrive, and she's got other visitors. So I arrive in the afternoon, and the second dose has gone in.
This is just a quick one. I'm in a position at the moment where I can't upload the video that I wish to upload. I want to thank Sean Buchanan for putting me onto this information. I may not have seen it without it. If you've seen Umbrella Grape Solutions videos on here, we're sort of co-doing it, but I'm not going to take away the fact that it's her hard work. But I'm going to try and help her a bit more. But the point being is there's a video I've got of a mum who has just, I'm going to put this video up, and when I do, I'm going to ask you, if anybody knows how I can contact this person, please, I need to contact them. Why? Because if you watch the video about are my kids safe in school, then you'll understand that one of the big worries was that there was a loophole in the law that could potentially mean that if you were uncontactable, they could consider that to be a refusal. And a refusal means that they can treat your kids how they want, as in they can give them a vaccination without your say-so. So it's like, what counts as a refusal? There was a big loophole anyway. And Kaylee was worried about this loophole being used, as I would be, because I've seen loopholes used in the law every single time they exist. That's why they call them loopholes. So, with that said, this girl on Instagram today, I think Sarah Garvey posted it, in fairness, but she was stressed, but she didn't seem like no crazy idiot or conspiracy theorist. She said that she was going crazy because her kids had been tested against her will in school, tested without her consent. So the worries that Kaylee had, that some people are saying don't exist, have happened already. She is just this lady, young lady, mum, has got on, I think it was Instagram, and she has just gone crazy about the fact that her kids were given a vaccination without her say-so, and the reason had no power because the NHS came in and did it. That's the explanation. The NHS came in with the authority to do it. This is exactly what Kaylee was worried about. It's exactly what she was worried about. We still can't find what the tests are. We still can't find anything. We find out where they're being done, as in G4S, but we can't find out who's actually doing the tests. Where are they sending them to? What company is doing it? We still can't find it. We still don't know what the tests are. Come under a Kingfisher umbrella. It's not good enough. Not nearly good enough. And now, the loophole that I said would be used, and Kaylee said could be used, right, has already been used. It's just happened to someone. So now this story needs to be taken even more seriously, because now it's not a conspiracy. Now it's happened. Now it's happened to someone. So I'm going to post that video when I get home, because I can't, where I am, it needs editing because it's got personal info on. Once I've edited it, I'll put it up for you. Anybody can get me and put in touch with that person. It'd be really, really important. But that loophole now has been used. If she's telling the truth, and there's no reason at the moment to believe that she's not, that loophole has already been used to test kids against parents' consent. Now, whether the tests are good or whether they're horseshit or whatever, it's irrelevant. This is about rights, and this is about rights of parents. This could be your kids getting tested, getting God knows what done to them without your consent. Maybe because you weren't available on a phone call. Maybe because they just did it. Because they've got the authority over the schools. And this is the thing, your school can tell you over the phone, no, we would never do that to you. They may mean it, but they don't have the authority to back that claim. Hope that gets through to some people, and I don't mean that rudely. So I'll upload the video when I can. We need to get hold of this lady. She's very, very important in all of this. Plus, I feel her pain. Storm Fury, Zero News, calling it a day for now.
themselves to even be involved and to be requesting or demanding that I don't allow children's testimony to be heard. I mean, what's wrong with you calling me disgusting? It's children's affidavit of truth of their abuse. You weird woman.
You're
okay,
the weird woman. Go on, AJ. I've had enough of this fucking.
Does it take two people to make a child, Kaylee?
I think you know the answer to that. Well, Babs has answered.
Go
anyway,
on, answer it, Kaylee.
I'm not walking into any of your stupid...
to answer it, Kaylee. See if
yeah, well,
you've
I'm
got
not
any
here.
break.
I should never have been for any amount of time whatsoever, ever been fodder for any of your bullshits. You're certainly
Why
not gonna do
can't
it
you
in my
answer a
space.
basic question, Kaylee?
Why have you got any right to start making demands of something you're going to try and clip into something? Why would I do that? Why would
Try
I
and
even
clip
give you
into
anything?
something? No, I'm asking a basic question, Kaylee.
Yeah, and you've got no right to demand anything from me, especially in my own space.
You've got no right to demand anything from anyone, Kaylee.
You're in my space, Adam Dashbrook.
I don't know who that is, but still. Answer the question, Kaylee.
AJ of the family Lashbrook that got convicted for beating up
That's
his dog.
not even my name, Kaylee.
Well, I don't
But
care because you're quite
go on, answer the
recognisable.
question.
Lucifer, you're quite recognisable. Okay, so when
Yeah, you
people
can call me
recognise
Lucifer
you, they're
because
not.
that's the
It
name I'm
doesn't
using on the
matter.
screen.
You know what? When somebody is very angry with you and they decide to do something to you, it literally doesn't fucking matter what you call yourself.
So you go
It
back to
literally
stupid
doesn't
threats.
matter. And it's not threats, it's the truth. If people know who you are, they don't give a flying fuck what you call yourself, buddy. They don't care. Neither does any
Do you
weapon
realise that
you.
you're going to be hunted down unless you hand yourself into the police, Kaylee?
Oh no, I'm
you
shitting
and
myself.
Jake.
I better take my address off the fucking internet then. Hey,
You better turn around
well
because
scared.
people, when they find out what you and Jake have been doing, people are
Yeah,
going to be very mad with you, and they're
When I
going to
say
want to
truth to
hurt
you,
you.
It has impact. When I say my words, it's because there's conviction and truth and substance within them. That's why they have impact. When you use them back at me and they're empty, it has zero impact, Babs.
I couldn't give a fuck, Kaylee.
Well, but then it's pointless in being here.
I stand with the truth. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what the evidence for all of these years shows. Yeah.
Yeah. I've never been proven to be a liar, but you have.
Okay.
I'm going to walk to Gaza. I'm writing to the king. I was protecting my children. Oh. I
So
mean, how many more lies have you told? You rang the police and sorry,
we all
AJ.
heard- so we
you
all
rang the
heard that.
police and told the police
Right.
that AJ.
So we all heard that. So she's in my face that I'm lying, even though it's all documented, me trying to protect my children. It's all documented. And my children, funnily enough, are still alive. So we'll be able to put everything back together for them. I mean, this is how ridiculous it is. She's comfortable enough to try and strike. This is how desperate they are to just hurt me. That's been their mode. Now we have to ask, why is that? Who gets involved in doing this and why? She's literally trying to convince you and me and herself and everyone else that I am something they needed me to be that's not me. At that point, it's already failed. You're trying to create out of a real person, you're trying to morph that person into your version of that person. It's not going to work unless you've actually got rid of that person, and then you've just literally got control of the reputation. That's what you were hoping for. That's what's gone on for centuries. You get rid of the actual person, you've got control of the information, so then you've got control of their reputation, and that's what's remembered, isn't it? That's what then succeeds and survives. Okay, now we're stuck because we've got the internet, so you can't destroy my reputation because you haven't killed me. I've still got my truth and I'm still alive and I'm still going to speak it and share it everywhere. So your version of me is never going to be the one that succeeds because you're going to die, Babs.
If they're your children, why aren't you fulfilling your responsibility
You're
as a
going to
parent
die,
and providing
Kaylee.
for them?
Oh, see, she's run away. Oh my God. It's so
Blatantly obviously it's
frustrating.
going to run off.
I can't. I mean, between the two of these two, AJ. I mean, why are people not doing something about these two? Why are things not moving on quicker than what they already are?
I suspect that Kaylee's going to get a harsher punishment than what she's expecting when she ends up in court, because she's continued to carry on with the very thing that she's in court for.
Well, you know, I've got it taped. Jake wishing, telling people to kill me. I've actually got that taped. So, and that is going somewhere this afternoon. So, just, they have to do something. They have to do something about this woman.
She'll get the ones coming to her eventually. It's blatantly obvious that it'll catch up with her.
Well, I really, really hope so. Oh yeah, of course. There she is, trying to silence us, trying to make sure we don't speak, trying to make sure we're not heard. Come back on, coward.
Why don't you come tell us?
Oi. They.
She said with her own mouth she didn't start talking about COVID until 2022. Yeah. COVID started in 2020. So there she goes. She's jumping on a bandwagon in 2022, trying to make out that she's this, that.
Is it wrong, in the year 2020, for a parent to feel that they are solely responsible for their children's upbringing, education, and medication? Is it wrong, in this day and age, for a parent
We're not heard. Come back on, coward.
Why don't you come tell us why you can't be bothered to provide for your own children, Kaylee?
She said with her own mouth she didn't start talking about COVID until 2022. Yeah. COVID started in 2020. So there she goes. She's jumping on a bandwagon in 2022, trying to make out that she's this, that, and the other. Big miss, big nothing, big fake cunt.
Is it wrong, in the year 2020, for a parent to feel that they are solely responsible for their children's upbringing, education, and medication? Is it wrong, in this day and age, for a parent to believe they have the right to know exactly what laws and guidelines surround their children, whether they're in school or out? This is the continuing efforts of Kaylee and other mothers to find out where the tests are being done and what the rules are regarding their children being tested without consent.
Hi.
Hi there, have you registered?
I haven't got an appointment. I need to ask something because nobody can answer a question.
Yeah, I know the website's real down at the moment as well.
Right, no, it's just basic. Oh, so, hang on. So it's I've been in touch with the school, right, based on the guidelines that they've given us, saying that the children need to get tested if they've got a temperature or whatever. Yeah. But I've been around all the government departments, including the Department of Health and Social Care. No one can tell me who's doing these tests.
Here.
Yeah, but what company or what laboratory actually does the testing and what science is behind it? Because we can't actually find any of that information, and nobody can tell me.
To be honest, we're literally here just to do the testing.
Yeah, so that's what I assumed.
So,
that's what I assumed.
Well, our company's G4S, but that's not a
You haven't got any literature about where it goes or anything, or any inserts from the tests themselves or anything, because it's just they want the kids to have it, but we just want to kind of know where it's going, you know, like who's actually responsible for.
We can get our leaf. Where's our leaf?
What's the question?
Basically, it's just there's so many of us trying to find out exactly who's doing the test, like what science is it actually based on, because they want our children to have it.
So where the labs are, basically.
Pretty much where the labs are, what company's doing it, because I've been through all of the government departments to try and find out. The health secretary, the school don't know. My MP can't tell me. You know.
I don't know. To be honest, I think it's kept quiet.
You do think it's kept quiet? I think it's kept quiet too. That's the problem. That's why we're asking.
It doesn't obviously can't get sent too far because they literally are sent it away 3 times a day.
Yeah.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids'
Okay, so just before we carry on with it, testing here, again, like you never ever need to be on it, the same as especially the anonymous ones like Clyde Stanhope, but you never ever need to be anywhere near me. You're the same way that Brian Leroy Hansford was for so many years, that Adam Lashbrook, Linda Morden, all of the original members of the Ricky Dimon Protection Unit, like everyone, and all of the trolls then that have just been around for fucking years, and so many. I mean, you've probably had various. Oh, look, you're flapping away again. Yeah, it got interesting, and Katie got. Oh my god, this is so fucking ridiculous. I was in contact with Kate before this. Oh, this is insane. She may or may not remember me checking in on the exact thing that she was just telling us about there. I didn't end up going in the end because I just had a bad feeling about the way everything was going, so I didn't end up going to it. But I spoke to her, and I honestly, I don't know what to. Why would I be? This is just so fucking ridiculous, isn't it? And look how frantic you are. Just look how fucking frantic you are. You're just so angry that you're sussed as being a nonce and not an old lady that you just literally, the fucking insult to everyone's intelligence that you fucking nonces and criminals have administered is disgusting. So you actually deserve exactly what you get. To assume that people would be thick enough believe you, even though you behave in a completely contradictory manner, we're not supposed to use any discernment just because you said something because you're a fucking fella and you said so. I mean, sorry, no, you're a woman and you said so we're supposed to believe you because you're an old fucking pathetic. You are fucking, but stop trying to celebrity. Is she a celebrity now? Yeah. You're just so fucking embarrassing. I mean, I don't think you'd find anybody that could get less starstruck than me, to be fair. Ever. There's not a person on this planet, I don't think there's anyone there. I mean, there's people that I'd be in awe because I think that they're, is not like celebrities like you lot do celebrities. There's certain people like Dr. John Campbell. I think I might go, oh my God, there's Dr. John Campbell. That's my kind of a celebrity. That's my kind of. You're talking about people that are like with glitz and glamour and on the EastEnders and shit. These, you all make me feel sick. I think half of you lot still around me must be in the entertainment industry or part of the BBC. You have to be. Danny West, where's Danny West? Who is he now? It's all bullshit. You're all one and the same bullshit. You're all deceivers. The media, advertising, banking, it's all bullshit. Organised religion now, all bullshit to make money for profit, all bullshit. Unless people are vegan and calling out all institutions at the moment, they're part of the problem as far as I'm concerned. They're part of Satan's playground. So you're certainly not a fucking old lady. You come along, obsessed with my children, like all the other nonsense, and try and tell me it's not you that's obsessed with my children. I don't know who you are when you're obsessed with my children in my church all the time, but it's my fault though, yeah? Yeah? Fucking creepy, weird cunt. You fucking creepy, weird cunt. You know that you're fucked. And I do 100% believe that you're in England as well, because you're that scared. You know that the Norwich Pharmacy does apply to you. So I do believe that you're either in, I think Canada it applies to actually, but I do believe you are in Britain. Forgetting your chicken soup made with chicken carcasses, not at all. I wasn't a vegan for a very long time. I think I was 38 when I became a vegan. So what are we trying to hurt Jake because I ate chicken? Yeah, again, we're going to get back to like in law or just common sense. People are going to go, what the fuck is he playing? Oh, sorry, she. What the fuck is she playing? Why do these people just turn up to try and destroy this woman over her children who she blatantly tried to protect, but the whole fucking world was a bit scared of what was going on. But now it's all fucking coming out, isn't it? And everything that she said is documented and now is correct, and now the data supports it, and so now the people, they're getting their heads around what the fuck happened. So pretty much I've got all the evidence that supports everything I was trying to do, which was just literally protect my children. Okay, I wasn't perfect, but who is, especially when you've got the fucking stress that I've had to deal with. Okay, it's quite a surprise that I'm still alive, isn't it? And it's quite disappointing for a lot of you whose mission it has been for so many years to have me not be alive still. I do feel for you. I literally do feel for you. I can't imagine anything worse than being on your team or in your club. Can't imagine anything worse. Eldest lived with her dad and no, that's not even true. No, that's not even true. That's not even fucking true. That never happened, you fucking idiot. That's not even true. This is what I'm saying. You're so desperate to hurt me. You're just saying things that aren't even fucking true. You are making up things about my children just to try and hurt me and expect you that you're a fucking pedophile. You silly bastard. You fucking right. Do you know what then? So go find what you think I wrote that's so important. Make a video, send it into the newspapers or to the police or my mum or who cares? You are trying to convince me that I'm this character because you fucking failed. You have not convinced the world that I'm this cunt that you all wanted me to be to make it okay to have done what you've done. That's not going to happen because it was never true in the first place. You're fucked. And it's your fault. So you crack on, keep going on about my children if you think that's going to help you in the street when somebody catches up with you, Wallace Hoogley. # not an old fucking lady.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the world.
So literally, it doesn't get any more pathetic than you. Testing. Yeah, it just doesn't get any more pathetic than you. Run. Why don't you come on and tell us who you are, you fucking idiot? You're an anonymous Nancy cunt who does not need to be here, just giving me shit anonymously whilst I'm playing something else very relevant to everything that I've been doing with my whole fucking life. But because I've gone on mute so that I can carry on playing it and not just keep reading out an anonymous fucking paedophile's comments all night. That makes me The what? A coward? You fucking moron. You're desperate. You're so desperate. All of you are desperate. Why would you keep coming in? Why would you keep on? If there's nothing to worry about, if you've behaved completely rationally and within the law and you've got nothing to worry about, and it is just that Kaylee's crazy, surely you'd just leave crazy Kaylee alone and go and live your fucking life with your happy families, would you not? Surely. No, if she's going on mute, oh, then we don't know where she is. Goda, make her come back. We need to know where she is. You fucking idiots. Desperate cunts. You brought it on yourself and you deserve it all. Fuck you.
Well, so they also make shoes of the skin, of the baby's skin. They got a special tool and they put it in the skin, and like in the baby's skin, and then they take it out. And then they put it.
I said, what's that?
Stick it. Because the blood is kind of sticky.
Rhetorical
and
question.
So
he turned the screen.
And
The doctor comes over. I went, can I have the bloods, please? And she said, are you a haematologist? I went, doesn't matter what I am. Can I see the bloods, please? And I said, and can we have the histology? She said, are you a lawyer? I said, doesn't matter what I am. Please, could you ask the consultant to call me? So I go home, the consultant calls me. And I said, look, she said, we're having a multidisciplinary team to decide what to do. I went, well, you can have your multidisciplinary team meeting, but there's a team in Mexico, a team in Iran, because Paloma's godfather and uncle part owns the hospital in Tehran, is the country's leading urologist. I said, we're going to send it to them. There's a team in Italy. And I said, I want, with Paloma, we want everyone to look at it. And then she'll decide what she wants, not you. She's going to decide. So she says, can I have his name? And I went, no, you can't. You don't need anybody's name. And she says, can I have your full name? I said, I'm Mrs. Shamarani. I'm Paloma's mother. And I said, could we have the histology? And she said, yes. The next day, and it came out at the inquest, written in the nursing notes, which I will prove to the public, was an entry from a nurse stating that Dr. Aranadea Mohan had it that day and said that no one was to give Paloma or any of her family members any of her results or bloods or anything. This is against the law. She specifically had gone in and the nurse had documented it in the nursing notes. This was all at the inquest. Dr. Aranadea Mohan, incidentally, left the country. The inquest had to be brought forward just for her, and she was leaving the country that day. She's gone. Gone forever. But we know where she is. I know exactly where she is, and I know exactly where she works. And I don't need to say any more, but I will see justice. So my daughter, I then go down to go shopping to get her some slippers down to Eastbourne, because the supermarkets are open really late. And she calls me. She said, Mummy, I can't sleep because of this machine. I went, what machine? She said, there's a machine, it's beeping. It's for my IV. I went, what IV? She said, they said it's a saline flush. I went, that's not a saline flush if there's a machine. She said, they're doing bloods every 2 hours. And I said, are you having chemo? She went, I don't want chemo. I don't want chemo. I've told them I'm undecided. I went, have you signed anything? No. I said, is there a yellow sticker on that bag of fluid? Yes. I thought, that's a drug. I said, what does it say? She said, I can't read it. I said, is there a date? Is there a doctor? She said, nothing. So I go and get her all this stuff. And I'm like, oh my gosh. And the next day, I go in like Cruella de Vil on 2 wheels, straight in there. And I arrive, and she's got other visitors. So I arrive in the afternoon, and the second dose has gone in. And I said to the nurse, and it's all in the notes and in my daughter's statement. I said, what is that? And she starts to tell me. And I went, no, don't tell me. Tell my daughter what it is. And she said, you've got some nasty cells in you, and we don't want those nasty cells in you. So we want them to come out of you. We don't want them stuck in the kidneys. And I'm looking this drug up on drugs.com on my phone. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Now, later, I was to find out with my daughter that it is chemotherapy. They moved her that night into a positive pressure room, so it pushes all the bugs out. Why? Because they've just given us something that they know that her fighter cells are going to drop through the floor, which is exactly what happened. She went in with a normal oxygen saturation of 99%. She arrived home and within 2 days, it was in the 70s. I thought she was going to die, the state she was in. Her lymphocytes plummeted, her T lymphocytes, which you need to fight everything. Her red cells, which carry your oxygen, plummeted. All the side effects of this. Some of her hair fell out, her urine went pink. She lost the feeling in her fingers and toes. That's vincristine that does that. That's one of the RCHOP drugs. So they had to release her because so going back, she's in the hospital, they've put her in this room. The nurse comes in. I've got your fragments, these drugs in front of her. And I said, what is that? Paloma said, oh, it's my painkillers for my shoulder. I said, no. I paused this drug out and I recognized it as acyclovir, antiviral. I said, can you just tell my daughter what these drugs are? She said, they're your prophylaxis chemotherapy drugs. This means drugs that they give you before, during, and after chemotherapy. And the drug Respiricase, which they've given my daughter, with high-dose prednisolone, not a small dose, very high dose, is part of the RCHOP regime. You give Respiricase directly before and multiple.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a starting match.
Well, she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's going on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it? Voldemort. That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You've got this weird obsession. Like, it's weird. But anyway, yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with pedophiles. No, they cannot see.
They bring you down.
Yeah, like, fuck. None of us have ever done anything to the levels of what Esau have done. You're obsessed with us. Esau, the other hand, you're terrified of, aren't you? You are terrified of Esau. On that note, big up in the super chat. Another 1999 from Arafina. She put, "We are family. Hey, 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 hey. Hogshead trolls." Oh, wait, let me think that through.
I've been losing sleep at night, 'cause what you did set my world alight.
We are
set my world alight. Set my world alight.
No.
You got what's coming to you. I was searching, I was breaking, I was beaten but never in your sin. I was breaking, I was left out. You got what's coming to you. I was waiting to be played in. I was left to tell the devil that he can't win. I was searching, I was left out.
Teacher, we know that what you say and teach is right. We know that you pay no attention to man's status, but teach the truth about God's will for man. Tell us, is it against our law for us to pay taxes to the Roman Emperor or not?
Careful, Lord! He'll try to trick you!
Show me a silver coin.
I paused this drug out. I recognised it as a cyclovir, antiviral. I said, can you just tell my daughter
Whose
what these
face and
drugs
name
are?
are these on it?
She said they were prophylaxis
Then render
chemotherapy
unto
drugs.
Caesar the things that are
This
Caesar's.
means drugs that they give you before,
And to God,
during, and after
the things that are
chemotherapy.
God's.
And the drug Respiricase, which they've given my daughter, with high-dose prednisolone, not a small dose, very high dose, is part of the RCHOP regime. You give Respiricase directly before and directly after you've put the chemotherapy drugs in. She had a multi-port cannula in her hand, in her arm. Why would you put that in? The saline flush you would put in after you've given the chemo drugs before you put the Respiricase in. She woke up, what are you doing? I'm putting a saline flush in. Then she has all the symptoms. All those drugs. I said, Paloma, are you having chemotherapy? She went, no. And she said, I just want to get out of here. I'm afraid of them. I said, have you signed that you're having anything? She went, no, I haven't signed anything, Mommy, nothing. I went, if you're not having chemo, don't sign anything. Don't sign anything. Something's going on and something is very, very wrong here. So I said to the nurse, I said, do you want these drugs, Paloma? She went, no. So the nurse took them away. So I said, nothing's going to happen. Don't worry. I'd got loads of food. I said, I'll be back tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow. She went, okay. So the next day, she calls me up, Mummy, they keep trying to force me to sign this consent form. I said, consent for what? She said, chemo. I said, what have they said to you? They said, if I sign it now, I don't need to worry about it. It'll just stay in clinic. I went, do not sign. When you have chemo, you sign it there and then. It's called an SACT form. In order to have the Respiricase, the prophylaxis drugs, the high-dose prednisolone, the RCHOP, the P is the prednisolone in it that you have a tapering dose to come home with, which they sent her home with. That all requires, by policy and law in the United Kingdom, an SACT form. They didn't have one signed. They don't have one signed, and I'm going to nail them for it. And they know, because they've now passed it on to the legal team, that coroner's inquest was nothing more than a kangaroo court on a republic. It was just that coroner's opinion who was acting in the ward. Aranadea Mohan, entrenched all over LinkedIn in drug trials for lymphoma, drug trials. Think how much money these people are making. She's now working at a big oncology hospital in Dubai, making, I can't imagine how much money. She says to my daughter on the phone, I'm on the phone to my daughter drops the phone, she comes in. She said, and the boyfriend, please do ask me about him in a minute, and his mother has gone to the doctor and said that she doesn't believe my daughter can make her own medical decisions and that the mother's abused her. Total BS. No evidence of that anywhere with the police, safeguarding doctors, no evidence at all. We'd already gone through the High Court. Nothing. Just another story. Comes in and she says, I'm quite safe to go home to my mom. She says, well, who's going to bring you back for your chemo in 2 weeks? I witnessed this. I was on the phone. And she said, I'm not sure if I'm having chemotherapy. Dr. Mohan said, you've already started. That's what she said. You've already started. She, in the inquest, she had to admit she had to release Paloma because she wouldn't sign a consent form. It's in her statement to the inquest, her statement to the High Court. She wouldn't sign a consent form. But she then says in the inquest, and we applied for all the recordings, and when we got them, my ex-husband wrote a program and we transcribed them all to look for the perjury. And she actually said in the inquest, I wasn't aware you needed a consent for those drugs. So she's admitted it. And there is no consent. Released. She comes home to me. And then in the next 2 days, it was just horrific. I called her dad. Her dad drove through the night from Germany. She arrives home on the Christmas Eve. She's relieved to be at home. She's terrified now, terrified. I get her into bed at 9 o'clock. She was in such a state. That is still open. That complaint is still open. There is still a crime reference number. The email also on Panorama. It is in my daughter's statement. It is in her High Court statement. It is in her statement to the police, her iPad. And that young man is still walking. Arrived at my house. Then later also verbally assaulted my friend and I, who was witness to it. He goes upstairs, my son. I don't know what he was on, but that was not a young man I recognised.
Your son?
Yeah. He's 6'8". He shook his twin sister's very little. He shook my daughter, shook her till she started vomiting. We managed to get him out of the house after several hours when I threatened to phone the police. I said, you're not going to want to be in a police cell on Christmas Eve. I think it was about 3:30 in the morning by now. My daughter never saw him again. She was estranged from him. She didn't want to see him. It was then she told me that he'd gone through the entire interview process for MI6. And my other daughter told me. And then after a week or so, they'd called him back. Who knows?
Your son could be MI6?
Yes.
Do you believe he is?
Until someone shows it to me in my face, I don't believe yay or nay. But what I do know is both daughters told me he went through the entire... He was, I think he's still there at at London School of Economics. He went through the entire interview process for MI6. And then he didn't think he'd got in. And one of my daughters, I don't remember which, was with him when he got the call back. That's all I know. That's all I know. So my daughter's at home. She's very, very sick. And she said, I don't want to do chemo. She's got full capacity to make her own decisions. She then subsequently dumps the boyfriend, tells her sister, and then finally they tell me what happened in my own home. In my own home. What he did to my daughter. In my own home. I read her diaries. I read the letter she wrote to him. It was cathartic for her. I read all of that. You little shit. And the truth will out. I put those diary entries out on social media of her statement, and I put her statements out. That crime reference number is still there. It's live. East Sussex, do your due diligence. So she falls out with him. She tells us about this, and we get the police. We get the police in. They sent a male officer on his own. Anyway, then a female police officer speaks to her. All of a sudden, she starts to get better. Her oxygen saturation gradually starts to get better. It was very, very difficult trying to get the diet into her. She wanted to do the Gerson therapy. We got the best Gerson practitioner in the world. I was never her practitioner. I was her mother. I drove her to hyperbaric. I drove her to the osteopath, who wasn't the one that was at the coroner. She only saw him once. And now I do hope he sees this, because we're coming for you, and you know it when he sees this. And he will, because they scout everything with my name on it.
What's it? Has he got a squeaky clean past?
He was in the inquest. I thought he was going to have a coronary at one stage. You know, when you do things in this day and age, anything you do on your laptop, you can't change anything. Even when you think you're the best person in the world at doing it, there's always a trail. Hillary Clinton, Benghazi, I rest my case. the missing emails. But look, so during this time, my son gets a law firm behind him. My daughter already puts Maidstone Hospital and Dr. Aaron Adair Mohan and Dr. Christian Anderson and the other one on notice that she's going to be coming after them legally for giving her drugs without her consent. She's done it all. She's got all her notes through subject access. They made very interesting reading. They redacted lots, but then I read the redacted from the inquest. The nonsense. She got 8 phone calls in one day. They pursued her. They wanted her eggs. They wanted her to go and give all her eggs up.
this point, it would make sense that you're invested somehow in the real scam world. I've said it before, you could easily be somebody like Bill Gates. I don't know how these people really work, how involved they are or aren't with what's actually going on in these spaces. I've no idea. But obviously they're the people that are they've got the most to lose, really, haven't they? So it's going to eventually, you can't keep paying people that aren't going to, you've run out. The only idiots that are still doing the YouTube thing are the people that can't escape because they have got their idea out there, you know, so they have to carry on this shit show and pretend that this is some sort of a normal situation. It's not, and the rest of the world aren't going to think that it is either. And it's at that point now. You can see clearly, okay, Kate, yeah, so she had a lot more following. In its essence, it's the same situation, really, that we've all gone through as a globe, right? So there were those of us like myself and her who on our side of things got targeted and lives destroyed, and her daughter's actually dead. Okay, the fact that you're here just trying to make shit, this is what you've done, you're just trying to make shit up. But this is the problem, isn't it, with paedophiles and criminal people that are in denial. You just make shit jokes and pretend the bad stuff never. You can't keep doing that in someone's face and ignore what's going on and expect the rest of the world aren't going to go, what the fuck's that about? This woman's talking about the state murdering her child after destroying her life already for doing what I did and speaking against, because she the same thing, right? It's not because she's magic. It's because she had her eye on the ball. So all the stuff that I was finding out and other people were finding out because we were just being vigilant, especially for our children. That's what she did. So she found the same information. So it's not that we're magic or extra special. We certainly don't deserve what we've got for trying to protect our children by not wasting our time playing games and watching TV. We certainly don't deserve what we've got, do we? Now, her daughter's dead. At this, you can't make jokes and pretend that the past few years haven't happened, and you can't make jokes and pretend that you're not guilty of being around me, doing this to me 24/7 for how many years, and shutting down even a solicitor 3 years ago now, Clyde. And that was because I already had years at that point, plenty to people. It just required some money, which I'm going to do now. I'm just going to dish it out to anyone that wants to take it, no win, no fee, or start a fund or whatever. I will accept donations if people want to donate. I will have things to sell if people want to buy them. Like, I'm entitled to sell my time and my effort and my energy and my, like anyone else, to provide for my children, like anyone else. I'm the least materialistic person on the planet. I would not have survived for this many years without money if I was a materialistic person. The abuse that I've taken for not being able to even do like aesthetic things because that's what everybody's supposed to fucking focus on when the rest of the world's gone to shit and my children are in danger every fucking day. And I just get abused because all you've got literally is my looks and my children. That's all you can hurt me with. And you can't really, well, you've already broken me so much with anything to do with myself. It's just my children now, and that's all you do. Like, not many even try the ugly thing anymore. It's pretty pointless at this point, isn't it? Make that work for the rest of the world now that are going to see what you've done, your behaviour. Why? It's just ridiculous. And this is all, like she's just said it herself, that's why I've stopped, because it's all committed to this is what I've been saying forever. It's recorded. It wasn't just that I was going to record it. There's a log of everything that you've done. Whether you believe in God or not, your children are more than likely going to go. This is what I like for Amie. It's Amy's, this might be their third or fourth one before her actual hearing, which is, I can't remember now, February something. Because the hearings are actually going to start now, Christmas Day. And I'm still not even sure for. I'm going to pretty much make it up as I go along. That's all I ever do. I'm guided. So that's why I'm chill as fuck about it all as well. The same way that Kate, it's good to see that she says Christ, and I don't know which way she interprets it, but if it makes it work for her. And another one, we've got another anonymous twat that just comes along with his laughing emojis. It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. You've got no idea. I'm not going to keep saying this for how many years. All right. You've got no idea. At that point, you fail already. There's no one to support you because nobody can, because obvious. I'm just left with criminals and nonces and people that are invested in this shit show somehow, whether it's the social media side of it, whether it's the medicine side of it, whether it's a child track. I don't know, because I've been pointing shit out everywhere I see it. So there's a million and one reasons. But again, this notion that it must be that I'm the wrong one because all of you lot agree I'm a wrong. Well, no, you're all wrong ones though. You know, and we can ask other people. That's what fucking like having your peers review the situation is all about. You know, court or peer review in all sorts of different ways. You're supposed to have people like check you, right? That's accountability. That's why, because we're as human, and I'm a human being. Like unless we're God, we're not great at checking ourselves all the time. We do like to make excuses for ourselves and just pretend we didn't see that, or we didn't think that, or we didn't do that. Okay, we're human beings. We're fallible. We all do that all the time. So that's why we're supposed to help each other out. That's why we've got the law, because it doesn't have emotions. It doesn't feel the shame. It will just point it out and correct it. But that's also why we're supposed to have compassion, because we're all guilty at times. So it's very much, again, give and take, you know, do unto others. It's so simple. It really is so simple. So I don't need to explain any of it, but it requires that you have an ID. If you're just not just engaging with me, you're trying to enforce shit on me all the time. You're oppressing me, you're abusing me, you're lying about me, you're trying to intimidate me, you're trying to smear me to me. It's just fucking madness, and anonymously at that as well, which is just already covered in plenty of court cases already. I've got loads of fucking, oh God, this is just so stupid. It's just so stupid. And it's all just going to go to solicitors. And like I say, at any point, someone might just take this all up and go, fucking hell, there's loads of money to be made here. And I'll be all right, yeah, go on then. Do you know what I mean? I'm not even gonna. It's not like I'd put up a fight for anyone that wants to take. They could fucking proper rinse me as well, and I'd be like, yeah, all right, whatever. Go on, you want to do it? Wicked, go for it. You know, or even there might be people that want to take this up as a story now. You know, there might be actual real journalists now brave to say, I've never done any of this. I don't want to be public. I don't want to bring it out anymore, though, can I? Because nothing's fixed in itself, is it? I've written to the fucking king now and to the Archbishop. Funnily enough, there's a scandal about her now today as well. And she's not even taking it up yet. That's not even till next month. I mean, it's just all a fucking joke. It's all a fucking joke. So, again, this is why I'm not expecting, first point, I did expect the police might do something, but by this stage, I don't expect anyone to do anything. It is literally just God and Jesus's influence, which I don't believe is necessarily a single person. I don't know, but I wasn't there, so I'm not going to pretend I know. What I do know is what works and makes sense and resonates with my gut, and that's all I need to know, because when you work with that, it rewards you and it communicates back with you in the only ways that you need to know. And I just know from my own life experience how I'm probably the least stressed person, just in general, when left to my own devices, just on my own. I'm just probably the least stressed person, just because I've got that peace, you know. And that's only recently. That's only the last couple of years, certainly. Do you know what I mean? So, I mean, the transition did definitely happen about 3 years ago. But then certainly after becoming vegan, on top of like everything's changed, but it's only recently, and that's from so many times I should have died. So and I don't just mean in isolation. Like I don't know how the fuck I'm still here at all. Like it's still compos mentis, and it is pretty mad, really. So basically what I'm trying to say is like if I can fix up, look sharp, then so can anyone, pretty much. Okay, and I know God's got my back, so I can't have fucked up. If you're all trying to tell me how bad, if you think I'm that terrible, but God's obviously got my back now, then it can't be too hard for you. I can't imagine anything worse than living the way that you do, constantly chasing somebody else that you want to be something that they're not. And I mean, like you're wasting your life. You can't change what happens when you die. And you're saying God's got your back. So then why are you here harassing her? Well, that's not true, is it? That's so blasphemous, and that's only going to get you more, what's the opposite of brownie points? I don't know. Do you know what I mean? You're just so fucking up your own arse. You're just such a megalomaniac. This is why I do think you are somebody like the rich Clyde Stanhope that I came across. Well, I mean, like, to be fair, I've only come across the IT one. Could be, I don't know, could be anybody, but I mean, obviously somebody that's going to have a reputation, at least. Laugh out loud, pot kettle black, but it's just not happening, is it, mate? I've got an ID. It's very clear who I am. I'm on the internet. I'm on Company's House. Okay, I'm under duress, dealing with this shit in my space, my church, all day, every day, with you lot trying to somehow capitalize it to the point where it's going to make it right what you're doing. If I LOL in capitals, then it will make sense. No, it won't, mate. It will never make sense. You're just making it worse every fucking day. You're making it so much easier for me. Well, no, I'd say so much easier. It's so sad every day. It's still so sad every day. Again, Lyndon's still turning up. Every day I'm like, they can't still do this. Oh, and Jupiter, every time she goes live, I'm still shocked. Still shocked that she's trying to fool herself. And all those people in her chat. I'm still shocked every time because it is so ridiculous. It's so fucking ridiculous. And what is Hookley trying to pretend he's an old lady? Look, 9 minutes behind and Katie thinks someone on her channel is Bill Gates. I mean, that again makes me think that Wallace might be Bill Gates. Oh, I don't fucking know. Or connected to this is just so dumb. It's just like it's so textbook psychology. It's like one of the first, if you obsess about something, you've got an issue because it affects you, right? So I don't know how to put this nicely. It's common sense as well. I don't need to. I'm so exhausted I don't need to do this. Anyone can just like Google the stuff that I talk about, and it's all there in psychology, in common sense, in these guys and their denial and delusion. Just because there's a lot of them doing it at the same. I mean, again, this is basically the whole world's kind of done a bit of that at the same time. Just this denial about what is going on in certain places. Well, I don't know anymore. But again, John William, weird time that you joined. You're just anonymous nonces in my chat, still trying to do the same thing that's been going on for years now. But Kay never says her life is destroyed. Unlike it, yeah, but you're here still destroying my life, because whilst this is going on, my life's not changing, is it, at all? I've still got nonces all day, every day telling me how shit I am and how shit a mum I am, because I'm supposed to have been a perfect mother whilst I've got all of this attention 24/7 on and offline, by anonymous people, by actual criminals, by people who protect paedophiles. But I'm supposed to be a perfect mother and fight for my children and sort out the entire COVID issue all at the same time, whilst having all 3 meals cooked from fresh, yeah? And you're here because you just have to keep reminding me how shit I am at life, anonymous fellas. And me, Louise Thomas, and skanky whores like Rebecca Elizabeth Penman, and monsters like Ursula Michaela on the Avosa 7 Joan Crescent Eltham suck off paedophiles just because it's fun to get their kicks out of kicking Kaylee in the face along with paedophiles, and then cry if Kaylee doesn't die and writes to her neighbour. I haven't even got fucking started. I've not even, you silly cunts. Repent.
Who are these 20 special children?
There's Millie. She's a brown girl.
Millie who?
Millie Cowell.
Millie Cow.
And this is what they do with these young people.
So how do you know she's one of the 20?
And then they go and they call it fertility preservation. Police. They wanted her eggs. They involved social services. They're the safeguarding. They had no evidence of it. So they wrote to the GP. Maybe we could involve. They were trying everything to get her back in, to force her into chemo. So the next thing, a firm of solicitors, that is a very high profile law firm that deals with fertility and posthumous ownership of eggs when you're dead. High profile cases. Act pro bono for my son. Of course they were pro bono. Come on. They had 2 barristers in the court. They're not doing anything for nothing. They act pro bono and they want to get my daughter in and take away her choice to choose. She's 23 now. She's trying to do her own thing. And what they wanted, ultimately, what it came down to, can you imagine the stress? This is what they put to the court, ultimately. They kept changing it. And this is for everybody out there, listen to this crock of bull. They wanted me removed from my house that I pay the mortgage on for the last 23 years. My ex-husband and I owned that house. Now it's mine. They wanted me removed from my house and not being able to return, to continue to pay all the bills, for my daughter not to be able to see me and me not to be able to see my daughter, to put the boyfriend, ex-boyfriend, who she now alleges sexually assaulted her mother, who she refuses to have anything to do with, in my house, and for my daughter to be forced to Maidstone to have chemotherapy. She would have had to have gone in handcuffs. That's what they do in America, 23 years of age, and to be forced into a reconciliation with her two brothers. The panic and stress of my poor daughter. She was having panic attacks. She was having counselling by a wonderful doctor who did her capacity, who they're now coming after, the GMC. They had him in the inquest and tried mercilessly to get him. On the 19th of July, all of a sudden, the last couple of weeks, her oxygen saturation went up to normal. She'd had all this episode of all this mucus, clear mucus, that stopped. Her appetite was increasing. She was planning to go to a party. And we go, it's the hottest day, and she's going to this new osteopath because her osteopath's on holiday. And we knew the osteopath, our osteopath, for over 20 years. And we go and we see the osteopath. She doesn't need oxygen anymore because I had an oxygen machine at home for her. And we then went shopping to Marks and Spencer's. We had a laugh and joke about it. We walked round. She got mangoes. She went to Costa, to the toilet. The one at Maresfield, if you know it. She walked across Costa car park. I watched her. She rang me. She says, "Mummy, they've got coffee and they've got your favourite cake in here." And I'm like, "Oh, don't, sugar addiction." She comes out. We sit in the car laughing. She eats all her mango. And she says, "I'm going to eat my porridge for lunch," because she just had a smoothie in the morning and the juices. She goes home. She sits outside talking to her sister on FaceTime. They're having a good bitch out there. I could hear them. Her sister takes a screenshot of her, a live photograph of her at 22 minutes past 2. The handyman comes to our house. This is very important. The handyman comes to our house. We've known him for 20 years. He puts a great big mirror up in her sitting room upstairs we've made for her. Going to start ballet again soon. She was a ballerina. And he comes downstairs. He's putting the mirror that I had in the downstairs closet. She comes downstairs. It's now about 5:30-ish. And she says, "Oh, Mummy, I'm binge watching something upstairs on Netflix. Can you bring my lunch?" Because she was having it as dinner because she'd had her breakfast for lunch. "Can you bring it up to me? I'm sitting with the fan, binge watching upstairs." And then the handyman and her had a laugh about her skinny legs because she'd lost a stone with this diet. She was just over 7 stone and now she was 6 stone. He was laughing at her skinny legs in the shorts. They had a laugh. That's in his statement. They had a bit of banter. She goes upstairs. He leaves. She then calls me and I'm on the phone yakking, making her juice. And then she calls me again and then she bangs on the floor. It wasn't unusual. My kids used to bang on the floor. And I went upstairs. I said, "You all right?" She was having panic attacks. She goes, "I can't breathe." This is what would happen with the panic attacks. I said, so I sat down next to her. She was on the floor. I moved the tray with her food and put it on the bed. I said, "It's okay, just relax." And she went, my bowl, 528 hertz crystal bowl she liked. So I got up and I hit it and she carries on. And then all of a sudden she just passed out. Bubbles out the corner of her mouth, eyes rolled up in her head. And I'm going, Paloma, she was a fainter. Her brother's seen her faint. She was a fainter in her life. We also now know that she had partial right bundle branch block. It was on her ECG from when she was in hospital and she shouldn't have even had the drugs they gave her. And her brother, her twin brother, also missed his A-levels because he collapsed and was in a wheelchair for the best part of 7 months and had all natural medicine as I took him for heart scans and everything and got him back to school. And he had that right bundle branch block. And here he was, he had that. He was okay to make his choice, but he wouldn't afford his sister the same courtesy. So I laid her in the recovery position. I was afraid. Why was I afraid? Because I knew we were being dragged through the court. That morning, the GP had called me and said she was going on annual leave because she'd got children. The GP was wonderful. She'd been at my house the week before to see Paloma in the house. She'd also written in her notes, no breathlessness, Paloma, no facial swelling, Paloma was in good spirits and she was quite happy to carry on. And she was having regular bloods done through the GP. So the GP had been in my house the week before, and this was now the Friday the 19th. So she'd seen her, I think it was a Thursday, she'd seen her. And she wrote this in the inquest. It was in her notes and she gave witness testimony. They never called that handyman. They should have called him because he was the last one who saw her conscious with me. They never called him. They just read his statement out in the court because the coroner gets to decide who comes in. If you're doing a big cover-up, Coroner Catherine Judith Wood, you're not going to call in the particular ones, are you now? No, you're not. And you're just employed by the council. And this is common law. Those coroner's courts, we pay for them. They're for the people, of the people. We pay for it, right under the principles of common law. She's employed by the council. It's not her court. But these are being used as cover-up places. So they don't call him. The doctor would. She said, no swelling. She wasn't breathless. So the doctor's seen her, and the doctor said to me on the 19th, I'm going on annual leave. And I wanted wide-spectrum antibiotics because Paloma's lymphocytes were low, and I wanted budesonide, which is a particular drug. It's a steroid, which if she got pneumonia, it's fantastic to give it nebulized. And during COVID, they showed 100% recovery, even in intensive care units using budesonide. But they didn't use that in the UK. No. $33. No, they would rather use remdesivir at over $3,000 a pop and kill you. 53% mortality. That's another story. So she said, yes, I've written the prescription. I said, great, I'll go and get it. And she said, if you have to use it, you would ring an ambulance, wouldn't you? I went, of course I would. So I've got my phone in my hand. I put her in the recovery position. I run downstairs. And as I'm ringing, I hit my friend who's 3 minutes around the corner. I take the chain off the door and unlock the door. I run in my treatment room and I get an airway because I've got a treatment room I do intravenous vitamins. And I grab an airway and I run upstairs. And I put the airway and I put her on her back. And I was worried because she did have this mass in her chest and I didn't want to lie her flat. My friend arrives within minutes. I went, did you ring an ambulance? Because I said, can't ring an ambulance. She arrives. I said, did you ring an ambulance? No. I went, ring one. She calls one. It was minutes. So I said, get the oxygen. We put the oxygen nasal cannula in. We get her on that. You can hear my daughter's heartbeat because I said to her, I'm looking and I'm thinking, they said, are you doing CPR? I thought, but she's not cyanosed. So when you have cardiac arrest, you'll see cyanosis, bluey-grey tinge around the mucous membranes of the face, the fingertips, the nails. They might go clammy. This wasn't happening. I said, run downstairs and get my pulse oximeter. It's a £200 piece of kit. It's not a cheap one like the NHS use on the finger that they, mobile one. This is an expensive one. Works through infrared through the nail, and it will show if you've got. It's not just a case of it's beeping because you're pressing. So she gets that. We put it on her. All of a sudden, 110, 144. It's a pulse. And then it's going 34, 45, 50, or the sats are going up. I put the stethoscope in. I listen. I said, she's got a heartbeat. I'm going, Paloma. You hear all this on the 999 call. You hear them.
Again, let's just think about this logically, all right? I reckon you're a paedophile, and that's why you're so triggered and frantic all the time and just really upset that nobody believes you're an old lady. I genuinely believe you're a paedophile man. You could well be a paedophile woman, but you behave like a paedophile. Not only that, so many of the traits of people that have guilty consciences to that degree just lose sight and concept of reality and how other people will perceive situations. You don't need to be anywhere near me for a start. Okay, we're watching a woman who's talking about her daughter dying. This is very close to my own heart because my life's been destroyed over the very same situation overall, and so have many millions. And you know this. You know, millions of families have been destroyed over exactly this. You know this, and you know that you and your mates here on this shit show, however you got involved in the first place, you're all part of what's allowed this to happen. And so many people have lost children. Now, a woman who's quite prolific in this entire situation for also trying to prevent it happening is discussing now something very sinister, you know, in terms of her daughter being mistreated by the very people that have kind of fucked the entire planet. We're listening to her account of her daughter actually dying, I believe, at the moment. And all you've got to say is I should have dropped YouTube and got on with my So we'll just pretend that none of this is going on. None of this had anything to do with anything in anyone's life, no. It's all Kaylee's fault because she was on YouTube. But let's not forget, I wouldn't have been on YouTube if it wasn't for Justin Ormrod, who's been right at the centre of all of this shit. Going way back when, why so many fucking names, you cunt? In your Clacton caravan, if you're really there, Justin Ormrod, Jason Tyler, eMedia Hosting, WebberLogic, Right to Unity, Wake Up UK. Why so many names? Still coming along in the middle of the fucking night just to say that, oh, I left away. You don't need to talk about me over, you fucked cunt. You phoned me, didn't you, to get me to go to the police about Rick how many years ago? You stupid cunt. You did what? Christmas Day? With what video? A stolen how? How? Who asked to be my manager to protect me from all the men that were trolling me? Who asked who? Jason? Justin? And look what I've still got all of these years later, all these men trying to tell me that somehow I've done this to myself because I chose to be on YouTube. Like anyone could even escape social media anyway. And I wasn't. I was on MySpace because I was in a band. Then I was on Facebook, but I got kicked off of Facebook. And just looking into some court cases I didn't even know had happened last year. So fuck a Borg and co. I'll be in contact really soon. Again, some of you lot may well be could well be. I don't know how human half these idiots even are in the first place. I don't know. I've literally grown up in a family full of people in denial what the human psyche is capable of doing to itself in terms of denial. I'm fully aware. So I don't know what I'm dealing with at the end of the day. That's why you can only have your faith in Mother Earth and God, which I believe is the law pretty much, isn't it? Yeah, I wasn't even reading. It's just so dumb, isn't it? These men, there's no buffer. You've had a buffer with all of these idiots, all of the idiots from your Michaelas to your, I don't know how involved half the people that are left were in the beginning. I'm not sure, but you've got no buffer. You're just here trying to, what is it that do you even have it? Like, what's the motive anymore? What can you say? Like, how did you, would you just want me to feel bad? Do you actually want me to kill myself? Are you still trying to have people believe that I shouldn't be listened to and that I warranted being killed off in effect over and over and over again? What are you trying to achieve from being here talking about my children, you weirdo? In a way to try, it's not even that you're here saying inappropriate things about them. Like, you literally trying to use my children to hurt me. You're just showing how sadistic you can't think of anything that is still better than doing that in terms of implicating yourself. So, like, where's your drive coming from? Like, what do you need? Do you need that pleasure of knowing that you're hurting me on a level or something? Because you're not doing that even very well, are you, at all? Obviously, every time you cunts have mentioned my children, but you'll get your karma for it. Do you know what I mean? You'll get your karma for it. You've literally created a monster you're never, ever, ever, ever going to get rid of now. So, like, it's just like the biggest fucking backfire ever. Whoever's fucking bright idea it was to just try and bully me. I mean, like, well, I don't know. Some of you, it was way more sinister than that all along, wasn't it? But hey, it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know what you think you're going to achieve here, Wallace. It's pretty fucking pathetic. Pretty fucking pathetic and sad. And Clyde Stanhope and John, possibly Phantom, possibly Demon, possibly Bill Gates, possibly who fucking knows. But I mean, there's only going to be so many people left, like, that really are going to have to take the shit. Eventually, enough people will have stepped down. There's going to be certain people that are left, just like with the liability. That's how it's going to work. But I mean, then again, everyone is stepped down. You're still liable for the decisions you made. So there's stuff going on everywhere, isn't there? So I'm pretty chill about it, to be honest. Again, just going to draw attention to the fact there's a load of men here. All they talk about is paedophilia anonymously. They project onto myself and Jake, who are public. But I'm literally on Company's House for anybody who's new. I've literally registered myself to protect myself because they've deleted me for like as long as the internet's fucking existed, really. So I can't really hide myself anymore. Well, I could. I'm saying I couldn't expose myself anymore than actually being registered at my home address, you know, in my own name. You know, everybody knows who Jake's been around for ages as well as himself, you know, so we're known, yet we're hounded 24/7 by a group of people that are literally obsessed with Hampstead, trying to tell us that we're obsessed with Hampstead. No, we're obsessed with protecting children, and because that's not been investigated yet, and 10 years down the line, fuck me sideways, hasn't a lot gone on to make sure that it's not investigated. I think everyone's a bit like exhausted at this point, but it's really clear, isn't it, that as anonymous people, it's far more sinister that you're lurking around us trying to tell us that we're paedophiles when we're the people that are out there with our faces and names. And you know, like, it's just, again, it's just common sense, isn't it? But it is what it is. You just crack on. You're not winning anything at all. You're just making it worse for yourselves every day. And it is coming to an end. It literally is coming to an end, and you're not making it any better for any of the idiots that have got caught up in it along the way as well. You can't make it work as anonymous people. It's as simple as that. You've got no ID. It's as simple as that. You're just there to try and influence things without being brave enough to. You don't want to own it, which means it's not good. It's as simple as that. If you were proud of your actions, you'd do it with your ID. You'd do it with your face. You'd do it with your chest. You'd do it with your voice. Same way that if Jupiter was okay with everything that she was saying, she wouldn't block people from having their right of response. Madness. Absolute fucking madness. To create a space where she thinks she can just abuse the fuck out of people in public and use false controls to stop them having their right of response for years, whilst the things that they were talking about all came to fruition and so many people are dead. I mean, it's so bad. It's just so bad. And again, these are all traits, funnily enough, that we're all spoken about in the Bible. She professes to be a Christian, the biggest blasphemers in the world on YouTube. It's insane.
Infrared through the nail, and it will show if you've got it's not just a case of it's beeping because you're pressing. So she gets that, we put it on her, all of a sudden 110, 144, it's a pulse, and then it's going 34, 45, 50, or the sats are going up. I put the stethoscope in, I listen, I said, she's got a heartbeat. I'm going, Paloma. You hear all this on the 999 call. You hear the machine in the background, beep, 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 beep. And then you can hear the alarm going off, because of the heartbeat was so high, it will alarm. Now they all arrive, they start to arrive, they're tanking. The first paramedic arrives. He comes in, he's got an intraosseous gun in his hand. He said, she's very slight. I say she's under 6 stone. The witness with me also writes that in her statement. Exactly what I've told you. It's identical. And she writes exactly that. He says she's very slight. I say she's under 6 stone. They never called that witness. The person who was with me in the room, they never called her. He denies that that was ever said at the inquest. He denies it. There was 2 witnesses heard him say that. He then shoots her in the leg with an intraosseous gun. And then they do their thing. More and more arrive. The air ambulance arrives. Before we know it, she's had 3 doses of adrenaline, 1 milligram, in a girl that's under 6 stone. By the time they finished, they gave her about just under 12 times the dose they should have given her for that body weight. I suddenly watched my daughter's entire body go ashen blue. It's called circulatory collapse. The exact words out my mouth were, "Oh, F, they've killed her. I'm not in the room anymore." It's a big, big bedroom with an ensuite, but there's 8 of them in there, admitted by the doctor on the stand at the coroner's court, Dr. David Bentley. I put it to you, sir, you have committed perjury. He said he walked in the room and he saw her, and yes, she was normal coloured. Capillary refill when he picked her skin up was 3 seconds. And he could see this mass in her chest that measured this by this by this. So he's telling you he's using his eyes. But he then says, I say, did you see the circulatory collapse? No, it was too dark. It was about 8:40, 8:45 on a summer's evening. Sorry, 6:18, 45. July 19th, with a massive window. So it's a white, clear summer's night. He's just put a femoral line in her groin that you need to be able to see. I said, we just put a femoral line in. He said, oh, yeah, I didn't need to see for that. Come on. I then asked him as well, how do you account for the fact that you could hear her heart continually beating on the 999 call? Oh, she was going in and out of cardiac arrest. Honestly, you couldn't make this up. The LifePak 15 machine, which they attached her to, is a contemporaneous primary piece of evidence. It's made by Stryker. Stryker in the United States. Don't take me for a fool, anybody out there, because I've contacted Stryker and I now have a case reference number. If you were on your phone, Liam, and you made a phone call and you had a car crash and you said, no, I wasn't on my phone, what are they going to look at as evidence? Your phone records. And what are they going to take as evidence? Your word or your phone records? Your phone records. There is endless case law regarding the LifePak 15 machine. That is contemporaneous when paramedics or doctors have lied. That is primary evidence. She was never in cardiac arrest. It is on there. You can see that she's got a pulse. She's got oxygen sats. She's got an ECO2, meaning she was never in respiratory arrest. Why did I say on the 999 call she's dying? Because I knew it would be a category A. Get them out there quicker. If only I'd known that they were going to come in my house and kill her. So that LifePak machine gives me the printout, and there it is. I've got the printout. It's there. I find it then in the bundle when the coroner's court. I've sent hundreds and hundreds of reports to Sussex Police. I even gave Jo Shiner an invoice for 50k for doing her job for her, and told her she's derelict in her duty. She needs to stand down for impersonating a police officer. We've given her all the evidence. My daughter was never in cardiac arrest. Their own records prove it. And Dr. David Bentley on that stand said, oh, I disagree with that equipment. Oh, really, Dr. Bentley? Well, let's see what Stryker say about that. Because all of what goes into that machine out and gets stored for 7 years. So I've now got administrators. So I've gone back with everything and asked them for the serial number of that machine, but they're not giving it. There was also the fact that once they got my daughter into the hospital and I next saw her, they wouldn't let me in the ambulance. They wouldn't let me in the ambulance. I said, can I come in the ambulance? No. That was how they answered me. I thought, this is really not, something's not right here. They sat outside my house for another 20 plus minutes with her in the back of the ambulance. They didn't take the air ambulance back. They go down to Brighton. In the back of the ambulance, they give her rocuronium. They give her midazolam, they give her more adrenaline, and they give her more rocuronium. These are drugs that they use to paralyze you. She wasn't coming out of that. They use them on death row as well. And they use them in organ harvest. So they get my daughter down to Brighton. When I next see her, I said, what is that? It's this huge surgical emphysema in her neck. So what had happened, and I've seen the scans now. He's gone in, paramedic Bass, with an airway that's too big. I've done my advanced trauma and life support. He goes in with an airway that's too big and it causes barotrauma. So air escapes into the surrounding tissue. Now you've got this air in there. He then has to switch to an adolescent size because she's small. He then tries to get a cannula and he can't get it in. So he uses an adolescent size and it fits because you use the biggest ones and they have to go down. So they go in with adult doses, 1 milligram every 3 to 5 minutes. So you are quite beefy. Imagine giving an under 6 stone girl, and let's say a 20 stone man, you get the same dose. Women have got more fat. It's going to take a lot longer to metabolize it. The studies show the paramedic 1, 2, and 3 trials, and the Warwick University is running that on the people of Sussex. They ran the paramedic 3. But there was a French study showing that by the third dose of adrenaline, your brain is damaged. They're delivering organs. 2.7% survival once you've had that adrenaline, if you've had more than 3 doses. And at 1 year, it's just over 1% survival. My daughter had those doses and she wasn't even in cardiac arrest. They shouldn't have given it. They didn't follow the protocol. So Bass, Bentley, and then some other guy, Cody. I don't know what he was doing on the stand. And Bentley said, oh, maybe, when you were doing the CPR, she was coming in and out of cardiac arrest. He said he didn't know the consultant from intensive care, but it turns out he worked in the intensive care for years because all of their Twitter pages have been erased shortly after my daughter's death, but their pinned tweet is a later one, so they've taken stuff off. But there he is. I went down his whole Twitter feed. I kept going back, all the people connected. There he is in the intensive care unit at Brighton. My new office, what a view. So he did, and the consultant said, oh, you might have seen Dr. Bentley on the unit. He was the one in your house. And yet, at the inquest, he said he never saw Paloma after the house. And he didn't know the consultant, but the consultant trains the air ambulance. He trains the paramedics. He's very entrenched in the university. He's a dean of the university and going to Maidstone Hospital. And this is now Brighton. Do you see the connection? They're all connected. And so my daughter's she's now in intensive care. The scan shows she's got pulmonary edema. She's got fluid collecting around her heart, which is called cardiac tamponade. The policies are that you address it immediately. Immediately. They didn't do it for 2 days. I only found this out later, but on the second day I said, she was swelling up. I said, if you don't do anything, I'm going to sue you for your house, your car, your mortgage, your pension. I'm suing you in your personal capacity, not the trust. I'm coming after you. So they do the operation. She sailed through it and all the fluid went down. But in the notes, which we then read at the inquest, it had already caused right ventricular failure. They left her. They let her die. So I'm speaking to a consultant from the NHS who's now abroad, who spoke out in COVID times. He's afraid. And he's saying, get them to do this, get them to do this, get them to do this. So I said straight away, she's not for organ donor, She's opted out. And they just looked at me. I said, she's opted out. We are power of attorney. And all they were interested in was seeing the documents for power of attorney. But because they weren't registered yet with the courts, they said they weren't going to honour it. But then they did honour it in the notes and said they weren't going to treat her because she didn't want. So this is what happened. He calls me up the day after they do this drain from the fluid around her heart, the consultant, Peter Anderson, and he says, we want to make your daughter do not resuscitate. I went, absolutely not. You're not doing that. You do everything to save her. And he said, we've done a brainstem test this morning. I said, you're not supposed to do that without us there. Why did you do that? He didn't tell us. It's supposed to be, the policies are that you're meant to be told. And I said, you can do another one. He said, why? I went, what do you worry about? You're not paying the electric bill. And he agreed to do it. So there's a time limit of how long it takes for these drugs to go out your body. They're going to still be in your body. You could do a drug clearance test. You could do toxicology on the liver and on the kidneys to make sure those drugs are out of the body, because those drugs will suppress brain activity. They will also suppress breathing. So if you're doing a brainstem test and you're taking the ventilator off them and they've got enough drugs in them to still suppress it, you're going to make brain damage worse. They never did those drug tests on her. They just went ahead and did that brainstem test. And then I said, I want you to do an MRI scan, because the CT scan they did said at the bottom, suspicious of particular brain injury, suspicious of. Please do an MRI scan to confirm. So I said, I want you to do the MRI scan. And he said, no, she's brainstem dead. And I said, well, then do the MRI scan, because it shows blood flow. He said, I can't. She's not stable enough. And if she dies on the table, it'll upset my staff. We wrote witness statements to this, and he admitted he said that in the inquest. Well, I'm sorry, but, correct me if I'm wrong here. Can you die twice?
I don't think so.
No. So he wouldn't do the MRI scan. They did the next brainstem test on her, but they had to stop it all of a sudden because all the machines went off. And it's interesting. they turned the screen away where they were trying to intubate her again. They told me she had narrowing. Now, going back to the inquest, one of the paramedics with the red epaulets, a critical care one who was in the inquest, Karen Clark, she said when she entered, she found there was resistance trying to get the airway in that she was trying to put in. Well, of course, because Bass has just caused loads of barotrauma by ramming one in that's too big. She said, I assumed it was the mass. So I said, how long have you been a paramedic? And she'd been 14 years, critical care, really well qualified. And so she said 14 years, I think it was. And I said, how many mediastinal masses have you come across? None, she said. I said, but you assumed it was the mass. So I then said, so when you put in the laryngoscope that opens up the airway, and the coroner interrupted, and I told her to be quiet. You know, this was my arena, not hers, because the coroners are not medically trained. They're not Quincy. I don't even know what she trained in, just solicitor, I think she was. She certainly doesn't know the 2009 coroner's guidelines because she just broke them all the time. Anyway, so I said to this Karen Clark, so when you put the laryngoscope in, could you see any tumor? She said, and the coroner interrupted again. I said, stop interrupting me. And I said, was her airway patent? Yes. That means there was no obstruction. Her airway was patent. She was able to pass that airway. So they say, your daughter's brainstem deaf. We're going to turn the ventilator off. Now, at that time, you may remember the case where the two doctors, the two consultants and the little girl, they didn't want them to turn the ventilator off. And the next thing, the father tried to stop them and all the police and the security jump in. The guy has a heart attack. The doctor has a heart attack and he takes them to court. They throw the parents out. It's horrific. So we're all braced because I know if I do anything, they're going to throw us out. Thank God I didn't, because behind the scenes, once we read all the notes in the inquest, they were up to every dirty dealing you can imagine. Liaising with Maidstone, all sorts of stuff. And it's called self-exculpatory evidence, what I'm going to tell you now. And I say this because it's fact, because I've got the notes. And he admitted it in the coroner's court. So they agreed to turn the ventilator off the next day. And of course, we're on the phone to lawyers and everything. And then it was too late to get a high court ruling. They never ever did a blood test to check any drugs are out. I'm in there. And they turned the ventilator. And I watched my daughter and I watched her father grab her face and he fell apart. I went, don't do that because she's going to stay. Just don't. And I told the staff, and the doctor removes the endotracheal tube, which he shouldn't have done. He shouldn't have done that. But he removes it. And I told them to get out. They leave. And I move the pillow and I push my daughter's jaw up because she's had this tube out her mouth. And I put her teddy and her shawl. And I watch her go ashen. And then my daughter said, Mummy, I want to hug her. They were best friends. There was only 19 months between them. They were best friends. She said, I want to hug her. So I lift my daughter up and I pull her over towards me. My daughter got on the bed. She put her arm under her sister, another arm around her. And she went to sleep for 45 minutes, hugging her sister's body as the life drifted out of her. And we left her in privacy. And I said, do not leave this room ever. And if they tell you to leave, you don't. You call me. We're going to be downstairs. So we go downstairs. My friend and her husband, who are Christians, are with us. My good friend Simone Plow is with me. My ex-husband and I. And my friend goes out and smokes God knows how many fags. We'd been saying, we'd had psalms playing and praying over her. I'm Christian. And I'd said to my daughter when they were going to remove the ventilator, I said, my darling, if the Lord is calling you, it's okay to go. I'll be okay. Daddy will be okay. Oriana will be okay. And I know you've forgiven your brothers. And I've forgiven them. I said, it's okay if the Lord's calling you. And I went downstairs and I'd brushed her hair with a Tangle Tease brush to get hair from the roots. And I'd got this and I'd given it to my ex-husband. I said, keep that, stuff it in a bag, keep it, because we needed it. And we go downstairs, and then we couldn't get the death certificate. And we go back upstairs, and Peter Anderson, I swear, the way he acted. And he said, well, I'm referring this to the coroner. The coroner's going to be very interested in this case. And I said, why? And he said, because of her age, because of that huge mass in her neck. This was a surgical emphysema. What a liar. The mass was there, but not that. And he said, he paused and he put his head to the side and just looked at me and I went, and because it's me, and he went, yes. This is what witnesses saw it and said it. So we go away and we organise for her, and we get the phone call. There's going to be an autopsy. That was all we got. Later, we were to discover that the coroner, Karen Henderson, who doesn't work in Sussex, organises this autopsy. She's ticked no toxicology, don't take any blood, no tissue samples. So now would be a perfect time to take a tissue from the mass and prove that it was what they said it was, right? Because they only had a differential diagnosis. My daughter wouldn't have any more biopsies. She was going to wait a year. This is what she said. She would wait a year for a scan. And they didn't. It was a standard autopsy that was ordered. So they go ahead with this. They didn't tell us we could have a representative, because I would have had one there, would have had a pathologist there. They broke all the coronial service guidelines, and Dr. Peter Anderson, who is a consultant anaesthetist in this area, he removed all the medical paraphernalia from my daughter's body before she goes down for autopsy, before she goes down to the mortuary. You're not allowed to do this. Even I know this. You have to leave everything in situ. Our pathologist said on the stand that only happened once in her career, and it was a big thing. In order to remove all the medical paraphernalia when there's a coroner's inquest, you have to have a particular certificate signed by the coroner. It's in their own guidelines. Jervison guidelines, the 2009 coroner guidelines, written, co-authored by Alison Hewitt, who was brought in from the City of London as a senior barrister in KC to be in the inquest for barrister for the coroner to try and attack me. So this is, she's approximately on about 10k a day. Taxpayers funding this in Kent. So they don't take any tissue samples. He's removed all the medical paraphernalia. And when I questioned this on the stand, I've now reported it to the police that he's done this because my pathologist said there was no medical paraphernalia in her when she looked at the autopsy report later. I report it to the police because it's perverting the course of justice. I report it to the GMC. I report it to the trust before the inquest. So on the stand, he said, oh, yes, I removed all of that. Please do accept my apologies on behalf of myself and the trust. No, I don't accept them, Peter Anderson, because I'm coming after you. So he said, but I don't believe any of that medical paraphernalia caused her death. She didn't have much in. What did she have in? Well, she had a central line. She had this, she had that, she had this. I said, so quite a lot of equipment then. And he said, I don't believe it caused her death. And he said he believed that she died of a brain injury that happened in the house. He believed she had a heart attack that caused the brain injury caused by the cancer. This is what he said. That's like saying, oh, I stabbed her, but I know it wasn't the knife, so I wiped it clean and tossed it in the river, but that's not the cause of death. You can't say that the hospital or the medical paraphernalia doesn't cause the death. This is why we have autopsies. This is why we have inquests, inquisitorial. Bring all the evidence in. Well, not in this case, because the coroner gets to decide, and she cherry-picked because they had a narrative. That wasn't an inquest for my daughter. It was nothing more than a propaganda slur because of what my daughter's death has uncovered.
My first classes helped for a while.
We get it back, not for me personally, but where it is. And I said, right, have a good look at her. You see, no examination of the brain. So no CT, only a CT that said that there was suspicions of this and this and this. So they never do an MRI scan of her head, and they don't examine her brain to prove that it was brain injury. And that's why they were turning the ventilator off. They do a very basic examination of her heart, which on the inquest states no old or new evidence of infarct. That means no heart attack. No heart attack. That's what it means, people. They didn't preserve her heart. Now, we had our own pathologist at the inquest and she ripped them to pieces. Her transcript of her testimony is phenomenal and you can all read it soon. We can't give you the recordings, but we'll give the transcripts. And they reported her as well. And we gave her report to the police before the inquest. And the police broke their own GDPR by giving that report to the coroner without our permission. That's okay, Joe Shiner, because I'm coming for you right now on that one. As these people all know, we've been very busy behind the scenes waiting for the whole slur to end. So they didn't save her heart. They didn't do any other. There was no heart attack. And yet the coroner's now written heart attack that led to a brain injury caused by non-Hodgkin's lymphoma B. That on the death certificate is worth nothing because none of it can be backed up with evidence, not a single piece of it. So I got my daughter's body back.
I do think you're Danny West, you know. Now, remember, I have you record if you are Danny West. I mean, you have to. Somebody has to be Danny West. You can't be that addicted, and again, I'm not saying to me specifically, but the situation, the whole YouTube thing, which has ended up being just whatever the fuck this is. But yeah, let's again just draw attention to the fact we've got anonymous men talking about fucking sex and shit, but nobody pulls anybody. We've got a woman talking about her child dying, her daughter dying. This is obviously very, very fucking personal to me, this entire situation story. Quite fucking traumatic, this situation in and of itself, even if we weren't listening to this at this point in time. But what are you doing? Talking about sex? Because this is what old lady... Are you fucking... Right, because... YouTube are going to have to, we've obviously got your details, your handles, right? YouTube are going to be put in a position where they're going to have to dive to actually work for YouTube, perhaps. I don't know. Involved in some Pfizer shit, I don't know. Involved in the Red Cross, I don't know. Involved in getting the Grennans locked up, I don't know. There's a lot of dead people. There's a lot of dead people. A lot of people have been locked up, sectioned, suicide, you know, actual suicide and, you know, suicided. And still, as anonymous people, you really think that you're convincing anybody, anywhere, of anything other than exactly what I've been saying all along? Which, again, all the evidence of all of it. I mean, we're literally looking at in real time exactly why I don't have my children with me. This is an exact... So, see, she was in the public eye. She... you know, was still around her children, and look, her daughter's dead. So are we really still going to keep going with I'm a shit mum who abandoned her children? Are we going to keep doing that, are we? I'm not saying Kate should have abandoned her child. I'm not saying that at all. It's just I've been very aware, especially since Mr. Edwards warned me exactly what was going to happen. So... do you know what I mean? Like, we're listening to a woman talking about what exactly my biggest fear, literally, she's literally telling us my biggest fear was exactly that. One of my children dying at the hands of whatever part got them, but one of my children dying and me being able to do nothing about it. This is my worst nightmare that I'm listening to here. And I've got you lot talking about sex in my chat and being vulgar, and you wonder why I call you nonsense. Obsessed nonsense, fucking monsters. And then your Rebecca Elizabeth Penmans, your Michaela Onyevosas, your Babs, your Wendy's, your Valerie Strouds, All of you. Getting kicks out of it. Amie, getting fucking kicks, still talking about baby burgers yesterday, you sick cunt. Your son's going to fucking hate you. Vile, vile people. Vile people. There needs to be a good, what's the word? Draining of the swamp, let's say, in a lot of places. A lot of fucking places. So fucking sick. So fucking sick. But thank God it's coming to an end. It is coming to an end. Look at this sick fuck. Who's not delusional and is just in touch with any level of reality would even say something like that at this point? You are so desperate for me to not be me. It's ridiculous. You fucked up so bad. You know you have. So many of you have fucked up so bad. And you're fucked now because you thought you'd get away with it and you're not going to. It's the personality disorder, says the guy who's been sat around with nonces for years on end, telling me I'm getting sectioned, that I'm getting this, I'm getting that, I need to do this, I need to do that, then I need to take all the vulgar, disgusting abuse and then hear about you. It's just like the most absurd, abusive relationships. So many, just because you've got access to somebody, you happily tell them you do it just to get your kicks. You actually say it. This is exactly what doctors are just mocking her in her face over the death of their child that they're causing. This is going on everywhere. And you sick cunts are part of it. Are you that fucked in the head on your drugs and your alcohol? I don't know. Probably a lot of the time, but you are part of this satanic situation that is oppressing and traumatizing and fucking up women and children all over the planet. And the mockery that comes off the back of it is just, it's disgusting. But it's going on everywhere, and because people are too scared to see it for how bad it is, unless it's happening to them, people just ignore it and allow it to go on. Well, thank God she's got balls. She knows what she's talking about. She knows the law. She knows what she's doing, and she's doing it. But you think people aren't going to see how strange it is that there's a group still just being sick and just ignoring what this woman's saying? If anything, it's just to make her or me to ridicule. You don't think that people are going to just see that this is a bit fucked up, fellas? And all the fucking idiots that have jumped in on this gig, what is your fucking purpose? What are you doing? Why are you here on YouTube? We know that people get paid a lot of money. Are you one of the people that got paid a lot of money? If not, what's your purpose? Why are you on YouTube? Do you have your own ID? Because it's especially bad if you get paid and you don't have your own ID, or you're taking perks, or you're covering up paedophilia or genocide, and you don't even use your own ID. Because that would mean generally you're getting perks somewhere that will then need to be explored by the relevant authorities in due course. That's what's going to happen. Like I've said a million times, I can't make anybody do anything, but we can hold people to account. Okay, so if the right people aren't in, then the wrong people need to step down and let the right people step in. The positions are there. The work's there to be done, or a lot of the work's that it's been done, just needs to be signed off by the people in the position. If we need to switch around who's in the positions, that's what we needed to do. And look at you flapping 3 in a row, boom, boom, boom. She's a repeat offender. So, oh my God, you're talking about me, you fucking weird cunt, a repeat offender for hurty words on the internet, defending myself, because literally all we've got on the internet is our words and ID, and you fucking melts don't even have your ID. Pathetic cunt, so pathetic.
Recordings, but we'll give the transcripts. And they've reported her as well. And we gave her report to the police before the inquest. And the police broke their own GDPR by giving that report to the coroner without our permission. That's okay, Joe Shiner, because I'm coming for you right now on that one. as these people all know. We've been very busy behind the scenes waiting for the whole slur to end. So they didn't save her heart. They didn't do any other. There was no heart attack. And yet the coroner's now written heart attack that led to a brain injury caused by non-Hodgkin's lymphoma B. That on the death certificate is worth nothing because none of it can be backed up with evidence, not a single piece of it. So I got my daughter's body back, but they've got the wrong name on the death certificate. The original death certificate just said large cell lymphoma B, and we got them to remove that. And it said to be determined at inquest. Now the Banana Republic's come up with complete rubbish that Peter Anderson comes up with. I believe it was this, this, and this. What? So we have an autopsy, but we believe the doctor from the intensive care unit that trains the paramedics and the air ambulance, the very ones that overdosed her with adrenaline, that should have given her a pediatric or a small person's dose, according to their own literature. And how do we know she was overdosed on adrenaline? Because she had copious amounts of pink, frothy mucus streaming down her nose. The suction bottles were full of it. Her SATs began to drop. And when we said to him about the pink, frothy mucus, he said, oh, yes, I saw it. But I've never seen that at any other time in my career. Really? When you're training the air ambulance, when you're training paramedics, when you're a dean at the universities, when you're a top anaesthetist, and it says in your own training manual that pink frothy mucus and pulmonary edema, which they've diagnosed now on a scan, which we now have all the notes, diagnosed on the scan states pulmonary edema. All the evidence is there, and it states that these are absolute indicators of adrenaline overdose in small people and children is pink frothy sputum, the mucus, which the suction bottle, when I got there, was half full and there was suctioning out of her nose. And my friend said they've emptied that bottle. That was full. And he said he's never seen it before. There are so many publications on PubMed and everywhere about that very thing. So I find it very hard to believe that someone of that position, who's a dean, who trains, doesn't know that. Really? Well, I'm coming for all of you. You just have to, it's all there. So they put the wrong name on the death certificate. So now I can't go and apply for administrator, because if I do, what am I doing? I'm committing fraud. It took us months, nearly 6 months, to get that corrected. But anyway, we go to an undertaker that we know, and we have my daughter cremated. And we have a celebration of her life. And there was only 25 of us there. The 7 friends, she named 6 of them. My daughter, and I'll tell you about that at the end. And we have a wonderful ceremony. But before we leave to go to the place where we were having the meal with everything she loved, the flowers and her pictures and all her friends talking about who she is, I go into the back, and there's her white coffin. The flowers are taken off, and there's the undertaker and the guy that owns the crematorium. And the oven is fired up because we paid extra for that. They don't cremate you all in the same day normally because it's too costly. I brought her into the world. And the undertaker, who's a good friend, he was with us at the funeral. He said, when you're ready, Kate, her dad couldn't come in. And I'd seen her at the funeral place. She was just wrapped in one white cotton sheet, which is biblical. And I'd seen her. I was the only one who saw her. This tiny, beautiful girl. And there I was standing next to, and I could feel the heat of the oven. And I could see it. And she's on this runner. And I said, I'm ready. Yes. And the door opened and all the heat came out and her coffin went in. And I watched the door go down. And my daughter was now. And the next day I got her ashes. And the next day I pressed a big red button on the emails and we began. We had the celebration of her life. We stayed 2 nights there. And we came back and we started. Now, I haven't told anybody this, but I want to tell you. And I decided you were going to be the one I would go public and tell about this. I'm good friends with the pathologist now, very good friends with her. I'd already looked into near-death experiences in my lifetime because when I'd nursed people, I've seen a lot of death. I worked in a gynecology ward as well, where we did abortions, suction termination of abortion. I've blood all over my hands. And I've seen people traumatically die gradually. I've done last rites where you wash them, you tag them, you tie the toes, the knees, the wrists together, ready for them to go down to the mortuary. This is why I know you don't remove anything. You tape everything in situ. And there was times in my career where I've thought, who is that? I was in a room once and I thought, I felt like there was nobody in there when I went in, just me, the nurse. And that was it. But the nurse had gone off to get something. And I'm looking at the guy and I opened the door quickly on a room because I thought, there's someone else in here. And I was only young. And that stayed with me. It was just at the end of my nurse training, Glasgow Royal Infirmary. So I'm fast asleep. It's 3 weeks after my daughter's death. We're talking constantly about this brain injury, and I'm talking to my researcher, my ex-husband, and they didn't open her head, and what are we going to do about this? And all of a sudden, my daughter wakes me up, and she's right in my face above me, and she's shouting, "Mummy! Mummy!" And that's how they used to shout me when they used to get cross in my house. And my daughter has hands like mine. Rub your finger on my hand. They're really soft, but they don't look it.
They're all right.
Yeah, they're like transvestite hands. They're really big. My daughter had beautiful, delicate hands, but she had my skin, wrinkly. She was the only one of my 3 kids that looked like me, but she was much better in every way, better looking, better everything, smart. So anyway, she had these funny hands, and she said, "Mummy, Mummy!" And I thought, oh my gosh, but she's dead. Does she not know she's dead? What is this? Oh. And she said, "Why are you holding on to my head? Why are you holding on to my head?" And I thought, am I awake? Am I asleep? And all of a sudden I felt her hands. I was asleep with one hand above my head, one down. I felt her little hands slide into my hands. It was the most surreal experience. And I gripped them and was rubbing to see if I could feel the skin. And it was her hands. And I started to weep. And I gripped them. And I just went to sleep, back to sleep. Anyway, I woke up. It was an hour later at my clock when she'd shouted. It was 12:30, and now it's 1:30. And I thought, God, I need the toilet. And her hands were still there. And I let go of her hands. And I felt totally peaceful. Totally, utterly peaceful about it all. 3 weeks later. And I went to the bathroom and I sat there and I thought, why are you holding on to my head? Why are you holding on to my head? So when I go back to bed the next day, I get up and I have this ritual. I go into the room that was her sitting room. We call it the Coimbra Suite because she lived in Portugal for a year as part of her 4-year Cambridge course. She was at Cambridge Uni. And there's a great big picture of her and all her beloved books and her these little ruby red slippers that she had.
Again, for the benefit of anybody that's still struggling to figure out why I've got an issue with all of the people that have jumped into bed with these characters to platform them, abuse me, silence me, allow for the most disgusting slander and whatnot to replace my real life when I had no interest in this fucking fake popularity contest or telling each other to suck your mums and all of this. So I was doing real life, you know, and quite concerned about a lot of things that were already going on in the real world. But what we've got here, so we're just going to ignore this woman talking about her daughter, and I've just explained why. Obviously, this is for me. I just can't believe this is happening. I literally still every single day cannot believe that you're still doing this. Can't believe you're still. So we're just going to still pretend that you're not hearing this account of what's actually going on. You're still trying to talk about something, and you're lying. I haven't touched cocaine. The last time I was anywhere near cocaine is when I found it on my children's father's work trousers, a wrap. That's the last I encountered cocaine. I haven't done it for I can't remember. So no, I was not on cocaine at all. Okay, I did have a panic attack and didn't manage to take a breathalyzer, and I did accidentally assault a police officer on the way in. They did note, though, for all of you that like to tell me how not strong I am, they did fucking note a few times, and it's on camera how many of them it did take to get me moved around in the station itself at times. Okay, so no, I was not coped up. That was Russell McGarry's daughter, I believe. You're crossing wires. This is why we're not supposed to gossip about people in public. You're not supposed to gossip about people at all. You're especially not supposed to do it in public, okay, as anonymous people, whilst she's already just told you that her worst nightmare is being spoken about by a woman in a very similar situation, is actually living through it and explaining it to us. And you're trying to do this to me, trying to tell me that I was coked up when that just didn't happen. Now, again, what's the rest of the world going to make of this situation? Who needs to hear these things about what Kaylee was doing and how many years ago anyway? And I'm a coke freak, says the actual coke freak man who tells us that he comes here to abuse me and laugh at me. And this is why YouTube, this is all going to get sent to you. You're not going to be able to get out of this. Your fucking platform has allowed this to go on for how many fucking years? Whilst our children die and suffer at the hands of sadistic cunts. All right, so every piece of shit in YouTube that's made money out of the suffering of me and other people, you are going to be held to account. All right? That's all I can say, whether it's by me, by God, by your own families, by your own conscience, whatever. Okay, there's no way in hell people don't know some of the shit that's going on. It was too fucking obvious. But again, like I say, I've been working really hard with AI to make sure that all of this is well documented in places that can't be sabotaged. And my job's done as far as I'm concerned. So you lot crack on talking about my children, my past, my life, how shit I am, whilst this woman's telling us about her daughter dying. You don't make it look whatsoever that you're anything to do with paedophiles or Big Pharma or the media at all. You must just be normal, decent human beings. Mustn't be invested in any of these despicable things whatsoever. I mustn't be a bit concerned now because it's all going to catch up with you very soon. And people aren't going to be impressed, are they?
Went to the bathroom and I sat there and I thought, why are you holding on to my head? Why are you holding on to my head? So when I go back to bed the next day, I get up and I have this ritual. I go into the room that was her sitting room. We call it the Coimbra Suite because she lived in Portugal for a year as part of her 4-year Cambridge course. She was at Cambridge Uni. And there's a great big picture of her and all her beloved books and her these little ruby red slippers that she had. And I every morning and every night I hit this 528 hertz bowl. I hit it and I go, morning Paloma or good night Paloma. And I went and I hit this bong and I said, what are you trying to tell me? Tell me, guide me, lead me. And that was it. And the next thing, myself and my researcher, Stuart Wilkie, took off and we found the paramedic 1, 2, and 3 trials. The paramedic 3 trial was using, because it was never about her head. It was her heart. She was never in cardiac arrest. She passed out. She passed out. That's what happened. Paramedic 3 trial, the paramedic 1, 2, ran by Gavin Perkins at Warwick University with Charles Deakin, who is involved with the air ambulance. In 2017, Jeremy Hunt said they were going to use the air ambulance as, quote, a scouting expedition to identify organs earlier. On the 1st of June, 2021, Matt Hancock said the United Kingdom was going to become the biggest organ donors in the world. Everyone is an organ donor now. As of May 20th, 2020, I covered this in COVID times. Unless you opt out, you're all an organ donor. the National Organ Retrieval Service, and they have a snod nurse embedded in every intensive care unit to identify prospective donors. They can approach your loved ones and family, even if you say you don't want to be a donor. They can, their opinion, oh yeah, I think they would now, and use you. The best organ donors are under 30 with a beating heart, a circulation ideally on a ventilator. There's no such thing as brain stem dead. You cannot be dead to take an organ. It's impossible. You have to be alive. They give you all those drugs I've just talked about. And this is what we found. The paramedic 1 and 2 trial using 1 milligram every 3 to 5 minutes. The French study showed by the third bout, your brain is wrecked. They're using up to 10 doses. The World Health Organization now says they're adopting the paramedic trials from the United Kingdom across the world. The paramedic 3 study was done in East Sussex. When my daughter was alive, when this incident happened, we've gone backwards and forwards to Warwick University. They're pulling all kinds of laws. We don't need to tell you this, this, and this. And it was a cost analysis. It was a cost analysis. Was it cheaper to give you intravenous, or was it cheaper to give you with the intraosseous into your leg, which they just drill you straight away? The gun comes from Israel. I'm just telling you, it's not because I'm picking this or this. I'm just telling you the drug comes, Teva Pharmaceuticals, which has got firms now in this country, is the biggest supplier of adrenaline to the UK. Merck Pharmaceuticals, their market at the moment there is 3.6 billion in adrenaline. And by 2032, it's going to be 7.11 billion for adrenaline, because they're expecting more people to need adrenaline, be it cardiac arrest or anaphylaxis. So whether you weigh 250 pounds or whether you weigh a little tiny 6-stone woman, you're going to get the same dose. And they're going to literally deliver a bag of organs, because only 2.7% make it to the unit. And then at a year less than just over 1% are alive. But of that 2.7%, 93% have got 4 to 5 on the ranking scale for brain damage. 6 is death. So 45 is pretty bad. So you're delivering a bag of organs. That's what you're doing. So they've said they're going to use ambulance. So now you have the National Organ Retrieval Service working on the air ambulances. You have the UK is going to be the biggest organ donors. You have the paramedic 3 trial done on the people of Sussex with a waived consent from Warwick University. You have Gavin Perkins' name now as getting all these accolades everywhere as being the forerunner in this resuscitation. Charles Deakin using the air ambulance, and the air ambulance, they tell you, don't they? Oh, come and give money to it. I don't think that when I see it. I think which poor bastard's up next. Now, and I did an interview with Dr. Heidi Klessig. Now they've got normothermic cooling, which should frighten the heart out of anybody. If the doctor determines that you're not going to have much of a life and that there's no point, they can actually use drugs to push all of the blood away from your brain towards your organs. And when they get you in, they clamp off your carotid arteries so that blood doesn't get to your brain. So someone's even making the decision before that. It is so frightening. Now, in the National Organ Retrieval Service documents, they're on my Twitter, they're on my Facebook, they're on my Substack, they're on the Telegram. There's a page in there where it's in red, and it says 50% of those going for organ donor will have some kind of movements. I asked the pathologist, how many in your 27 years of doing autopsies have you seen people move when you're doing an evisceration? She said, none, because they're dead. 50% of the people, when they're taking their organs, will open their eyes, they'll start sweating, their pulse goes up, their blood pressure goes up, they'll start trying to defend themselves, they'll pull their knees up, they'll try to turn, they'll turn their heads, they'll arch their backs, they'll extend their arms and legs. They say that these are just reflexes. Now, if I was at an incident, I used to work in A&E, the busiest in Europe, but say, a team went out to a call out and someone, they're dead, and then you saw them moving, you're not going to go, oh no, give them some drugs and finish it off. No, you're going to assume they're alive. In those very documents, it states, if the heart is beating adequately to perfuse the brain with oxygen, remember, blood carries oxygen, and oxygen is life. Sugar in the presence of oxygen generates energy. That's life. If it's beating enough to perfuse the brain, step away from the patient. Step away from them. Don't save them. Step away from them and call up the National Organ Retrieval Service and the anaesthetist to come down and give some more paralyzing agent and anesthetics in case they feel pain. Well, again, I put it to you. Can a dead person feel pain?
No. Let me ask you a question. And it seems I'm not even comfy asking the question.
Please do.
After listening to you tell me how your daughter died. But you've got a lot of critiques that call you dangerous, delusional, cult-like, psychotic. You're going to expose something pretty heavy duty.
We already have.
And how do you think they're going to come for you now then?
Well, they tried to jail me. What they tried to do, we had Alison Hewitt, who was this top barrister. She came in to do the cross-examining. It was like something out of the baddie in the when you go and see a pantomime theatre, you always have the baddie, don't you? It's behind you. She was like, you knew that treatment wouldn't cure her, didn't you? I mean, what is this? She was like a vulture circling and circling with the same. In fact, I said that. It doesn't matter how much you circle with the same question and swoop in, my answer remains the same. Move on. Because they try and trap you. It's all about Oniswaki Mali Ponce. It's in the logo above the coat of arms when you go into a court. Shame on those who think evil of us.
People have accused you of being evil.
Let them accuse me all I want.
And let me ask you...
God knows what's in my heart.
And let me ask you something else. And I've purposefully, because this is well above my pay grade, and it's your story to share, not mine to try and catch anybody out. So your sons, I've seen them speak about you. They're not complimentary, in fact, quite the contrary. What do you think they would say or will say or think when they watch this interview back? What will be their response to everything that you've said?
Well, let's just go back. I had 4 children that were very, very close.
And when did the resentment start and why? It's loaded, but you know what I mean.
The first son went to Eton, then he went to LSE. Then the next thing, he's suddenly on Panorama coming up with all this stuff about me being a conspiracy theorist and George Soros and all this stuff. I was like, in fact, my other son was like, I don't know why he said that. I was really angry he did that. It's all, who knows? Who knows is the answer. Probably because he's bought and paid for. You all know how this rolls. I hope everybody knows about the Boston bombings and the 2 brothers. I hope everybody knows about 7/7, Dr. Nick Collestrom's book, Terror on the Tube. Please do go and read it.
But were you and your sons not tight at one stage?
Yes.
Because I'm a mummy's boy.
Very, very, very. First of all, the twin boy was very sick. He was at home with me because he couldn't go to school for 7 months. Yeah, we were all tight as a family.
And when did they...
2020, when you saw Panodrama with the first son, Sebastian. And then he came to my house. He just turned up with his girlfriend one day. He wanted to introduce her to me. And he wanted me to tell her all about juicing because I was juicing and all this. And I didn't want to embarrass him in front of this lovely girl. She was from Singapore. It's not her fight. I just left them to it. He also came to my house in September as Paloma got sick in the December. And I gave him some things to take away with him because he wanted to sell his saxophone. He wanted to, in fact, a lot of his stuff's still at my home. And he wanted to sell his big accordion. He's very musical. He plays piano as well. And he was really upset when he left. He was in tears and I gave him a hug. You know, someone that you and I both know said to me, I think they have something on him. That's what he said. And I have to agree. And he said, I don't believe, you know, when they come for you to do something, MI5, MI6, whatever, they can ruin you if you don't do something. They can kill you, we know that. But they can ruin you so you can never get a job. They can make life very difficult. This is what they do. This is how they roll. Let's not beat about the bush and pretend we don't know. The government are not our mummy and daddy and they don't love us. Panorama funded by MI5. It's all one big dirty cesspit. I see people even attacking Mariana Spring. She's just a puppet as well. She's just a young woman in her dream career. Everybody telling her how wonderful she is. She doesn't realize she's being used as well. I'm a bit older. I see things very differently. So my sons, and then the next son does this. Right now, they will be grieving for their sister. She didn't want to see either of them. She didn't want to see them because of what they were doing. In her own statement to the High Court and her own diary entries, they haven't seen the diary entries. They can't accuse anything. They're in her own handwriting. I read the letters she wrote to them. And they're not in this country, those things. And they're not even where you might think they'll be. These things are so safe. Her iPad, her phone, her diaries, everything is all safe. Everything I have, if they're watching this, you have nothing, because I have something that you could never even imagine. So, and if I die incidentally, it still goes ahead. We've put everything in place. So my sons are grieving for their sister, and they're also feeling guilt because she wouldn't see them. My son was in a coroner's court, Gabriel. I didn't recognize him. There was all these strange tics. He had several COVID shots and was very sick. He calls his sisters and says he thinks he's going to die. He was so ill. I already know his medical history. I know everything about him, and I'm not going to talk about a lot of it. I don't need to on here. I also know that he hacked. I think he might have had some help with somebody that's a bit of an expert in computer science and also maybe works with computers. You know who you are if you're watching this. I'm coming for you. They hacked 10,000 of my emails and gave them to the coroner, and gave emails to the coroner, which she used. And they've also given them to the police, and they gave them to the Independent newspaper. And the Independent said that I handed them into the police and the coroner. Oh, no, I didn't. They've hacked them. That's also against the law. So you use their laws back at them. So, you know, to my sons, they don't care about you. They're using you. They're using you because they know I'm telling the truth. You thanked the very doctors who ended your sister's life and who we believe have committed perjury. You thanked them. You have your own guilt. I don't know why you're doing it. I think I know why you're doing it.
Does it break your heart?
Let me answer this, then I'll be pragmatic, and then I'll do the emotional side. But they are using you. And when they've used you to try and cover up what we have exposed, the organ donor, we've already got population replacement. It's not a theory anymore. It's happening. It's happening in the UK. They're including the numbers in our population so you don't see how many are dying every month. How they're now, I talked about the nasal spray at the beginning of this interview. They're going to use my boys. And when they're finished with them, they're just going to cast them aside. They used my son in that inquest. They used him in all the media everywhere. They let him run with his mouth in that inquest, talking about stuff which was ridiculous. My other son posted all this lies and nonsense where if we had done even an inch of that, it would be in the medical notes, it would be in social services, the school. Children do not thrive when they're being abused like that. Our children thrived. They went to the top schools, the top universities. They thrived. This does not happen in abused children. Remember who I said my ex-husband is? He's been right in with the 9/11 Truth Coalition. He's been approached several times by those very organizations. He got approached when he was in language school as a young man. He's written some brilliant documents on it. They know what we're doing. And they don't like it because people didn't take those COVID shots because of a group of us shouting. Now, I gave all those organ harvest documents and everything we found out to Mike Yeadon, and Mike Yeadon took it to Kennedy, and I see Kennedy's talking about that. We uncovered a lot of that. We put it out to the public. We've done interviews all around the world. They're using my boys, and my boys just don't see it yet, but they will, because they will cast them aside, because this is about Oni Swaki Mali Ponce. Shame on those who think evil of us. This is about destroying everything that I have. This is about taking my children from me, taking my livelihood, destroying my reputation. I don't know, kill me. But you know what? Am I afraid? No, because I know you don't die. I'm a Christian. I know you just leave this earthly body. I've read enough books now. I've spoken to enough doctors who've actually witnessed it for themselves and also experienced it, been part of it, of what happens when you die. So I'm going to be judged on everything I've done, including working on an abortion ward. I will never be judged for taking my daughter's life because I tried to save her at the point where they were killing her, when they overdosed her. I was in that intensive care unit. I wanted them to do that drain on that cardiac tamponade. I did everything. And my son as well. And the truth always comes out. Always, always comes out. Then you ask me, how do I feel as a mother? I'm devastated.
Well, you're very matter of fact when you speak. It's been hard to gauge.
I'm devastated.
That's with all due respect as well.
I wake up every morning in the very house where they were reared. We moved in that house when I was 30 weeks pregnant with the youngest. There's just under 4 years between them. Every single piece of the floor is where their feet have walked. It's impregnated. They took my daughter's life in that room. Everything, her clothing is now being worn by children that would get use out of it. I gave everything and just kept a few personal things. Everything that she would want me to do that. They've blasted my family apart. I have another beautiful daughter who's terribly hurt. She's estranged from her brothers. She won't speak to them. She's trying to go through university. She's doing a master's in maths.
And are you too tight?
She comes and goes. She comes and goes. She's really struggling. She has a baby brother, and she's struggling with it all. Where she doesn't like me to mention her sister. She'll mention her. She's kept some of her clothing, only a little bit of it. She has a room that's all been done fresh for her at home. She won't see her brothers. She's lost her sister. This breaks my heart. You know, she wanted this high-rise job, and then she said just before she died, she went, none of it matters, does it? Cambridge, nothing matters, does it? She said, do you think anyone will marry me still? I went, of course they will. She said she just wanted to be a mummy, get married, have children, and she was a fantastic dressmaker and designer. She wanted to do this. So this is what we were setting up. She was going to do this, just go into dressmaking and designing. And I'll never see her get married, and her sister will never be her bridesmaid. They'll never have children together because I've lost their sister, and they've lost their other sister right now, and she's lost her brothers. They were very tight. They had a WhatsApp group. They would all get together and go out together. And the limbic part of the brain is a very interesting part of the brain. It will lie to you. And what's happening is they're being snowballed with more and more and more lies till reality they don't know. But what I saw in the inquest was a boy who, even when the 999 call played, and I have that 999 call, we own it now, he didn't cry. It was so difficult for me to listen to. So emotional. And I watched him. Nothing. He's not normal. Whatever's going on with him, it was not normal behavior. I call it demonic. I don't believe any mental health exists. I believe it's demonic possession. And there's a lot of psychiatrists, psychologists who are now coming right out and saying it. Sixth Sense was a movie that showed you in the first few minutes of that movie, told you the truth about demonic possession. That's why I don't drink. And I see my family blasted apart. And I was driving here today, and I thought, every day I pray, every day I ask the Lord to fill them with the Holy Spirit and forgiveness, because I know that's the only thing that works, is prayer. And I was driving here and I thought, how does this, and I often, every morning I go, I don't know what to do now. That's before I even get out of bed in the morning. I've lost my daughter, and she was beautiful. We had our ups and downs like mothers and daughters. Who doesn't? And my other daughter, it's so difficult for her. And for her to get on the bed with her daughter and watch and feel her sister go cold and stiff, that's going to affect her for the rest of her life.
For sure.
Her two brothers, they won't have closure. And it tells you in the book of Revelation, when you go against your parents, what happens to you? You should always stand with your parents or your days will be short. I'm afraid for them. I'm afraid for what comes next. I'm afraid for them. I'm not afraid for myself. I'm afraid for them because they're lost. They're lost. If you are estranged from your parents, now even if your parents are in prison or they've done terrible wrongs, you can always make your peace within yourself. You know, if you'd been sexually abused, obviously, but I'm saying you make your peace within yourself. You have to forgive. You don't need to accept it and be near it, but you have to forgive because otherwise it will poison yourself. It's like drinking poison, very famous saying, and expecting it to hurt your enemies. It won't. I know in my heart that God Almighty will fix it. I know that. And I know that as sure as I know that day follows night. I know that will come. I know it will come.
I mean, this is just skimming the surface, what we've done. There's finer details and it's going to continue to go on. So where can people that are completely intrigued and interested to find out more about your story and where it goes next, where do they find you? Is it X?
KateShamarani.com. There is a contact form, if it's health issues, of course, because I do dietary healing, for diet and detox, not to replace medical advice. It's Vitality Regained at protonmail.com. It's at protonmail now because of my emails being hacked. Vitality Regained at protonmail. Oh, Kate Shamarani. Yeah, I'm on X. Kate Shamarani. I'm on Faceplant, Facebook. I'm on Instagram. I keep getting banned off TikTok. I'm on Substack. I write articles on Substack. I've wrote about adrenaline. I've wrote about respiricase.
And where can people find all this, the evidence?
All of those studies that we found, I've put a lot of it onto Substack. There's links to it everywhere. I have all the documents. They're in the public domain. Please don't come to me and go, can you send it me individually? Because I'd be here all day. Please do go and read where I've... Luckily, today, things are moving and I have administrator now because they lost my administration January last year. Can you believe that? As soon as I got the death certificate in the right name, they lost it. I finally got the death certificate in the right name. So just before the inquest concluded, I put it back in, a new application, and I prayed on it because it takes 3 months before they'll come back to you. I prayed on it because I needed it. I needed it for what we're doing. And I fasted and prayed several times as well. I did a 3-day fast as well and prayed constantly. And I got an email 24 hours after they'd received, because you have to send it in paper format, telling me I'd got administrator, telling me it would be in the post within 10 days. 24 hours later, I received it through the post. Thank you, Lord. And I've then gone for everywhere now. And they have to, by law, and we quote the law, this is my ex-husband and myself, and we have had legal advice, and we also have someone else working with us. I've now gone to each of the hospitals for everything, every stick-it, every email, everything. I've gone to Stryker in America for the Life Pack 15. I've gone to South East Coast Ambulance. I've gone to Kent, Surrey and Sussex Air Ambulance. I've gone to that osteopath. You better give me what we've asked because you've now exceeded the time. So if you're telling the truth, you have nothing to hide. I've gone to his governing body. I've gone to the GMC. I'm now going to Warwick University again. I'll have both sets of notes then because I can't use the notes from the bundle because if I tried to use them, I'd be committing contempt. So I now can apply for all those notes, which I've just done. I've asked for all of their policies, the CEOs who have put them on notice. I want all their policies from each of those places about a signed consent form. I want the policies on removal of guidelines and medical paraphernalia, removal of all the medical paraphernalia. We've got all of the transcripts. We've got everything. And I'm now going back to the police. That's the thing that we're doing tonight. And I'm going to go for each of them. Each of them. They might think, I said this to the nurses, you know, when you lie, you think that you're going to have your governing body, your union, your job, your employee, your mates behind you. But when your back's against the wall, you'll be able to count your friends on one hand and you'll still have spare fingers because people will run away that fast. Ooh, I've seen it myself. You know, the minute it starts to get hot, even people that I thought they'll stand by me because they know how now, evidence we've got, they literally drop me because they got scared. That's okay. People can be scared. I forgive them, but I'm not scared. And then what I'm going to do when I get all of these notes, I'm going to take all of the documents out and I'm going to put them with my daughter's diary entries, every single document, every email we've sent and what they've responded with, the autopsy reports, and I'm going to put them all in a book and you can read it from cover to cover and the people will be the court because those coroner's courts are there for us. Penelope Schofield is the senior coroner in Sussex. She moved my daughter's inquest out to Kent, out of jurisdiction. Your inquest should be where you lived and where you died. And there's very strict guidelines on when you can remove it. They didn't follow any of that. They just moved it out of Sussex. I wonder why. Because Penelope Schofield, when she was a solicitor, in 1997, she was jailed for 3 months for perverting the course of justice. Not nicking a bottle of wine from Tesco. Her detective constable boyfriend, who was 5 times over the drink drive limit, he went to jail for 18 months and lost his job. She went to jail for 3 months and her law license was suspended. Daddy was a magistrate judge. I think her brother's a lawyer. She then, after 2 years, gets her license back and starts working as a solicitor again. Then she gets a coroner's job. Now she's a senior coroner of Sussex and you and I are paying for her. So she's employed by the council on, I think, about as much money as the Prime Minister. She handled the Shura Mare disaster. Guess what else she's handling? Operation Bramber, which is about the deaths of lots of patients at Brighton Hospital. And they're saying, oh, it was under one doctor. Oh, it was 200. Now they've narrowed it right down. No, it was probably thousands, but they'll throw a sacrificial lamb in. And then you've got your paramedic 3 trials. Then you've got Brighton Hospital in with it all. And you've got the coroner. And the coroner then has Karen Henderson, who signed off for the autopsy. But Karen Henderson works as a coroner underneath the one who acted as barrister, Alison Hewitt, who is a senior coroner. The one who ordered the autopsy, Karen Henderson, is beneath her, but comes into East Sussex where you've got an ex-jailbird and orders that standard autopsy. Are you beginning to see, oh, what wicked webs we weave when at first we do deceive? You can't be in jail and be a coroner. But the council said, oh, but her crime is spent. No, you cannot be a coroner. It's like saying to an accountant who goes to jail for embezzlement and then giving him his accountancy license back. But she is, because they are putting all of their coroners in. Now, you had that hospital case, Operation Bramber. The doctor who became a whistleblower, they nearly destroyed him. So this is the coroner who kicked my daughter's inquest out because they don't want the focus to be at Brighton, do they now? Or the fact that East Sussex and the air ambulance and Brighton connected with it in the intensive care unit, and Dr. David Bentley and Dr. Anderson and Dr. Wright, who did the autopsy, who incidentally, on camera, and it's in the transcript, when I asked him about before he eviscerated my daughter, cut her open, he started smirking. The pathologist who did my daughter's autopsy faced the mother and smirked.
Well, I'm going to wrap this up now. I'm going to ask people to like and subscribe to the channel. I'm not often lost for words. I am today. You know where to find Kate if you want to find her. And I hope the truth prevails, and I hope you find peace. And I'm very sorry that Paloma is no longer here with us, but I am gobsmacked, and the public will be the judge and jury, because that's the world we live in now.
And they will.
Yeah, what will be will be. And in all of this, look after your own mind as well.
My mind's good. Thank you.
And thank you for coming on and sharing that with me. Good luck.
Thank you.
In the back of a pickup truck with hockey pucks and skateboards on the way to Woodstock. Leave home the Glock. I have a gun the size of a black hole. Shoot planets. Don't get frantic. Throw your hands up in the air. Don't panic. Supreme arm, leg, arm, head. Wu-Tang Clan is tight as long dreads. Fuck your ass up. With that logo, stuff from my vocal. Couldn't pick it up with a pair of bifocals. I'm no joker, play me as a joker. Beyond you like a house on fire, smoking. Who's be acting like their gangs anyway? You're like 4 years, come out and play. Burn me, I get into shit, I let it out like diarrhea. Got burned once, but that was only gonorrhea. Dirty, I keep shit stinks in my drawer so I can get fuzzy funkin' for ya. Murder, taste the flame of the Wu-Tang raw. Here comes the tigerous crane. Ow, be like wild with my style. Tongue, you play me chump, you get dumb. Ooh, it's coming through, and it's either near you. And get the fuck like it's true. Shame on the nigga who tried to run game on a nigga. Shame on the nigga who tried to run game on a nigga. Shagger, who fuck wild with the shagger. Shame on the nigga who tried to run game on a nigga. Yeah, I'll fuck your ass up. 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 I'll fuck your ass up, bitch. Fuck his ass up.
Are you coming to the tree? They strung up her men. They say you murdered 3. Strange things did happen here. No stranger would it be if we met and made
1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open its door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide, waiting to open our kids' door.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, "I need to research my enemy." Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad.
Oh, Becca.
So, like, What do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah.
Has to face
Yeah.
anything for the
Yeah,
things that
that's
you've
true.
done.
Right? That's a good point, right? Because he has caused a lot of things. He allegedly had a relationship with a grooming victim. He caused people to get killed in London. He caused for every city to go up during the Southport riots, right?
Yeah.
He called it first. And he's never been arrested. Why is that?
And he's based all over the social media. So I think there's something definitely suspicious about him. Don't you think?
Yeah, I think even Tommy's an agent to a point, right?
I wouldn't say that, Ghost. Come on.
No, because when they say they lock him up for no reason, that's to build support for him, right?
Yeah.
Because otherwise, why would you lock somebody up for like minor crime, right? If you don't want him in the public eye to be seen as a martyr or as an activist, right? If you're going to lock somebody up for the wrong reason, you're going to build up that credibility between him and the public, where everybody will see you as racist before. They might have a little sympathy for him, right? He still has a free speech. So it's all a tactic. It's all a plan. In my eyes, right? Anyway. But you can give your opinion, Lig. Go.
Well, I've just said, I don't know how this guy gets away. I don't know how they get away with it. That's what I'm saying. He has caused enough trouble, this guy, that's now video himself in another country doing surveillance on people. And yet, how many times has he visited France recently?
I would say at least 8 times from my record.
Gosh. And no one's saying anything.
Not yet.
See, it makes you wonder. You know, I don't know who
documented him being stopped by the French police at least 2 or 3 times, but he's been there for a lot more.
Well, I think something's going to happen, isn't there, really? Because whoever's doing this trade of bringing people over are going to be annoyed with him sooner or later, because in their mind, he's sort of kiboshing what they're trying to do. And yeah, I think it's going to turn nasty. I think he's a mug.
If it's a bigger plan, right, they should have arrested him right now. But why haven't they?
I don't know why they've never arrested him. Even for that Southport thing. That was all over the place, wasn't it? Him screaming. That's all I'm going to come on and say. I'm going to jump off now. But you all doing okay?
Yeah, big up, man. Hope you're well.
No, I've had this terrible cold that everyone... Oh, don't get it.
Yeah, maybe one of
yeah,
these
there's
days.
something going on, right?
Yeah, maybe one of these days, one of the immigrants will be told you got a free ride if you just take him out.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's big money, isn't it? And he's messing with someone's money who are obviously, they're not right, the people that are doing this.
Yeah, they're
trading in human lives, knowing that they could die going on them boats across the water. But that's what I'm saying. He's going to get in hot water sooner or later, I'm sure, of the people that are...
Well, they'll probably find him drowned. Something like that. You wait.
Our wise international correspondent Wendy says the bigger plan happens in January. Wendy, what's the bigger plan?
So what, you've got like a dad's army now going to France from the UK?
You've got little twats that have been grooming victims here, right? Going over there. grooming like immigrants. Like, I don't know.
I don't, as I said, that's all I've jumped on to say. I'm going to jump off now because I'll end up doing coughing fits.
Yeah,
no one wants to hear that. See you later. I might jump on later. Bye.
Bye.
Band scissors.
So just hit the video. So you must leave the beach now. You have 5 minutes. Let's get the shit done. Oh, that's the patrol then.
For the first time in 13 years, I'm opening the doors to my trading legacy live this Thursday. A rare opportunity awaits 100 attendees.
It's a 4x4. 2 men get out. One left side, one right side. 3 men, 2 right, 1 left. 4x4, big lights on. Really. Some sort of patrol.
Is empty. They're empty in the can. They've all got their bags. Life jackets. All the bags. Over there. They've all got life jackets. Yeah. We know. We know what you like. We know what you're doing. We know what you're doing. Right, slow down. Look, the life jackets. Look at the life jackets. That's where they give the life jackets out. NGOs. Look. Go slightly past. Go slightly past. Look over there. Fuck you. See the life jackets. Who are you talking to, your mum? See the life jackets. Not today, boys. You're not coming. No England today. No England. Look, the whole stone. Pick up a stone. Right.
What they're doing, like deliberately winding up people that need a home, right? This is absolutely disgusting. Mad. Absolutely mad.
Little bit. Right, so guys, the whole camp is empty. Fucking seatbelt in. I think we get out of here with it. No. I think we get out, right? They're going to attack us now, eh? So, everyone's got life jackets, look. They've all got life jackets, all waiting to go. Where are you going? Where are you guys going? Whole camp is empty. Fuck them. Fuck them. They need to be stopped. They cannot come to England. The boats, we've seen the boats. It has to stop now.
Well, mate, if the French police go,
not today, boys. No more. No more England. You are not coming to England.
Boy, we're gonna have
no more. No England. Too much. Go on. Right, let's go before the old bill leaving. Get in now. Get in now, Roy. Get in. Get in. Quick before the stones. They're going to throw stones. Get in, Roy. Get in. Get in. Get in, Roy. Get in. Get in.
Run now.
Fucking stop, Bill. Oh, I know it's old Bill. Are you
I'd like
seeing
to
that?
see him roll the car.
Police are there.
We will fight them at the beaches. We'll fight them on this. We'll fight them on that.
And we
You
will
run.
run. And we will run away.
We run at the first sight of you, right? That's mad. Absolute madness.
Doing nothing. Fucking absolutely nothing. They're watching them. They're taking them in. They're taking them, guys. But the whole camp's empty. They know what's going on. This is a conspiracy. The French authorities know exactly what's going on. Yeah. We've been in the dunes all night. Hold my phone. Hold my phone. This is like, listen, you're live on YouTube. Don't let the police, because they don't want to take my phone. Shit. That's undercover. No, it is. He's undercover. What's happening right now is the French.
Ghost.
Yes,
they're gonna blame me because I can speak French.
Oh my god. All right, translate if we need anything explaining, right? Big up.
Authority is undercover. The whole camp is now empty. They've all got life jackets. They've all got life jackets, and they're all about to go to the beach and get on our reg. Let him get. So there is your main guy there, right? So the whole camp, the police are all at the beach waiting. They're facilitating it. There are no gangs that are happening here, and the police make sure that live stays on. Do not put that phone down. No problem. Where they threw stones. They throw stones at the car. Yeah, broke the car. Broke the car. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
I thought they liked getting stoned.
Yeah, English. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Mercy.
The women.
It's weird. Just got them attacking. Can you hear me, guys? Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Thumbs up if you can hear me. Right, let's get down to that beach. Slow down. Don't mind. Live, yeah? Slow down. Guys, can you hear me? Right, thumbs up. Down to that beach. Can anyone hear me? Slow down. Yeah. So let's just check now. Can you hear me? Thumbs up if you can hear me. The whole camp's empty. The whole thing. So they all got life jackets. Ryan's got an absolute diamond. He picked up for some reason I've got someone's life jacket from Decathlon. Right, so that is where we're up to, guys. They're giving these out. It's a fucking joke. They're supplying them with the life jackets. The police are stood next to them. You know what? They stood there now. They stood there waiting for the French buses that are put on by the French authorities to bring them down to the beach. Okay, so you've got the police stood there knowing that they're about to come. It fucks me off. We need to get back to the beach. Fucks me off like you wouldn't believe. No, they're going brave. It must fuck me off. No, like you wouldn't believe. I think we need to plot up and wait. Yeah, but they're stood for a bus. I don't want them to get the wrong beach. That's not all of them. No, it's not. I think some have already gone. But which beach?
Are you stopping, Ghost? Hello?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Yes, I stopped.
All right. Okay. See, I'm in two minds about this. Look, something needs to happen to stop. We can't keep having undocumented, indefinite amounts of men coming here, especially after what happened to that 15-year-old girl with the two Afghans. Our children's lives are being destroyed, Ghost. Yeah? But I don't think that Danny Tomo is the person to be. I mean, what has he done? I mean, you know, Easy's going to be like, oh, Babs ain't a patriot because you're not behind Danny Tomo. I just don't think that he's the one. I don't know how everybody else feels about it.
Well, Danny Tomo, right?
Should never have
Like came on earlier and said that people have been arrested for less than what that guy has been doing. Well, how come he never gets arrested?
Well,
There is that. There is definitely a question. There's always been a question over him because his car has been seen in the car park at oh God, what's the big one in London? The not the Met, the in the big police station in London. Plus, I think you know what happened with Southport last year. Very dodgy. He was definitely involved, and the Southampton one, it was him who wanted us to go a certain way.
I think the guy is suspect, right? And because people that did less than him during the Southport riots got arrested and charged,
Yep.
but he never did.
Yep.
That is a concern because I've got the recording of his original statement, right?
Yep.
He said every city needs to go, every immigrant house needs to be checked.
Needs to be searched, didn't he? Yeah.
Yeah, but nothing happened to him.
Yeah.
Why?
Look what I know. You've got your own opinions on Lucy Connolly, but as far as I'm concerned, she didn't say anything half as bad as what he did, and yet she was put in prison for a year.
Yeah, if I was to compare the two, I'll say he said worse, right? I don't agree what she said, but I think if we were to compare the two, he said worse.
So you know there's always there. I mean, for me, there is a question over him. There's no two ways about that. So I don't know. It's just
I think he's been brought in to take Tommy down eventually, and I think he will, because if Tommy keeps letting him into the movement, right, I think eventually he'll get what he is there to do, and he'll do it. That's my belief, right?
I don't
All
know
this going to France is all to win points, right? Brownie points from people and others and grift. What if in the end that he ends up exposing Tommy, right? That's gonna be like fucking glorious.
Yeah, but Ghost, what has he actually? Can somebody explain to me what has he actually done by going to France? What has he done?
He's created a following for himself, right?
Stopped a couple of boats. Two or
Maybe
three
other
boats.
people do the same thing.
Do you know what I mean?
I think he just created a following for himself, right? Created YouTube views, Twitter views, followings, and that's all he's done, right? He's not done anything for the people or the country. He's whatever he's done is for himself, right? That's what I believe, anyway.
Well, all these people, he got all these people to sign up and do this and do that. For what? What? I mean, unless you're going to sit on the beaches in France permanently, there's no point. Because they'll wait for you to go, which you do within a couple of hours, and they'll just release the boats then.
Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't get it, but
And considering that he's been arrested, or not arrested, but the French authorities have taken the passports away more than once, right? Would like rule them as suspicious and just ban them, because certain countries don't even reason to ban you, right? They
Yeah.
can ban you if they feel like it. That's part of the small print. But why haven't these guys been banned? Because they're part of the plan, right?
yeah, and I mean, fair play. He has exposed that no gangs over. It is, and the French police are doing this. They're facilitating it. It's nothing to do with any gangs or anything. Big up to him for
Yeah, but I've always said
exposing that.
there's never been a gang. The government have always planned, because they've invested big money in Uber Eats, Just Eat, Deliveroo, and they need people to run that, right? Because if you're going to invest big money in small enterprises like that are now worth billions, You need people to carry that on. And the indigenous people are not going to do that, right? Anybody born in this land. So that's why they need these people to come in. Why do you think that they allow? Imagine if you're an authority, right, and you're not allowed to work. Do you think they're gonna allow you to take your tools on site and live there with the tools? No.
No.
Why did you think they allow these people with bikes on site?
Yeah, because it's one rule for one and one rule for another.
No, because it's benefiting them. They've
Yeah, that's
invested
what I'm
millions.
saying, Ghost. It is. It's one rule for them because it's benefiting the government as well as them, and it's one rule for another because
Yeah,
it doesn't benefit the government.
because these people, Pre Patel, Rishi Sunak, and all these politicians are invested in very small companies that started off as Justy and Uber, and they're worth billions now. But they need that to continue, right? Keep that growing. Like in the chat, people can use. Can you type a 2 if you've ever ordered from Justy, Uber, or whatever, or if
Yeah.
you type a 1 if your local takeaway still has their own delivery driver, right? Because as a business owner, like I was glad to get rid of a delivery driver, right? We had to deal with the complaints, we had to deal with the hassle and whatever. But now you don't, because Uber just take care of it. Just take care of it. That's why these people have been brought in to do a job. Do you think that these people are letting them in goodness of their heart? Never.
Yeah. It's disgusting. It is.
They've been brought in to be delivery drivers, right?
But you can't tell me. You can't tell me that there's that many people that want takeaways for their. I mean, there's millions of them. I mean, seriously, if that
Yeah,
is,
but
we've got a real
look at the
problem
growth
in
of
this
each company,
country.
Babs, right? If you look at the growth of each company that started off and what is now, you'll see billions worth of it. Just go on.
Yeah, but how many people on these panel can even cook?
Well, you know,
Tattoo,
there is that. Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to remember that while they had people locked down, because this Uber stuff was going on before, nobody gave a shit, right? While the lockdown happened, people was like forced to do it. Then people get into a habit, right? We know people are stuck on routine. Generally, people do the same shit every day at the same time, unless um, certain things cause them to change their way. Otherwise, they do the same shit every day at the same time because they know humans are creatures of habit, right? And that's how, when they brought in COVID, then all this delivery business started to pick up. It started to pick up, it got going, and then they ended COVID. But people were still used to it and they kept on using it.
What's Dave jobless patriot on about? Was Babs kettled in outside N10 Ghost Trafalgar
I think that's a question
protest
for you
last
can answer.
year?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't even know what he's on about.
Were
Trafalgar
you kettled
protest
outside
last
Trafalgar
year?
Square last year?
No, she escaped.
I don't think so. You went to that Danny Thomas protest, did you?
Oh no, I didn't even go to it. No, I didn't even
No,
go
she
to
didn't
it.
go,
No,
Dave.
no,
She
no,
wasn't
Dave.
there.
No, Dave, I didn't. Not like you, you fucking idiot.
Dave, did you go? Dopey.
Probably.
I know Easy didn't go
But
nowhere.
that's not the real Dave. That's not the real Dave.
Yeah, we
Jobless
know it's a
Dave.
prodigy, right? We know
Yeah,
it's a
yeah,
prodigy.
yeah. Yeah, I just wanted to see what people are thinking on Danny Tomo is because you know, as much as I think he's doing a good thing, because somebody has to stand up, somebody has to start saving our children. But I'm not Oh, I don't know. I'm
All
not
right.
sure that he's the right
Imagine
one.
Danny Thomas. People believe, yeah, he's stepping up. But if he's a plant, right, that means he's going to do something that's going to make those sat in Parliament change the law. So tomorrow, some patriots or some vigilantes can't go and do that, right? He's going to make sure they do that. Otherwise, why would you film it? If you're doing this shit, you should be kept behind the scenes, right? Undercover.
Yeah.
Why are you filming it? Why are you putting it out?
Yeah. That's exactly what I said earlier, goes to someone. Right, he was saying last week, he was saying, oh, we didn't do anything. We can't say on here that we did struck the boats and damaged them. And then yesterday he was saying, yeah, we did it. Yeah, we did it. So what's changed? What's changed?
Yeah, because I spoke to Wendy yesterday. I said, she said, they didn't like cut up one of them dinghies on live. I said, they did. The first one, I seen them cut it up, and the second one they didn't, right? But because you got evidence of the first one, then like it defeats the objects, right?
Yeah.
But I think the guy's been brought in to go cause some trouble there and watch in the next
There is
couple of
something
weeks.
strange about him. Definitely something strange about him.
Yeah, in the
Definitely.
next couple of weeks or a month, they're gonna come out with a new process, a new law that's gonna fuck everybody up.
Well, only one person to blame if it does happen. So, yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm off. I'm not well. I've got this whatever it is that's going around. So,
All right, yeah, but just ignore Easy, man. He just needs help, right?
Yeah, he's a fucking idiot. Yeah.
Yeah, just ignore
Okay.
him.
Yep. Chat to you later.
Right,
Bye.
ignore the nonsense. But like, yeah, it's mad what these people are doing, right? I think he's deliberately doing it to cause an issue between the movement, but like, I don't care. I don't support the movement anyway. I'm just saying that this guy is dodgy.
But the only beach that the police are at are Graveland. It's the only beach. It's got to be that beach. Fucks me off like you wouldn't believe. Look. They're fucking coming. They're giving these out. Right, let's get down to boycott Decathlon. Yeah.
No, boycott.
They're giving them out.
Boycott.
Fucking joke. It's a fucking disgrace. It's a fucking conspiracy. The whole thing's a load of bollocks. All night we've been on that beach. Yeah. We have seen Carter just fucking sit on and red. I'm sorry for swearing. I'm sorry for swearing. I'm just so upset. We've been on the beach since 3 a.m. 3 a.m. We've been on the beach. We're freezing cold. Look, I've had to put 2-3 layers of clothes on. We're soaking wet through June. Is that which side is that? Minutes. We need to go the other side, don't we? As soon as we get there, I'll know where to go. Okay, fine. I've just got you guys. I feel just. I'm what we're looking at now is
the guy with the Birmingham accent, right? If you search him up and look at his criminal record, you will see that he's been done for all sorts. Criminal, fraud. He's been done for some holiday fraud and oh my god. I'll play after this, right? I'll get that up. What?
They've emptied the whole camp. You remember the other day, guys, if you look on YouTube, you'll see there was hundreds and hundreds of fighting age men waiting on the in lines. I'm sorry. There was only about 50, maybe 100. They're Afghani.
The world's first titanium non-stick pan. It's gonna blow your hair back. I'm Mike Pagale.
Ghost Dopey Day branded a terror channel by YouTube. How can YouTube brand somebody a terror channel and still allow them on? Like, I don't get it. How can that be possible? You can't brand somebody a terror channel and still have them on your platform. How does the fuck does that even work? Like, if Dave suspect that this channel is what they say, I don't believe he is. Like, I believe that he's crazy, right? He's an extremist. But terrorist, nah. But yeah, I think that's a bit mad. But how can they do that?
Who are you talking about?
Oh, Dopey Dave. Strawberry said that his channel has been classed as a terror channel by YouTube.
Oh well.
I'll have a look while I play this video. I'll go search it now.
Afghanis, there was 100 left there, so two or 300 are already somewhere, and they're put on coaches, which we showed you the other day. We infiltrated this. The only reason this has gone ahead. The whole thing's a conspiracy. They're literally waiting. There's no gangs. They're waiting to be taken by French buses to the beach. Even that, how do you get those? Yeah, look at this, mate. Hold on. He goes to Punch Garland. Try to they throw. Did they hit the car? Look at this one here. Fucking hell, I got excess on this, £2 grand. Right, which way is it? Right. This ain't got no damage on it. So, I missed the wrong one. Oh, come on. It's all right, it's all right, it's all right. I feel sick. I feel sick. I feel sick. Right, one sec. Just stay, we're going to stay live. If you plug that in for me, plug that in. Sorry, we're not organised at all. We're all over the show. Yeah, it's been an emotional, mad night. We've been in the sand dunes all night. We're soaking wet, freezing cold, but we knew, and this is why we had to come. We knew this camp was we knew this camp was empty. Did you have that on? I had that on, yeah. I had the GoPro on. Always have it on. So we knew it was going to happen, and this is why we made that call last night. Last thing. We sat in my offices and me and Danny were talking about Operation Overlord, the future, what we're going to do, what we're going to get people to do, the people that want to have what they're going to do. And I just said, Dan, now's the time. And they've emptied the whole camp. They've emptied the whole camp. And I tell you what, when I tell you the police are facilitating it, when I tell you the French authorities are putting the buses on, when I tell you that they're down at the beach, guarding the beach so that no one can come onto the beach and see what they're doing. It's insane. What's what she's saying? I feel sick. I feel sick. It makes me sick to my stomach to know that it makes me sick to my stomach to know that this is the biggest conspiracy in our lifetimes, everybody. In our lifetimes. The boogeyman's been used. It's all about, there's gangs. There's no gangs. Gangs don't come and give you this. Gangs don't come and give this out. Like they're waiting to go to school. They're literally just there, like they're waiting to go to school. They are relentless all night, sitting in sand dunes, freezing. And look, guys, look at it. Operation Overlord, another success. Another boat destroyed. Another day in the office. Another day in the office. Operation Overlord on its full swing. And what this is proving on our third boat, that all it takes is British men on the French coast. On the ground. No violence, no crimes being committed. This has been done by us once again. So
no crime being committed, but you just admitted to damaging property in a different country, right? Like, doesn't that defeat the purpose that saying that these immigrants are the ones that are causing in a foreign country? But when he's just admitted from his own stupid mouth that this is the third boat that they've damaged, right, in a different country, not in England. Oh my God, you gotta make this up. Look at his tongue, right? What the fuck is going on here? He just admitted that's the third boat that they've wrecked, right? But then half of you in the chat would complain about immigrants causing issues. You can't do that now. If you support this, then you can't do that, because either you're against this or you're with it, right? That's all I'm saying. You can't do both. You can't have it both ways, where you support somebody going into a foreign land and committing crimes, at the same time condemning somebody that's coming into a foreign land to that's
Adam,
committing crimes.
just because the government could do it doesn't mean you can do it. Police can go arrest people. Can you go arrest people and throw people in jail? You're not allowed to
I
do what the
know, like Adam, like if people are coming over here, the government's allowing it, right? So you can't have it both ways, man. Stop your racist crap. Well, yeah, Dookie, I'm just gonna play this video. I'm gonna be back in a minute.
All right.
This is just to say,
Let's show him in detail then.
yeah. So,
Excuse me, sir. How old were you when you made your first million?
What is this for?
We're trying to get advice for the younger.
so we've
in these bags.
And so could the French, Adam. They could do arrest for vandalism.
We don't know what that's for. It's the Decathlon bag.
Yeah, look.
Yet again, we know Decathlon's in on it.
Hold on. If the Decathlon bags are there and these
So Decathlon are in on the boats, are they?
Well,
Are they supplying the boats? Are they maritime? Or are they supplying these, Dan? Are they supplying these pumps? Are they supplying the pumps that we sent up?
Yeah, smash that to pieces. Smash the fuck out of that.
sorry for swearing. Sorry, Mum. But yeah. So if you want to watch the full video on how we found this, Ryan was actually live at the time. I came around this corner over here, and I was like, there's another boat. And yeah, so another success. I'm very tired. I haven't slept for 4 days properly.
Yeah, it's hard to sleep when you're on cocaine all day long.
But yeah, this boat will not be used. This boat will not be transporting not be transporting any murderers, rapists to our country. This is proven. Operation Overlord will be a success. These are actually dummy runs that we're doing here to fully understand everything that we need to do to get this done. This is our third boat, and this and the other boats, we have stopped hundreds and hundreds of migrants coming to our country. Operation Overlord. www.operationoverlord2 written out TWO.co.uk. Register. We cannot contact you through social media. The eyes of the world are looking down. We need to get organized. We want to do this properly, and I want to make sure that no one gets arrested, and we do this professionally and the way it needs to be done for our children, for our women, for their futures, and most importantly for our country as a whole.
Raise the colours.
Raisethecolors.org.uk. Come on,
out, guys. We're so pleased.
So Operation Gaylord has not been a success as they hoped. Mad. This is absolutely madness. So let's look at Dopey Dave right now, because someone has said that his channel has been classed as a T channel. Let's just block it anyway, just in case.
Well, now YouTube done this. I've not applied to be monetized, but all of a sudden this has appeared on my channel. Hopefully you guys can see that. I think it's a bit small. Can I zoom in? Would that help? Okay, we can zoom in, that's better. Right, so I've had this. There's no more to that picture. Let's see this here. Okay, that's just not showing anything. It's good. What the fuck is that? Just blank. How's that just blank? That doesn't even make sense. Don't take the piss, YouTube. Fucking dickheads. I'm not gonna move things. Okay. This isn't helping. Let's go back to this. Go back to that. Why is YouTube messing with me? Why is that showed like that? That's not what I uploaded. Dickheads. For fuck's sake, we'll have to post that again. I won't say. So let me just give you guys the gist, and then I'll post the other one. That's the thing is. Anyway, look, so I'm not applied to be monetized. It's just shown up on my channel, but it says after reviewing your channel using a combination of automated systems and human reviewers, we found that it does not follow YouTube channel monetization policies. And then for the reason, they put violent, extremist, or criminal organization.
Tommy boy. Oh, Tommy
Criminal
followers down the
organization or
throat.
violent extremist. Wow.
Yep.
That is the label that they put on my
Well,
channel. Let
you
me
follow
post,
Tommy that long, that's what
one
happens.
second, folks. I'm just going to post the other part of this, the breakdown of what they're saying. Second part. Do bear with me. Right, so let me show you the second part of this so you guys can know what the frig is actually going on.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
So, let me go back. Go back to post. Right, I will say hello to you guys in the chat in a minute. Right, so this is, hopefully you guys can see this. Let me zoom in a bit. This is the explanation that they've given. Zoom in on that. There you go. So if you guys see that better. Right, so this is the label they put on my channel. Right, so violent extremist or criminal organization. Content that intends to praise, promote, or aid violent extremists or criminal organizations or incites violence. What the fuck? Note, your unpaid earnings may be withheld in accordance with the YouTube partner program. I don't have any unpaid earnings. I've never been monetized. I've never tried to be monetized, but so yeah, this is the label that YouTube have put on my channel. Now recently, things have been going a bit slower on my channel, so I think the volume's been turned down a bit. So yeah, something's going on. Something is going on, but this is the label that they've stuck on my channel. 1 second. So yeah, so as you can see here. So after reviewing your channel using a combination of automated systems and human reviewers, we found that it does not follow YouTube channel monetization policies. And then you see here, look, violent, extremist, or criminal organization. And then we have this here, which reads, content that intends to praise, promote, or aid violent extremists, fucking up, or criminal organizations or incites violence. So yeah, so this is where we are, guys. YouTube have slapped a terrorist label.
To be fair, Dopey Dave, you have advocated for Muslims to be persecuted in this country because you believe Christians were being persecuted in certain Muslim countries, and you said that you want Muslims to be persecuted. So if that's not bloody terrorist, I don't know what is. Oh my god.
I mean, come on. What is going on in the world today? Let me see what the chat's saying. Binky says, stop, you're scaring me. I may be scared to post terror syndrome. K9, how's it going? Good to see you, Purple Cat. How you doing? Hope you're well. K9 says, oh, for fuck's sake. It's undisclosed. Says, what the fuck? Binky says this platform is shit on toast. Sarah YouTube has channels for Taliban and Hamas. I saved the screenshots. Paul says you must be far right then, like the rest of us. K9, YouTube doesn't even follow their own guidelines and community standards. Trust me, I'm going through it right now. Purple Cat, okay, replied to me. Carol says, what a disgrace, YouTube, it should be ashamed. Epiphany, the war on the truth is everywhere. And then Binky says, what organization exactly? K9, good grief. You just can't get this. Sorry, you just can't make this crap up. Michael says we are all going to jail. Epiphany, you will be forced to deny the evidence of your eyes and ears. And then Judy, how you doing? Good to see you. 11, how you doing? Hope you're well. Hope everybody's well. Michael, everybody, K9, everybody. Terry says you're a very naughty boy. It seems so. Sarah says, have you seen the pages named Hydric with Nazis and the pages with Hamas pages? Not surprised. Binky's Paul says, strange. The sound sounds fuzzy, and it did on Andrew Lawrence's channel and others. Does the sound fuzzy, guys? Urban Detective says, share this. But yeah, so this is the label that YouTube put on my channel. So I'm not applied to be monetized. Just all of a sudden this popped up. So I don't know where or why, where it's come from. It might be the beginning of the end for my channel. Cara, how you doing? Good to see you. So this might be where my channel ends. This might be how it starts. And then all of a sudden I disappear.
What is he trying to say? That he's a victim? Oh, this is how my channel ends. Oh, I copy content from other people. I had nothing original. Nobody will listen to me.
Maybe Tommy can help him.
Yeah. Oh, easy.
I think that might be the direction we're going in.
Wasn't me, I didn't do it.
So again, for anybody who's just tuning in, this just popped up on my channel to do with monetization. I've not tried to be monetized. And it reads, after reviewing your channel using a combination of automated systems and human reviewers, we found that it does not follow YouTube channel monetization policies. I have not applied to be monetized. And then it says violent, extremist, or criminal organization. And then the further explanation when I press on that says violent, extremist, or criminal organization, content that intends to praise, promote, or aid violent, extremist, or criminal organizations or incites violence.
Tommy?
What the fuck is going on? Who am I fucking? Who, what, where, and when?
Oh, well.
What, where, when? You're actually supporting a man that was on terrorism charges just a few months ago. You spot the far right, then how can you pretend that you're a fucking victim now? Right? You've spotted this, Dopey Dave. You've made your bed. Now sleep in it.
What's going on? Where's the paramilitaries? Cora says, this is crazy. I'm devastated for you. Don't be devastated. Come on. Paul says, since I followed you, you kick anyone who says anything gets streamed off. You need to become a snowflake, like the way they want you to be, Dave. Well, that's not going to happen. You know what I mean? 11, we should all get tattoos and start wearing very flashy suits. But yeah. 800 says, so actually, terrorists can do whatever they want, but you get branded for speaking against it. It seems so. Bess, how are you doing? Good to see you. Yeah, for anybody who's just tuning in, this is the label that YouTube has slapped on my channel.
Yo, Baz, what's going on, man?
What's up, man? How are you?
Bad. What do you think of this terrorism shit with Dopey Dave?
I have to say, I think you were being a bit hypocritical. Sorry?
I missed it. What did you say?
I said I have to say, I think you were being a little bit hypocritical.
How?
Talking about him complaining about his channel, for example, and then whilst bigging up your own channel. Fucking hell, bro, you've been going around YouTube saying you're the biggest citizen journalist in the world for years.
I am.
Yeah, okay. So how come it's okay for you to say that, but it's not okay for Dave to...
Yeah, but I've never said, like Dopey Dave has said from his mouth a lot of time, that Muslims should be persecuted in this country.
Yeah, that's not what I'm disputing, no.
So what's your dispute then?
Just when he was talking about his channel and saying that he'd built up his channel, yes, and he did. You know?
Yeah, I said he built up a channel from other people's content.
Yeah, but that's what you're doing right now. You're
No,
listening to his
I
content.
built up my channel on my personality and my opinion.
Ghost, you're literally on your channel right now listening to Dave's content.
Yeah, but nobody is listening to Dave's content. So what I'm trying to say, that I didn't post videos of one man 24/7 and build up my channel. I've actually reviewed the videos, gave my own opinions, broke it down, and I disagreed with the majority of people, while Dopey Dave just played the whole interviews of Tommy Robinson.
Well, when you throw in the Tommy Robinson side of it, I have to agree on that side of it. But as a whole, I totally disagree because the exact same thing that you're accusing him of, you're doing yourself right now.
No, I'm not, because
Which is
like you
insane.
said, you agree with Tommy Robinson. If you take Tommy Robinson out of his channel, then that 99% is gone.
That's not true either, bro, because the same people who watch his channel are the same people who watch this one. The same people who watch Luke's, the same people who watch Jupiter's, it's and so on and so forth.
I don't think so.
Well, I do. We're all the same. We're all.
I think
you know.
he's got more far right extremists watching his channel than I have watching mine.
Well, I don't know about that. I couldn't comment. Neither here nor
I
there
know
on
there's
that.
a good portion of 50 people maybe that watch me, Gummy, and maybe Dopey Dave, right? But there's other people that only come from me. Maybe that's like 5 to 10%, and then Gummy on her side that she gets other people. Then I don't really know about Dopey Dave because I don't really watch him. Find him very boring. His voice makes me go asleep, right? And I can't do that whilst I'm working.
Do you know what? Right? I have to give a disclaimer here before I say this. Because I actually do like Dave. I've got a bit of respect for him. But I agree with that 100%. Is he needs a little bit more gesture in his voice, shall we say.
Yeah, it needs a bit more character, a bit more personality, right? That people are gonna either hate him and hate watch or like him and like fanboy watch, right?
Yeah.
But he has
neither.
neither.
I've said that for years, mate. I would agree.
Yeah,
But
he has
like
neither,
I say,
right?
I don't dislike Dave. I'm not slagging him off or anything. But yes, that's true.
Yeah, people can't even hate watch him, right? Because it's so boring. Like, at least with Gummy, right? You could hate watch her from time to time. If it gets too much, like, you can't watch it more than an hour, right? Because that's enough. But at least you can do that, right? You can't even hate watch Dopey Dave, right? It's so boring. And that's the thing. like people will either watch you because they hate you or they like you.
I
With
agree with you.
Dopey Dave,
I agree with you, mate.
like,
The haters are useful sometimes. If it comes to a YouTube channel, it's useful. I mean, sometimes when I watch this channel,
because
Ghost,
like
I'll be Ghost.
controversy creates cash, right? There's an American saying, controversy creates cash. Like, if it's controversial, if a person is controversial, that's money for them, right?
Ghost, when I watch this channel, sometimes I'm sitting here thinking that you and I Dookie are being dickheads. But guess what? That's why I'm watching it. It's entertaining.
Yeah, because
like
you want to
dickheads?
see us be dickheads, right?
Yeah, exactly, man.
So you must like
Yeah,
Easy then.
Yeah, but he's when he's being a dickhead, he's a bit boring and he's like slow at it.
Yeah, but the thing is, Easy's channel is only gonna be good when he's beefing somebody, right? Soon as that beef goes on, he's like, I think there's a little bit of boycott going on my channel. Like,
Yeah, he does love to cry victim. I won't lie,
Yeah.
he does.
yeah, but I think
I don't
Dopey
have any
Dave-
issue with Easy either, by the way. I have to throw that out there.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to
But
say is, like, Dopey
does like
Dave
to
is so
cry victim.
boring, right? He's so boring. He either needs to get involved in these beefs, right, and come have the rough it out with people, right? Otherwise, like, he's like, there's no reason to watch the guy. Like, but
But
he
isn't that what everyone does? That's what you're doing right now.
What?
You're
Doing
saying
what,
Dave.
boss?
You're saying Dave only does it to cry some beef and blah blah blah, and that's
No,
all he
I
puts
said
stuff up.
he
That's what
needs
you're
to
doing right
create
now.
the beef. I said he needs to create the beef so we can have a little laugh at least, right? Otherwise, he's boring. If he's
Oh,
not
well-
beefing somebody, then I'm not even fucking interested in watching him.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, if he's beefing somebody, then I'll be interested, right? If he's beefing Gummy, Wendy, or me, or somebody else, then yeah, I'm interested. If he's not beefing somebody and he's doing a normal show, then I'm not interested in him.
Sometimes I'll be honest, right? Sometimes Dave, when he's talking about what's the word I'm looking for?
Tommy.
I'm just thinking like the news, like what's going on. What's the word I'm looking for?
Tommy.
It's just general stream, right? He's doing a general stream where he's giving update on the breaking news or whatever.
Yeah, sometimes I find him a little bit informative because I don't sit there and watch the news on my TV. So sometimes if I'm clicking onto the YouTube channel, sometimes I'll get a little bit of insight from Dave from that.
All right, but what do you think of Easy having a rant for 5 minutes and then reading out the football scores like his Sky Sports News?
I'm sure I tried to jump on his channel to tell him the exact same thing.
Yeah, what the fuck's up with that? That's just so stupid, right? It's like saying, fuck you, Ghost, I'm gonna get you, watch what I do to you. Brentford 1 and Arsenal 2, Liverpool 3, Watford 4. I'm like, what the fuck's
My
wrong
neighbour,
with you?
my neighbour just had an axe through her head. But in greater news, Ronnie Sullivan won 42 points to 4.
That's a good one. But like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, why the fuck are you fucking being a football pundit between beef, right? Pick your stream, bro. Like, that is fucking ridiculous. That you start fucking, like, who needs a guy to read out football scores? Either you have a football channel, right? There's so many football channels that do so well, right? You
I've
got
also
that
said
saying-
this as well, right? Anyone
What's
who's
that?
interested in the football, man, anyone who's listening to your stream, they're either listening to it on a phone or a laptop or an iPad or something like that. You can Google the football scores if you wanted to know
Yeah,
them.
if they're football fans, they're gonna check the score, right? Sometimes I'm between streams, sometimes I'm between driving and I park up and check the score, right? Like, these people are fucking crazy. Like, the football fans will check the score, right? You got football YouTubers, right? You
To be
got
fair, though, Ghost, right? You can't be a hypocrite here because you're a Man United fan, aren't you?
Mm.
So if Man United play Liverpool tomorrow, for example, I don't know who they're playing, but if let's just say they played Liverpool tomorrow, Man United win 4-0, you'll be talking about it for fucking 2
I
hours.
would, But what I'm saying is that's my personal club, right?
Yeah, but there's nothing to talk about because Liverpool always loses.
That's my
You're only
personal.
saying that because you think I'm a Liverpool fan, I do, Keith, but you're very much mistaken.
He's Evertonian, right? But what I'm
And
trying to say, like,
incidentally, Canada always loses, mate. Trust me.
all right, Baz, right? Just calm down, right? What I'm trying to say, me reading out my own club's football results or doing between my personal stuff and keeping up with the score is one thing, right? But me turning into Sky Sports News or a fixture thing and start reading out every score from the Premier League to non-league, right? It's fucking ridiculous, right?
No, I think you're going overboard with this, to be honest.
All right. So there's so many football channels, right? If you're a Man United fan, go watch Ginger, right? Who just won Celebrity Big Brother.
All right,
Watch Say
Ghost,
TV.
why don't you just phrase it like this? Clearly, the guy doesn't have that much to talk about, so he's using that for content. Why don't you just say it like that?
Yeah,
That's obviously what you're saying.
Yeah, but that's not entertaining, right? I'm saying that between a rant, right? You can't switch. Like what the fuck? It's like you saying, Baz, you having a rant at me. The next minute, you're trying to fucking talk about the fucking
Canada.
takeaway prices and menu at your local takeaway, right? It fucking makes no sense, right?
Because actually, at the moment, I'm fucking hungry.
I've just ate some
What
nice
did you have?
food. Oh well, I had some nuggets. I wouldn't say the nuggets. They're like big chicken pieces fried in a batter, but they're not breadcrumb batter, right? Like nuggets are. It's
Yeah, chicken
like
bites. Chicken bites.
yeah,
I think
chicken
they're called,
bites. Yeah, I would say bites, and with chips that were nice.
Yeah, they are nice, then. Yeah.
I just had that. I wasn't really hungry. I didn't want a burger because I think the tea cakes and bread makes it like I try to avoid stuff like that.
Yeah, the bread. Well, bread is like fucking. It's proper gluten in it.
Yeah, I try to avoid tea cakes and bread. One thing I try to do is avoid it, especially on the night. Early morning, I don't mind a little tea cake. I mean, even if it's tea cake like egg, hash brown sandwich, whatever, I love it. Or if it's fried bread, I love it. But on a night, like I don't like the bread, man. I don't like the bread or tea cakes. I don't.
Yeah. It's
I
not
want
too bad for me.
something.
I'm skinny as fuck, Ghost. So it's not too bad for me. But I do understand like too much bread and stuff. It is gluten. So I do understand.
I wouldn't say I'm skinny, but I wouldn't say I'm fat either because I've got no belly.
Yeah, but I'm skinny. Well, I've got a little bit of it, actually. Now you say that. I'm skinny as fuck, right? But I've got a
Yeah,
tiny
because
bit of a
you
belly
drink,
because I
right? You
drink beer.
probably got a little bit beer belly.
That's it. Yeah, just a little bit though. It's not bad. It's just a little.
Yeah, but how much do you weigh and what's your height?
I'm probably between. I haven't weighed myself in a while, by the way. I'm 5'7" ish, give or take, and I probably weigh about 8 stone, 8 to 9.
That's skinny, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not fat or nothing. That's what I'm saying.
Like I'm like 5'9", right? And I weigh 12.5 stones, and I'm like with me throughout my school and whatever. Nobody has ever called me fat, and nobody has ever called me skinny. I've always been like in between, like nobody.
Like average.
Yeah, nobody ever comments on my weight, right? In real life.
Well, I was
I'll
tell you, when I was growing up, Ghost, I was.
Yeah,
I
because
was
here everybody calls me fat.
Ghost, when I was growing up, like it's just natural in my family. By the way, everyone was kind of athletic. So when I was growing up, and plus I was outside playing football for like 12 hours a day, just on the street.
Same here.
Do you know what I mean? So
play all day long. And
so
we used to hang
as a
around.
skinny guy, plus I used to like climbing too. Like I grew up, I had like a ripped 6-pack, but I was skinny, still skinny.
I
as
used
fuck,
to.
don't get me wrong.
We used to hang around like this sports complex, right? And we used to get like adult teams booking the facilities. We used to play like they used to have a youth center there and other stuff, right? We used to play like table tennis and whatever. I was always naturally good at sports, whether it's cricket, football, or whatever sport I played. I was like decent at it. Um, so they used to like we used to play our own football games after school, and then we used to get people booking on the night. And whenever they're 1 or 2 men short, they'd be like, "Oh, guys, anybody want to join in?" Me and my mate used to say, "Yeah, we'll join in." We used to play every fucking night with like grown-up men and embarrass them, right? But yeah, that was just normal for us at that time. And then obviously got to 16, 17, started getting into girls and obviously smoking, smoking and shit.
You know what I've been getting into lately? Goes to sport wise. I've been watching it a lot on the TV, and I'm terrible at playing it. It's snooker. I'm awful.
I love snooker. I absolutely adore snooker.
I'm awful at playing it, mate. But I
Are you
really
awful?
want to. Yeah, terrible. I'm only.
I'm pretty
It doesn't
decent. I
help that
haven't
I'm
played
short
it
either, does
for
it?
a few months now
You know what I
because
mean?
I've been away. Otherwise, I used to love playing snooker every weekend. Every weekend I'll go snooker and play it, right? I just love snooker.
Yeah, no, I'm like I say, I'm short, so it's awful trying to play it.
But
And the
I'm
only
not.
person I could
I
get to
don't
play it
like
with
really
me.
watching it too much. Like I get really
No, I
bored
love
watching
watching
it.
it. That's what I'm saying. I love watching the snooker.
I love playing it, but not watching it as much.
Well, I'm the opposite, bro. I love watching it, and I'm terrible at playing it. Don't get me wrong. I like having a go, but I hate when I'm crap at something. I fucking hate it.
Yeah, but the thing is, you'll always hate it at the start, right? But eventually you'll pick it up.
No, mate, I've always been that way.
Snooker and sports like that are all about
Perseverance.
consistency, right? The
Yeah.
more you play, the better you're gonna get. Like people spend. I remember I used to know a guy that used to spend 8 hours a day practicing snooker, right? Now, for you, like when I play snooker, like first 1-2 hours you're on it. After that, you start like drifting, right? You haven't got that same energy. This is
I
the
don't
thing.
think I could do anything for 2 hours, to be honest.
Like it's all about concentration, right? Snooker, it's all about being focused. Next ball, your brain planning 3 shots ahead, where you're gonna play the safety, where you're gonna
Yeah, of
expect
course.
him to play the shot, and
Ghost,
that's
we
gonna
know
leave
this,
you
man.
on.
Like I've just told you, I watch it. There's no point in explaining to me how snooker works. I just told you I love watching it.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that's how the psychology of snooker is, right? It's not only about your shots; it's about how you set your opponent up for their shot to leave you with us. Because I normally play doubles, right? We play 2 against 2. So if I'm gonna play tactical, I'll play a safety shot and make the other player play a shot that will leave my partner on to a potential pot, right? So you got to think way ahead. I love snooker because the psychology involved in it. I love it. If I was to pick a sport, it would be football. But I think cricket and snooker is my top 3 sports, right?
I would say,
love-
obviously not to watch, because I don't like. Obviously, no one likes watching this particular sport. But obviously, football is my favourite sport. And the next one to take part in will be swimming, I would say.
Now, Easy's going to make a snooker stream. You watch.
He probably shoved a stick up his ass, right, and make that.
You'll chalk it real good.
I'll be back in a moment. Okay, I'm just going to reset.
All right, big up, Buzz. What I would say, like, I wouldn't put swimming, right? I can't really swim, right? I've only done 10 meters, so
No,
I'm not a
I do
swimmer.
that. I do that just for the fun of it.
I can't swim, right? It's something that I need to learn.
It's best to learn when you're a kid.
This is what I mean. I did it as like in a primary school, and then never did it again. So so I used to like football, always number 1. Cricket, always number 2. So 1 and 2 will never change for me, right? I love playing football. I love playing cricket. But number 3 is between table tennis. I love table tennis, or snooker, in my youth, I played a lot of table tennis, so I used to love table tennis. But now I play a lot of snooker, so I think snooker might get into my top 3. I think snooker might sneak in there. I used to love playing table tennis. I was absolutely the don in sixth form when we used to play, right? We used to play winner stays on, and I used to be on for hours before somebody beat me and knocked me off. But yeah, I used to love table tennis, but I haven't played it for like good 7-8 years, right? So, and now I'm into snooker, and I think snooker is probably my top 3 now. Sorry, table tennis. I know some people call it ping pong, but I'll call it table tennis. Yeah, it's absolute man. Oh, get tired, man. What time is it? Plenty of time yet. Let's play this video.
Hello. And it seems like I might be on the path to distinction. We might be we might be on our way out here, folks. But anyway, yeah, so I've not applied for monetization, but this all of a sudden just appeared, which is quite worrying. It's like, what is going on here? But yeah.
Hey, Ghost, could you pause that for 1 second?
Yeah, go on, Buzz.
Okay. So I just wanted to say to you, Ghost, so you're saying you're not a good swimmer, you're not a fan. You know, what you want to do, right? And obviously I'm not trying to be patronising, I'm being genuinely serious. Go to a fucking swimming pool, bro, and just fucking fall in and do nothing. And guess what?
Oh, you want me to die, right? Do nothing.
No. Do
drown, right?
No.
You just said to jump into a pool and do nothing.
Listen to me. Let me finish. Do
All
nothing. Guess what's going to happen? You're going to rise to the top, bro, because you got fucking air in your lungs. It's going to bring you to the top like a pair of fucking makeshift armbands. Trust me.
Is this guy serious?
100% serious. People.
If I went into a pool and did fucking nothing, didn't flap my legs or didn't try to swim,
nothing, you'll come to the top. And you might need to like lift your head up a little bit to get a breath of air over the water. That's about it. There's no current in a pool, bro. It's not like you're in the ocean. If you was in the ocean, that's different. You know, with the waves washing you backwards and forwards. Obviously, that's different. But if you just jump into a swimming pool, bro, honestly,
I'll jump in the swimming pool, but like at the shallow end, right?
I'm telling you, bro, you jump in at the deep end and do nothing, you'll rise to the top.
Fucking hell, I'm scared of that. I'm not doing that.
I promise, Ghost, I promise you, on my late mother.
Is there not any beaches in the UK?
We have, but
of course there is. It's an island. There's more beaches in the UK than there is in Canada.
I ain't going nowhere near getting fucking drowned in a swimming pool, right? It's my worst nightmare. Is swimming. Everything else
Ghost,
I can
I'm
deal
telling
with,
you, man. Just jump in. Jump in at the deep end. You'll rise to the top, man. And just if you're worried, right, just make sure you're near to the side. So as you do,
so I wear armbands.
Grab onto the side.
So I wear armbands.
No, nothing. Shorts.
What?
Shorts. That's it.
Obviously, I'm gonna wear shorts. What do you think I'm gonna fucking wear?
Well, I said
vest?
nothing. You know what I mean?
Like,
I had to clarify. I wasn't trying to encourage you to go skinny dipping.
Yeah, what the fuck do you think I'm gonna wear? Like,
not armbands, bro. Not armbands. And I'll tell you another.
I've been on holiday and I put that, you know, them floats around my waist or put them under me. Them little.
I'll tell you. Ghost, I'll tell you a story here, right? And it's a 2-part story. When I was young, we was on holiday, and I couldn't swim, so I had armbands and one of them big rubber ring things on me.
Oh my god!
And I jumped in, and it made me do a fucking backflip. Like, and now
how much height did you jump in from?
Well, I just ran and jumped. And now all of a sudden I'm underwater, swallowing fucking water. I had to get fucking rescued.
Oh well, to be honest with you, when I used to be a kid, right, when we were like 12, 13, we used to go like swimming every week. like every Saturday with the lads, just go there, right? And we used to go as kids, and they used to jump on, off the
Yeah, diving board.
big stair where you have to queue up for, and you got that big board that you jump off from.
Yeah, diving board.
Yeah, big diving board. I used to like jump off from there, but I was scared. But I used to just do it because everybody else did it, right?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I've done that before. I don't like heights, me.
I didn't want to do it.
With heights.
I never wanted to do it, but because everybody else used to do it, I used to
Same.
like, all right, do it. But I used to tell the person that went before me that once I rise back up, just grab me, right?
Yeah.
But I still did it for somebody that can't swim. Like I still jumped off the like 20 feet height, right?
That's it. Ghost, I'm telling you, right? Honestly, that's just something that's in your head that you can't swim. You can swim, man. You can move your arms, you can move your legs, can't you?
Yeah.
Unless you've got no fucking arms and no legs, bro, you can swim. It's as simple as that. All you have to do, bro, is move your arms, move your legs, and you're moving through the water. That's swimming.
Yeah, I was.
It's just
like,
that people. The problem is like when you think you can't swim, people panic, so people panic and then they open their mouth, they start swallowing water. As long as you can, that's it. That's the only thing,
yeah,
bro.
but like I'm like claustrophobic, right? I am very claustrophobic, so I don't like places where they're dark or like suffocating. I am claustrophobic. That's something that I am, right? So when I go in water, I get anxiety because I feel like I'm gonna like pass out.
Are you body conscious, Ghost?
No, I'm not body conscious. I've got a beautiful body.
Well, because that's the only, in my experience, that's the only time where
No,
people
but I'm
tend to struggle.
claustrophobic. I'm claustrophobic.
Swimming pool isn't a fucking small enclosed space.
Yeah, but it still has an effect on your breathing.
Claustrophobic, bro, is like when you're locked in a cupboard or something.
No, not exactly. Anything that you suspect that is gonna prevent you from breathing.
All right, well, what you want to do is just start in the shallow end then.
All right, I'll just kill myself, right, Buzz?
No, just start in the shallow end where you can actually stand up.
I'm okay with the shallow end, right? I haven't got an issue with the shallow end. I'm happy there.
Dude, everyone starts, bro, is in the shallow end. You got to start somewhere. No one wakes up, mate, and then they're an Olympic fucking sprinter. You know what I mean? You got to start somewhere.
I'll come to your end, isn't it? We'll go together, Buzz. How about that?
I'm fucking happy with that, lad. Yeah.
Yeah. As long as you don't reveal my identity to all the world, like I'll come get you and we'll go.
I'll reveal your identity as Ghost. That's it. Besides, even if we met up, bro, what do you think I'm going to do? Ask you for your ID?
Yeah, you probably take pictures of me, right?
Shut up, you tit.
You will. You'll perv on me, right?
I'd recognise your voice and I'd be like, oh, yeah, all right, lad.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? Do you want to have a scram first, or do you want to go and jump in? Let's go.
He hoping he drowns so he can give him CPR.
I can't eat before going swimming, right? But after
You're not
being
supposed
swimming,
to,
you
actually.
feel really hungry, right?
That is a good point. You're not supposed to.
Yeah, after swimming, like you're really hungry. I remember we used to go to local chippies after as kids when we used to go swimming because you used to feel really hungry or hit them vending machines, right?
Yeah. Same, exactly the same. Used to go to a swimming bath called Peter Lloyd Swimming Baths.
Yeah.
And
or hit the vending machines.
No. Just as you get out, they'd have like a little small cafe type thing. And I don't know why, but after you went swimming, like a plate of chips was fucking lovely. They were like better than chippy chips. It was.
Yeah. Because you gotta remember your stomach, right? Is like a vacuum. It's craving for food, and if you're gonna put anything that's high on salt in there, we used to like there was a chippy near our local swimming baths, right? Oh my god, it used to taste so nice.
I want a plate. I want just a proper big fat greasy bag of chips right now.
All right. I don't want to make you hungry, right? But
You already have. It's too late.
me and my friends, like, we used to have our JD Sports bags with our towel and a swimwear in it, and then we used to go there and get a bag of chips with curry sauce on it, and then walk home. Our walk was like good a mile away from the baths, but it was worth it, right? We used to enjoy it.
I had a fish earlier. I had the fish chips with mushy peas, and I got curry sauce on the top of it.
Wow. You got mushy peas and curry sauce?
Yeah. I enjoyed it, man. It was fucking lovely.
I don't mind mushy peas, but it gives me heartburn sometimes. Right?
Mushy peas gives you heartburn?
Yeah. Mushy peas gives me
All right,
heartburn.
well, this will definitely give you heartburn. I had a shitload of salt and vinegar on it too.
I love salt and vinegar. Like, I would really I always tell them to do extra or do it myself, right? If they let me. But yeah, I prefer with curry sauce, right? Just put curry sauce over it.
Yeah, usually I go with gravy, but I just felt like I tried the curry sauce. It was good. I didn't think curry sauce with fish would work, but it really did.
Where do you get it from?
No comment.
Baz?
No comment.
No, I mean, was it halal or non-halal or?
No, it's just fucking regular shit.
Just regular white man's place, right?
Yes.
All right, no these. But they probably put them. They probably fry them in beef drippings, right?
No, I feel bad now, right? The reason I didn't want to say ghost is my missus's workplace.
All right. I don't really.
You know what I mean?
I don't want people to
exactly
figure it out, right? I don't
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to take no part in that, right? So yeah, let's just move on. But yeah, I like snooker. So who's playing at the moment? What is it? Is it World Championships or is it like?
It is the World Championships. I think it's coming towards the final, I believe.
Who's there? Who's there? What's the
I'm
players?
not too sure, bro. Because, like I say, I've only just got home. So fucking...
No, but what have you been watching recently? Because I've not watched any of this.
I think the last one I seen, I think, might have been the semi-final. And it was
who?
Mark Selby, I believe. And I forget the other guy's name.
Well, you've got like Selby, you've got Ronnie. Ronnie's obviously a legend in it. And then
I don't think he's in.
Then you got that fat guy. What's he called? Murphy, or I can't even remember his name.
Sean Murphy, yeah.
Yeah, you got him. And then
Sean
you got
Murphy.
that.
He kind of looks like King James.
Is it South Asian or Japanese player, or is Dong or Ding or whatever his name is?
Yeah.
He's meant to be pretty decent.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Ding Dong, right?
Ding Dong.
I can't remember his name. Yeah. And yeah, you got a few players, right?
Kim Jong-un.
I don't know. I remember I started watching it when we used to have... when I started watching it, because my dad was like massive snooker fan. I started watching when you had Stephen Henry, Steve Davis, and you had Jimmy White with the glasses.
Obviously, Ronnie.
Yeah, Ronnie came a lot. But you got to remember, snooker was not like massive then, even though they used to show it on TV. But there wasn't massive prize money in it. Until it came worldwide, right? 24/7. And now there is a lot of money in it for anybody that's interested. What about that player that used to play super defensive? His name started with a T, right? And he frustrated Ronnie one day so much that Ronnie flipped out on him.
Well, Ronnie's flipped out loads of times, so...
Yeah, but this player was super defensive. He would basically play every shot defensive. Like you get some
Higgins
people.
by any chance?
No, Higgins is pretty decent, right? He's that Scottish guy. I rated Higgins before he did that scandal where he took a bribe, right? Is the other one, is it Top or something T, man? Anybody in the chat can
I was going
remember
to
that?
say maybe your chat might know. I'm not sure.
Can anybody in the chat remember that super defensive player? He's like a bald white guy, skinny. I can't remember his name.
Is
But
it
he used
Baz
to
by
play.
any chance?
Eh?
Is it Baz by any chance?
No, no, it's not Baz. Was it Top? Or he used to play really defensive. Like, no, not Trump. Not Trump. Trump is decent, right? Trump is
Yeah,
pretty
Judge
good.
Trump is. Judge
Yeah.
Trump's probably one of the top in the world right now.
Yeah, he's Ebden. That's the one. Peekaboo.
Say
Ebden.
again. What is it? Ebden.
Ebden, yeah. Ebden
I'm
is
not
the
familiar
one
with
that's
that. I'm not familiar with that player. No, I don't even know what that is.
What, you don't know Ebden, right?
I don't think so, bro. Could you pull a picture up of him or something?
Oh, yeah, I'll pull it up now, right? Ebden is super defensive. Fucking hell.
No, that doesn't
That
ring a bell to
guy
me,
is.
mate.
Oh. He is snooker. He is super defensive. P. Ebden, right? He is really defensive. That guy, he will bore the pants out of you, right? P.
Do you
Ebden.
know what though? I liked it. I liked the defense of it. So
Yeah, but I think, like, as a snooker player, you're only good if you can do both, right? When it's time to attack, you attack. When it's time to
I'm
defend.
talking as a spectator, though, Ghost. As a spectator, when
Mm.
you're watching, I like watching the snookers and the defensive shots.
Yeah,
We
but
all know, right? All
I
these top
like
players in the
defensive
world.
shots,
We
but
know.
you couldn't go a whole game if the guy all he did was play defensive shots. That would fucking piss you off, right?
Well, yeah, there would come a point like when you're like, this has gone too long now.
Yeah, this guy, big up Dookie, man. Take care, bro.
See you tomorrow,
See
whatever.
you later, bro.
Got a trouble, Bass.
You must remember that guy, man. Come on.
No, actually,
Here's
no.
snooker. Eh?
No, he
You
doesn't.
don't know him?
No, he doesn't look familiar to me. No.
P. Ebden, man. This guy is like super defensive, bloody snooker player, man. This guy is. And remember, he would like piss you off. Like, I'm pretty good at defense as well as attack, right? I prefer playing safe, safety in mind, right? Whenever you take a shot, you need to have safety in mind. In case you miss, you don't want to leave a person on. Especially with these snooker players, you leave somebody with half a sniff, right? They
Of
can
course,
clear
yeah, man.
that table. They can clear that table up. So this guy was like super defensive, frustrate the other person, because you can't frustrate the other person by playing defensive, because that's against the game plan, right? They would like start taking on shots. If they take on brave shots, they get it in. They can kick your ass, right? But it's a brave shot. They've got like
You
40%.
do know the reason why your guy just left, because snooker's a very English game. I doubt people in Canada play much snooker.
Oh, you think Dookie left because we were talking about snooker?
I do, yes.
Oh my god. I don't think so. I think he's been leaving like around about this time, even yesterday and a few days.
He's got something to do. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, so P. Ebden is very good at snooker. I've never really played golf, Viking, right?
I can't do golf. I can't do it, mate. I'm fucking so bad.
I did go with one guy that I knew. He said, "Oh, I like to on my time go shoot," and we were just in them sort of nets type and just like smashing it. And then I had like blisters on my bloody fucking hand after it.
I can't. No, I can't do golf. I will tell you a story. I don't even know if I should say this, by the way, because
don't. If it's gonna,
it may be slightly incriminating. I was only a kid. And my mates were playing golf on the field. Now they like their golf, like they were pretty good or whatever, and they were like, "Yeah, buddy, have a shot." So it was only a little small field, yeah, but I had the side of the field. On both sides was a dual carriageway.
Wow.
So I'm sure you can guess. I'm sure you can guess where this is going.
Yeah.
So I overhit it, and a bus was going past, and it stuck right in the fucking driver's window.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah. Nothing happened, like he didn't crash or anything.
Yeah, but the thing is, that's not your fault, is it? Were you playing
It
on
was
the
an
football
accident.
pitch?
I didn't do it on purpose, obviously.
Were you on a football pitch or outside?
It was just a field, bro. It wasn't a football pitch.
Yeah, but it's still a field, isn't it? It's somewhere where you're allowed to play sports.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I've seen so many dual carriageways on the side of a fucking football pitch, right? So, like, you can't really blame the people that are playing football if the ball happens to go over the goal and into the road and, like,
It's a bit
in the
different, though,
side.
than a ball going over, bro, than a golf ball.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But yeah, listen, let's stop talking about that. Let's move on, because
Yeah,
it's
we
bad.
don't.
I felt so guilty, mate. I felt so horrible, and I still do to this day. Clearly, I've got brain damage, mate. I don't even remember things I spoke about yesterday, but I remember that like it was yesterday. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that would stick with you, innit? Because
Yeah.
that's like on your conscience that, oh, did I
Exactly, yeah.
cause any issue? Or maybe I did. That shows that you're a good person, right? That you still think about that sort of shit, even
Yes,
though
I mean,
you know
fucking hell.
that you're possibly innocent, but
Nothing came of it. Nothing happened. Like, no one got
Mm.
injured or anything. But they fucking could have. You know what I mean?
Mad.
Yeah. Do stupid shit when you're a child, don't you, mate?
Yeah, of course, right? We used to do all sorts. I don't even want to say what we used to get up to. like as children, like you will do wild shit, especially when you're in an environment where you possibly will like egg each other on, right? Dare
Exactly.
each
With
other.
a little bit of bravado from your friends, everyone trying to show off, all that
Yeah,
crap.
or I dare you to go into that garden. I dare you to cross the road
Yeah.
with your eyes shut. I dare you to go across the train track. All sorts of dares, right? We used
All
to
right,
do.
well, I'll give you another one. Right, there's nothing incriminating about this.
Mm.
In our street, like I say, we was all little hooligans, basically.
Mm.
There was a guy in our street who we all called Baldy Narc, which explains itself. He was very narky, and he was extremely baldy. Right? Now, this guy had the house on the corner, a big, nice garden, and whatnot, and he was always ready to chase you. Do you know if you went and knocked on his door, just knock and run?
Oh yeah, one of those, right?
It was like he was standing behind the door for the whole day, ready. It was metal. So, like, we do knock and run on any house in the street, right? But when it came to Baldy Narcs, now all of a sudden this was a real scenario.
Yeah, we've had it so many. We used to have this old lady that if the ball went in her, you would just fucking go crazy, right? She had a massive gate, but if it went over, like we would be scared to go in it. And then this other house where this old man lived, and he used to chase you. So, like, my mate
Okay.
once, right? Yeah, we dared him to go do like trick or treating in that garden, right, on mischief night, and still remember he went in there. The guy opened the door, and he didn't say trick or treat. He just went boo, like, and run. Like, he forgot to say trick or treat and just went boo. And then he started running, right? Way on like a bottom street, looking at him running up the street. The old man chasing him.
Ghost, let me elaborate on this guy I was telling you about, Baldy Narc. Because I'm being deadly serious, by the way. I'll even fucking show you the street on fucking Google Maps if you want.
No. Yeah,
Right. So, just at the side of his garden, like he had he was a corner house, so it was like a big garden, you know. And he had a driveway it was like a wooden wooden fence that would open up where you could drive your car in.
Right.
Right. This guy was so fucking weird and paranoid to the bottom of the
What?
fucking fence, and also to the top of it.
Oh my god.
Just because he got so annoyed that the football would go into his garden and we go in to get the football back.
No, that's mad, innit?
It's crazy, that, isn't it?
Imagine people going crazy, right? Over a fucking football coming into your garden.
Well, it's not the
Like,
fact. Listen, I can understand him being annoyed about us running in and out of his garden to get the football, but does that really justify wanting someone to get fucking nailed up?
Exactly, that is fucking
crazy.
extreme, right? You got to remember, like that old woman that I was telling you about, she used to sit there deliberately watching out our window, waiting that she knew that these are going to be playing, and if it comes in my garden, that's it, I'm going to take it inside, right? And you're like, what? Get a life.
He did that to me too as well, by the way, multiple times. My football went in his garden, and he came out with a big fucking butcher knife and just stabbed it right in front of me, looked at me and just threw me and just threw the ball over the fence and just went back in.
That's mad, innit? It's
Crazy.
like, I remember where we used to live before, like a football come into our garden a few times. My wife got annoyed and I said, look, they're fucking children, right? Let them play. Because it reminded me of my childhood. And I said, like used to piss me off when people complained, like, what were you supposed to do? Like, we're kids, right? We're going to play.
Exactly, man. What do you want them to do? Go and play on the fucking road?
What do you want us to do? Like, it's absolute madness that people would kick off. Yeah, I would understand when we used to play cricket, and if their window gonna break, right? That's fair enough. Like if kids
Yeah,
broke
exactly, man. If someone
window,
kicks a ball through your window or something, then yes, obviously
yeah.
that's not fucking
But
good.
there's a few times that it happened where somebody were playing cricket. We used to play cricket, and somebody's window ended breaking, and whoever's window broke, the parent of the person that did it always would yeah, we'll sort it out. We'll pay you for it.
Well, I've said this story online many times. Ghost, I'll tell you again now, yeah. So, I'm walking down the road, me and a group of my mates, and one of them, he kicked a footy at me and it hit me. I'm on the right side of the road at this point. He kicked it and it hit me on my left hip, yeah. So, just naturally, I've just turned around and just booted it back at him. But the cunt ducked out of the way of it. And it went through my next door neighbour's window. And they happened to be properly old people. And I was, like I say, I was with a group of my mates. They all ran away. I stood there because, like I say, they were my next door neighbours, old people. So I stood there like, sorry. And the old lady came out and she said, you just nearly gave my husband a heart attack. Next minute, the mate who I was kicking it at, he popped back up out of nowhere and went, he nearly had a heart attack. I nearly had a fucking heart attack. Shit, man.
I tell you what once happened with me, right? We were playing football. This wasn't in my local area. Well, it was in my area, but it was actually football, like a proper football ground, right? And we were playing, and I was playing as a striker, right? So when I run through, like imagine somebody plays a ball over the top, right?
Yeah.
And you as a striker, you're on the last man and you run through. And the ball, you're not going to make it, right? You're not going to get your feet to it or head to it or whatever, right? But it bounces right in front of you. And the keeper sort of jumps up in front of you. And you see the ball right there. And you know you can't touch it. So what I did was ended up punching the ball. When I punched the ball, right, it ended up hitting the goalkeeper square on the nose.
The ball did though, or your fist?
Yeah, none of the ball. So the ball got stuck between his nose and my fist, right?
Oh, fucking hell.
And I've gone through it. And I've done it like out of frustration because I couldn't make it. But doing that ended up knocking the goalkeeper out. Yeah,
I can imagine, yeah.
it knocked him out clean. And everybody's there, oh, you killed him, you killed him, you killed him. I'm like, no, he's all right, man. I'm like, I'm only like 40
Killed
years
him.
old. I'm like, yeah, he's all right, man. Don't worry. I'm like, yo, bro, you all right? And I could see him breathing, right? But he was like out. He was cold out. I'm like, bro, get up, man.
Yeah, worst thing that could happen from that would be a fucking jaw injury or a fucking nose
Yeah,
injury.
it was just a bad
It's
situation,
not
right?
going to kill you, you know.
Yeah, but as children, right, you don't know we don't know the like all the biology and how
Anatomy.
it works and this, that, the other. You see a man that knocked out in front of you, well, like a kid knocked out in front of you that you've played with for years. That we used to have football matches with another area. We used to play them all the time, even same high school. We used to play them, and then we used to go local because we were from the same area. We used to play against them. It was always us versus them, right? Always, we used to have so many matches against them. And that one moment when I ended up punching the ball, but then the ball went and fucking knocked the guy out. Fucking scary, bro.
Yeah, that is mad. Like,
it was scary.
Ghost, can I
Because
ask you something? And I don't mean to sound like racist or anything, but it may come across that way. So, with your ethnicity, the
Aye.
fucking, I know you're English, by the way, so I'm not doubting that. I know you're English, but your ethnicity, like your like most prevalent sport, would be cricket, would it not?
Yeah, my dad used to love cricket. This is why I like cricket, right? This is
That's
why
what I
I
was gonna.
like.
That's what I'm trying to ask you. Are you a cricket fan? That's what I was asking.
Yeah, but I said it before that my first favorite sport is football, and then it's cricket because I played both at a decent level. Because I used to love playing cricket as well.
I was terrible. I've
And
never
my
been any
third
good at cricket.
sport,
Me.
my third sport used to be table tennis, but now it's snooker. When I was
Yeah,
younger,
I
it
do
was
like
table
snooker.
tennis.
Do you know what else I don't mind? Ghost. I don't mind badminton.
Yeah, I played badminton because, like, I remember girls used to play badminton a lot when
I don't
we
give
were
a
growing
fuck if
up.
it's a girl's sport or a boy's sport. I couldn't give a fuck.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the reason I didn't play a lot because I used to see girls play a lot, and that time it was always that's a girl thing, we can't do it.
Yeah, but
Boy
that's
thing.
your problem. That's what I'm saying to you. That's why I'm saying I don't give a fuck. Why do you care? For God's sake,
At
man.
that time I
If you
did. Now I don't. Right now I wouldn't. Like I wouldn't couldn't give a shit.
no, man. If you like ice skating, for example, go ice skating. Who cares? That's a girl sport.
Oh, we used to go ice skating, but all you used to pull the birds, right?
Nah, fuck
On a
that, man.
Saturday.
Don't. And this is to everybody listening, by the way. I'm not just saying this to you, Ghost. Don't ever let someone tell you or let some stereotype put you off something that you enjoy doing. If you enjoy it, don't fucking do it.
I've never played baseball, right? I've had a baseball bat and a ball and a glove just in my car as a disguise. Never played.
I get you.
Yeah, but you know, if you're gonna put a baseball bat, you need
Yeah,
to
I
put
get you. You don't need to elaborate.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Leave it at leave it at that.
Ghost is getting old one. Yeah, I am getting old. I'm over 40 now, right?
We're all getting fucking old.
Yeah.
You know, we've been on this YouTube shit chatting the same shit for about 20 years.
But I think we was part of the best era, right? Because we lived we lived a small amount of our time without mobile phones and like streaming services to actually get into that age where all that came about.
Well, to be honest with you, Ghost, you must be slightly older than me then, because I grew up, I had a PC in my bedroom.
At what age?
And 12, 13, something like that.
Well, I didn't. The only thing that I had was like I think it was Sega Mega Drive as a young boy, right? Because my brother passed it down, and then it was like PlayStation.
Yeah, PlayStation
I
1.
never had a PC until after I was married. I never had a I never had a PC, right? We never had a PC. We had like computer games and consoles, but not a fucking PC, right? Nobody give a shit
Yeah, I
about
got
a
it.
PC.
The reason I got it right, I was like the blue eye of my family. My granddad had a lot of fucking. He had a lot of fucking cash scurry the way, shall we say?
Yo, Sega Mega Drives, did I hear?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Sonic
Let me finish my sentence.
Sonic.
Sorry, guys.
Big up,
so, but I was also in school. I was doing pretty good in IT.
Okay.
So they saw fit to buy me a PC. You know.
Nah, I didn't have a PC. You didn't need one, right? I was born in '84, right? And at that time, there was no need for a PC for a child because there's nothing on there.
I didn't mean to overjump you there, by the way, Joe. Jay.
Yeah,
No, I jumped in the middle. I honestly, that was all I was contributing. Just I wanted to be like, ha, old fuck. I'm just messing. No, yeah, I didn't have we had a PC in our house in the 90s, like late 90s, early 2000s, and then it was the dial-up stuff though. So like, as soon as the internet would turn on, the house phone would cut off. Yeah, and it
Yeah, because it used to run through the LLU connection to the landline, right?
Yeah. So you couldn't even use your house phone at the same time.
Yeah, so we never had a PC, right?
Well, you could.
Yeah,
you pick your house phone up and you just hear the same dial connection, wouldn't you?
Yeah, my brothers did get laptops, like in the early 2000s, but we never really had a PC. I only got a PC since I was married. I think I had a couple of kids before I got a PC. Like
I've got a tower. There was meant to be a replacement for me, my laptop and that, but I got my laptop fixed. I've never had a PC. I've always had like other devices like games consoles, and then when phones became big, I got a phone, and then like tablets and all that, laptops. I've just never owned a PC. Also, I live off grid, so like it's easier to power a laptop.
Yeah, of course, right. So have you seen them new power banks, JOJ? Like I'm watching on TikTok, and they've got them really fancy ones with like a little lamp on top. And I really felt like getting one today, right? I stopped myself from getting one. But because last time I got a power bank, a big one, and I thought it was going to be fast charge, and it wasn't fucking fast charge, and it pissed me off, right?
Yeah, they do suck, like some of them. I've got a decent one at the moment, just a little handheld one, but it's got all these like solar panel attachments. So when I go abroad and that, I just stick the main part in my bag and leave all the solar panels on the outside of my bag. So when I'm walking around, I can put my phone in, get it charged up nice and sound.
Yeah, that's what you want, isn't it? That's what you want, to easily charge up your phone or charge up few phones. Because I go Pakistan a lot, right? And even though like it depends where I am, sometimes they run out of electricity, especially on the night, right? The electricity will just turn off, and I didn't want to really leave my phone on charge while I'm not sleeping, right? Because I used to sleep in these sort of little nets type of thing to stay with, keep the mosquitoes away. Like you have this zip up thing, like you put on your bed. And
I know, Ghost, you've been fucking in the arm's celebrity or something.
No, you have to, though. You have to in like Pakistan and places like that. Like when I was in India, we used to like the whole time I was in India, we slept in that.
Yeah, so they will have a little zip, and you jump in there, and then you tied the zip from inside because zip will work both ways, right? And you just zip it up. But if you got a power bank, you could just put your phone on charge and just chill there, right? And all the mosquitoes are fucking trying to get you. They can't, and you're like, haha, fuck you.
Oh, there's nothing worse though, right? When you think you're all nice and secure inside. I was sat there, right, when I was in India.
One breaks through, right?
Yeah, just there's one in there, right? And you're like, I'm reading my book, and then in between me and my headlight and the book, there's just this one mosquito that goes past. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. My whole night is just spent trying to slap this one fucking mosquito.
Yeah, that's fucking worst thing, innit? Like,
yeah,
I
and then I
deal
sprayed
with a lot
like
of
a
stuff.
strong
I can't
beat.
deal with the mosquitoes and flies and these, them little black ones that go around.
Do you know what? Fuck
Annoying.
mosquitoes. I don't care less about mosquitoes, right? Fucking spiders, that gets to me.
No, I don't mind spiders. I'll just pick you up and say, "Are you all right?" and go outside the house and let you out the door.
Well, you
right?
pick it up and have a conversation with it. You all right, lad?
Yeah.
I've got pet spiders, me, like little ones that I keep near. I've got like a vent at the top where I've got
I
spiders.
hate them, mate.
And they
I
just
hate spiders.
They eat any flies that come anywhere near me. It's fucking sound.
Yeah, normally I'm shit on flies, right? But when a spider comes in, that's my moment to shine, right? Because my wife, my daughter will kick off like, "Whoa, spider!" and I'll be like, "All right, let me go," and I'll pretend to pick you up and put it in my mouth and then take it out. I won't put it in, and I'll say, "Oh yeah," I'll just drop it out. I'm super cool when it comes to spiders.
Hey, Ghost, I
But when
almost
it
said you
flies,
like my missus until you said you put it in your mouth. Because
no, I
honestly,
just
when it
pretend,
comes to
right? I
spiders,
just
right,
pretend
I'm a little
to
girl.
scare my daughter or whatever, right?
That's a proper dad move, that, isn't it? Being like, "Oh, this spider right here, gone."
I'll just eat this.
When it
And
comes to
then
spiders,
cool,
right,
right?
I am genuinely.
I'm
I'm a
cool
little
with
girl.
spiders. I got no issues with spiders. It's them
Fucking
flies.
hate them,
I
mate.
hate mosquitoes and flies.
None of that shit bothers me. Spiders fucking annoys the fuck out of me. Bro, like I want to go and swim with a great white shark, for example, but I'm terrified of spiders. Isn't that weird?
Well, yeah and no. It's really primal, isn't it? I think it's weird that I've just got like no phobias whatsoever. It's like my body has zero survival instincts at all. Like,
Yeah, I have a phobia of
bitten
heights
by
as well.
You
Which
name,
again,
you name an animal, I've been bitten by it. Like every animal going, I make friends with all sorts of fucking
No,
creatures.
you haven't, have you? You've been bitten by a crocodile, mate.
I've bitten a crocodile. No, an alligator. I've eaten alligator.
Or have you been bitten by them things? I don't really want to say on the live stream as well. But if you're like swimming or you're in free water and they like little,
All right, I was exaggerating. All right, nothing swim up my knob. All right, I know that's what you were going to say. Nothing swim up my urethra. I exaggerate from time to time. Oh
yeah,
God, okay, they scare me. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
Listen, mate,
One second, guys. You guys chat. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Make sure you're wearing shorts.
I'll be back.
Right, stay safe, man. What are you saying, bud? Sorry.
I said next time you're swimming in the Amazon River, just make sure you're wearing shorts, yeah.
Yeah, apparently, I don't know how true this is, right? Apparently, they can swim up your stream. So, like, if you're weighing into the river or something,
Yes,
they
it's
can
true.
swim up
You
your
go up
stream.
That
That
is
is
urethra.
evil. That is the most evil thing ever. It's like if there was a god, right? He sat there and he's like, "How can I fuck with these guys?" And then like made that creature. Like what an evil. It's got barbed hooks and that as well. So when it goes up, it just puts its hooks out. Boom, stuck in there. You're like, no, no. But no, I've been bitten by all sorts of creatures, like fucking all sorts of different spiders. Especially when I was in the jungle, I got fucking eaten alive when I was in the jungle. Or everything. I had fire ants bite me. I had fucking these like massive tree spiders, the big yellow ones that are like the size of your hand. One of them was
Please stop
crawling on my
talking
fucking
about
head.
spiders. No, please. I've genuinely got a proper. I'm serious. I've genuinely got a proper phobia of spiders, man.
I tell you what, though, the one insect that freaked me out was dung beetle. That thing, right, is unbelievably strong. So I've seen a dung beetle. I've never seen them before, and I was like, "Oh my God, these guys are well cool." So I picked it up and I'm looking at it, and then like it's on my finger, it's, and then a couple of the local people were like, "Yes, that's a poo beetle," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's a good point. Actually, I'll put it down. I'll stop playing with the poo beetle." And then I went to take it off my finger, and then it grabbed hold of my finger, and then I swear to God, I was pulling with all my strength, and it wasn't moving. I started to panic inside. It's the first time I've ever been really scared of an insect, where I was like, "Oh, fuck. It's got big mouth bits, you know what I mean?" I'm like, I don't know if it can bite me or not. And then, yeah, I was shaking, trying to shake it off, trying to pull it off. It just wouldn't come off my finger whatsoever. And then eventually it decided to let go. And I was like, thank you for letting me go.
All right. So I'm going to tell you a little small story. My late father, who's passed away now, he lived out in Cyprus. So I was there in Cyprus, and he smoked and I smoked. So, but he went to bed because he had work in the morning, And so I was sitting there with the patio doors open. Fucking tarantula come running in and ran under the table. Now, my dad knows I'm terrified of spiders. So I literally, like a little girl, I jumped up and went banging on his door. Dad, there's a fucking tarantula. And he went, all right, deal with it. And I was like, I fucking can't. And he went, oh, fucking shut up, Barry, I've got to sleep. So I went in my room and just fucking shut the door. And I put a towel blocking the underside of the door, making sure they couldn't get in my room, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the next day, I'd woke up and I went into the fucking bathroom just to go and get a shower. Guess where the fucking spider was?
Was it having a bath?
It was on my fucking towel.
That's it now. Like, you'll never be dry again. And let me guess, you never dried off. You could never access the towel.
I fucking just ran straight out the bathroom. Didn't even fucking end up getting in the shower.
No, I've got sisters that are very much like that. But I grew up different though. I grew up. I don't know where you grew up. That's I'm not going to pretend like
I just come in. Did you say your sisters are like Buzz?
I guess I did. Yeah, I've got sisters that are like Buzz. Are afraid of spiders. So like you, I'm that guy in my family that when I go around to my family's home, like if when they're all chilling, I'll hear a scream or whatever, and it'll be like, fine, I'll go and get it, and then I'll joke, throw it at them. You know what I mean? Like, whoop, and then they're like, ah, they'll freak out. It's funny.
Mad, innit? But the thing is, society has moved on so much, right? From when we were kids. A different world now. Now kids are you getting used to iPads and.
I'm going to say something a bit controversial. I think that every single generation says the exact same thing. Like, it used to be like, oh, look at those kids always reading that.
Yeah, my dad used to say, oh, you lot got it easy. In our time, it was like this. And now we're saying to our kids, right?
Yeah. Like, I don't think it's that different. Like it used to be like, get outside, you read too many books. Now it's kids don't read enough books. Now it's kids don't go outside enough. And then it's, they're on the games too much. Now they watch too many videos. Now they're watching
first they never come inside, right?
TikTok.
First it was like, they never come inside. Our curfew
now they'll
was
never
like,
leave.
if it gets dark, you need to be inside, right? As soon as it gets dark, you need to be inside.
Get on.
Yeah. And now kids, you can't get them out, even in summer, right? Some of them you can't get out. Some of them like playing out, right?
Yeah. Like I've got 4 nieces and nephews with one of my sisters, right? And between them, they are like, they grew up like I grew up in the same family home and everything, with all like, they grew up chickens and stuff, and with like playing with bugs in the garden and shit like that. So they're always out, when they can be, they're always out. Like one of them's got like cadets and stuff they go out to with all the mates and shit. And then, but that being said, when they're in, they are glued to their screens, like trying to get a conversation out of them. I have to go to my youngest nephew. I'm like, show me your Pokemon cards, and that's the only way I can get a chat out of him.
Oh,
he's
wow.
like, let me tell you about this Pokemon card. I'm like, all right, so.
Yeah, some kids, like one thing I found interesting about kids, when they're interested in something, they would like love it. Like one of my sons, he was obsessed with dinosaurs, right? And he knew everything about them. The Velociraptor, the Tyrannosaurus, right? We went to like a shopping mall once at Trafford Centre, and there was one guy pretending to be a dinosaur and one guy pretending to be his sort of capture guide, whatever, right? And me and my son were there. My son was only like 6-7 years old at that time, and I said to the guy, like my son loves dinosaurs, and he's like, all right, does he? I said, yeah, ask him any question, he'll know. And the guy was quizzing him for like good 2-3 minutes, and he knew everything. He knew everything because he was just so obsessed with dinosaurs at that time, right? Most boys are, right? I don't know what it is. They just love dinosaurs. And at that time, he just loved them. And that guy was like impressive, like, wow, this kid knows a lot. But now if you look at it, he wouldn't, like, he's not even interested in dinosaurs or anything. Yeah. But at that time, he absolutely loved them. He was obsessed. The amount of dinosaur toys that I bought was fucking crazy.
I had a nephew that used to call. He went through a dinosaur phase, and he used to call them Dysonals. And I'm like, oh, he's a teenager now, and I'm like, go back to calling them Dysonals. Like,
they're awesome, aren't they, kids? When so innocent, but yeah, it's mad because like we used to me and my cousins, we used to get up to all sorts. Me, my brothers, and my cousins. Oh my god, we used to fucking be so bad. Like,
yeah, I was a wild child. I would hate to I'm so grateful that my nieces and nephews are like normal kids, and they're nothing like when me and my sister.
So have your nephews and nieces grown up around by livestock, right? Like chickens.
Yeah. In the really early years, and we used to keep chickens there and stuff. They don't anymore, but that's how they grew up. They grew up around their tide, which is Welsh for granddad. And he would be farming the garden. Basically, we had everything from peas, carrots, potatoes, literally artichokes, asparagus, raspberries, strawberries, everything growing in the back garden and the greenhouse and that with chickens.
Wow. We didn't have none of that, right? So the only time we used to get to see stuff like that was when we went to Pakistan. So when we went to Pakistan, people would have chickens running around, and they will have other livestock like baby goats and stuff like that, and they'll have cows that they get the milk from, in a village. I remember once, right? I was 16 years old. I went back home, right? I went to Pakistan, and me and my grandma, because my grandparents used to stay there, so I went to visit them. And me and my grandma, we went to a different city, right? You went to a different city to visit some relative's house, right? And I still, this one sticks in my head forever. Like, we went to a relative's house, and, we walked in, and at that time, they didn't really have mobile phones or anything. They had landlines, but they didn't have phones there, right? So the lady gives it to my grandma. Oh, you should have told us that you were coming. We would have, prepared some food for you and this, that, the other. And my grandma's like, oh, it doesn't matter. We'll eat just whatever, right? Whatever you've made, we'll just eat that, right? It's, you don't have to go for extra lunch. She's like, no. We still got time. We can prepare food for you. Then she told her kid or whoever it was, and he was chasing like a little chicken around the fucking garden, right? Just to grab so they can cut up and fucking prepare a feast.
Yeah.
Like that was
my
like
house,
the first
my
time.
house was like that.
The first time it hit me, well, I'm thinking, what the fuck?
Like, oh, that chicken looks well cute. Like, nice one. We'll use that one then.
that kid was chasing the chicken around the garden, right? It was fucking weird to me, right, at that time. Now I know it's normal, right? People do that. That's the whole point of having these sort of livestock, right? But at that time, I was shocked. What the hell's going on?
There you go. It's
going
to sound a bit racist now, but I'm only joking. Are you ready?
Get ready, Ghost.
All right, go on.
So, you've obviously seen the film Four Lions.
Yeah.
You know
that chicken and rabbits thing.
Yeah.
But the guy gives it, the fucking chicken. And he didn't know the rabbits, or was it rabbits and he was saying they were chicken? I can't remember, right?
Yeah, they were rabbits and he was saying they were chickens.
Chicken, right?
No. Other way around. They were chickens and he was saying they're rabbits.
I can't remember which way around.
Yeah. They were chickens. He was saying, and the moron guy was saying, no, they're rabbits. And the other one went, okay, well, if they're rabbits, why haven't they got long ears? And he went, that's what I'm saying.
That weird. The guy's working some sort of security, and he goes for fucking some sort of next level Taliban fucking training, right? Fuck's sake.
And then, blows the fucking camp up.
And then they're fucking going to W.H. Smith's or fucking Boots. You're like, what the fuck is going on with this movie, right?
Crazy. Can I have 12 bottles of bleach, please? That was one of the funniest fucking.
Yeah, what's that guy called Yusuf or something, right?
I can't remember, honestly. Fucking brilliant now.
And he puts he says he done different disguises, and one of them was a woman. And he went, "What? A woman? A woman? You've got a beard? How did you disguise yourself as a woman?"
Was he
And he
getting
went, "I
bleach or
covered it.
something?
Covered it." So he put his hands over his beard. That was his disguise.
And then they were like, and then he went in like 4 or 5 different disguises that were all just him covering his beard.
Yeah.
And then he was like, and then they were like, "Did you even do a voice?" And he went, "Yeah." And he went, "Show us your voice." And he went, "Could I have 12 bottles of bleach, please?" And they're like, "No,
Yeah.
that's not."
All in the
no,
exact
fucking
same voice.
crazy.
But no, like,
Mashallah,
growing
my
up with
brother. What about Buddy, right? Buddy's a legend.
Which
He's
one
the
was
ginger one,
yeah.
right?
Buddy is the white metal guy in it.
yeah. He was like a caricature of Abu Hamza, wasn't he? I guess. Fucking hell.
Yeah, I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
It was funny.
Oh, he's fucking brilliant. It was
It
brilliant.
was a mad film. It was a mad film. And do you know
Yeah,
what?
one of
though?
the classics,
Growing
right?
up that way, though, back to that though. Growing up catching rabbits, killing chickens for your food and shit. Like, it's fucking like, I'm a vegetarian now. I don't do any of that shit, but I do think that it's important for kids to grow
You're a
up.
veggie, bro. What the fuck's wrong with
Yeah,
you?
man. I just, after living in India, after spending time in India, I was like, "Do you know what? I feel healthier. My life is better." You know what I mean?
Where did you visit in India then?
South Karnataka. I was I was working with a charity called Rally International, and I stayed there for 3 months in a jungle down south, and as well as traveling around a bit as well. I was in Mysore for a bit, and then places like that. It's a cool place. But yeah, they were like mostly vegetarian. There was one time I did get hold of some chicken, and I was like, "Fuck yeah!" Like on my fucking. On my arse, on like my fucking sat on my arse with a machete in between my feet, picking out the bones, and I was like, "Fucking get in that pot there." But after that, I was like, I just felt better for not eating meat, so I just decided not to.
Yeah, I prefer I like chicken in the UK a lot, but when when I go to Pakistan, I prefer the red meat for some reason.
I was just going to say that goes a lot of people when they become vegan, don't they, rather than vegetarian these days? Which means I think that you can still eat chicken, but not red meat. Is that right?
No, vegan's the opposite. Vegan means you can't have any animal products. So as a vegetarian,
you can't even have milk, right?
Yeah, you can't have chocolates, and if you can't have honey, and stuff like that. So vegan is.
But normal vegetarians, they will still maybe have eggs, milk, and other dairy.
Yeah, I have eggs, and I have eggs. I don't drink milk, not because I'm a vegetarian or vegan or whatever, just because I don't like milk. It just doesn't. I don't like the taste of it. I never have. So I just have oat milk.
So you don't have tea or coffee, or
I was just going to say that. So you don't have a cup of tea.
I don't. Well, I mean, you can put oat milk in there, but I don't like tea and coffee.
I love my tea, man. Yorkshire tea. I'm a big
I love a cup of tea as well.
Proper chai in.
You know what I drink mostly? It's just beer, but I love it.
I don't mind beer every now and again. Used to drink a lot. Now I don't drink at all, really, apart from when
before 12 o'clock, right? 12 a.m. I can drink as many as cups of tea that you can provide me, right? And after that, after lunch, I'm not one of those that will have a nightcap or whatever. But I like to have it early morning because it just sort of wakes me up.
Yeah, a cup of tea in the morning, they can't beat it, mate. Cup of tea and a bacon sandwich.
That's better than sex, man. Fuck it.
I agree. Are you on board with the bacon sandwich as well, Ghost?
Oh, fuck off, you dickhead.
No?
No, I fucking ain't touching that.
I love a bacon sandwich, man. Does that make me a bad person, Ghost?
No, it doesn't. That's your choice, right? I love a pranta, right? Like a cheese pranta.
What about crumpets instead, then? You have a cup of tea and some crumpets.
No. My greasy breakfast, if it's English, it would be like 2 toast, 2 hash browns, 2 eggs and beans, right?
I'm down with that. I love hash browns.
Yeah, I love hash browns as well, and beans and egg. I love like a runny egg, right?
That's my breakfast. That's what I have every time I order out, or if I go out to a cafe or something.
Yeah, I'm down with that. You can buy me breakfast anytime.
I don't like a dry egg. That's like.
I'm down with that.
It needs to be a runny egg. Yeah, it needs to be runny, but cooked properly. Some people, when they hear runny, they think that means
it can't be half like cooked. Like, it needs to be cooked properly.
Let me ask then. Right. So let's just say we was. Obviously, it's not going to happen, but let's just say we was sitting together on a table, us 3, having breakfast. Would it offend you that I had like sausage and bacon and stuff on my breakfast?
I don't give a shit what you eat. Yeah, it's
I
your,
wouldn't-
you know,
I
your
wouldn't
breakfast.
care. If that's what you wanted to eat, like that's your choice, isn't it?
I mean,
Yeah,
I will
body though, I'm
judge you
sitting right in
silently.
front of
I'm
you.
joking.
No, I wouldn't care less. Like I used to work with a lad that used to have like that this what is it called, ham bacon, whatever it is, with eggs and he used to have beans and he used to put that brown sauce on it or whatever. And I used to get my normal 2 toast, 2 eggs, 2 hash browns and beans. We used to sit on the same table and eat, right? Just never been an issue for me. Like
Yeah, just
it's not
wondering, 'cause some
kryptonite to
people,
us, right? It's not
some people
kryptonite.
are, some people
We
are
don't
like
like to
stone.
eat it, but does it? It's like saying a vegetarian and a meat eater can't sit on the same table and
Some
eat.
people do
No,
think
but
it
some,
is
some
like
people are that
kryptonite to
staunch though,
themselves.
Yeah.
Ghost, where they'll be like, oh, I can't even sit there and look at that.
Yeah, I think that's a bit extreme, but like, it doesn't bother me, right? It wouldn't bother me. Like, you can eat what you want, right? That's your choice, and I want to eat what I want. That's my choice. So,
Yeah,
like,
100%, and that's one of the beauties of being people, isn't it? Can't push anything on anyone. Everyone fucking does their own thing. It's all cool. Be
Yeah,
weird
but
if we
people
all
do
said-
push things on people though. That's the problem. That's why I was
so
asking.
what's
it.
been pushed on you, Baz? Then can you give us examples?
No, nothing's been pushed on me, but in general, over across the board. Like for example,
Yeah, I do get what you're saying. Generally speaking, things can be pushed on. Broadly speaking, I just mean like, you know, I'm just, you know, being a bit vague.
that's
and
why I
elusive
was
with that one.
asking. That's why I was asking you two specifically. Like, how would you feel about it? Like,
Yeah, no, it
Yeah.
doesn't. It really doesn't offend me at all. Yeah,
It wouldn't bother me, even though that I don't really like to look at that or smell bacon, right? But I
don't
would
get me
still-
wrong, Ghost. If you said that, I don't really like looking at that, and I was sitting on the same table as you, I'd probably just pick my food up and just move to the next table.
No,
or
I
something.
would never go to that to make you feel bad or make you feel moved, right? I'm not like that. I'll like
Yeah, but I also wouldn't
like I
want to make
said,
you
I
feel.
used to have a friend that I used to work with that did that on
So-
every day. Like every day, me and him will sit on the same table. I would just not look at it, right? But I'm not gonna offend somebody and say like, "Oh, fuck off, move that away from me." Like, that's not the way we do things, right?
But you probably should, though, mate. You should express your opinion if something.
It's
if
not
something's making
opinion,
you feel.
right? Because I'd rather respect the man than like kick off over him over his choice of
No,
food.
well, not
right?
kicking off, is it? If something makes you
It
feel
is because
uncomfortable and you're
it's
not
rude,
enjoying
right?
your
If
food,
imagine you came and sat with us, and I said, "Oh, I don't want you to sit next to me because you're eating that."
that's what I'm saying. I think you should.
No, I shouldn't, right? If I've got an issue, then I should move, right?
Well, yeah.
I should just like make an excuse and go away. Even in our religion, it teaches us like if you're gonna do something, make it subtle, right? Don't make it obvious. Make it subtle. Make an excuse and move away, right? Without offending the next person, hurting the other person's feelings. Like we're still supposed to care about human beings, right? Regardless of difference of our beliefs, we're still supposed to like respect other people's feelings.
Well, I'm going to give you some credit here, Ghost. I don't know how
Mm.
you're going to take this, though, but it is intended as
If you're
credit.
giving me credit, I'll probably take it pretty well, right?
yeah. If
no, I
you
don't know
take
how you're
anything
going
on
to
it's
take this,
credit.
Ghost.
Yeah.
I think all religion is nonsense.
Mm.
That's my opinion.
So how's
But-
that credit for me, right?
Hold on, but you've always ingratiated me with you know, like pleasantness. You've never been a dickhead to me, even though you know I'm not interested in any religion or anything. So
Yeah, I'll treat you how you treat me, right? And you've always been good to me as well. So
and that's the way people should be, man. The world would be such a better place. Forget religion. Well, this is my opinion. Forget religion. If everybody treated people how you treat them,
Yeah, well,
the
that's
world
never.
would be such a better place.
Yeah, it would be.
hello, Wendy.
Nice sentiment. How you doing, Wendy?
Huh? Excuse me?
Just hello. How you doing? You right?
Yeah.
Wagwan blood.
No, who said that?
Buzz.
I said that.
I don't talk like that.
Why not? Why not, Wendy?
Horrible.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
Okay, Wendy, are you okay, my darling?
No, just say hello. That's more than enough. Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
don't go too far the other way now.
What's your
Hello,
opinion?
hello, Wendy, my sweetheart.
Yeah. So,
what's your perfect breakfast?
What for me?
Yeah,
go
you
on.
full English
Actually, I'm
or
interested.
Fish made with water.
what? Sorry.
What's that?
What'd you say? Poached egg and water? What'd you say?
Oh my god.
Water.
That's not. It's not bad. It's not a bad option. It's a strong choice.
Oh my god.
It's a healthy
Not-
choice.
Can't stand milk.
Oh, I'm not a fan of
Yeah.
milk.
Georgia said
Can't
the
stand
same,
milk,
right?
but I bet you drink tea and coffee with milk.
I don't. I don't drink tea.
Oh
and,
my
I,
god.
and I don't drink coffee, as in, only drink lattes.
Only drink lattes, right?
I don't
mean,
have
I
wine.
can't
I only
actually
drink
tell you.
champagne.
I don't drink coffee at all, and then everybody that drinks coffee is like, "Oh, if you don't like coffee, try a latte." I'm like, no, it's still coffee to me, but obviously to people that do coffee, it's different, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like my missus likes coffee, right? And I hate coffee. I can't stand the smell of coffee, right? I think the smell puts me off, right? I just cannot stand it. But I love
Ghost, we've
my
had this conversation
tea, right?
before.
I love my Yorkshire tea. Yorkshire
Ghost,
tea.
we've
man.
had this same conversation before. Coffee just reminds me of the fucking teacher's breath who was shouting in my face when I was in school.
As soon as you said reminds me, I was like, this is going to be a headmaster thing, and
Yeah.
Anytime
Anytime you go into trouble in school, man, just teacher's breath, just coffee.
I used to get up in the morning, right? Mum and Dad used to wake me up. I come down the stairs and I sit on. We've got this like breakfast bar thing in the house when I was a kid, and then like they'd like make each other coffees and stuff, like my parents and shit. And then I'd just the smell would like they put coffee in, it'd be pretty much underneath my nose on the side, and it's like salt to a slug. I'm just like, you guys are disgusting.
Oh, Jay, just a side note, right? I forgot. Like I was like watching that stream yesterday, but we didn't like even get halfway through it.
Well, never
What
do.
happened on Empress panel, right?
What happened on what? On Empress panel? I was having a chat with Jupiter. It was like, oh, well, if you're going to write stuff in the chat, you might as well come up. And then, so we started having a bit of it to do, as you do. And then that fucking, what's his name came on. And it was not the proudest moment, but I was just like, I do get fucking.
That's what's his
triggered
name.
by
I think I jumped on that panel. You're not referring to me, are you, when you said that?
No, different panel. This was what do you call it? Base Luke. That fucking that guy.
That's his nephew, right?
Yeah, do you know how? I don't know about that. Yeah,
I need to go back and watch it, right?
But what I do know is that when like the thing is that when I'm talking, this is what it's a tactic that people use, obviously, and it gets me triggered as well. Is, you know, when you're talking and someone goes, right, well, here's a question, then, or they make a statement that you've done something, and then they try and like run away with it and just not let you speak, and they're like, okay, so I've made this statement, blah, 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 and it's like, no, go on to. So then I was like sliding my microphone up. It's childish, I know. I should have done it. It's not my
Why
best
did
moment,
that prick
but,
jump on, right? What was his issue in your two's beef?
I don't know. It's just one of those things. I think it was just because, you know, when you just get so much into an argument that you forget, you're just like, what's even the point of this argument anymore? And it's just convoluted and like a weird. So it started getting like that, and then Luke just fucking jumped on.
No, if I knew, I would have jumped on and slapped that little bitch up. Right?
But no, it's
I'm
one
going
of
to
those
tell you.
things, like what I'm learning to deal with.
Jay,
Like,
can I interject there?
Like, oh God, let me just. I'll finish this. I won't be long. But like, what I'm learning to do is deal with people that aren't trying to have a good faith conversation. So if you're trying to have it, like with Jupiter, I can have a chat with Jupiter sometimes, right? I can have a chat with Wendy. I don't mind doing that. But then there's other people that just like, as soon as you go, okay, well, here's my opinion. Here's how I got to that opinion. There it is. What's your side? And then instead of like giving you like a calculated attempt even at like, you know, having a conversation, they'll just shitting around and throw it at the wall. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, what the fuck is this? You know what I mean? It's just absolutely ridiculous. And so like, yeah.
No.
Go on. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay. So just to just on your opinions on Luke, right? Myself personally, right? I've had probably 1,000 arguments with Luke over the years. I wouldn't say he was the nicest guy. I wouldn't say he's one of the nicest guys, but he's fucking honest and he's truthful. You know, he will give.
I don't think so. He's honest at all, because the
100%
first thing that he was
honest
saying
and he's
about
truthful. He'll
the
give you
first
his
thing
honest
that he
thought.
was saying about Gummy, right? He's defended the same things, so that's not honesty, right?
Nonsense, man. Doesn't matter whether
No,
you're his best
on
friend.
that panel,
or
he
someone
was
hates.
like, "Oh,
If it's
your dad
right
incited
and he
violence
thinks it's
and
right,
things like
he'll
that."
say that. And if it's wrong and he thinks it's wrong, he'll say that. That's the fact, man.
Yeah, that's
I got to
your
respect Luke for that.
But yeah, no. See, that's the thing as well. See, what would get my respect is somebody that has thoughts and opinions. Like, for example, we should kill all the kids in Gaza. That was one of his.
Yeah.
But instead of like, you know, putting it through some sort of filter, and you know, and like just not saying that. It's like it's all good and well going. Oh, he's honest. It's not that he's honest. It's that his honest opinions are fucking disgusting.
Not only
And
that,
maybe
that
so.
like
Maybe
this
so.
is the issue that I had, right? And I made
Maybe
it
so,
clear.
JOJ, maybe so. I mean, I can't argue with you there.
As 1 second, right? This is the opinion that I got, right? Because when he said something wild on G Block, I said, "You're speaking exactly like Hamas, right?" Because he said that if it happened to any of my family, I would nuke the lot of you, right? And I'm like, wait a minute, isn't that what them Hamas fighters have lost family members that they blame the IDF for, and then they decide to kill anybody in sight, right? Because they want to take revenge. Like, you're talking like an exact extremist, right? Why would you nuke everybody just because your family got hurt, right? Like you're not even taking the innocent people into consideration. Like anybody's fair game. That's fucking terrorist mentality.
Means it literally or figuratively.
It's the way he words it as well. He'll double down and redefine it. He'll not redefine it. He'll
Oh,
double down
well, I
on-
do remember him saying that. And,
the
and he
reason
wasn't
I,
speaking figuratively, he was speaking literally.
Yeah, he said it, man.
So, like, the thing is, like, with Wendy, for example,
Hold
me and
on,
Wendy
hold
have
on,
different
hold on,
opinions.
because there is a caveat, obviously, because he's
Of
speaking
course.
from a position of emotion there.
No, but what
And
I'm
I
trying
mean-
to say that if he did do that, right? If his family was killed and he decided to go nuclear, right, and go kill a whole lot of people and he didn't care, then what's the difference between him and Hamas then?
No, Ghost, you do understand, right? Oh, okay, Ghost. Let me put it. Let me try and reframe this. Let's say your mum's walking down the street. I'm crossing the road and I run over the road and punch your mum in the face. And then you come over the road and shot me into pieces. I mean, you'd be fucking, in my opinion, you'd be well within your fucking right to do so.
Yeah,
because I've
but
just hit your mum in the
no,
face.
no, but that's fair enough because
But
I'm
that's
targeting.
unjustified. It's
Yeah,
the
no,
same
no, but
fucking thing.
that's the difference. But let me come back to you, right? If that happened, right, I wouldn't blame a person, right? But imagine you punched my mom. No, 1 second, JOJ. Imagine you punched my mom and I set your whole house on fire with your family inside. Would that be a justified response?
No, it would be unjustified, but I could
Exactly. This is
understand
what
why
I'm
you would
saying.
do it.
When you're saying you will nuke everybody, that means you're punishing other people that got nothing to do with it. If you targeted the person that did the crime and whatever punishment you decided to deal with them, I got no issues with that. Like if they harmed your family member, you harm them, but you don't harm innocent people that have got nothing to do with it. That's my point.
That's the nature of war, mate. That's always going to happen. You can't.
No, you can't call
No,
it
no,
war
you
and think
Yeah.
innocent people are okay and they're fair game just because you call it war.
Well, no, but I'm not saying it's okay. I'm saying that is the nature of war.
We're
Yeah,
saying
but
that people get killed in a war, isn't there?
If you drop a fucking nuclear bomb on somewhere, you're not going to be able to fucking drop it on only the guilty, are you?
exactly, collective punishment. I don't agree with.
Well, they need to stop putting fucking tunnels under hospitals then.
I don't
Is
believe
that, I
it's
do wonder though, is that what the, like, I mean, because obviously, you know, we know like a lot of children are caught up in this and everything else. Is that what, and I don't mean, I'm not trying to be provocative or anything, but is that what you guys would say to, like, I don't know, say the families of those kids and be like, well, maybe people you don't know who did a thing that you don't know about shouldn't have done that thing that you don't know about, and then those other people wouldn't have killed the
I
children?
think that most of the civilians, to be quite honest, I think they know.
Oh, when they say they're complicit, what about the children down on incubators, right?
I would
Are
like
they
to answer
complicit as well?
JLJ.
Yeah, no,
Certainly
no,
not. I wouldn't be saying that I would be very sympathetic and think that's fucked up. But
So,
there's nothing I can do to change it. That would be my stance.
So I think that
Wendy, you always think that your words should be first.
I was talking first, Baz.
Baz, let her when they finish.
I think
You never
that
finish, isn't it?
these tunnels that are under hospitals and everything, and the civilians know about it. I'm not saying the civilians agree with it, but what can they do? They you know, if they go up to Hamas and start complaining, they get shot. So they've just got, you know, they got to just like, for the grace of God, go they, you know what I mean, and hope.
So, Wendy, imagine Britain had tunnels, right? That the army used for tactical reasons, and then Germany was attacking us, right? What would you do as a civilian?
Well, what do you mean? But we wouldn't build fucking tunnels under hospitals.
Nobody said they are under hospitals, right?
They are under hospitals over in Palestine.
I've not seen any under hospitals, right?
Bomb many hospitals because of the tunnels.
No, they've also bombed like makeshift hospitals and stuff as well that were out in the open. At some point, we're gonna have to recognise it's not the tunnels they're targeting; it's the hospitals.
I think that's an excuse, right?
No, I don't. I do believe that Hamas deliberately hide behind the civilians because they know the civilians can't do anything. What could the civilians possibly do? Not take their child to hospital, maybe, or whatever.
The Israelis should not kill the civilians, right?
But if your child is in hospital,
the
if
thing
you're
is, like, we're talking in a world of extremism, right? So why are you killing innocent people? You're not killing enemy combatants, right?
No, listen, I'm kind of on Wendy's side on this one. Ghost, let me jump in there, please.
Oh, no, let me finish my point, man. You can't jump in middle of my point, right?
My point to be
let
very
me at
quick.
least land. Like, so
yeah, but when you land, then Wendy's going to respond, and I won't get a chance to say anything.
Oh, you respond and Wendy goes, right? So what I'm trying to say, that if you're fighting the enemy by killing innocent civilians, you're just going to add to the enemy's army, right? Because you're going to radicalize a few more people that have lost family members, and they're going to want revenge, and they're going to go join that terrorist group, right?
Yeah, I agree on that.
All right, go on, Baz. You have your say.
No, I agree with that too. Ghost, this is the problem, right? I fucking forgot what I wanted to say.
Like, you can't blame me for that, because I was mid-sentence, bro. You interrupted. I was literally
I'm not blaming
talking.
you. I'm not angry. I'm not angry.
I'd said that the civilians haven't got much of like a catch-22. You know, if they've got their child in a hospital or they're in hospital, there's not a lot they can do. They've got to be there, get seen if a bomb lands whilst they're there.
It's not like a holiday destination, is it? You're not there by choice. You're there because you need to.
You wouldn't choose to go into hospital, would you? You know, it's like no.
Unless Baz can rekindle his memory, right? I just want to play this short clip.
You can play it, bro, because I can't remember what I wanted to say.
I think it's something I have to do. It's not something I want to do. I think it'll be a fucking total disaster. I think they'll probably fucking, you know, and end up, you know, smoking me or, you know, putting me in jail, doing something fucked up. If you were on their side and you knew somebody as influential as Charlie Kirk was going to turn on you, which would be catastrophic for their movement, would you just let them do it? I'm saying they're killing people for fucking fun. They're killing people for no reason. You're going to tell me they're not going to kill somebody when they have a reason? Like, fuck off.
You haven't done a lot of media appearances recently, if I'm not mistaken. That you've been pretty off the grid.
Yeah, I've been kind of waiting. Like Candace wanted to do it, but she wanted me to go out there, and I didn't really want to travel to do it. Nick also wanted to do one, but we agreed on so much stuff. I wasn't really sure what, you know what I mean? Like I actually prefer the debate format, so I wouldn't mind going back on Piers, but he's a little squirrely.
He's a little bit.
But yeah, I was supposed to debate Tommy Robinson, but he backed out of that. But now that he's back out of jail, maybe we can do that one. I think that would be good. I think that one is important. Are we rolling, by the way?
Yeah, we're live. We're on X Rumble Party.
Who is this guy?
Who is this guy? We're good to go.
Cool. Yeah.
That's Dan Bizlarian, right? He's like a poker player that hit millionaire status, and he's massive on like Instagram. He's an He's an ex-veteran for the American Army, right? If you remember that attack in Vegas, this guy was on the ground defending that with his in his personal time, right? He got involved in that shooting that happened in Vegas like a few years ago.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, where there's some like I think they had automatic machine guns in a hotel. They just started shooting at people random, right? He was one of those that grabbed a gun or somebody and decided to try and defend it. But yeah, he's quite famous on TikTok. He was surrounded by women. Once they legalized marijuana in America, he's got factories and he's got like all these like what they call them bunk, where they like the water thing, that jar thing. They do smoke bombs. Is it smoke bombs or I can't even know that sort of thing they do, right? But he had so many of them. I've seen the documentary that he had so much of that around. Yeah, the guy's fucking the amount of women that he has with him on a daily on his yachts, right? It's fucking like 20, 30 women. Like, this guy is fucking next level playboy type. I don't know if he's still doing that shit, but that's what I remember him by.
Okay.
Mad.
So the Tommy one, I thought that would be good because I feel like
yeah, bongs. That's what they call bongs.
he's super anti-Muslim, and I think Christians and Muslims need to kind of like band together. So I think we would have a decent amount of points of contention. And I think he's going to have a harder time debating me because I think he's used to debating Muslims, and when he debates a Muslim, they've had a lot of issues over there. But that to me is more of an immigration poverty issue. And they paint it as a Muslim issue. But look, at the end of the day, when you have 2 billion fucking people, there's going to be shitheads, plenty of them. And so you can't, you can't look at what's going on because the immigration, what they're doing is they're basically solving for the worst possible fucking candidates. Because the people that are trying to do it legitimately in the U.S., they apply. It's like a 10-year process, this whole fucking thing. But if you want to be some border jumper, coming over here with a pocket full of fentanyl and a fucking pistol, you're fine. You know what I mean? Come on in. You got no money, come in. But the people that are qualified, we're keeping them out. So we're actually keeping out all the decent people and letting in the worst of the worst. So when you let in people that have no money, that have no allegiance to a country, obviously you're going to have a lot more fucking issues. And, some of these people that, are coming in, they happen to be Muslim because they're, a quarter of the fucking globe. So statistically, you're going to have a decent amount of Muslims. And so they want to paint it, these Jews want to paint it as a Muslim problem. And it's really an immigration problem. And if you look at all the NGOs that are pushing these open borders, many of them are
I don't know if you denied the Holocaust.
Funded. In fact, that was
now I remember him. He's doing that NGO.
Put that comment back up, please.
Grateful Land put later goes will cry about all the shitty propaganda they put out about Muslims and Sharia law, but still plays this fucking idiot who denies the Holocaust and says the evilest conspiracy about the Jews. I don't know if he denies the Holocaust.
I went away and I was on mute. I popped out for a second and came back in, and then he is he's only just got onto it. As soon as he said Jews, I was like, oh, that's that guy. Yeah, he's not only a Holocaust denier, but he's also he's one of those people that, like, there's a couple of people like it in the community that do this thing where they're like, no, I'm super progressive, and it's not, I'll I don't mind helping asylum seekers and things like that, but they're only here because the Jews put them here. And it's like, yeah, that's
one of those.
Yeah. He's like, he thinks that Jews
he mentioned Nick
controlling NGOs that are pushing migrants across to replace Western folk.
Yeah.
It's a weird conspiracy.
You played a video of yourself, Ghost Mate, last week. I played many videos of him, but I've never heard him deny the Holocaust.
Yeah, he's he not only does he do that, but everything.
I know this guy for a long time, and as far as I was aware, for a long time that he was never political first, and then all of a sudden this Palestine thing happened, and then I seen him in the last 6 months come really vocal and political, because before that he was all about women and drugs and making money and.
He was a poker player and stuff.
He was a playboy. That's all I remember him by. So yeah.
But he see, it's one of those things that sometimes it happens, especially if you're like me, for example, progressive, leftist, and then as soon as you'll hear someone be like, yeah, pro-Palestine, that's awesome. Another decent, someone with a large following that's pro-Palestine, and then they go, yeah, because those Jews, right? And then you go, fuck's sake, he's one of them. And he is one of them.
I wanted actually to review the one with the Hodge twins, right? I really wanted to review that, but I never got the chance because I think that was interesting because he was talking about the Jews. I don't remember him denying the Holocaust, right?
Oh, and he's not just that, but again, he's not just he's not just denial of Holocaust, which he is, I believe. I'm pretty sure it's the same dude. I think Ant's spot on about Holocaust denial. And not only that, but he's also into every conspiracy comes back to Jews. Jews run the media and, all that crazy fucking nonsense.
It's raining. It's the Jews' fault.
Yeah, it's literally that. It'd be like, but he's one of those people that puts he's like, I don't mind it raining. Raining makes it green for the grass and all that. But don't you?
Tommy Robinson, isn't he the opposite to this guy then? Because he blames everything on Islam and Muslims. Right, everything is Islam.
He's much the same in a different spectrum. So Tommy focuses on Islam, and this dude focuses on Judaism. So do you know what I mean? You get your bigots across the spectrum. You know what I mean? Some people focus on hating Christianity. Some people focus on religious bigotry. I mean specifically, but yeah, it's different people have their different things. This dude's one, for example.
Yeah, but I really wanted to watch the video about the Hodge twins, right? Because the Hodge twins are normally Trump supporters. They've been far right. I've seen.
If it's the people I'm thinking of, the Hodge twins, aren't they a bit comedic? The Hodge twins, or I got the wrong.
Are you talking about the two mixed race brothers?
Yes.
Yeah. The Americans, right?
Yeah. They're quite funny.
Yeah, they're quite funny because they're quite comedic between each other, right? I remember Tommy Robinson used to love them. But recently he's not posted anything about them. But they was having a conversation with this guy, and I shared the screen. But I've never actually got a chance to listen to it because when I shared that stream at that time, I wasn't really live streaming. But I wanted to review that. I so badly wanted to review that to see what this guy says. But we could still listen to people without agreeing with them, right? We could still listen to the madness and condemn them where we feel that they're wrong. That doesn't mean.
On that note, hey Ghost, I'm gonna get off, but I'll probably speak to you another time, lad.
All right, big up, man. See you next time.
Take it easy, Wendy. Take it easy, Joe.
Stay safe, us. Yeah, no, it's he's just got some really wild takes and fucking Sneeko as well. Fucking hell.
Sneeko is this guy who turned Muslim recently, right?
Hang on, is that
Yeah,
the other guy in the video?
Yeah, on the
Yeah,
right.
Right.
He is another big YouTuber. They're both American, right? He's another big YouTuber from America, and he turned Muslim recently. But you can see him on the streets arguing with who's that Rabbi Shmeli, that crazy one.
Is this which one now? The one in the UK, or because
The one that went on Piers Morgan with Mohammed Hijab, and apparently his daughter has a vibrator store or something.
I've got no idea.
That guy is weird, man. If you see him in like America, he be behaving weird. But let's see what he's got to say anyway. Obviously, if he makes anti-Semitic comments, we'll call him out for it.
Charlie Kirk was talking about, and may have led to his demise. But
there you go again.
I think the Christians and Muslims need to unite. I think this whole like
10,
right
15
against the
seconds.
left.
Yeah, skip back a bit because that bit there, he's also just implied that Jews had Charlie Kirk shot.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Well, the Zionists. Did he say Jews or Zionists? There's different.
Well, he was talking about Jews because he said just before we paused it, he said something. He said about Jews and NGOs, which is a veiled reference to the replacement theory that Jews are
And it's
via
really an
NGOs
immigration
pushing
problem.
immigration. There you go. About him. Anyways, he made that
NGOs that
reference.
are pushing these open borders. Many of them are, Jewish run or Jewish funded. In fact, that was something
Yeah, he 100% Jewish.
100%.
Charlie Kirk was talking about, and may have led to his demise. But I think the Christians and Muslims need to unite. I think this whole like right against the left, blacks against the whites. I mean, it's just all division. And that wasn't here in, 2019. That's a very new, well, I mean, obviously there's always been some kind of racism, some kind of issue, but like it's been exacerbated to the point where like people are at each other's throats like I've never seen before in my lifetime anyway. So I like to get at the root of the problem, and there's so many people that are like, oh, it's the blacks. It's, if we just got rid of these leftists, if we just got, rid of this, it's that, and to me, that's kind of like a guy that, he's got snakes in his house and he's so fucking worried about the snakes in his house, like these fucking snakes, and he's killing all these snakes, and he's got a Jew upstairs letting fucking snakes in his house. And I'm like zooming out.
Do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Like, so he's saying like, he's not only
I think I'm gonna stop playing this because I think that guy is
he's
like
wild, mate. Yeah,
he's like saying Jew upstairs that's like letting the snakes in.
Yeah, so he's also in that analogy. He's describing black people and leftists as snakes. So he's like, oh well, you've got all these, call them snakes in your house, but you're not focusing on the Jew upstairs that's letting all the snakes in. So he's saying that Jewish people are responsible for allowing black and leftist.
So while he doesn't agree with the people, he's blaming those that are basically he believes that are responsible for these people, right? But he's still calling them snakes.
Yeah. Yeah. It's literally like, oh, don't get me wrong,
not human beings, that they're not in need, they're still snakes.
It's a really cold way. It's almost like it's in people like that, in my opinion, of how they see the world. And I don't know how they see the world. It's just my opinion. But in my opinion, they look at it like, oh, this particular group of people aren't really people. They're like a problem, like a pest. So we're going to look at where the source is, while all these other idiots are focused on dealing with the pests. We'll look at where the source is. Oh, look, the source is Jewish people. And it's like, no, bro, that's like, it's racist as fuck. And then on top of that, just all that anti-Semitism as well.
Yeah, it's definitely anti-Semitic, right?
Unquestionably. Yeah. At first I was like, where do I know this guy from? And then when Grateful Ant said that, and then he said about the Jewish thing, and I was like, yeah, I remember him. That's why I know him. He's that fucking proper anti-Semitic piece of shit.
Yeah, he's lost the plot, hasn't he?
Yeah, but this is how, like yourself though, right? Because that sort of person makes so much varied content and shit. Loads of people can, look at his content and not actually see that stuff until he's doing like an interview or he's making something specific about it, and then all of a sudden it's boom, you're confronted with this stuff. So
do you think he's been recently radicalized, or is he always? Because I've never heard him.
Yeah, he's been like that since. Yeah. But then again, I didn't really know him from his poker days or from his Playboy days. I
remember because his videos, like he used to make these wild videos on Instagram, right? And this was even before all this like October 7th happened or whatever, and all this recent Palestine. This was well before that. I remember watching the guy and thinking, "What, this guy is fucking crazy." All used to see him with like 20 girls on a yacht, or doing like more sports with girls with bikinis on, right? Or him in his like drug shops, drug factories, or marijuana shops with them bongs all over the place. That's all I fucking remember him by. And I remember that incident that happened in Vegas where all that shooting happened, and seeing him asking people for a gun, say, "Give me a gun, give me a gun, give me a gun," and you're like, "Wow, this guy's got balls, right?"
Yeah, this is that's the Instagram side of it, and then I only know him. I didn't know him from that. I only know him from like going on Piers Morgan, and then Piers Morgan would reference his previous life and be like, "Oh, you used to be this, that, and the other, and now you've settled down." And then he'd talk about his political views, and then you get like, "Oh."
I watched the like little clips of what he said on Piers Morgan, but I've not actually heard it in entirety. I watched like little TikTok clips.
It's like it's one of those cases, isn't it, where like you get like somebody that like any sort of celebrity. Like sometimes I wish they'd stop giving us their opinion, because I'm like, "Oh, I fucking love this actor. This actor's great," and then they're like, "We support the IDF," and I'm like, "Oh, fucking stop talking about politics, bro. Just stop talking about
certain
politics."
actors that I like was like I used to like love them, like from a certain series that I might watch, like just say Big Bang Theory or whatever, and then you find out that these actors are fucking like Zionist fucking cunts, right? You're like, bastard.
Exactly that. I used to love the Big Bang Theory, and then that Amie Farrah Fowler, I found her fucking Facebook one day, and she was like, "We're writing love letters to the IDF while they're on tour."
Yeah,
like,
that's the one I seen Amie as well, talking about fucking Zionists, right?
And she's like, do you know what I mean? Like, it happens, doesn't it? You know what I mean? I'm like, oh, yeah.
Bitch.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but yeah. Yeah, see, that's another thing as well. You got to try. I know it's like it's really easy as well, especially if like we're born in the UK and stuff. We say shit like that, but it's not, bitch. That's like slur for women in it. But she is a fucking horrible, nasty piece of shit. She's absolutely disgusting. Her views.
You can say a piece of shit, but I can't say bitch.
Well, yeah, because one's aimed at like one is sure pejorative, but it's not aimed at like a protected characteristic, like your gender, for example. Like if you for example, if you're arguing with like Jupiter or whatever, it's offensive, sure, but I mean, who cares about offense really? Like, it's offensive to say you're a knob, you're a this, you're a that, but when you make it gender specific stuff, you wouldn't call. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's when it gets a bit like, it's gender specific. Is it because they're a woman? Do you know what I mean?
No, because. Yeah, I really don't want to get into it.
Yeah, we don't have to, but that's yeah. But you know what I mean? It's just the same thing the other way around. Isn't it? Like, some people would be like, "Oh, we could say Aussie, but we can't say this," and it's like,
but like with a guy, you'd call him a knobhead, right? But with a woman, you wouldn't really call her a knobhead, right?
But this is the thing, then, isn't it? You're changing your language because of the fact that someone's a woman. So, like, when you go when it's
yeah, but don't you recognize who you're arguing with?
Yeah, 100%. Like, I wouldn't look. Don't get me wrong. As a I haven't been raised. There are things that I may say to a man that I might not say to a woman. But I won't make my insults are rated E for everybody. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't, I'm not going to call anyone a specific insult because they're a specific gender or because they're a specific.
Yeah, I get it. I respect that, JOJ. You're a very nice guy. But unfortunately, like, I would, like, use these terms that I've grown up with, especially schoolish, like, slag, bitch, whore, or a guy, fucking twat, like, knobhead. Like I do like tailor them towards genders, right? Because I recognize who I'm dealing with.
Yeah, but this is one of those things that I've heard you, because I've even been in the chat and been like, "Bro, come on," and then we've had other smaller conversations and like in passing and stuff, and I do understand that you do recognize it, and that's the main thing where you're like, do you know what I do? I've heard you say.
I always apologize when I get triggered. And I say stuff that I'll always say, "Look, I shouldn't have said that. Like, I went too far there, right?" Because sometimes.
But the thing is, as long as everyone's trying. You know what I mean? People get triggered, things happen, you know, and not everything is linear. It's not always steps forward. But like with Wendy or like with Jupiter, things like that, like as long as people have got a non-humiliating off-ramp and they've got enough critical thinking to be like, actually, do you know what? That was wrong of me. And I'll do
Yeah,
better.
but the thing is, I won't blame my issue on other people, right? I'll always say that I lost it because I got pissed off, right? I won't say, oh, they said this to me, so I had to respond and just make up a load of shit. Like you're actually accepting responsibility while not accepting responsibility. I'll always say, yeah, I got triggered and I should not have said that. I've said something silly, right? I'll always say silly things when I'm in a heat of a debate. But if somebody's having a casual conversation with me, I'll always be honest and civil. But yeah, I do say some wild shit at times. But I've never gone to anybody's children, right? I never attacked anybody's children.
But either way, I mean, it's about like with it, like I won't be baited into saying anything racist or xenophobic or anything like that. Like whereas other people will be like, well, if you piss me off enough, I'll definitely say it.
No, I never said stuff like that. I will attack you personally, but not your race or religion, right? That's something
but it should. No, I 100% get that. But I think that it's on the sort of same level when people attack people based on genders and other things that, you know what I mean. Like you can't, you know what I mean. Like you are who you are, and like your religion's protected, same as your ethnicity, same as your gender, same as all that stuff, and your disabilities and things like that. Not you specifically, but broadly speaking, people. You know what I mean. So like, yeah, it's one of those things. I think that just call them knobheads. Just be like, you are a fucking racist piece of shit. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. I'll say that next time, right?
No one. You got to remember, we're all dealing with those like free speech absolutists and all that, and these are the people that are like, hatey words and blah blah blah. Like it's not. It's the whole distinction is, I don't give a shit what people say as much as people are like, he wants to police everything, and I'm like, no, I don't care what people say. Just keep it. You know what I mean? Be as offensive as you want. Just don't have to be like, you know what I mean, like race specific, gender specific, religion. Like stop disrespecting people's prophets, messiahs, and you know what I mean, shit like that. People are well bad for it. Like so, like it's just putting that, like you can be as offensive as you want, just don't no hate speech. You know what I mean? Like or fucking and like bitch and shit like that can be a slur. Like it is. I don't know, can be. It is a slur.
Yeah. I think I need to refrain from that. I will try and improve myself, people. Right. I will try.
And I'm not trying to give you a lecture either, by the way, dude. Sorry about that. I'm not trying to like.
It just feel like I'm talking to my big brother again, right?
I'm sorry, bro.
But
I'm sorry.
Anyways, I'm gonna head off, right? Because like I've been trying for the last 2-3 days to get off at 10 o'clock so I can get bed early, but I've like been whacked up. But yeah, thank you for jumping on, JOJ. Big respect.
Appreciate
big
it,
respect to
mate.
everybody else. Big up, bro. Big up to everybody else. Jumped on, Aduki, Baz, Wendy, Bab, and whoever else jumped on in between. Bear jumped on. Yeah, big up, man. We'll see you guys later. Probably be back tomorrow. Was it Friday tomorrow? Yeah, we'll do a stream tomorrow. Big up, everybody.
Bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday, where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
with my children. She's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. No, she's fucked up.
Uh,
Now she
blood-
wants to go to my dead dad and kids.
Clots. We're seeing loads of people with unnatural blood clots, like white calamari inside them. The coroners won't talk about it. They just don't seem to want to talk about it. Heart attacks, strokes, cancers. They're not cancers. It's these white clots inside them.
And what do you think they are?
I think it's a result of COVID vaccines. And it's been well documented by people far cleverer than me. And I've been shouting about it for years, but people just don't seem to want to acknowledge it. Mostly people like the coroners, most doctors, government ministers, they won't talk about it. They don't want to know. I've even been to the police station. They don't want to know. They won't even talk to me about it.
And what do these clots look like?
I've got some here if you want to see them. Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Wow. So all of these sort of calamari-looking clots, you've taken them out of people's circulation system.
So there are two types of death. We've got an expected death, where there's no need for a post-mortem, and then we've got an unexpected death. Early on, we were finding them in post-mortem cases. So the way that works is we had a young lad of 30 and he died suddenly, and the family asked us to embalm him. Now, because he'd had a post-mortem, he'd been opened up and chopped about, and then they put all the bits back in and they sew him up. So obviously his circulatory system has been compromised, and when we embalm someone, we use the circulatory system. So the way that works is on a straight case, someone that hasn't had a post-mortem, we call it a straight case, is they make an incision there on the carotid artery, and then we've got an L-shaped nozzle that we pop down the artery, we tie it off with twine, and they pump formaldehyde around the body using that circulatory system, that artery network, and it goes everywhere. And the idea is to get formaldehyde all around your body, and there's a couple of purposes. One is the fluid is pink, so it adds colour back to someone. And number two is it preserves them. It's got like preservative properties, formaldehyde. So it stops the deterioration in the body, stops nature taking its course, and it presents people better. Now, if someone's been chopped about after a post-mortem, clearly you can't do that, because if you picture it, you connect there, it would leak out everywhere where they took all their organs out and put them back in. Because every organ has arteries feeding it and a venous supply, like a veins returning. And so this particular young lad, we undid the stitches, we took the organs out, and then you have to manually target all the severed arteries inside the body cavity. And you can see them, and to picture them, it's like cut straws. You know, like you get a McDonald's straw, imagine that cut sitting inside your body in the top of your leg. You can see that's the femoral artery. So you target that, and then you tie the pump to it, you pump fluid down it, and he would move the leg about to get the fluid moving, and you would see his toes go pink as the fluid reached the bottom of the toes. So then you could stop, knowing that the full limb was embalmed, and you go to the next limb. And this lad, when we tried to do this, his femoral artery was blocked. So my guy, my embalmer, and he's BIE certified, he's done 24 years, I think now, got the tweezers and pulled this obstruction out to be able to get the pump in. And he's pulled and pulled and pulled, and he's pulled out a clot the entire length of this guy's leg. And I've never ever seen, I mean, I worked for the coroner for 7 years. I've never seen anything like it in anyone before. He's done 20 odd years. He's never seen anything like it before. And we're finding this now constantly inside people that have all been COVID vaccinated. So that's what we're seeing. So I reached out to my local coroner and kind of said, look, I'm really concerned. You know, we've got a young lad of 30 in. We've pulled out about half a pound of this crap out of him. I know you've post-mortemed him. What is it? You know, what is it? We've never seen it before. Do you need samples? Have you got samples? How can we help? You know, no reply at all, firstly, by the email. And I emailed because I wanted a paper trail, because I knew then what was happening. I took a phone call about 4 days later. It was from one of the girls in the office who doesn't work with bodies. They're in the office. And she said, well, we spoke to the pathologist. He said, don't worry. You can dispose of them. It's perfectly natural. It grows post-mortem. So what that means is basically they're saying that when you die, rubber grows throughout your arteries all of a sudden. And it's perfectly normal. Well, I can tell you, having done this job for 18 years, 7 years picking up bits out the road, that isn't normal. That isn't normal. And it's only, and every one of these people was COVID vaccinated. How do I know? Because I meet the family at the point of arrangement and I ask them, I say, was mum COVID vaccinated? And they say, yes. And they tell me. And because the government made such a big thing about you must be vaccinated. If you don't, you're selfish, you're dangerous, you can't work, you can't travel. You're killing people if you don't. people are only too forthcoming then to tell you their vaccine status. And they did get good coverage. A lot of people were vaccinated. These are the people that are dying.
Can I pick one of these up?
Yeah, of course you
No,
can.
it's
Yeah.
not-
No, they're sealed. They're formaldehyde.
I'm just it's not disrespectful, is it?
No, not at all. This is clinical waste. But these are not normal clots. Usually it's red jelly clots. These are not normal.
And they are like calamari.
Yeah, and they're very rubbery in texture. I wouldn't advise that you get one out and hold it, obviously, but
No.
they're very rubbery in texture. They're very tough, and it's very interesting because if you do a search for the drug heparin, that's a blood thinning thing that they use in hospitals to thin blood, and it won't have any effect on this because this is totally different pathology. And John Campbell talked about this extensively with myself and Major Tom Haviland.
I mean, some are really thick.
So this reflects in the size of the vessels that it's growing in. The bigger the vessel, the bigger it's got to grow to block it.
Right.
So the smaller ones are from smaller vessels.
So these clots will keep growing until it fills the space.
Yeah, and then you have a heart attack and die. Right. Or you're diagnosed, or you're short of breath, and you go and he says, "Oh, you've got stage 4 lung cancer," and it isn't that. It's these growing inside your lungs.
After seeing that, what was it like being a funeral director during the pandemic?
So initially, I was very frightened. You know, I'm an ex-smoker, I'm asthmatic. I was, in my 50s, early 50s. I was frightened. And here we're told, I first learned about COVID from, I had a family come to see me who had lost someone in the neighbouring borough of Northampton, at Northampton General Hospital. And we serve kind of 30-mile radius, sometimes do Bedford. And they complained that the hospital wouldn't let them see their loved one, which was unusual. So the way that works is wherever there's a mortuary in a hospital, people die on the ward, they take them down to the ward, and then if you contact the bereavement department, they'll arrange for you to be able to do a viewing. So you can go down and they'll lay them out and you can see them at rest, and they don't make much effort. But, you can see mum at peace, if you like, whereas she might have been thrashing about and suffering on the ward prior to death. And it's helped some people. But this family said they requested a view and they wouldn't let them have it. So I said, well, don't worry. I said, I'll go to Northampton quickly, because I always do. The next day I went to Northampton, picked this person up. I believe it was a woman, but this was first week of December 2019, right? So, and I happened to mention while I was there, because you'd get to know the staff, And I said, well, the family said you wouldn't do a viewing. Why? Why is that? And I thought perhaps they were having the room done out or refurbishment or, and he opened the door. He didn't say anything. He just opened the viewing room door. And there was a inflatable pandemic tent in there, filling up most of the room. And it was like a kid's bouncy castle, but with loads of pigeonholes in it that are obviously for bodies. And I knew what it was. I had an idea what it was because I'm in the industry. And I kind of said, what's that for? And he said, oh, we've been told there's something really horrible coming. And he didn't mention the word COVID. But he said, we've been told there's something really horrible coming. And that was when I first knew there was something coming. So what do? I kind of went away and I was like, fuck. Okay. Because I'd never known anything like that before. They don't spend money they ain't got to spend. So I rang my mum and I rang my brother and kind of said, well, I've been told this is coming. And then in January, the news broke. And we were shown pictures of people falling over in China in the streets, dying in the streets. And they made real effort to tell us how terrible it was, and it attacked the lungs, and it was a respiratory thing, and I was really frightened. And the first kind of 12, 16 weeks, I believed it. But then I gradually saw through what I knew was a lie. And that was what started me down the road to realising what was going on. And I think the first thing was, when I cast my mind back, like when I came here, we sat here and, you didn't tell me any question you were going to ask me. We had a chat and a coffee. You didn't brief me on what you were going to say and what answers you wanted. It's kind of flowed naturally, I feel. Well, I had a phone call from the BBC. I had a woman and a bloke cameraman turn up at the funeral home. And they said, we want to talk to you about COVID and the precautions you're taking. And I was happy to do that, because you think you're helping. And we was told there was a COVID and I believed it. And this couple sat down and they spent about 40 minutes briefing me on every aspect of what they were going to ask me, and I'd never done an interview before, so you go with the flow. If they're telling you to do that and that's what they want, that's what you do. And I bitterly regret it now, because all I did was promote their garbage. They made me sit there in like a mask, and I remember at the time being a bit pissed off because I'd bought a mask to keep myself safe, and everyone was buying PPE and we were struggling to get it because everyone was panicking. And so we were most at risk. And here I am fucking wasting a glove and an apron for a photo shoot thing, you know, but that was what they wanted. And, you know, I was trying to tell people, you know, make sure you're careful. Yeah, there is a COVID. And that's what we was told. And then in about March, April time, I took a phone call from a guy, John. And this was when it really started falling apart. So the first thing was there were no more deaths than normal. It was a regular death rate, but we were picking up people they'd labelled as COVID, but no more of them than normal. So the numbers weren't any different. And then I took a phone call from this guy called John, and he said to me, "Hi, my name's John." He said, "I'm working for a government-sponsored company." So one of the government ministers had this company that he'd set up, like they did with the PPE and everything else, and it was called Pandemic Resilience. And his job was to ring round, he explained himself, he said, "My job is to ring round all the funeral directors as part of the pandemic response." And I was like, "Okay, what do you need to know? You know, what do you," and he said, "I need to know what your capacity is, first of all, how many you can hold." And I told him, and he said, "I need to know who you've picked up, where from, and how many are COVID. Every week, I'm going to ring on a Monday," he said. "Every Monday, I'm going to ring you." And I was like, "Fine." And I would give him that info, and he'd ring up every Monday. And almost straight away, he started steering me. And by that, I mean, I would say, because I knew that he would ring, I was trying to find out the information to give it to him. So normally I would liaise with the family. I wouldn't ask any questions about COVID or anything like that, because that was pre-COVID. But I was finding out who was COVID, who weren't. Was there a doctor present? Was there a test done? You know, and the circumstances, because I knew this guy would ring on a Monday, and then I could reel off to him, well, I've picked up Jimmy and Tom and the things about it. So this was at a time when the doctors had stopped attending deaths, and we was told that was to protect the NHS, weren't we? And all the doctors were sitting at home with an headset on, working down the phone for a COVID payment on double money. So they were quite happy to do that, you know. And this guy started steering me straight away, and I would say to him, "Right, I picked up a guy from Kent's Care Home, right? And I think it's got 90 beds in this particular care home." And I said he'd been there 5 years. I've liaised with the staff at the point of collection. They told me he was an onset dementia patient. He'd been there 5 years. I then met the family on the Monday, and they confirmed he was there 5 years. He had onset dementia. There was no doctor in attendance. There was no COVID test done. He wasn't COVID. And straight away, he would insist he had to put him down as a COVID death. And I was like, "What do you mean, John? I've just told you." And I remember it got my back up a little bit, because here we are trying to make a pandemic response, and he's fucking the figures. He's lying. And I'm telling him, and I've made the effort, and I'm frightened, and I'm telling him the truth, and he's not listening. And he's openly admitting he's going to put it down as a COVID death. And I said, "Well, why?" And he said to me, he said, "They've been told that in this 90-bed care home, there was one positive test for COVID. And that person then went on to die. Didn't die from COVID, just gave a positive test." So they were under instruction that everyone from that day onwards was to be put as a COVID death, regardless of what they died from. And I remember sitting there and thinking, "You're having a fucking laugh. What's the point in that?" And this went on throughout 2020, everyone they possibly could. And they were paying out big money for every time COVID went on a death certificate. They were getting thousands of pounds, the hospital. So what do you think went on every death certificate? COVID. I had families that were told they would get money towards the funeral if they could put COVID on the death certificate. Unbelievable. Fucking mental. Why would you do that if it wasn't just a push to convince people of COVID? And this went on throughout 2020. And by October, this guy openly admitted to me on the phone, he said, "I don't know why I'm doing this job. Everyone is saying the same thing. There are no COVID deaths." That's what the guy openly admitted to me. And then he said, "I'm not going to be calling no more. There's no need." Well, this was back in October of 2020, before they'd even rolled the jabs out. So Rainer Fulmick put it perfectly on reflection, where the jabs were never about COVID. COVID was about the jabs and convincing the people of the need for these jabs. So there was no more funerals in 2020 than any other year, but there was loads of COVID deaths. So of course, come January 2021, Everyone's lining up to be saved by a fucking non-existent illness. And I was washing and dressing them the whole way through. The whole way through, every one of them. I had funeral directors sending families to me because they was going to these funeral directors and saying, well, I lost my mum over a Zoom call. I really would like to spend some time with her. And they were all like, no washing, no dressing. I was calling Catholic priests who wouldn't even come and bless a closed fucking coffin. And in the end, I'd ring, they'd say, please ring them, please. Really, it means everything. They'd hang up on me. As soon as my phone, they'd pick up the phone, they'd hear it was me and they would hang up because they knew I'd be asking them to come and bless a closed fucking coffin. That's men of God. And they were Catholic priests. So, and I washed and dressed them all throughout 2020. You know, I never wore a mask because I couldn't fucking breathe in a mask.
So do you not believe in COVID at all?
I believe there was something that was hospitalising people, being that perhaps, and don't get me wrong, I've had the insight to be very privileged position to sit at some very influential meetings with some very clever people, politicians included. Now, I believe there was something that was hospitalising people and the rest was then done with malfeasance in the hospitals. Now, what I would like your listeners to do is cast their mind back to 2020, 2021. What was the only antiviral treatment they would offer a COVID patient? Was a drug called remdesivir, right? So I want people to Google common side effects or side effects of remdesivir and just have a look at the results. There will be loads of results come up. One of them is a website called drugs.com and it's kind of layman terms. It breaks it down. Difficulty breathing, wheeziness, tight chest. Why would you give that to a respiratory patient unless you were trying to generate COVID deaths? That's what they were doing. They were doing it because that was government policy, was the only drugs they were allowed to administer was remdesivir. Have a look at the common side effects of remdesivir. Have a look for yourself. You can Google it on your phone. Tell me if you think it's conducive to the recovery in a respiratory patient. You then put them on ventilation, right? People that didn't even need ventilating were put on a ventilator because they were paid to do that. And then what the ventilator does is it overfills the lungs, tears the lungs, and makes that condition worse. And now, as a funeral director, when I was picking up these COVID patients, they all had the same story, right? Mum never went into hospital with COVID. She went in with a water infection. And then they spam tested her in there until they got a positive result and moved her on the COVID ward. She was asymptomatic. And then they gave her the drugs to make her better, even though she weren't fucking ill. They gave her remdesivir and they ventilated her and she went and died COVID. That's what they were doing. And I was picking these people up that they labelled as COVID deaths, and their body bags were kind of half filled with edema, with fluid. And I'd never, ever seen that before. And I remember before I fully cottoned on thinking, fucking hell, what is this COVID doing? It's doing that. And I've since found out. So I was taking them out the bag, draining the fluid off, taking these people out and washing them and dressing them, because that's what people should have been doing at the hospital. And they never, they let these people down massively, and they had people standing on doorsteps clapping for them. It's fucking insane. I'm never going to stand on a doorstep and clap for the NHS ever. I know what they were doing. And I've been in a COVID ward and watched it happen, right? So these people, they were so bloated, they were filled up with fluid, and I couldn't understand why. And they, to the point where they'd be crying yellow tears out of every orifice, out of their ears and nose and mouth, and all bloated. And even though I'd be really gentle with them, pulling them across, you'd leave handprints in their arms because they're so full of edema. It's the remdesivir, because the remdesivir kills their kidneys, so their bodies can't process fluid. So they fill up with fluid and they drown, and there's your respiratory illness.
And so, is this what you were telling the public when you was making videos?
Yeah, 100%. I've been shouting for 4 years now. When I first started shouting, people all said that I was mad. And don't forget, it's a story that's unfolded as it's gone along. So up until kind of midway through 2020, I knew there wasn't really a COVID. And I because I wasn't dying, and there were no more numbers than normal, and they were faking the figures. This guy admitted to me they were faking the figures. Why were they doing that? I couldn't understand why. And then they rolled out the jabs. And before they rolled out the jabs, I kind of cottoned on what was going to happen. And I've openly said on my Facebook account, I said, wait till they roll the jabs out. You're going to see what they call another wave. And that's exactly what happened. The moment they put needles in people, they all started falling over and dying. And the death rate from January the 6th, they started vaccinating. And straight away it went through the roof. And it was all the age groups of the people they were vaccinating. So they started, didn't they, with the 70s and 80-year-old, the people that are most vulnerable, the ones that are going to die. And they did fucking die. They died because they were euthanized with these fucking toxic vaccines. And then as they went down the age groups and they did the 60s, it's only the most vulnerable. Oh, no, we're going to do the 60s. It's only the 60s. Oh, no, it's the 50s. No, the 40s. Well, if you're over 30, you should have it. And they kept moving the goalposts, didn't they? Well, as they did, and as they injected these people, it was that age group that was dying. It was undeniable. And don't forget, I've been doing this job for 18 years now. I know who should fucking die and in what number. I know it was these vaccines that have been killing people. And then roll on halfway through 2021, I'm finding all these unnatural blood clots inside them. So I know. So in September of 2021, I took a phone call, and it was from a guy called Mark Sexton. He's a retired police constable. And I'd been very vocal by then. I was warning people. I was pleading with people, please don't take them, because I'm seeing people that are dying. And they were all saying I was fucking mad and I was dangerous. And all my friends dropped me like a shitty stick. None of them believed me, because there was so much effort made, wasn't there? Boris Johnson was on the telly, and I've got people that work in sheet metal telling me I don't know who's dying when I'm putting people in coffins for a living. You know, when you're like, why would I do that? Why would I jeopardize my own fucking business, my successful business, to say that? Why would I do it? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I lie? Nobody could tell me why I would lie, but they all said I was fucking mad. So anyway, I took a phone call and I was invited to a meeting in Westminster at a place called Birdcage Walk in Westminster. Really swanky place. I sat at this table. I'm not kidding. It was about like that, solid oak in this boardroom, great big boardroom, great big table, maybe 40 foot long, enough for like 20 people around it. And at this meeting, there were a number of people that I'd never met. I'd heard of a few of them. Was Professor Dolores Cale, Dr. Tess Laurie, Dr. Sukarit Bhakdi was there via a Zoom link at the end. Francis Hoare, the barrister, Dr. Sam White, Dr. Stephen Frost, Philip Hyland, the barrister, Anna de Bisseret, the lawyer, bless her, she's a lovely girl, and others were there. There was about 18 there in total. Some of them, 3 or 4 were there virtually, or 5, maybe even more, but about 18 in total. And the guy at the end, there was supposed to be 2 government ministers in attendance. One of them didn't come and was cited it was personal reasons, but the one that was in attendance was a guy called Sir Graham Brady. Now, Sir Graham, I wasn't that familiar with politics, and I was never down any kind of rabbit holes. And in fact, I've had many vaccines over the years. I went and had a pneumonia vaccine when they announced COVID, because we were told it would kill us with pneumonia. So I went and got paid privately to have it, and my missus to protect us, because we're handling the deceased. But this particular minister was Sir Graham Brady. Now, Sir Graham at the time was what's called the commissioner of something called the 1922 Committee. You can Google it, and it tells you all about him. But it's basically a group of men and women, senior politicians that sit in the shadows, and they hire and fire prime ministers. So they select prime ministerial candidates, and they then get rid of them when they think they've run their course. So he hired and fired Boris, Liz Truss, and Rishi Sunak. They hire and fire them all. And this guy, there's no one more senior than this guy. Now, we went round the table. Sir Graham was actually sitting there, and I sat next to him. I actually spoke first. I knew what I had to say, and I'd abbreviated it into like 5 minutes, because you're told that time is of the essence. Ministerial time is really important. So I said what I needed to say, and I said that they'd faked a load of deaths, and the moment needles went in, I saw people dying, from the jabs. And then I listened as it went round the table, and I listened to the barristers and the professors and the people that were expert in their field, and I couldn't believe what I was listening to. They said how these people would die, what the mechanisms would be. They said about the cancers, and they said about the heart attacks and the clotting, and they went into real detail about how it was going to happen. And I kept looking at this Sir Graham Brady, because I can multitask, and I'm a people person. I worked on a door 7 years. So his reaction to me was more telling than what they were saying, because I could tell he knew. He fucking knew. He was sat there ashen-faced, mortified, and we all went to this meeting thinking, oh, at last someone's listening, And he went to report back. They knew. And he openly admitted it's way, way above my pay grade. I can't do anything to stop it.
This is also above my pay grade.
Yeah.
But I'll be very interested to see and hear what people are saying in the comments section, because a lot of people are very, very into this. I mean, was you considered a conspiracy theorist?
No, I went and got a vaccine, a pneumonia vaccine in, I'll tell you when it would have been. It would have been about January or February of 2020, because we were told that's how it was killing people, from pneumonia. And I didn't want to get pneumonia, so I went and paid privately to have it done. I didn't get a COVID vaccine because it wasn't available then, but I went and got a pneumonia vaccine that they only usually give to the elderly. And I did that to protect myself. I've had every jab there is.
And if people try to silence your voice?
Yeah, so there's a number of ways. One was they tried to buy me first. So I took a call, an email, from a girl called Yvonne Myers, who said she was from RT News.
So can I just cut in there and just say, before you go on, just to give some context at home, because there'll be people that are very familiar with you, and there'll be people that won't be, because we always reach a different new audience every single week with every interview. So during lockdown, I would always see you in WhatsApp groups, making videos, warning people of what you're seeing from your perspective.
Yeah.
So you was a familiar face certainly on my phone, and a lot of people I knew.
Yeah.
But I didn't see you on social media, so I'm just wondering, did they?
Because they shut me down as soon as I started saying anything about it, and it was very interesting because for me the journey, social media censorship-wise, started on YouTube. So I had a YouTube account. I love history. I love YouTube because it's full of documentaries, biographies, history, and I would watch it late at night. Now I'm a night owl, and the reason for that is because I used to go and work pubs and clubs, so I'd get home 4 a.m, 4:30. I ping, I'm wide awake, I'm still buzzing, I'm watching documentaries. So I'm watching YouTube, and this is at a time when COVID had been rolled out, and I couldn't help but seeing the COVID posts because they were spamming everywhere. Get your jab, get your vaccine, have an Uber, have a pizza on us, tickets for a raffle, anything to get people to have a jab, and the terrors of COVID. And I was seeing these posts, and I dipped into one, and I looked at it, and I thought, well, that's not what I'm seeing as a funeral director. And I said, in honesty, I'm a funeral director. That's not what I'm seeing. And I left it there, and it lets you know when you get a like. So somebody liked it, then somebody else liked it, somebody else liked it, and there was a few comments, and then somebody said, you're not a funeral director, you're a keyboard activist. So then you reach a crossroads, don't you? You've got two ways that you can go. You can think this could be damaging from our business at a time when they're telling everyone who's dying of COVID. For me as a funeral director, suddenly say there is no COVID. That could be really damaging to me. Or you take a step back, don't you, and say, no, fuck it, I'll leave it there. Well, I said, well, actually, I am a funeral director. www.mkffs.co.uk, that's me. And within half an hour, they banned my account, my YouTube account, after that comment. Literally, yeah. For me, identifying myself, just saying that's not what I'm seeing. I am a funeral director, and this is me. So then I knew that I was onto something, because when you've got people of that level actively censoring and hiding the truth, then you know you're telling the truth. I know who's fucking dying. I know who's dying. I haven't picked up 10 packets of calamari. These are people that have died full of this crap that I've never seen in 18 years I've been doing this job. What kind of guy would I be if I saw this and ignored it and thought, well, I'll wait for someone else to say something?
What about platforms like...
Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide
did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? Where did all the nonsense go? In 1984.
Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web. Lurking on the World Wide Web.
Posts to open. Correct misinformation. Report or block aggressors. Reach out privately to the victim. Defenders are rare, but powerful. Research shows that even a single defender can reduce the severity and duration of bullying events, both offline and online. Their presence can change the perceived social norms and undermine the bully's influence. 3. What makes the virtual playground unique?
The nonsense go.
So,
Where
clearly
the nonsense
you want us all to know that you're there. Okay, so right, and there you are. Laugh while you can. You won't be laughing long, Ainov. I mean, how, like, do I need to say much? I'm not even laughing, am I? I'm working. I'm working on module 5 at the moment of a course that I'm creating. Okay, I'm creating it. I'm working on courses that I'm creating with the help of AI. It's a brilliant tool. I'm not pretending that I'm doing it all. I'm feeding it ideas and things and instructions, and it's doing stuff that takes time. It's just like having an entire team. It's just like I've inherited a company of like really epic workers like that. For me, I could never like. Can you imagine somebody like me? That's just perfect, right? So that's what I'm doing. You're telling me that I need help. You're here whilst I'm playing something else that's totally in line with everything that I've been doing and trying to warn everybody about for like my whole fucking life, pretty much, that I've known about whatever I've known about. I've always done the same thing. Okay, so now I'm busy trying to catch up all the work that you guys have fucking sabotaged and erased for years on end between you, whilst abusing me and telling me how shit I am and worthless. I mean, do you want to start coming up with any reasons? Yeah. You wrote, piss myself laughing, in caps, piss myself laughing. You are fucking so frantic, as you should be. But I mean, it's not really my issue. I mean, it's my issue. Of course, it's my issue. You fucked my life up, and here you are. But I mean, like, I'm moving on with things. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, as long as I've always got a will. So as long as God provides a way, I'll figure it out, right? So I'm doing that. Okay, you coming along and trying to tell me how shit I am while I'm still doing the same thing that I've been doing for years, and you don't need to come anywhere near me. None of you do ever, but you just do every single fucking day of my life. And now you're stuck because you know that there's stuff coming out all over the place that really just supports exactly what's gone on. You know, so I don't even need to, it's not like I need to convince anybody of anything. You've done it all yourselves. Okay, it took a lot of patience and hard work to be, but at this point, I've done all the hard work as far as I'm concerned. Like in this arena with you lot, you're literally just exposing yourselves, and I'm just recording it whilst I'm catching up my work elsewhere, albeit literally just facing the other way. This is how cool it is, though, right? There's like all the technology and everything. I can even do it at the same time, right? Well, sometimes I do. Sometimes I'm using both at the same. It's just like being a DJ, I guess, or something, isn't it? Oh shit! Did I just touch it while it's still? I hope I didn't. I mean, yeah, see, look, see, I'm multitasking because this is what we can do when we've got computers and AI and stuff. We can be having a million things. Like, all you need to do is like set off. Oh, look, sit.
Hey, baby, are you hearing this? Look, yep, my slander and abuse. Whilst I'm working and just playing stuff, right? I'm just was I even speaking, or did you come along and do no and blah blah blah, waffle flapping? Really? I'm having my piece read out now by somebody who's not charging me.
Insightful discussions about responsibility, fear of retaliation, moral courage, and the invisible pressures of digital crowds. End of Module 1.
Oh, look, we've just finished. So right at this point, I need to go for a second. Okay, it's really quick, isn't it? You only just need to push a couple of buttons, and plus, I'm just really glad I've muted the wrong microphone. That could be so. Oh my god, it's so bad, isn't it? Such simple little mistakes that can really get people in trouble. Sending the wrong message to the wrong person, and farting when the microphone's still open. Do you know, there's so much stuff if you care too much. But I mean, yeah, like again, it's just how people are motivated to use things. But hey, no, I'm just not flapping. I'm really not. I'm working and I'm cooking some Swede if you really want to know. But we're gonna get back to I'm getting lost now with where were we up to? Get your finger out of my pussy, Jake. I mean, it's just disgusting, isn't it? And this is again, it only goes to show, I mean, just because you haven't said something that vulgar today, the fact is you've got somebody else that's doing it and you're allowing it. I mean, this is very much what my work's about. And if you want to say that I'm not working just because it's me, lots of people do their work freelance and with AI. The world's gone that way. But if Kaylee does it, it's a scam. Even though I've not made any money from anything either. Do you know what I mean? I'm just working. But it's a scam because it's Kaylee. And it's not work because it's Kaylee. Having children be heard is actually paedophilia or child abuse because it's Kaylee. I mean, and there's loads of us. So we'll just say this nonsense enough and it will be true because it is Kaylee. I mean, make it work to normal people when they see everything in context with everything that we're watching now. You know, which is everything that I was WhatsApping Kate at the beginning, you know, like, you're going to tell me now that she's imagined all of this, her daughter's not dead, like all of this. Are you going to say that this isn't all true? And what has she done? She's documented it all. She's doing the same thing. She's got no fear because she fucked her family and fucked her life up. I can quite relate to how the woman's feeling. I'm not saying she's perfect. I don't know her. I haven't spoken to her directly in like long conversations or anything like that. It was right at the beginning of COVID when loads of people were speaking in WhatsApp. You know, so, but the connection's there. I've been connected to enough people to, I don't know. There's just certain people that they need to really come good really quickly because they're gonna, everything's getting exposed basically. You know, everything's getting exposed. It just is. And as much as you want to tell me I'm this, that, and the other, and tell me that I'm flapping, I mean, I know that I sleep like a baby. I know that psychologists, psychiatrists couldn't fault me on anything, didn't even suggest that I need any medication or anything to even help me sleep. I don't need any help sleeping even. Do you know what I mean? There's just, you can't tell me there's anything mentally I don't know what you're supposed to do to have people not tell you every day that you need to be sectioned. You fucking morons are meddling so much in my life all day, every day. You did get me sectioned, but I got straight out again with no medication, but just a load of professionals having heard my story and not being able to challenge me on it. So what does that do? It just literally validates me further, doesn't it? It authenticates me the same way that the police, having all of our gear, everything that we've said, every fucking word that we've said to each other for years, is stored in there. They've got it. So if we were worried about anything that we've got to hide, do you think we'd be okay for how fucking long? They're probably going to have, they could have this stuff for years. This is how these guys work. But I mean, if we've got no pressure to crack under because all it means is they've got the actual evidence that they've wanted to deny forever. So we win either way. Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, and I'm clearly not flapping. I don't chase anyone or anything for anything, do I? I just work, and I'm abused all day long. Even though I'm isolated physically to protect myself, I don't contact anyone to protect other people. And I'm abused the whole way through. But all I do still is try and work to make sure that the real me and the message that I believe I'm supposed to try and pass on, because I've had to learn things for myself. So I'm not being selfish with things that I've learned. I'm abused all day by men telling me that I'm not allowed to be what I am. That's ridiculous. That's just fucking ridiculous. But in my own home, I'm not running around trying to find you lot. I'm in my own home, which is temporary accommodation, because anything I do in the real world is fucking sabotaged. And I'm not safe to go anywhere until you lot are dealt with. That's just simple facts. Look at the types of people we're dealing with. I know no one wants to accept this as reality, but it is reality for me and for a lot of other people. Ask Kate. Do you know what I mean? So I'm not going to be ridiculed or mocked or told that I'm not allowed to do this or I'm not allowed to do that or that I'm fucking flapping. Yeah, most people under this amount of pressure would completely have broken. Well, you killed me off, so I could look at that again. We're back to that, aren't we? You did it, but I can't die. Actually, if God's not going to take me, I can't actually go. So you actually just killed off the scared bit, or the bit of any fear, or the bit of any giving any flying fucks about anyone's feelings. That's the bit you killed. So now I've just got to get the job finished and then get back to my real life and get back to my children and get back to my family and get to be with Jake and get to know that we're just safe and we can just be and just exist, knowing that you're not scheming, plotting, doing whatever you're doing, harming children, whatever it is. But hey ho, again, it's with no malice or anything like that. It is what it is. It needs to be addressed. The world can't carry on as fucked up as it is. It's just not going to carry on like this. Like, we've not got time left, like, just from an ecological perspective, never mind human beings. You know, like, to sustain ourselves, the world will recover, but we won't recover if we fuck with the environment anymore, like, beyond another year. Then we probably won't survive how long it will take for it to recover, to sustain us again. But it's just Kaylee. Nobody gives a flying fuck what I've got to say. Anyway, I've got stuff cooking.
At night. Now, I'm a night, and the reason for that is because I used to go and work pubs and clubs. So I'd get home 4 in the morning, half 4. I ping, I'm wide awake. I'm still buzzing. I'm watching documentaries. So I'm watching YouTube. And this is at a time when COVID had been rolled out. And I couldn't help but seeing the COVID posts because they were spamming everywhere. Get your vaccine, get your vaccine. Have an Uber, have a pizza on us, you know, tickets for a raffle, anything to get people to have a jab. And the terrors of COVID. And I was seeing these posts, and I dipped into one, and I looked at it, and I thought, well, that's not what I'm seeing as a funeral director. And I said, you know, in honesty, I'm a funeral director. That's not what I'm seeing. And I left it there. And it lets you know when you get a like. So somebody liked it, then somebody else liked it, somebody else liked it. And there was a few comments. And then somebody said, you're not a funeral director. You're a keyboard activist. So then you reach a crossroads, don't you? You've got two ways that you can go. You can think, this could be damaging from our business at a time when they're telling everyone who's dying of COVID. For me as a funeral director to suddenly say there is no COVID, that could be really damaging to me. Or you take a step back, don't you, and say, no, fuck it, I'll leave it there. Well, I said, well, actually, I am a funeral director. www.mkffs.co.uk, that's me. And within half an hour, they banned my account, my YouTube account, after that comment. Literally, yeah. For me, identifying myself, just saying that's not what I'm seeing. I am a funeral director, and this is me. So then I knew that I was onto something, because when you've got people of that level actively censoring and hiding the truth, then you know you're telling the truth. I know who's fucking dying. I know who's dying. picked up 10 packets of calamari. These are people that have died full of this crap that I've never seen in 18 years I've been doing this job. What kind of guy would I be if I saw this and ignored it and thought, well, I'll wait for someone else to say something?
What about platforms like Facebook and Twitter?
No, Facebook banned me straight away. Yeah, oofed me straight. And I remember being gutted at the time. So I've always been a PC gamer in my spare time. Love playing PC games. Many guys will resonate, Call of Duty and first-person shooters. I had a VR headset, Oculus, and that was tied into the Facebook account. I had about 500 quid's worth of games on there. And because they'd banned my Facebook account, it deactivates and deletes all the software on the... Yeah, so they closed my account and knocked off all the software on me just because I'd spoken out and said they're not dying from COVID. I know what they're dying. I know what they're dying from. I know what they're... But it rather than it put me off or silence me, it spurred me on because I can tell you now, you sit there and put fucking murder victims in coffins. And I don't know what's worse. Some of the families know, and that's heartbreaking because not only have they lost their mum, but they know their mum's been betrayed by the state and murdered by the state. But then for the ones that don't know and they genuinely feel, oh, mum's just had a heart attack at 32, you know, and if you've got a 3-year-old kid putting handprints on the coffin, it's fucking heartbreaking when you know what they've died from. And I'm pulling this crap out and then I'm reaching out to the coroner and they don't want to know. And then I've been to the police station. I went to the police station, Thames Valley Police, right? And I've said to the desk sergeant, I said, I'm a local funeral director. I run a funeral home in Emerson Valley. I've been doing it for a long time. I've got real concerns about a number of deaths of people in my care. Can I speak to an officer, please? That's as much as I said. So he went upstairs, he spoke to his gaff, and he's come back downstairs totally disinterested. Won't even sit and listen to what I've got to say. And he said, sit down there and wait. 3 hours, me and Mark Sexton waited in Thames Valley Police in Milton Keynes. And then he said, no, there's no one to see you, and sent us home. What does an undertaker have to do to raise concerns about people that are in his care that clearly have died from not natural causes? That's so as a funeral director, I have a responsibility. Any concerns I have over a death, I have to raise those concerns. So let me explain. If I went down the hospital and I picked someone up and I got them home and I rolled them during the course of dressing them and there's a knife hanging out their back or a big puncture wound, I have to raise those concerns. I have to do it for 2 reasons. One, I have a legal obligation to do it. I have to do it by law. If I don't, I'm breaking the law, not reporting that. Number 2, I have a moral obligation as a decent fucking human being. Why would you not raise those concerns? Here are people I'm pulling unnatural clots out of, and they're not interested. They're actively hiding it, which tells me they are complicit.
Are there any other undertakers that are
loads? I've got loads.
The
Yeah,
same as what you're
I can
saying?
give you the email addresses of them. Most of them are American side and Canada side, but I've spoken to loads personally. I had one woman ring me up very early on, and they run 7 funeral homes down south. She wouldn't come out openly and say it, though, publicly, because they're frightened about the effects it'll have on their business. And don't get me wrong, when I first started speaking out, of course, they slagged me to fuck. They discredited me in the thing. Of course, people are going, oh, that's the conspiracy theorist undertaker. It would have cost me money. But that was a thing I was prepared to do. I was prepared to do it because the alternative is for me to be complicit and not say fuck all. And I'm not willing to do that when there's people who are dying. Women, children, babies are fucking dying. I've had midwives ring me up who see the clots in the placentas. And the babies are born early and they're born sick. And look at the birth rate. Look at the birth rate. It's fucking biblically plummeted because they vaccinated all these mothers who have lost their kids. There's a guy called Dr. Luke McClendon, right? So Dr. Luke McClendon was the head of fertility at the Mater Hospital in Australia. You can Google him and find it and look it up. And he keeps the figures and the numbers, right? So the number of women that miscarry naturally is between 5 and 14%. And that's just, people don't often talk about it. You know, it's not something people discuss, baby deaths. It's a time when most families want to be left alone to grieve quietly. But he'd kept the numbers and he'd noticed that vaccinated mothers, 76% of COVID vaccinated mothers lost their babies. 76, 3/4 of them. So he raised the alarm. What did they do? Did they thank him and say, well done, you've raised it? No, they fucked him straight off. They got rid of him. And I spoke to Luke McClendon to confirm who he was and what he'd said. And it's a real thing. It's a real thing. Senator Robert MacDonald in the Australian Parliament openly discussed it. The birth rate's gone down 67% in Australia. They are thinning the grass. What would you do if you were having a cold? There's two things you do. One is you sterilise the kids. And number two, you bump people off. And that's what they're doing. I watched that Professor Bell from Oxford University, and he was talking to a very well-known newscaster, and he was discussing the jabs, and he didn't know that he was live. He thought they were recording. And he openly admitted between 60 and 70% of the kids that are having these jabs are sterilised. They won't be able to have children. Grasp it, grab it, because it is a real thing. The footage is out there to be found in the ether. So, and that correlates perfectly with what I've been told and people that I've spoken to. That's what's happening. And the baby deaths were being hidden as well. And it's very interesting the way it works. So what would happen with baby deaths? Normally, parents would lose a child, be it preterm or full term. They would liaise with the bereavement department, right? The bereavement department would then give them a list of accredited funeral directors that are local. Now, any decent funeral director will never charge a family for the death of a child. We don't. I do it free. I'll even buy that kid's coffin out of my own pocket. And that's on my website. You can go and have a look. And in fact, I had a family in this week that have lost a child. They won't be charged a penny. I will pay everything because I won't profit from the death of a child. So I'm hearing about all these baby deaths, and there's a funeral director called Wesley, right? And what I want you guys to do is do a search for Wesley, funeral director, baby deaths. And if you do it, you'll find his video he's done. And he talks extensively about the number of baby deaths that he's seeing. So many that they're having to put them in the adult fridges, and they're putting 2 and 3 to a tray. And this was throughout 2021 and 2022. In COVID vaccinated, they were losing their babies in massive numbers. And the way it works usually is they would give these bereaved parents a list of funeral directors. They would then contact the funeral directors, and we would arrange a funeral. That stopped. I was hearing about all these babies dying, but no parents are getting in touch. And I was thinking, well, what the fuck can they do? And then I was going down the crematorium, and there's a notice board in the waiting room, right? So this notice board, it has, it's a public notice board, so it's public information. And it has a list of who the deceased is, the time of the funeral, the chapel, and who the arranging funeral director is. So if I did John Smith's and it was a 3 o'clock, it would say John Smith's funeral, it's a 3 p.m. in the Oak Chapel, and the arranging funeral director is Milton Keynes Family Funeral Services. There's loads of babies now on there, and do you know who the arranging client is? The local hospital. So the hospitals are dealing directly with the crematorium for baby deaths. They're cutting out the funeral directors altogether now, because if there was a huge surge in baby deaths, funeral directors would know because the phone would be ringing. But if they're arranging these funerals directly with crematoriums, anyway, I spoke to a guy who works there who no longer does, and he said they were sending vans down the hospital and picking 6 and 8 babies up at a time. They're hiding it, and the way they hide it is doing that.
Cutting out the middleman.
Yeah, of course. Well, if you think about it logically, if these women have been poisoned with these COVID jabs, and they've lost those babies, and they've also then been sterilised in the process, because that's what's happened, there are no babies now being conceived. So the death rate from babies is going to look fairly normal now, because they can't get pregnant anymore. So initially, they vaccinated these women, and the baby deaths would surge, and then because they're all fucking sterilised, the death rate comes down, because you can only lose a baby if you get pregnant.
Have you had anybody invite you onto a talk show to debate you?
I'm happy to debate people. I'm happy to debate. They won't debate me. I've openly said. I'd another thing that happened, right, in December of 2021. I took a phone call, right, and I've had loads of people call me of all different walks. I spoke to RFK, Alex Jones, all of the big ones, John Campbell, everyone, and I would speak to anyone. I don't look at anyone as more important than this is an attack on humanity. So I would talk to someone who's working from their bedroom and who's got an audience of 10. There's still 10 people I might save. So I took a phone call from a guy who told me he was from British intelligence, right? And usually I would go, oh, yeah, and I'm fucking Batman, thank you. But I listened to this guy, and he was really compelling. He was an older guy, and he was up for retirement, but he hadn't retired. They'd asked him to stay on. obviously, because there is a need for it, isn't there, in this times that we're going through. And he said, everything you've said is true, is right. He said, and also you are a person of interest. You'll be targeted. And I was like, anyway, I listened to him for about 40 minutes. I come off the phone. I was like, fuck. And you know, I was going in every day. I was opening the door with my elbow and emptying the kettle. And, you know, what do you do when you're a person of interest and you're going to be I mean, this guy handles the messages and he's seen me and he's told me. So anyway, 3-4 weeks later, I fell ill and I got really, really breathless to the point where I had to call an ambulance. My SATs went down to 78%. And I've been in touch with a lot of doctors because lots of doctors know me and lots of doctors have reached out and they've admitted it to me, what's going on. Anyway, I got took to hospital. I went into triage and this was end of December 2021, and it was empty. There was no one else in that triage, none, no one there. I've never seen it empty. And this was at a time when they were reporting saying how overrun they are with COVID. There was no one in there. I got sore straight away. That's how overrun they were, right? So anyway, the girl said, I want to do a PCR test. I said, I ain't doing a PCR test because by then I knew the damage they were doing with them. And she said, well, lateral flow, and you can spit on it. And all right, then. So I spat on, did 3 lateral flow tests in the machine they have there. She said, no, you're negative, COVID negative on all of them. You haven't got COVID. And I said, I think I've been burnt or poisoned. She said, well, we're going to put you on a COVID ward anyway. And then I knew, because I'd had this conversation with this British intelligence guy. I knew what was going to happen. And I even knew what treatment they would offer me. So the following morning, a guy sat on the bed. I don't know who that consultant was. He was a white guy, about 55, good-looking guy, tanned, you know, typical consultant. And he said to me, I'm here to save your life from COVID, you know. And I was like, okay. I said, and I was on oxygen. I weren't on ventilation because I didn't need it. And they'd offered me ventilation and tried to coerce me into agreeing to have it. And I was like, no, I don't need it. I've got a bit of oxygen. I feel all right. I don't need it. And he said, I'm here to save your life. And I said, well, how are you going to do that? I said, because I ain't got COVID. I've had 3 of your tests. These are the tests that you're putting people on palliative care and locking them in fucking side rooms, starving them to death and filling them full of midazolam and morphine. And he said, well, we just want to be sure. And I said, okay. I said, and tell me how you're going to do that then. I said, and while you do that, tell me the clinical benefits to me as a respiratory patient. I'll have a look at what remdesivir does to me, the side effects. Oh, look, difficulty breathing, wheeziness, tight chest, kidney function, liver function. Well, and he just got up and he fucking shot off like a rat because he knew that I knew what I was on about. So anyway, and I never saw that guy again. He didn't come back. He knew that I knew, and he was ashamed. You could see the shame in his face because I knew what he was trying to do. So anyway, about 3-4 hours later, I had a really gaunt, skinny woman appear. She was painfully thin and she was real agitated. You know, when they can't look at your floor, ceiling, anywhere but your eyes. And she sat down on their bed and have a guess what she said. I'm here to save your life from COVID. Exact same line, like it's out of a book of coercement. Do you know that they've got to follow that a template?
Do you think they're aware?
They fucking know. They know.
You don't think they're just following
No,
orders?
they fucking know. They're chased the money and follow government policy, and they've seen the outcomes in these people, and they're fucking in up to there now. They're in up to there, and they've got the commitment of a Japanese soldier. They're in up to there because they're complicit now. It's too late for them. So I kind of said to her, I said, well, have you had a look at my notes? I said, I ain't got COVID. I said, I've had 3 of your tests. These are the tests you're putting people on palliative care on the back of. Oh, we just want to be sure. Same bullshit. So I said, well, what are you going to do? I said, how are you going to save me from COVID I haven't got? I said, and she said, oh, we want to offer you 2 drugs, right? Now, I want your people that are listening to write down the drugs. One of them is called baricitinib, B-A-R-A-C-I-T-I-N-I-B, baricitinib. And the other one, it was called toxilizumab. So toxilizumab, and Google will auto-spell it. But if you do side effects for both, have a guess what the side effects, the common side effects of both of these drugs are. Wheeziness, tight chest, difficulty breathing. Why would you give someone who's clearly a respiratory patient drugs that will make it harder to breathe? And why would you then pay out vast amounts for everyone that went down as a COVID death? What do you think that's going to do? It's going to generate COVID deaths. They're only doing what they're told. If you Google remdesivir to treat COVID, they'll still be throwing it out now. It's under a different brand name in America, and I can't remember what the brand name is, but it's there. They'll still use. They'll put remdesivir in, whoever they can put it in. And if you know the history of remdesivir, the history under Anthony Fauci is this. So he went into Africa, right, Anthony Fauci, and he sourced and PCR tested African babies, asymptomatic. Sound familiar? African babies. They weren't showing any symptoms, but they were PCR testing for Ebola this time. And then he was treating them with remdesivir. 53% of these babies died from multiple organ failure after being given the medicine. Asymptomatic babies. So that was the test run with remdesivir, was in Africa, where life is cheap. And they don't give a fuck about them. You know, they've exploited them for decades, centuries, haven't they? And that was where they did the test runs.
So what do you think the ultimate goal is? To
cutting the grass. It's all about cutting the grass and getting us to accept draconian tyranny and legislation that limit where we can go and what we can do.
When you say trim the grass, what do you mean?
That's how they refer to us. So for them to say that they're having a cull is too distasteful. And I've been told this by very eminent people.
Reducing the population?
Yes, reducing the population. It's called cutting the grass. So when the grass gets too long, you cut the grass. Because it's a more pleasant way of discussing it. And it's dehumanizing it, isn't it? You know, that's what they refer to it too. Look at Agenda 2030. Look at the Kalergi plan. These are real things. And I never believed it. I would have never believed it until I'd sat there in Westminster and listened to this guy when we all said what we said, and he said it's way above my pay grade and I can't stop it. If I was Graham Brady, who is now King's Privy Council, so clearly crime does pay, he's been promoted. He's now King's Privy Council. How can they not have picked out his phone straight away and said, I'm sitting here with 18 people who know, stop these jabs, we need to talk to them and find out. Why didn't he do that? Because it was way, way above his pay grade. That's the guy that hire and fire prime ministers. So if you're sitting there thinking Starmer's in charge, he's not in charge. There is no democracy. It doesn't matter who it is. It's two cheeks of the same arse. They do what they're told to do. Every decision Starmer makes. Let me tell you, Keir Starmer is widely regarded as a village idiot. He's a village idiot. He has no fucking brain whatsoever. Actually, he's somewhere on the spectrum of mildly autistic. He does what he's told to do. He's a communist. He's really easily influenced. He does what he's told to do. That's the reality of who our prime minister is. They don't run the country. They do what they're told to do. And that's what he's going to come out with, more and more outrageous shit. And the reason is they're desperate for civil unrest. They need civil unrest to step up their plan and start rounding more and more people up. Why do you think they're locking up white British people for shouting at police dogs and police horses? Because that's the plan. That's the plan. We are being replaced. And I would have never, ever believed it until I stumbled across. I took one phone call, right, from a guy from the Black Watch Regiment. And he told me that they're training these young lads in Antalya, in Turkey, and the east of Ukraine. And this would have been back, probably 2022, some point. I've took so many phone calls, it's overload. But he said they're down to sergeant ranks and they ship them to France. They sign the Official Secrets Act before they're let on the boat. These people are paid soldiers. They're paid UN soldiers, and they're ferried here, and they plonk them all around the country, don't they? All in strategic locations. In fact, who was it? The idiot ginger-haired girl, Raina, is it? She openly said, everyone's going to have their share. Well, of course they are, because what they want is these people, these young lads, are going to create as much resentment and civil unrest and mayhem as they possibly can. And the idea is to create the need to get rid of them. And I think we would all agree on that. Everyone is desperate to see the back of them. Well, what happens when you try and get rid of these people? Who jumps on it straight away? The human rights lawyers. So they're going to tout that the only way to get rid of these people is for human rights reform and us leaving what's called the ECHR, the European Court of Human Rights. And life is going to become so unpleasant and so distasteful and so violent and unsafe in this country with these young lads they're bringing in, people are going to beg for human rights law reform to get rid of them. Not actually realising that when they do so, they don't only remove these young lads' human rights, but ours as well. And then under this 5G network, they're going to announce bird flu or disease X. And Bill Gates sat there, didn't he? Stifling laughter as he said, you'll take notice of the next one. And then they're going to mandate the cure. And people that are dropping like flies, and they will drop like flies because that tech is designed to do that, and they're full of graphene oxide. It's going to happen. And then they'll mandate, and you will have no human rights to say no. Why do you think you could turn down the COVID vaccine? Because you've got human rights. So if you forfeit those human rights, what rights have you got to say no?
Since your revelation during lockdown, has it completely taken over your life?
Yeah, I would say probably yes. Yeah, probably yes. And more, I think mostly because I realised the gravity of the situation. One of the things, and don't get me wrong, I've often sat, why am I sitting here now? Because I've obviously resonated with you. And you obviously see what is going on and want to know more and want to spread that message out. I've spoke to some people that I never thought I would ever speak to. I've spoke to politicians, police officers, the military. I've had 4 peers get in touch with me in the last 3, 4, 5 months. In the last 20 weeks, I've had 4 separate peers. The last one was actually this morning, who's asked me to reach out to him to have a chat with him. They know what's going on. They know there's a coup going on, a coup d'etat. And they say it's the communists, and Keir Starmer is a communist.
I mean, I've got to ask, I've got to think, what would be in it for you to be delivering misinformation?
To be honest with
Where's
you,
the mileage in it for you?
I cannot wait to get back to just being me. Now, some speakers, I've had people ring up to me and they've said, oh yeah, we pay a speaker's fee and we pay this and we pay that. And I understand everyone has to earn a crust. I'm very fortunate in that I've still got a business to run and I've still got an income because we're all slave to the moneylender. You know, all these muppets that say slavery ended 250 years ago. Have a look at your direct debits and tell me you're not a slave. Or stop working and then let me know what happens to you. You'll lose everything because we are slaves. We are slaves. That's what we are. I've come to realise that. Now, I don't understand why people would think that I would jeopardise a really good business. Why would I jeopardise a business? Why would I alienate all my friends? If COVID was a real thing and I'm a funeral director putting these people in coffins, why would I not get vaccinated? Why was the uptake for a COVID booster in the NHS recently, 71% of them said no thank you? Why do people think that is? People on the front line. Why do people think that people like cardiologists like Asim Malhotra, Dr. Mohammed Adil, Dr. Stephen Frost, Dr. Tess Lorry, Professor Dolores Cale, Dr. Mike Yeadon, the former vice CEO of Pfizer, is openly declaring it is a bioweapon. It was developed for that. But people can't believe it. And the reason for that is the effort that's been made, the media. And fundamentally, most people are good. You get arseholes in all walks of life. You know that. I know that. But most people are not wicked, evil people. Most people, if you said to them, go and poison a couple of kids for us, they wouldn't do it. They wouldn't do it. But these people will. They look at us as grass. We are grass. And they want to cut the grass.
Is your wife behind you?
Yeah, she is. She's very frightened. And it puts great pressure on a marriage, don't it? Because it's fucking depressing and it's misery. And I'm so committed because once you understand what's going on, you realise it's a numbers game.
What are you trying to achieve?
I want to overthrow these people, these criminals, and I want them pulled out of government, and I want to see a new government in with a moral compass that actually has the people at heart. I want to see these criminals, the people that pushed this and made money, held accountable and stand trial in Nuremberg. That's what I'd like.
And is there a particular platform, say Jordan Peterson, Piers Morgan, is there a particular platform you'd love to appear on?
I would speak to any of them, and I would love them to prove me wrong, and I would love them to explain away what my experience has been as a funeral director and having lain on a COVID ward, watching. I mean, one guy, I was laying on a bed on a COVID ward, right? There was only 3 of us in there, a 4-bedroom, and the guy over here, they were both on CPAP because they believed the bullshit they were fed because they didn't know what I knew. So they took the remdesivir, and I listened to these 2 choking to death. And every now and again, especially at night time, this guy was saying, nurse, nurse, and she was taking him shots of morphine. Why the fuck would you give someone who cannot breathe morphine? It's insane. It's insanity. And I've yet to have a single medical professional explain it away and tell me it was a good idea. This was a guy in his 50s. He wasn't terminally ill. He took the poison and it was killing him. That's the reality. And like I say, I've been in a COVID ward. I've seen what went on, and they should be ashamed of themselves. And the worst thing is, the most psychotic, satanic thing is, they actually had people clapping on doorsteps, banging pots and pans, instilling into people what heroes these people were, while they were murdering their fucking loved ones in COVID wards. It's unbelievable. But there we are. That's what we are. Now, how could I possibly ignore that? Is it something where I could say, oh, well, I won't get involved? No, I can't. I can't do that. I can't be complicit. I have to fight these to the bitter death because what they've done is a biblical evil. And I will never, ever rest in peace. And, do you know, when I pass, I'll walk back into the light and I'll be back down here as soon as I can in another body to get back at them again, because what they've done is unforgivable.
But do you think that a lot of people within the NHS were all psyoped into believing it?
Oh, of course they were. Of course they were. We've got lots of people doing, good people doing really bad things. Why did doctors do it? For money. They were getting £10 a jab. They could do 100 jabs a day, tax-free. That's £1,000 a day. That's £5,000 a week, tax-free. Giving out COVID jabs, following government policy. Who wouldn't do that? But my argument is this, is when you see the outcome in your patients. I mean, if you're in general practice, right, and you have an allotted amount of patients, and you see these patients on a regular basis, and you know these patients have just had a COVID jab, and all of a sudden, there are record numbers of cancers appearing in your patients, and there are record numbers of myocardia appearing in the patients, especially youngsters. You know something is wrong. Why are you keeping that secret? Why do you continue to administer and promote these jabs, knowing the outcomes in these patients? Nurses on the wards giving respiratory patients remdesivir and watching the outcome as they fade and die. Why would you do that and continue to do it? And if you had a secret, right, and you knew what was going on and you kept that secret, how long would you keep that secret for before you're complicit in the crime? Is it a week? Is it a month? Could you get away with standing up in court and say, well, it was 6 months because I didn't want to lose my job? And these people are 3-4 years in now. They've been paid money. They're in up to there. And I don't doubt they're being reminded of that. In fact, on my blower, I could show you a list of over 100 nurses who have reached out to me and left their details as well. Some of them have cried down the phone. Some of them have told me they're surrounded by psychopaths who laughed and mocked people falling over as they were jabbed. And if these girls with a conscience have left the NHS, and most of them have, who does that leave in there? The fucking sociopaths, the nutcases who want to play God and who will administer things like remdesivir and midazolam. And it's care homes. I go to care homes. Loads of them have told me what's been going on. The district nurse comes, they vaccinate them. They take bets on who's going to die.
Have you had any prominent figures online challenge you?
No, none. I would love to speak to them. I'd love to have Graham Brady sitting here to call me a liar. You can check with Dolores Cahill, Tess Laurie, Dr. Stephen Frost, Dr. Sam White, all of them. They were all there at the meeting. Every one of them heard what I heard.
Has anybody challenged you?
No, none of them will. In fact, when I came out of hospital, because I discharged myself, despite being told I'd die without their medicine, yeah, here I am. It's a miracle.
So no one's challenged you, but yet you've been silenced on
of course
on platforms.
Well, I had they've tried 3 or 4 different things. So I've had a number of young women over the last 2 years contact me and just DM me, want to get to know me. You know, I followed you, and I want a cup of coffee and this, that, and I'm not fucking stupid. I'm not stupid. I had one girl, Yvonne Myers from RT News. Right, this was in 2021. She contacted me and said, I've listened to your story. It's really compelling. Here at RT News, we've got a global audience and we would like to get your story as an exclusive. And we want to do 3 or 4 episodes. And for that, we'll tie you in contractually and we'll pay you $85,000, right? So she offered me $85,000 for my story. They'll then tout that to networks. And for that, they'll get 85 grand, basically. But an exclusive, so I can't talk to anyone else. So what are they going to do? They take my story, what I've just told you, they tout that out. Nobody was going to ever show it. The BBC are not going to show it. The ITV are not going to show it. It's not going to go on Channel 4, is it? So then it goes in the bottom drawer, and I can't talk to anyone else. So I got that email. I could show you the email. I'll forward you the email. And I kind of said to her, listen, I'm, you know, really flattered and thank you for the offer of the money. It's not about money. It's not about money. And then trust me, no one could do with 85 grand more than me. I've just been robbed. But I'll talk to you for nothing. How much have I asked you for today? I'm going to do a 200-mile round trip. I don't even want petrol money. Because it's not about money. And I said, I will talk to you. I don't want your money and I'm not signing the contract. Do you know what happened? I never heard from him again. So if they can't silence you and they can't bump you off in hospital, and that's what they wanted when I was in hospital. I knew what was going to happen. They wanted the death of a prominent anti-vaxxer that they could call COVID.
Where can people find you to find out more about you and what you're fighting against?
It's Milton Keynes Family Funeral Services. If you do a search for MKFFS, then you'll find me. And I would say, you know, especially if you're from abroad and you will have an international audience, please call me in British working hours because otherwise I'll get woken up all night. I haven't got a magic wand. There is no force for good that I can tell you all about other than the moral compass we have inside us. But I would say to you, don't take any of these jabs. I'm hearing bad things about anesthetics that are going in people and flu jabs, and I wouldn't have anything now at all.
And what about your social media platforms?
So I'm on Twitter, and that's at O'Looney John. I'm also on Telegram. If you do a search for John O'Looney, and I hated doing that. It used to be called Oasis Fidelis, an oasis of friends. That means Fidelis is Latin for friends. But people couldn't find it. They were looking for me, and so I've had to put my name to it. And it's not about me. I can't wait to go back to being a fucking Undertaker. And all this be over. It's never been about me. I've never took a penny off anyone. I don't want any money. There's no book, there's no T-shirt, there's no videos that I've ever been paid for. I just can't stand there and sit and watch these people coming in with this and dying and nobody doing anything about it. It's mental.
Well, my final question then, where do you go from here and when do you return to John the Undertaker, the husband?
When these people are standing in the dock at Nuremberg.
You're going to keep going?
Yeah, I'm never going to shut up. And if prison is part of my journey, so be it. I'm never, ever going to be silenced. No, I can't. There's too many murder victims have come through. They're never going to face justice otherwise. We need justice for these people. They need to be brought to account because we're more than grass.
It's almost impossible not to respect a man with your conviction.
I'm not frightened. I'm not frightened of death. You know, do I want to be tortured to death? Of course I fucking don't. Do I want another 25 years and watch my kids grow up? Of course I do. But why is my family any more important than yours? And what kind of guy would I be if I didn't say anything? You know, we've got undertakers who know what's going on. They all know. I've spoken to them. I've even had them tap me on the shoulder at the local crematorium saying, oh, well done. Thanks for speaking out. Needed to be said. And then I look at them and I go, okay, that's great. What about you saying something? And they look at the floor and they shuffle their feet and they're just gutless. They're gutless. They're more bothered about their own direct debits than they are about the life of a child or a woman or even what right do they have to kill the old of? None. And I won't stand there and not call them arseholes, right, until if they could put me under a guillotine, I'll still shout bollocks.
And is there anything else without me asking you off the cuff that you want to say? What would your final message be to people watching and listening?
I would just say that this is a numbers game. All revolutions are. And that's what we need. There is no one to vote for. There is no democracy. It's just two cheeks of the same arse. These people are here to follow the Agenda 2030 and the Kalergi plan. They are replacing us, and the plan is to get rid of us and get other people in. Why? You'd have to ask them. I really don't know why. I stumbled upon it as a funeral director when I realised COVID was a lie and who was dying. And it's led me down other rabbit holes that are all part of the same plan. You can choose to believe it, you can choose to ignore it. It won't change what's going to happen, will it? You know, and as they become more and more draconian and tyrannical and arrest and round us up for people shouting at police dogs while they're raping and killing British citizens, you know, in your heart, do you know the way I would say it? People in their hearts know something is wrong, but we all suffer from like a flight and fight syndrome, don't we? And you would have seen this on the door. When there's aggro, some people freeze. Others, and they cower down. Other people run. And then there are fighters. And I've always been a fighter. And the way I would put it, and I've said this before, if we're on the motorway and there's an accident up ahead and you're sitting in a motor, and young girls will resonate most with this because blokes stare at them, but you're sitting in a car and it's all stationary. And while you're sitting there, you know that guy is clocking you. You can't see him, but you know. and you turn quickly, don't you? And you clock up and they go, how is it you know? It's that intuition that we've all got. And I think people in their hearts, they know something is very, very, very wrong. Not only with COVID, but politically, and the fact that thousands and thousands of young men are being ferried in as they're taking every benefit of our pensioners, people that have built this country, and they're flooding every community. People in their hearts, they know it's wrong. And they've got this trench mentality where they're sitting there. And imagine being in the Somme, right? And the whistle's about to blow, and you're all looking at each other down this trench, and everybody is waiting for the whistle to blow, but they're all waiting for the bloke next to them to go up first. Who's going to go over the top first and lead from the front? And it's going to be, I think, people like Robinson and people like yourself and people like me, people that have got a little bit about them, and we know what is happening. And I've decided to lead from the front, and I don't give a fuck what they do to me. It's never been about me. I'm not bothered. I ain't frightened of them because I know when I die, it's not the end. This is the beginning. And I'll be remembered for all the right reasons. So that's going to be my legacy. I know what they're doing. They don't fucking frighten me. Fuck them.
Well, talking of being remembered, I'll certainly remember this conversation. And this interview escalated quite quickly, and it's been fascinating to say the least. And I could have sat here for a few more hours, but I've thoroughly enjoyed you giving me all your information and headspace and time. And I look forward to see what happens to you and your cause in the future.
Oh, bless you. Well, I can tell you now, there's more good in the world than bad. It depends what is going to happen. At what point people who think they've got a seat on the ark realise they haven't got a seat on the ark. And my future is their future as well. It's the future for their kids. And I had a very interesting conversation with a guy yesterday, right? So yesterday I was driving in Milton Keynes and I'm coming back to the shop and I noticed a guy because I notice things, and I noticed a guy in a lumberjack shirt with a little engineer's suitcase playing about with a lamppost. So I spun back round and I know what they're doing with the lamppost. And I sat by the side of the road and I waited for this guy to come out and I pulled him and I said, what are you doing with the lamppost, mate? He works for the council, right? He's an engineer, lamppost engineer. The little bit at the top is the repeater. Have a look at a guy called Mark Steele. Everything he's said is total truth. And if you think about it logically, the 5G, right? When did they put that up? When we was on lockdown. Who asked for 5G? No one. Is your phone any better since all these masks are up? No. Do you know why? Because it's not there for the internet.
What's it there for?
Graphene oxide and crap that's inside people. The frequencies are going to be pumped out. It's going to knock people over. There's your next pandemic. People need to wake up. They need to see it for what it is and listen to what people like Mark Steele have got to say. It's very, very real. It's very true. And it is going to happen. It's just a matter of when they flick it on. You wait and see. It will happen.
If I'm honest, until today, I've been quite ignorant to a lot of things.
Yeah.
And we all do that.
It's a big picture. It's a bigger picture.
And we're all guilty of sort of not paying certain things attention when we've got other things distracting us. So
it's been both a blessing and a curse because people have resonated to what I've said. When you are me, people reach out to you, and all these different people in all different fields of expertise have reached out to me and they've told me and they've furnished me with different bits, and it builds a whole picture, and it's fucking horrific. And unless we come together, people of all colours and all faiths, and stop these bastards, they are cutting the grass, and there will be very few of us left in the coming years. And that is including the attack on farming as well, and the fishing industry. It's all interlinked, but you just have to see it. You have to have the eyes to see it. And it's both a blessing and a curse. It says in the Bible, only the truth will set us free, doesn't it? It's been both a blessing and a curse, and ignorance probably is bliss. It's not a nice world run by awful people, and we need to stop them, because if we don't, our kids are going to have no future.
Well, I'm certainly for a brighter future.
Yeah, that's why I'm doing it. I'm not doing it because I'm a nut. I want these people arrested, locked up, and held to account. I don't think that's an unreasonable expectation. So that's what I'm going to push for, right up until they come and get me, probably.
Good for you for having the stones to do it, and I'd imagine a lot of people will now jump over to your Twitter and follow your journey. I certainly will, and it's been a joy.
Yeah, and you, brother.
Thank you,
God bless.
bode well for you or for the rest of us, really. It just turns into a shouting match.
All she has, because she has not looked into who I am or what's gone on with.
I don't need to look into. Well, look. Yesterday. Where was it? It was yesterday. She turned around and said to me, I need to research my enemy. Yeah. So I researched my enemy, and the first thing that came up was her dead dad. So, like, what do you want me to do? And I figured out why you're so obsessed with Danny, isn't it? Because your dad's name was Danny, isn't it, Voldemort? That's why you're obsessed with Danny. You got this weird obsession, like it's weird. But anyway,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Ah, right, okay.
Yeah. But let me keep the smoke for later.
With my children, she's jumped on a bandwagon with paedophiles. Knows she's fucked up, and now all she does is go to my dead dad and kids.
How you doing? I can't promise if I'll fall asleep. Hello, Dan. Did listen to your thing. You were spot on a lot of things. I don't know where to get it from. Hi, Moon. Hi, everybody. I will open up the thing for people to come on. Got a funny feeling this is going to be a lively one, but I'm going to knock it down. I don't know why people think goes to thinking I'm upset about what's going over there. No, I'm not upset. I really couldn't care. Actually, Ghost, I really couldn't care a toss about you. Well, I don't have to go on about it because Dan has said it in his premiere. He saved me from saving it, actually. He's done me a favour, to be fair. Let me get through my throat sore. Just I'll say these is what I was going to say is oh god, I had a train of thought. Look, hang on, bear with me. Right, yes, there we go. Let me tell you is like, what was all the shit about 4 months ago? That's what I don't get. Right, what is the shit 4 months ago or 3 months ago? All the shit and all the having a go. See, this is the second one who's done this to me. Moaned, gave me hassle, gave me shit, and then they've gone back. They've gone and had them on. It's just ridiculous. So anyway, enough of that. Anyway, but there's one thing you're going to say. I have to say to me, guys. All right, maybe back then on a little bit on the taffy thing, but then again, sometimes you've got to look at the bigger picture, really, the taffy thing and what you know. So, but what I will say is, you can all call me all names all you want. I just stand on. Sometimes I will change. And so what if I apologise to Becca? Maybe because I made her feel discriminate how she feels because it was a woman. If it's a bloke, wee man. Because I apologise to Becca doesn't mean I'm going to apologise to Ghost. No. What for? What's there to apologise for? Maybe to Becca a bit. I don't get no apologies. I've done it. I apologise because it's a woman. Yeah. We had a good talk. She explained how she felt and felt like she does. No one woman should have to feel like that. Yeah. Is that what we're fighting for? You know. So now, see, I don't think women are beneath me, Ghost. That's why I apologise to my old mate. You think women are beneath you, and that's why. So no one tells me what to do. I mean, no one tells me what to do. I've done it because I did. So what? Bigger man. At least I apologise. If I think I was wrong and made her feel like shit, I was wrong. I apologise. Yeah. And before anybody comes over there and say, "Can you come and chat with me on my channel?" No. 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 Not a chance. If he wants to chat, he comes over here, and that's it. That's all it is. Yeah. I do my own. I don't go on other panels. The only one I'm going to go on a panel is Banksy's, because I like Banksy's. When I do have the time, I hope if he goes on Friday, because he's got a few characters and I want to speak to. And they're a good little crowd there. And of course I go on men's, but do you see me going on other people's panels? No. I stay here, right? I build up this little channel, and then I will move over to my other channels soon, but when I have proper guests on here, I stay here. Yeah. Yeah. All right. We've got hello, everybody. Everybody's welcome. I don't want. Dan, it'd be great to speak to you. I don't want in a minute or say my name or respect me or blah blah blah. And all this crap, and hello Adam, and all this the dolphin playing up. You're Griffin for Tommy, I mean, don't just grow up, man, and just fucking be normal. Yeah. Anyway, you're gonna all be pissed off very soon because of what content you all gonna have. It's gotta be no content you all gonna have, are you? Because I'm not around from the 3rd. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, yeah. And we, man. No, I'm not going to. Hello, Bisocchi. I'm not going to be apologising to guys. I apologise to Becca because she's a woman, and I apologise to her. Yeah.
Oh, it's a lot different with Becca, isn't it? Like.
Yeah. If I feel like she feels unsafe, well, no, I shouldn't feel unsafe, and I shouldn't take it lightly. So,
Yeah, Becca's full of hate and spite, isn't she?
Yeah. So,
it's all right, it's Becca.
Nice one. And if you think I'm going to argue with Dad, guys, do yourself a favour, mate. Why is the reason I don't have Babs here? Because I don't want to argue with her. My wife, I've tried to it here because I don't want to be arguing with them. That's it, you idiot. It's not my fault.
Yeah, good for you.
I said, I stayed where I am. You got it.
Oh, was he done?
Triller's gonna be gunning for Becca the other night. Why?
Oh. Hello, Mark.
Come on,
Biscotti.
then.
I have
Come on, then.
trouble saying that name because I always want to say Biscotti.
Yeah, Biscotti.
It's Biscotti. Oh, Adam, hello, love.
Oh, Adam, you all right? You Tottenham wanker? How you doing? Yeah. Triller goes after it. Triller gets jealous with the old girls on it, doesn't he?
Yeah, but Becca's not a fucking one of the gobshites, is she? I mean,
she's all right. She tells you as it is. Yeah.
Yeah, but she's not rude and abusive, and she don't bring families or anything into it.
Nah. It's all bollocks, really. Oh, Chris, sorry, mate. You sent me to sleep last night.
Oh man, the chat was so funny though, Easy. I was crying laughing.
I think it really knocked me out when he said he wanted to, if he got paid. Oh, here he comes. Oh God, here comes Wag17. 7. Why don't you change your name to Wag17?
He kind of lost the plot. I got to where I was like, what am I actually listening to? But the side chat was so funny.
He said he would be done up the backside by a bloke for a certain amount of money.
No, he was saying, he's like, for instance, if someone offered me £1 million to do a bloke up the arse, I wouldn't be able to do it because I wouldn't be able to get a hard on. And that Porkerstein said, Chris, would you suck a horse off for $1 million?
No offence, Chris. He tied me up when I was trying to speak to him, and he kept interrupting me, and I just gave up in the end.
You should have just stayed to read the chat. It was well worth it.
I fell asleep. I just literally fell asleep. I was just so tired. I woke up with the stream still on.
It was just.
Well, it wasn't funny. No, nothing going on. It was about 12 people in here about 5 in the morning.
Yeah, you got the side chat because it was.
Yeah, Captain was doing these stupid things,
Oh, was he? I didn't see Captain.
No, he was early out of the morning. He was doxing people's dresses.
I think.
Yeah, that's why I've had to get rid of the stream.
Oh.
Because he kept on doxing a load of people. He spammed everybody's addresses. So I've had to.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've had to get rid of it. I most probably got the recording on Streamyard actually.
Yeah, it's the side chat you want though. That was the funny bit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we still didn't find out about the solar robot.
He's on about the solar robot.
No, he was trying to. Sid kept asking him, "Did you manage to build a solar robot?" But we've never got an answer. It's like he's off in a different world, isn't it? That was funny.
I see Muckers was trying to wind him up. I don't know why they do it, but I need to leave him alone.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was just a giggle, and that is no need to go dark, is there? I don't know. What have you been up to anyway? Anything fun?
Just loads of things actually. I've done a bit of painting actually, and this time of year regarding my son, there's always loads of meetings. So yeah, loads. I end up fucking driving, which I hate.
No.
I really hate it.
Do you?
Yeah, I really fucking hate it. Yeah.
So what's been going on in the news world?
I haven't really looked. I know Tommy Robertson winning that Garrett Lineker.
Oh, did he?
Saying about mentioning about this that girl was raped in Worcester.
Yeah.
No sound of him. He called him a prick. Yeah.
No, I can't stand that Garrett Lineker. What a big eared twat.
Oh no, I was only joking. I was only going to do one little part with that, but now I'm just going to get up. Like, shut up. You.
Plastic.
It's nothing. Actually, somebody showed me, and it's not actually. It's proper wallpaper.
Yeah, I know, but yeah, I'm old school. I want to.
Look, if I have an easy life, I'll just have it for an easy life. I do.
Yeah, you should show us the before and after. Promote it a bit.
With me? No.
Yeah.
Toomey gets people to promote, don't they?
Yeah. Look, when I first went over to speak to Kitty, she was decorating her living room. And it was like, it was hard work because I don't think she'd hung, I'm sure she said she hadn't hung wallpaper before, but it was a laugh. It was good. It was fun. She did get there in the end.
Yeah, every time I get up to the 600, the fucking trolls 7. That's why I'm down to 95. Hello, Amie. Well, no, Amie, I know what you're going to ask me. The answer's no. Sorry, mate, but no.
Have you got a garden, Easy?
Yeah.
You could do some gardening shows, couldn't you? Grow some veg and stuff.
Gardening shows? Oh, no,
easy.
thanks. I've got a allotment just over the road from here as well.
Oh, that'd be a good choice. Hi, 7.
Yeah. What do you want? What?
What do you want, you cunt? Hello, 7.
You cheeky bastards. All right, folks.
You been down to Port Boozer?
No. Just chilling out. Just chilling. Got
I can tell by your voice you're up to something. Were you up to? I can tell by your voice.
I am angelic. I'm pure as the driven snow. They say. And no, I'm not.
Brentford are playing League Sunday. I'm so desperate to fucking beat them.
Brentford League?
Yeah.
Are you home or away?
Oh, we'll win that. We'll win that.
Oh, where? When?
That'll be good.
Sunday. I'm going to cover it on Sunday afternoon.
What time's KO?
It's the main game on Sky, isn't it?
What's that, R4 then?
Yeah.
Who's echoing?
You.
Easy.
No,
it's not me. It's not me.
You. It is you.
It's always fucking me.
It is always you.
You haven't got
Doing it.
headphones on.
I was supposed to do fucking not blame you when you're doing it. Fucking hell.
Yeah. Don't
It's
fucking blame me, you cunt.
Get some headphones.
Is that better now?
This is what you fucking get for being honest with folk, innit, eh?
Is that better?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. See?
What did you do to put it? What did you do to put it
I
right?
had the volume up so high.
You fucking swat. See, don't blame me. Don't blame me.
Guess
Anyway,
what? Farrington Tom's got his spanner back and he's well happy.
Oh, that's funny as well.
Farrington Tom, he's got his spanner back.
7, it
now,
was
he's
so
well
funny
happy.
last night, but Easy's had to take it down. But the side chat with Chris Fox was in.
I'll let you tell 7 that
Deborah.
stuff fell asleep. Go on.
See, it was really funny.
Chris said he
Chris
would
lost
take
the
him out for
plot.
£1 million.
It was the weirdest conversation. I'm definitely going to rib him about it when I see him next.
Yeah. Well, guys, welcome to the Chrissy FC show.
Oh man, it was so funny.
Sorry, Chris.
He said he found that funny, actually. You taking a bit out of it.
I always have to apologise. It just makes me feel better. It's cathartic, you see. That's all it is.
Yeah.
So is it Sunday R4 then? Brentford, you got Leeds, dirty Leeds, dirty Leeds.
Oh, that'll be interesting then, won't it? I'm going to root for Brentford.
I'm going to be a Brentford fan for that game. Definitely. Oh yeah, you got it. Pat's there. What?
Hi,
How you
Bob.
doing? Everyone
Patsy,
else?
Helen.
Roll call. Roll call. Oh, stand by, Betsy fuckers. Where's Easy gone? Wait.
Oh, fuck, there's for a poo, I expect.
It's fucking Chris fucking abducted him again or something. What's going on?
Easy fell asleep.
Fucking alibi. Have we turned into fucking Chris? It's spreading.
He
It's
said to
fucking
Chris,
spreading.
"Look, I've got to go to bed, I'm really tired." And he's like, "Yeah, go in a minute." And we were still there an hour later, probably more than an hour. It was just, the conversation was weird. So we all stayed in the side chat.
Oh god. He's pretty thick-skinned, is Chris, isn't he? Okay.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah,
you
it was
don't
funny.
fucking know.
He'd laugh at it himself, he would.
You only
It
got
was
fucking
funny.
last one. Come on. You got to laugh. Where is he? Where is he tonight? Anyway, is he about anywhere? Anyone got his address that we can rob his fucking house or something, or his phone number? Or... No, Bob, come in and tell us all about it, man. Come on.
Oh man, it was funny, wasn't it? Side chat was so funny.
I mean it. I want to know about your experience with Chris. CFC free. No ozone when he's around. You know, no hole in it, should I say?
I want to know what got in his head to start talking about if he was offered £1 million to shaft a man.
What? Oh dear. That's, hang on. Are we going on a P Diddy route sort of shit here? What?
So weird.
What the fuck? Oh, what a subject. So, I'm not even going to talk. I know.
You know when you're laughing so much you can't decide. So to just keep putting laughing.
What would you do for £1 million? Get bummed up the ass?
He was saying how he couldn't because he wouldn't get hard on.
He wouldn't do it. I doubt that. He'd be like, hey, I'll do it for fucking 5 figures.
Yeah, someone said, would you suck a horse off?
He said he wanted to take you out, give you a big kiss.
Fucking gross.
He said he wanted to get hold of Seven and grab his Salford bollocks and give him a great big kiss. He said.
I'd fucking knock him out with me fucking cock, right? If he ever came in.
Oh dear. That was funny.
Sorry about that rather rude, crude language.
Yeah, you're going to have to put that back up with the side chat on Easy because that was funny as
I can't because Captain docks everybody's address.
What's Captain about, is it?
Sorry?
Is Captain about?
Yeah, but
The
his
old top
comments will
account.
be deleted now, won't they? He must have got removed.
Yeah, but I've got to edit out a song as well. I will put it back out.
Oh, all right.
Yo, guys. You all right, lad?
God, we had
What's
like.
it called? Hang on,
very
what's it
few-
called himself now? Dr. fucking Barnier Camp.
Doctor? BA Narnia can removals.
Oh, BA. Oh, a doctor with BA in what? Narnia Camp Religious Education Removal. I don't know. Just put Daz. Fucking hell, man.
Yeah.
You always have to fucking complicate things, Daz. Honestly. Three letters with a big dip at the front, Daz.
I went to the parky today.
Oh, did you? Did you have a nice time, eh?
Yeah. To the boy, you just wanted to have a walk through the parky.
Yeah, it was, well, hey, you know, this time of year when all the leaves are on the ground, you see, you know, when you're walking through it, you see you're in the park, you see lots of colours, lots of browns, lots of browns, leaves, and that, you know.
This park, the park we go to, it's got massive squirrels, you know.
Oh, right. They're normally called Muslim women's eyebrows.
Or armpits. Oh.
Yeah, it's feral armpit hair running around the parkies. Listen, mate's got mate next door. He's got an air rifle. Anyone wants to borrow it? I'll sort it out. Honestly, go shoot these fucking rodents that are just rolling around the parkies. Yeah, I thought we were allowed to say that word.
They used to call coach the parkies, didn't they?
Yeah, I've got a parky. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a blue one.
Attendant.
Oh no, it sounds really rude, but it's got a furry hood, right?
Yeah. But, I know. So it's mine.
I've had it ages. I've a bit of a jacket. It's a Kickers one. I've had it for ages. I'm not saying I'm going to kick a load of parkies in, but it is a Kickers brand. That's all. Hey, Paz, what? Might be 500 quid. Where's Paz tonight? Come on, come and grace us with your presence.
Oh, he's gone very left, isn't he?
Oh, he's gone.
He always was. He always was. What do you mean he's gone? He was always turning left and going round in circles.
Yeah, he's gone full jihadi, isn't he?
He doesn't come on here anymore. He goes over to Ghosts.
All right. So he needs an exorcism, doesn't he? Or something like that. You know, a lot of them do.
What we needed was Baz to jump on with Chris last night and argue with.
Oh Christ! I fell asleep about 12 o'clock, I think.
Did you snore?
No, I knew I was gonna I knew I was going to drop off, and
Yeah.
I put the
He did
fucking
say.
microphone on.
Oh, so it was a preemptive mute that you're going to fucking go dink.
I
Right.
thought, well, Chris wouldn't let me get a word in, so I thought, fucking, I can't be bothered.
What did he do? What did he do? Spike your coffee or something? What happened?
I took a painkiller and my sleeping tablet, but
You took a painkiller and another one for the next hour.
Might have been that then.
He took a painkiller, it will kill the cunt.
And a sleeping pill.
But do you know what? He wouldn't let me speak. I tried to ask him a question and he wasn't listening, so I gave up in the end.
Yeah.
I gave
He
up
was
in the
going
end.
on and he was just like, yeah.
It can be hard work, Chris. I know, like a lot of adults.
Yeah, it was funny though.
Yeah, I do like Chris.
Do you know what? Sometimes I'm thinking, is he fucking trolling everyone? Or what?
I do. I think he's trolling. Yeah.
Is he fucking like really having every cunt over there and really laughing in the background? It's like, it's all an act.
Baz was trolling as well.
Get on stage, mate. You know what I mean? It'd be funny.
Well, you know what?
Chris, I'll be your manager. Just do this fucking routine on the fucking stage, mate. I'll fucking promote you and everything.
Yeah.
Chris,
You remember Mr. Tommy Cooper? He made a mistake by accident and became famous in the end, didn't he?
Well, no, he was actually when in the army. He was a magician, I believe.
Yeah.
A very shit one, and he tried to do some show. It all went wrong, and he thought, well, I'm getting more laughs doing this than actually fucking trying to be good at it.
Yeah,
and so he rolled into that, and he did it on purpose. He did.
My dad met him once in the pub in Brentford.
Oh yeah, how did he get on just like that? Well,
yeah, I know. My dad loved Tommy Cooper. He absolutely loved him. He used to get on my nerves with that kid.
He made the Fez iconic for him, didn't it? That was his trademark.
Yeah, because he been on a talent show, didn't he? And they all laughed at him, and he was meant to be serious. He kept on
No, you're missing the point. No, he already knew that before. It wasn't. Yeah, he knew that before. It was in his army days and shit like that.
Okay.
Years before, that was his act. Then he'd done it by accident, and then it rolled on to bigger things. Honestly, he's a very, very interesting guy. You know a bit about his background a bit. Honestly, he's a big cunt. He was massive.
Yeah,
he was a right big fucker. He was huge man. I remember watching the Royal Right performance, right?
He died on stage, didn't he?
Yeah, I remember watching
it.
Yeah. And you hear this sort of grunt and all that, because it was live TV then. It was actually live.
Yeah. Was it the Royal Variety
show?
Yeah, it was one of them. Yeah, like that. Yeah, Royal Variety, London Play. One of them sort of big shows that used to have a weekend in the 80s or something. Do you remember? And yeah, I remember watching it because, everyone be gathering round. It's a big occasion. The Queen's there. It's all these, all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's a saying in comedy, isn't there, about a comedian dies on stage. Do you know what that means, actually? It actually means that he had a shit gig. So, and he did the ultimate dying on stage, didn't he?
Yeah, but his wife, it was his wife or his sister, I can't remember. They actually said that's the way he would have wanted to go. Because everyone was laughing. They thought it was part of the act.
Yeah, if you ever see his interviews with Parkinson and stuff like that from years ago.
Yeah.
Like that, he was quite a naturally fucking guy. I don't think he really got a fuck, but his problem was he couldn't go on stage without having a drink.
Oh
yeah, he was a right fucking drinker, yeah. So he couldn't.
Like Dave Allen. Do you remember Dave Allen? He was.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he was, Mark. He did well, didn't he? Because it went on, like, Easy went to sleep. I was still here an hour after. We all were here. Like,
well, that was
and then it went on even longer. So I don't know what time it eventually.
Do you know Spike Milligan ended up in the nut house, didn't he? He was actually a true nutter.
Listen, I've got records that my dad used to buy off. They're called the Goon Show.
That's it.
With Spike Milligan, all them.
The Ying Tong song.
Yeah.
I've got that. Ying Tong, and other thing. There was another guy, it was Spike Jones, that sort of era, which was like Meal Train song.
There was some really good comedians in that time.
It's different. Well, it was just daft comedy, wasn't it? I mean, it was just really daft, sort of people acting daft like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then there's all different levels in there.
And Frankie Howard, he was funny.
Yeah, well, yeah. Oh, I don't know. Probably never had him on a lot because my dad didn't like puffs.
He was in like a show and it was called Up Pompeii.
Yeah.
It's like a comedy thing.
Yeah, Titty Ye Not and fucking Infamy. They've all got it infamy and all that shit. Yeah. Yeah, doing all that. Yeah, the Up Pompeii, yeah.
I was just thinking, I was watching Love Thy Neighbour on YouTube and I thought to myself,
that's in the 70s, that, in it.
Yeah, and do you know what? The race tensions were so high at the time. They done a show where you had a guy who's in EastEnders, the black guy, he's a good actor.
Yeah, but anything about fucking EastEnders, mate.
Truman.
Answer this, Bob.
And it was our fight, and they were doing slurs at each other, and I think that broke down boundaries at the time. He was calling him a white honky, and he was.
That was in Love Thy Neighbour years before EastEnders.
Yeah, I'm saying that. Yeah, I said he's a good actor.
Call him Sambo, and he'd call him honky.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean the one who was dead camp?
Oh no, that was Rising Damp. You're thinking?
No. Love Thy Neighbour. There was something like that. Alf Garner. There was a camp black man in it.
Oh no, that's
Oh,
too.
Alf Garnett one. Yeah, that wasn't Love Thy Neighbour.
You know that black guy, you know, Alf Garnett. He's a big Hollywood star, you know.
Right, yeah,
Was
yeah.
it Till Death? No, not Till Death.
Oh yeah. I think it was that Till Death Do Us Part. Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting mixed up.
I didn't
That's
like
the
Alf Garnett. I
Alf
found him boring.
But he used to make out he was a West Ham supporter, but he weren't. He was a Tottenham
Yeah. Steam.
You can't get away with any of that now. Like, there's no such thing as comedy anymore. It's completely. Do you know what?
It's too fucking offensive, isn't it, darling? You know.
You can't even tell. You can't even have a banter up the bar in a pub now. That's all gone as well. Not allowed.
Yeah, the cancel culture sort of.
Yeah.
Whatever makes you laugh, you know what I mean?
Well,
No one's
them kind of
gonna
shows.
fucking die from it, are they? If it makes you laugh, it makes you laugh.
Them kind of shows actually brought down barriers, believe it or not.
Yeah,
It's
definitely Love Thy Neighbour did.
If
Yeah,
you can't-
people
you
didn't
can't-
get it, did they?
You can't fucking laugh at yourself or anything like that. But, oh, you're taking the piss, you know what I mean? So just laugh at yourself. You find it brilliant. And that's how we, like you say, break down barriers. It sort of breaks the ice a bit. If you can laugh at your culture, your own fucking.
Yeah,
just
but
a little bit. I mean, you don't have to fucking. Just take
There's a lot
jokes. It's a joke. That's all it is.
There's a lot of Black Americans who review a lot of our British humour, and there was one who was reviewing Alf Garnett and Love Thy Neighbour, and he thought it was fucking hilarious. So it's just down to certain little sects, isn't it? Of the
Well, yeah.
communities.
Have you ever heard of a fellow called Bill Hicks?
No.
He's an American comedian. He died years ago, but he was very, very clever and astute. And he was really raw. Honestly, look him up. You'll love him. You'll love him.
What's
Bill
his
Hicks.
name?
Bill Hicks.
Oh, I'll look that up then. I love
He's absolute fucking genius, honestly. And anyway, he was doing this gig in some fucking redneck place. What have you? He was like slagging off. Well, not slagging off Jesus, making jokes about Jesus, Christianity, and all religions. Fucking is like years ago, years before everything come around. So he's telling this story about it. Says he finished this gig after being in this redneck place in this bar and all that. And at the end of it, these two big fucking rednecks come up to him and say, "Hey, mister, we don't like what you've been saying about Christianity." And he turned around and says, "Well, forgive me." I thought, what a brilliant answer. Isn't it all about forgiveness then?
Yeah,
just forgive me. Move on, forgive me. In fact, you follow a religion, follow how it is.
Yeah.
And he did that years ago. Brilliant, man. He was
I'll have to
fucking,
look him up. I like a bit of comedy.
yeah, bang a bit of it on, see what you think.
I didn't like Jim Davidson though. I must admit.
I did in the early days. I went to see him live, and but again, it's so different to how he was made to become. The race thing, I just
didn't like him. I just found it a bit boring. You know.
He was a bit of a one-trick pony, wasn't he?
Nick.
Yeah, Nick. That was funny. Nick.
You had a teacher at school who looked like him. Everyone used to be at it with that.
And I thought Lenny Henry was rubbish.
Everyone's walking behind. Every time one seen him, I want to read. Everyone go, Nick. And he'd fucking drive mad. Loved it.
And I thought Lenny Henry was rubbish as well.
Oh, he's about as funny as a fucking orphanage on fire.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Jack D. Yeah, he was absolutely brilliant.
Did you like Jack D? Oh, I found him boring as well.
Yeah,
Oh, no,
he's a deadpan comedian, isn't there? He's not. I mean,
Yeah.
he's not like in your face like Billy Connolly or something like that. Or do you know what I mean?
The
Lively.
whole
Or,
thing was being a miserable sod, wasn't it? Which I just thought was funny.
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't
how he
like
made his money.
Billy Connolly either.
yeah. That's how Jack D made his money. That
And
was
that
his act.
Scottish one.
Who?
Frankie Boyle, couldn't stand him.
Oh, I can't stand Frankie Boyle.
Oh, Frankie Boyle. Oh, geez, he was. There was a program years ago where he always. What was it called? Not Have I Got News for You? Oh, it was something like that.
Oh, I know what you mean.
And he was on it. And
I Got News for You. He was on.
was it? Yeah,
Oh,
it was a long time ago, man. Yeah, and he'd come up, when you had to take turns at a microphone and say something about a certain subject. And just for a second, he'd come out with some fucking really bad things, really sick things as well. Do you know what I mean? It's like,
And the panel would all go really silent.
you're like, whoa. Yeah, but BBC allowed it though, because that's who broadcast it. So,
You can't beat a bit of Roy Chubby Brown. See, even him, they started cancelling him. That's when.
Yeah, but he did go to the levels, though, didn't he? He did go to the levels where.
Yeah, so what? It was funny.
I've seen Bernard Manning live at the Embassy Club.
No, yeah.
Oh God, he's just as bad. Isn't he?
I'll tell you what it was. It was about. So I was only about 18. So it was about 91, 92. There was some the local pubs. What they did. This is how good the Embassy Club was. Any tickets, they'd have charity nights or something. So anyway, someone got some tickets for Manning Dogs. So yeah, most of the money went to charity. That was it. He did a real lot. Honestly, he was a big good bloke, him. Honestly. Anyway, so we got the tickets. My mate's dad fucking dropped me a deck off. So we walked in there, and the bouncers go, "Oh, sorry, lads, shut that. Oh, you're all right. You're all right. I'm looking at it, like, fucking hell. Got comedians on the door here straight away. He's like, oh, you're all right, lads. Just go straight to the front. By the front, you're all right. Anyway, he walks into this big room, loads of people there. He's on stage. And I looked at him, mate, and he looked at me. He went, there's no fucking chance I'm going near the table. Because there's all tables, you see, a little round table. I thought, fuck that. Stay at the bar. We're staying here, mate. Don't try to set us up to fucking have the fucking piss taken out of us. You stand up anyway. Because that place, you used to just sit there. If you had a little table thing, they'd be like waitress service and all that. So you used to get up to anyone who did get up, stood out. You know what I mean? Or walked about, even go up for a piss. You get it.
Oh, that's it, Box. Whose line is it anyway? That was it. That was what you was on about, 7.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it was good. That was, that was like, what was that sort of what did they call it at the time? The sort of show it was improvisation shit, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was it.
All like that. Yeah, I remember watching stuff like that fucking years ago.
Yeah, they were I wonder if it was all pre-planned though.
Listen, it's TV. TV's always scripted a bit, but this stuff come up with the ideas. You know what I mean? It's all scripted and recorded and everything. Nothing's
I
live.
think fucking hell, they're quick.
Yeah,
Quick-witted.
that was probably the value in it. You think, fucking hell, where to come up with all these fucking cuts from straight away, all these things.
Yeah.
And so there was. Don't forget, things go wrong, and do it again. Cuts,
Yeah.
takes, all that shit. Yeah. It's easy. You fall asleep again.
No, I'm awake.
Like a canned
Oh, yeah.
audience.
You know.
Yeah, I'm awake.
Say, don't burn your hand on that fucking fire, mate. Or anything.
And Ricky Gervais, I mean, like he was just hilarious at them awards, the American awards, the Oscars.
Did he not fucking get in trouble for something doing
They
it?
tried to, and he said, "I don't give a fuck. It's
What did
my
he say? What
last
did
time
he
here."
say?
Was it in America they tried to do him for something, didn't they? In America. I
Well,
think.
they wanted to cancel him, but he said, "Well, it's my last time here anyway, and I don't give a fuck."
What did he do though? What did he say? What was it he said? You know?
Oh, he was
Joe
proper,
Biden,
having a
didn't
pop at Hollywood, being pedos and all sorts.
Yeah.
Oh, right. So he fucked him
You
off.
just play it easy. It's fucking brilliant.
I'll find him in a little while. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, like Pops was put there. I've been in audiences. Remember the program years ago? You won't get it in your Psychoanalysing up front, but that was live, right?
Yeah, we
Yeah,
did.
we used to get that down here.
Right. With Tony Wilson.
Very
Anyway.
much we did. Yeah.
Me, my mate, he had some free tickets. He said, "Oh, we can get the audience." During the week, this years ago. This is like mid-90s. He goes there. Yeah, we can get a fucking yeah, we can get in there. So do it. Yeah. He went, all right. Grada Studios at the time, the original one on Water Street in town. Basically a 10-minute walk from where we are.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, we fucking goes up the steps, you know where the original Coronation Street was and all that. And fucking, there's all these like white plastic cups, red wine. And what's oh, we've got free wine. Oh, fucking red wine. Anyway, we're fucking shit faced on this red wine. My mate, Johnny had this plan. He's like older than me. He says, "What we'll do, Patty," he says, we're gonna sing a Stone Roses song, and we're fucking interrupt the live transition. Right, and we didn't tell anyone that we were doing it or anything because we could have videotaped it because it was live. There was no like delay or nothing. So anyway, just as they were going into an advert, Johnny started singing fucking Elizabeth, My Dear by the Roses, like, "Tear me apart and boil my bones. I'll not rest till she's lost her throne," and all like that. Fucking Irish descent all shit. Anyway, so and Tony Wilson's like, right, lads, okay, we'll shut off there. So straight to the advert and shit. But it was never, no one ever taped it because we never really told anyone.
Hi, John.
Well, but like that's live TV, but what Bob's saying, when you get all these like half-hour things, they fucking go on crazy. Yeah.
Go and play it easy.
No, sorry, Easy.
Brilliant this was.
It's all right, man.
Absolutely brilliant. Can you turn it up? Can you turn it up, Easy?
I've done it.
Oh.
Done it. Unless I turn my mic up, actually. But you keep on moaning, you two.
Yeah, put subtitles on them.
Yeah.
There you go.
Fucking hell, there's a horse in the fucking room. Look, me.
Shut up. It's my keyboard.
The 77
Idiot.
Golden Globe Awards.
Yeah, I know. Sounds awful, doesn't it?
I'm Ricky Gervais. Thank you. You'll be pleased to know this is the last time I'm hosting these awards, so I don't care anymore. I'm joking. I never did. NBC clearly don't care either. 5th time. So, I mean, Kevin Hart was fired from the Oscars because of some offensive tweets. Hello. Lucky for me, the Hollywood Foreign Press can barely speak English, and they've no idea what Twitter is. So I got offered this gig by fax. So let's go out with a bang. Let's have a laugh at your expense, shall we? Remember, they're just jokes. We're all going to die soon, and there's no sequel. So, yeah, remember that. But you all look lovely, all dolled up. You came here in your limos. I came here in a limo tonight, and the license plate was made by Felicity Huffman. So, no, shush. It's her daughter I feel sorry for, okay? That must be the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to her. And her dad was in Wild Hogs. So
Oh my God.
Lots of big celebrities here tonight. I mean, legends, icons. Yeah, this table alone. Al Pacino, Robert De Niro, Baby Yoda. Oh, that's Joe Pesci. Sorry. I love you, man. Don't have me whacked.
Oh Christ.
But tonight isn't just about the people in front of the camera. In
Get
this
him
room,
fucking
are some of the
whacked.
most important TV and film
He
executives.
became a recluse in the end, didn't he? Joe
They all
Pesci.
have one thing in common. They're all terrified of Ronan Farrow.
He just couldn't stand the fame.
He's coming for you. He's coming for you. Look, talking of all you perverts, it was a big year. It was a big year for paedophile movies. Surviving R. Kelly,
no.
Leaving Neverland, Two Popes. I don't care. I don't care. Many
Look at their faces.
No,
Yeah.
unfortunately, there's nothing we can do about that. The Hollywood foreign press are all very, very racist. So, 5th time. So, we were going to do an in memoriam this year, but when I saw the list of people that died, it wasn't diverse enough. It just, no. It was mostly white people. And I thought, nah, not on my watch. Maybe next year. Let's see what happens. No one cares about movies anymore. No one goes to cinema. No one really watches network TV. Everyone's watching Netflix. This show should just be me coming out going, well done, Netflix, you win everything. Good night. But no, we've got to drag it out for 3 hours. You could binge watch the entire first season of Afterlife instead of watching the show.
Yeah.
That's a show about a man who wants to kill himself because his wife dies of cancer. And it's still more fun than this, okay? Spoiler alert, season 2 is on the way. So in the end, he obviously didn't kill himself. Just like Jeffrey Epstein. Shut up. I know he's your friend, but I don't care. You had to make your own way here in your own plane, didn't you? Right, but seriously, most films are awful, lazy, remakes, sequels. I've heard a rumour there might be a sequel to Sophie's Choice. I mean, that'd just be Meryl Streep going, well, it's got to be this one then. All the best actors have jumped to Netflix and HBO, you know, and the actors who just do Hollywood movies now do fantasy adventure nonsense. They wear masks and capes and really tight costumes. Their job isn't acting anymore. It's going to the gym twice a day and taking steroids. Really? Have we got a,
He's right, though.
Yeah, I tell you what, he's really fucking smashing him here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Martin Scorsese, the greatest living director, made the news for his
I said this
controversial
the other
comments
day about Hollywood.
He said they're not real cinema and they remind him of theme parks. I agree. Although I don't know what he's doing hanging around theme parks. He's not big enough to go on the rides, is he? Tiny. Right. The Irishman was amazing. It was amazing. Look,
Does he ever go at Robert De Niro?
it was
The
great.
moon.
Can't remember.
Long, but amazing. It wasn't the only epic movie. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, nearly 3 hours long. Leonardo DiCaprio attended the premiere, and by the end, his date was too old for him. So even Prince Andrew's like, "Come on, Leo, mate," you know. The world got to see James Corden as a fat pussy.
Oh, he's turned into a right
He was also
cunt,
in the
isn't
movie
he?
Cats, but
James Corden.
no one saw that.
It always was.
And the reviews, shocking. I saw one that said, "This is the worst thing to happen to cats since dogs," right? But Dame Judi Dench defended the film, saying it was the role she was born to play because I can't do this next joke. Because she loves nothing better than plonking herself down on the carpet, lifting her leg, and licking her own minge. Verbal. She's old school. It's the last time. Who cares? Oh. Apple rolled into the TV game with a morning show. A superb drama. Yeah. A superb drama about the importance of dignity and doing the right thing, made by a company that runs sweatshops in China. So, well, you say you're woke, but the companies you work for, I mean, unbelievable. Apple, Amazon, Disney. Yeah. If ISIS started a streaming service, you'd call your agent, wouldn't you? So, yeah.
Now.
Yeah, but under what sort of grounds is that?
Copyright.
Mm.
Oh, so so him on that channel you know, something not
Oh,
right
come
about
then.
them, is
Right,
it?
fucking give that channel link and I'll fucking just put loads of reports on his book.
Yeah. I'll put it
Fucking-
in the back. Yeah.
Yeah, fucking twat.
Yeah.
It's not just him, though. It's the rest of them. Dookie, all of them.
Well, I suppose. I don't
They
know.
tried to strike me, but then I overturned it. There's some sly bastards around.
Oh yeah, he's a right cunt, him. He's a right. Yeah,
Sorry, guys, I won't be able to play it again because he's going to do it again.
No, that's all right. Don't worry. Look, we got most of it anyway. You won't get in trouble. They'll just say.
No, it's all right. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah.
I felt like I fucking stopped breathing for about 2 minutes then. I was underwater. Or something.
We're back.
No one doesn't want to have a bit of a laugh. You know, it's
Of course
always.
not. They hate it. They hate it.
They need drama. They need
Drama
fucking
and hate.
drama. They need fucking conflict. Innit?
You see, Working Class Patriot, they put on his channel. He's
Yeah, I see
it's
that.
a terrorist.
What a fucking joke.
From what?
Yeah. They put a thing on his thing. He's classing his channel as potential terrorist.
Who has?
Working Class
Dave
Patriot, Dave Swift.
No, who? How? I know who's, but who has done it? What? How does it work?
YouTube.
YouTube has.
Yeah.
So what it was, he applied to be monetized, I believe, and they
Right.
turned him down because they said that his channel went against YouTube's terms and blah. And then when he clicked on the thing to find out what, it was saying that it promotes terrorism and that, which it absolutely does not.
Why? What's he been doing? I mean, he's not having. He's not been
He
doing
just
anything.
calls out the fucking government.
All he does is just do Tommy Robinson videos and
Yes,
shit like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
That's well. Anyway, Muckers, what do you think of that then? How are you, lad?
Before I jump the gun, what are you referring to? Your stream just going down then, saying stream unavailable?
No, he just told me about Working Class Patriot that his channel has been labelled by YouTube terrorist or something.
Oh, Dopey Dave.
Well, if you want to refer to that,
Well, they're a private corporation. They can put what terms and conditions on it they want. The same reason how you can tell somebody to get off your property, they own it. You sign up to the terms and conditions. This isn't well, it's not completely free and open, is it? This is what I don't think people grasp on it.
All right.
It is an entertainment platform.
Don't regulate me. Don't regulate me.
It's a public. Yes, it is public in the sense that it's publicly readily available in the public domain. But it is at the end of the day privately owned servers, privately owned company, privately owned technology by some very rich white gentlemen investors in California, and that's what I think some of you fail to forget. The onus is on you. If you're outraged, offended,
Fail to remember.
well, it's irrelevant.
So what? Right, well, listen, I know you're the Oracle, right, from Yorkshire. So what? In your
The onus is on you. If you don't like it,
all right, we can't do
remove
that
yourself
anymore.
from the position and take some fucking responsibility. I agree that people shouldn't be doxing, but your half of the bargain is you don't continuously go back for punishment, etc. By the way, I was wrong. I actually jumped the gun. I thought you was talking about your stream being unavailable, but obviously you were referring to Dopey Dave.
Anyway, what did
But
you want to?
you may have
tell
been playing some. I don't
Are
know.
you here to
some
tell everyone
algorithm.
off? What is it? You here to tell
Well, I
everyone
don't like you for a start, so I won't
It's
be dealing
fine.
with
That's
any
fine. I
negative
won't be going to
for
sleep
you.
over that.
I'm too consistent for that.
What are you
Easy.
here for? You've joined the panel. What do you want to
I
say?
was just going to tell Easy his stream's gone down as unavailable because the algorithm's flagged it up as somebody's content that's protected. If it was a bigger award ceremony, then that would have been why.
Somebody helped to flag it. I never get that.
Nonsense. It's an algorithm that.
People that have played that.
No. So when it's a stream unavailable, it's the algorithm that's either picking up some highly like protected material, and usually it's music or some big Hollywood award ceremony like you're playing then. So why would, and you know that, you all know that, you've all watched him stream.
I don't know. How can we all know it?
Well, why did he throw Idoki's name out of nowhere? Because he wants some fucking trouble. Good night.
Do you know what? It works.
It worked. The plan worked.
It worked. Oh my Dave! I told you he wanted away. Right, I'll reveal a little plan.
Yeah,
right?
tell him.
We did it as a joke. I said, "Hey, wouldn't it be a laugh, right? When we come back, because I'm watching on a tablet as well, so I've not just got one screen yet.
Yeah.
That's why I alerted Easy that it's gone. So I said, why don't we pretend that we're talking about someone when it comes back on live and it'll look like it's drama? And he took the bait, you dickhead. Oh, be the fisherman, guy, be the fisherman. I'll reel you in and play people like you any day of the week.
Thanks for the donation. Thank you.
I tell you what, Muckers fell for that brilliant mail.
Thanks for another donation, Seven. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome, mate. You have a good
Tommy
Christmas.
Robertson, I enjoyed that 50%. That's the links I'm giving.
Have a good Christmas, man. I'll sort you out something in the New Year too. Because anyway, Muckers, you fell hook, line, and fucking sinker.
Yeah.
You fucking donkey.
Can you give me Sunday with that fucking?
I don't know why he's just got a problem. He doesn't understand. First, he thinks I'm grifting for Tommy Robertson. It's a fucking video in a fucking by accident and not my profile, right? Now he's saying I'm trying to cause drama with a dookie. Well, no, people. If you keep pressing and then when you're playing it,
easy. Listen, have you not just listened to what I've just said?
Yeah. Yeah,
He
I know.
discussed that. He felt he took the fucking bait. So what you
I
got?
know he did. He's crazy.
I mean, man, fucking hell, stop going on a fucking tangent. Now,
I'm not going on a tangent.
That was swear down, swear down. That was on purpose. We discussed it when I was watching it with people.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
I'm just playing up to it.
They fell for it. Let's laugh at him.
I'm just playing up to it, Seven. I'm just playing up to it.
That was the whole idea of it.
Yeah.
Easy fucking pickings. You think you can come on fucking like, they're fucking like, yeah, I know this, I know that. Oh, you should do this. Hang on, but listen, just walk right into it. There you come.
Yeah.
So your rules and regulations and all that, are you? Okay. Try and get a bit of fucking common sense, dickhead.
I just don't get him, man.
Oh, brilliant. I love it. I love it when a plan comes together. And it didn't take long, did it? Didn't take long, did it?
No.
But he bit. He didn't bite at first, but he talked about, and then he double bit. He wanted to retract. I thought, well, you fucking swallowed it right down you foot. Unlucky mucky. Try again soon. Because I bet he was buzzing that it went off.
Yeah.
Like, the dickhead, I'll teach him how everything fucking works.
Yeah, that was funny.
Well, think again, lad. You know what I mean? Yes.
It's try if you're being ran off at all.
Yes, it went off. Yes, it went off because it got a finger, but then Muckers comes along with his big fucking high arse. Well, it's a big cover bit that. Oh, you fucking idiot. That's why I call you a Yorkshire pudding, man. You get roasted.
We were talking about that. We were talking about Dave's channel. So he got that wrong.
And then he went back to that. I thought, oh, he's definitely took it right out. He's just about to, he's not even swallowed it, but he's just about to shit it out as well.
Now. Oh dear.
I think he's gunning for me because I shouted him down the other day off the panel.
Come back on, Adam, and say sorry, and I'll forgive you.
Yeah, tell us what you think's going to happen on Sunday, because we're all Brentford fans on
Move on
Sunday.
from that. Move on. Come on, Adam. And if you're really good, I'll take you for a walk.
What do you mean you're going to take it for a walk?
You're picking up your own shit. Lookers. Fucking hell. Oh dear. What are we doing?
I don't know why he's got more of a sense of humour, because like his little videos and that he does are really funny. It kind of just disappears, doesn't it?
He just wants to give everyone rules and regulations and tell everyone where they've gone wrong. But
Oh, and it's always me. Goes to, but I shouted him down the other day. He ran off the panel. I really into one with him.
He's very insubordinate, his Muckers.
Yeah, but people get a lot wrong, and I don't know if it's paranoia or they just get a lot wrong. Because Easy put a link in the description in his Buy Me a Coffee by mistake, and it wasn't advertising Tommy's channel, it was a Tommy video, and then that mad cow come on making a big scene about it, saying that Easy was promoting Tommy Robinson, but no, he wasn't. And as soon he didn't even know what the fuck he was on about, and then the salt got rubbed into the wounds, and then he's like, oh, I get what you mean now. And he said, hey, it's sorted. He meant to put his own channel link in there. But he'd obviously shared that Tommy stream, and that's what it pasted in there. And I don't get how people can't accept that it was just an error. Rather than start a big campaign that Easy is promoting Tommy, getting money for Tommy, it's fucking stupid.
Well, it is fucking stupid when I don't make fun of the idiot. I've got a small channel. He's going to ask me.
Exactly.
I mean, Tommy Robinson's got 3.5 million on his channel. You know what I mean? He ain't going to bother with my 590 fucking subscribers. Nutcase.
Yeah, and how many of those are going to buy me a coffee?
He's doing it again, mate.
What?
Whatever you did do it.
Oh yeah, I know, but I'm just laughing my head off. I do laugh, Seven. I don't get like that. Well, you think I just laugh? I do. I really do laugh. I just find it comical.
Should do that.
Yeah, I do all of it. I'm going to tell you, I find it all comical. When the ghost is going at me, I laugh now. Don't get to me at all, man.
Yeah, it's me.
Not at all.
Because they're getting worked up about you, innit?
Yeah,
yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello.
That's bad. Easy, whatever you did last time, do it again because we've got an echo again, mate.
Okay, I turned down. It's just fucking. I'm gonna have to get a laptop tomorrow.
Ask Kaylee. Oh shit, her name should be here in a minute.
Ask Kaylee. Look,
that's below the belt line. Sorry.
You kind of get used to it, and then it's always the same people, isn't it? Up to the same shit.
Yeah.
Having a little kick there.
If they've got time on their hands to do that, well,
Yeah, it's like we were saying the other day. People they hate Easy's guts, but they'll sit all through every stream he does, waiting for him to say one thing that they can run off and tell both. And it's fucking
You're in
hilarious.
trouble now. You're in trouble now.
Hilarious.
Just be careful what you say, lad, because everyone's noting down what you say and everything.
yeah,
Oh God, it is. It's all of them.
What to tell you, mate?
Did you? Oh yeah, we got the blame as well. It was all Seven and Moon. We're doing this and doing that.
Easy, you're going to be as guilty as a puppy sat next to a pile of poo. You fucking
Actually, Moon got the blame for Forky.
Yeah, I got the blame for Forky. Yeah, that's my fault.
Did you hear Forky the other night?
No.
Oh man, he was.
Oh,
Actually.
I've heard something that he was doing some. He was saying some words, whatever that. They'll go on.
Here's a bit of red seeds.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, I get it. Sort of read between the lines. Yeah. Fuck him. Fuck him. Fuck a lot of them. That's what I'd say.
Yeah, but people gave the other person their hate speech.
It's just like that blame game. Oh, fucking someone's been on. That's how fucking said that. Now we're going to spend the next 2 weeks. It's like when I did it. But, you know what I mean? So what?
They're all
Don't
guilty.
like it. Go and fucking rinse your fucking lug holes out, you cunts. Don't like it. You don't like what I say. I'm not getting easy. Yeah. Right. You have no time to walk or something. No, fucking fuck all that shit. I asked about the fucking. Oh, yeah, no,
Here comes Marcos.
Oh, is he back?
There's one big flaw in your logic.
Come on, let's have a diagnosis. Doctor.
Well, there's one massive glaring beacon of light flaw in your logic, and it's just piercing through that big dirty tear in your canopy. If that was your plan, then you are also drama obsessed because you've come up with a plan to instigate some drama. You're this fucking thick, a lot of you. You also spend, you in particular, one night trying to somewhat validate yourself and say you were right, and you come up with hour and a half rant where you were throwing everybody's name into the pot, Seven, going parky and thinking you're being clever that way. You've also now, since I've vacated the panel, spoken yeah, you are holistic, I'm well aware. Like,
anyway, do you feel stupid or what? Because you fell for something. You know what it is?
God, he's got it. He's got it.
Oh, God, he's like a blue ass fly, innit? He's fucking in and out. Fucking Egypt, man. I'll tell you. Listen, look, it's not my fault. We got fooled, right? Not my fault. We played a prank on you. There was a prank played, and you took the bait. That's it. That's all. Get over it.
He's going to get even more angry when he
he's going to be kicking fuck out of Storm in a bit. You watch. He's going to be throwing that dog all over the place.
Especially when we're flashing that.
Storm coming. Yeah, he's going out the window because Muckers is upset because he fell for a prank.
Where's people's sense of humour, for fuck's sake?
No. See, that's ego. That's just like ego. Can't take a joke. Ego.
Yeah.
You're, unadulterated ego. And these are the sort of people turn around and say, "Be yourself," and just, we'll get back to the move and do something like that to make them look stupid and come back crying. So my advice to you is take your own advice. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, it's just a laugh. Whatever.
Oh, poor thing. It's a sad life.
Some have got worse though, because we have been having a lot of laughs on here lately. People
We
don't like
I
that,
reckon he's
do
just
they?
upset because Santa's not bringing him anything this year. There's no snow.
No snow.
Hey, no snow for Muckers this year. You know what I mean?
It's quite bizarre how Bacchus turns. One minute he's all right with you, and the next minute he's on at you. It's weird.
I hope he's making notes of this. Right, we've either got fucking a pod of fucking orca whales in the chat, or your mic's fucked.
Right, let me pop out.
I think it's because Easy still hasn't got some headphones. I'm sure that.
I'll get some tomorrow.
You always
Proper ones. Don't get them fucking $4.99 fucking pieces of shit. Get the proper cans, man.
I've had mine for about 2 years, but they weren't expensive. About 20 quid on Amazon.
Yeah, you can get some of that. Some fucking slick. I mean, you can get fucking wireless and he can go make himself a coffee and shit.
Yeah.
Without kicking himself out of the car or missing anything. It's fine. But we don't want to him go to the toilet if he's got a mic with him.
Is that better?
That sounds
Yeah,
all right.
yeah.
Okay.
Testing.
I reckon you two are just hearing things in your head.
No.
Fuck off. Listen, stop that.
Definitely.
No, it is you.
Sometimes it's so bad, it will just do it out the blue. And
Yeah, it must be the laptop, to be fair.
You think so? I still think it's.
Yeah. All right. Who operates the fucking laptop? Does the laptop operate itself? Fuck me, man. Come on.
It's feedback.
Yeah.
It does.
No, blame the laptop. Yeah. Put it in the naughty step.
Shut up, Seven. Shut up.
You're a very naughty boy, laptop. You twat.
It's definitely feedback. You should mix it easy. Make a track out of it.
Fucking ice cream.
Amie. To be fair, Amie, didn't you say the N word years ago?
Grown man having to say the parky word is embarrassing, to be honest. Why? It's not difficult to just not say. I like saying the word parky. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, I like.
You're talking about parks.
Yeah. You know, so on. You can say what you want. I won't get offended over.
No, I'm not going to be offended on
So
anything
obviously,
anymore.
it's offensive word. It's really going to ripple through the fucking society that she lives with. She's going to get no sleep tonight.
Oh, stop it, Amie, the fake hate race. You don't really care a toss. Just be.
Oh, whatever. Yeah, count them, whatever. Note them down, Amie. Not asked. Love it. Really not bothered. Couldn't give a flying fuck. Silly little part.
That happened 4 weeks ago. Oh, here comes Amie.
I hope she's not got a fucking sword with her or nothing like that.
Hey.
Hello.
Easy, respectfully, you're a fine one to talk about fake outrage, so let's not go there.
No, I don't think so.
No, don't come at me with fake outrage when that's literally all you do is fake outrage.
You've been on a panel with the
You're never
alt-right.
consistent. Literally never consistent. All you want is
Consistent,
drama, and that's
yeah,
why you just carry on drama.
You're very inconsistent.
How?
Round one, ding ding, round one.
Firstly, you've heard Trilly year in, year out talk about. You've heard Go say these racist shit. You've been on a panel with the
Thriller, I called out on Thriller for one. I called out on your panel. Yes, I did. Well, as soon as he said it to me, I told him he shouldn't say it.
Oh, on here, yeah. Well, come on. You know he's joking around, saying because he knows he's going to get a reaction with it. How much racism is it?
Seven said it ever since. Seven will quite happily admit that he.
Yeah,
is a
I don't
complete
care.
knobhead when it
I'll
comes
say
to
it again.
Pakistani.
Pakis. I don't like Pakis and I don't like Islam.
Like, don't say he's joking around. He will have himself admit he's not, which is why when people tell me to call out Seven,
what I don't like. This is my thinking.
Seven owns what he is. Like saying, "Oh, he's just joking." He's not. He knows he's not, and that's why he just carries on saying it. That is Seven.
Come on with your double standards, please.
What double? Yeah, but you've mentioned Thriller, and then you've just been proved a liar because I called him out on your panel. So that's lies.
Gone on a big thing. But if it was Ghost or anybody else to be on there,
okay, who else haven't I called out? Ghost, I jumped on his panel to call him out over you, to tell him he was wrong over something to do with you, and that I was on your panel when Forky was talking to me, and I only heard him say the P word one time, which is when you called him out. I jumped on Ghost's panel the other day to say that.
I only heard it the one time. But look,
yeah, so did I, which I told Ghost on his panel when he was trying to push
the hypocrisy ain't with you, really. It's with Ghost. So
you just said it was with me, so this is where you start to fuck up because you just told me that I was a hypocrite.
Well, you are a bit of a hypocrite.
But you just said just 2 seconds ago that I'm not, and it's Ghost.
No, I've just said you are a bit of a hypocrite, really.
Yeah, you said that, and then you said
no one calls out Ghost. No one calls out Ghost.
Yeah, no, make up your mind. I told Ghost.
Do you call out Ghost for his
because of him being a hypocrite? I done a stream on Ghost. I emailed him and told him you are a hypocrite. Not calling out Iduki, but calling out other people. I don't not call out anyone if I have an issue with them, actually.
I mean, I don't know where you got the problem with me. It's not you.
Have you had a nice day, Amie?
I don't. Why do I have a problem with you? I haven't said I have a problem with you. You said something while I was in the comments, so I jumped on and said.
I just answered. Yeah.
It's funny to say about fake outrage when you're the best one at it. There's no fake outrage.
Tell me what fake outrage for.
Literally near enough everything. This whole Ghost stuff. You come on here with your veins practically popping out over YouTube drama when you could just make up. You don't want to. You don't want to do it, and that's why you want to come to your...
Hang on. Why do you want me to make up with that little rat?
To be civil, you just want a back and forth.
I don't do anything really. I just react to it, but I just laughing. I'm not getting upset with it.
But let's not remember this all started because you called him a terrorist. So
he is a terrorist.
Okay, but you're the one that started it, so let's not forget that.
No, I started here acting like a terrorist.
He retaliated. You started it, so therefore it's actually you that started this drama. It is. Because you know what, the day before you started
Amie, I'm going to call him a terrorist too.
Yeah, but you two don't get on anyway. The day before, you two started warring.
You and Moon
were sat on a panel, and both of you said he was a harmless troll. And now you're going back and forth every day.
I didn't tell you harmless troll.
Yeah, we literally all had a talk about him and Jupiter not getting on, and we all said he was a harmless troll.
I didn't.
Yeah, you 1000% did.
I used to, but not anymore.
Well, it was the day before you fell out with him. He was a harmless troll.
You two said it.
You was part of the conversation.
I'll play the stream later.
Yeah, please do. You said you liked him. You said you liked him and he was a harmless troll.
Right, so Ghost is not. Ghost is the. Piss off, Amie. You're fucking pathetic. The guy.
No, I'm pathetic. A minute ago I was a hypocrite and I wasn't. And then before that, I was fake outrage. So 1 minute I'm a hypocrite and then I'm not.
Well, you are a bit of a hypocrite.
Okay, how then?
Look.
I'm a hypocrite.
I understand because you follow his faith and everything. I understand all of that, and you're going to protect him. But I've got to think about him, which he's a piss taker, takes a piss out of English, and he never calls out anything where I call out. It's just a personality clash. Just get over it.
Wait, so how am I a hypocrite? Because
you will. You won't go and speak to him and say, well, you bloody started it, blah, blah, blah. Why is
because he didn't start it. You called him a terrorist. You called him a terrorist and said that he doesn't have any kids. You started it.
Fucking what?
I jumped on his panel, told him to leave you alone one time, maybe even 2 times actually. I then called him out the other day for trying to push things when I don't believe you heard the P word 3 times. I've called him out on his panel and my own panel a fair few times actually. So
what have I really done? Really, it's a dookie. I've been really going over the go.
I don't like a dookie.
No, so what? I don't
there we go then. How am I hypocrite?
If he wants to say you need to be a hypocrite and come over it. I'm not going to do what he said.
I'm here.
So we still haven't got to
Yeah.
how I'm a
Yeah.
hypocrite yet, because everything you said is bullshit so far.
Yeah,
So
that's
next.
me. I'm here.
Well, you would go one thing after
Come on.
No,
Are you saying this honestly, Amy? Are you saying this stuff with a
that's
straight
your
face or
problem,
what?
right? I don't really. Look,
Are you got a straight face when you're saying this stuff or what, mate?
It's hilarious that he can't. He calls people names
Oh,
when he can't
you gotta
explain
be
how they're
joking,
these
man.
names.
You got to be
This
joking.
is why he
mate.
gets into so many issues, because you
No,
call people names and then you have no backup
I'm
for it.
getting to fuck all. Right, you lot have got the problem.
Okay, who's you lot for one, and how am I a hypocrite? Who's you lot?
You lot.
Who's you lot?
Come on, Amy. You don't really want to. So you love.
Winding you up,
Who's
easy.
you lot?
She's
Because
trying to
most
wind you
people
up,
in your
mate.
chat,
She's
most
trying to
people
wind
in
you
your
up,
chat
mate.
go in ghost live. So who's you lot?
She's trying to wind you up, easy, mate. That's what
No,
I feel.
Easy winds himself up. He calls people names. He
You
can't
are.
explain
No,
why
you're
he
doing
calls
it.
them
You
names.
want
And
the
then he
drama.
ends
You
up
want a
in
reaction.
problems.
You want a drama and reaction because you need to react like
No,
that.
the only people that want drama and reaction
No,
are
you
the two
did.
people
That's
that
why
go
you
back
come
and
here.
forth on their panels
You knew you wouldn't get it
to
from
cause
me.
drama between each
You
other. They're the only two
knew you
people that
wouldn't
want
get it
views
from
and
me,
reaction.
Babe. You gave me a pass because you knew you wouldn't get it from me. We get it from him.
No, Seven, I just know you're a complete dickhead. I've called you
That's
out many
fine.
times before for
That's
saying the
fine.
P word
Whatever
over the
you
years.
think or
There's no
know
point
about
telling me
me,
that
I
you're a
don't care.
dickhead again for saying it. You're a dickhead in general. I don't like. I think you're a dickhead. I've said that many
That's fine.
times.
That's fine. It's whatever you think.
So
but
there
you-
we go then.
Your standards are double, right?
No,
Only
you're going to
until
continue to say the P word. I
Only
don't think you're a
until I
good
pulled you
person.
up.
Where I think
Only
Easy is a
until I
good
pulled you
person. So him getting shit for you, who's a dickhead, saying stuff, I don't think that's on. So therefore, I'll speak to Easy, who I do think is a good person. You, I don't. I think you're
That's
a
fine.
degenerate.
I don't care.
And I
I
don't
don't
think
care
you're a
what
good
you think.
person.
I don't care what you think.
Well, there we
But
go then. So
what
I'm
I
not
know
going to
is
come to you.
you're the one who's
Again,
just,
I think you're a degenerate, and I know you're going to continue to do it.
You just like crying your eyes out.
But you don't care about getting Easy and shit,
You're,
and now
you're
back and
two
forth.
jumps on here and you're crying your
I
eyes out.
jumped on here because Easy called me a
over
hypocrite.
over what? Over
So
what?
I'm here to ask Easy why he called me a hypocrite.
Well, you are.
Well, how? You tell me how then.
Because it took me to pull you up to fucking. You gave me a pass at first, so you are.
I've never given you a pass. I've told you over the years many times that you're a dickhead.
All right, well, now and then you start with a barrage of sort of.
When have I told you it's all right for you to say it?
Doesn't matter.
When have I told you that?
You are one.
When have I said that it's all right to say it?
Go and hide behind your curtain again.
Well, see, you can't answer either. You lot like to say names and then not actually explain. It's hilarious, actually.
Oh, go on. What else do you
You
want
don't, like, why?
Would
This
you
is the
like?
funny thing.
Have you had a bad day?
No, I came in, Easy called me a hypocrite, so then I jumped on.
Sure? Well, I'm calling you a cunt. You're gonna have a worse day tomorrow.
And I think you're a cunt.
I
So
think
why
you're
would
on. I think you're an uncouth cunt.
Okay, and I think
Right,
you're an
what are you
old
gonna do now?
cunt.
You're gonna
So
start fucking
I
making
think you have a miserable
memes,
life, and that's why you go around saying the
Well,
P word. You have no
cry,
family. You have
don't
no
like what
friends.
people say,
Go to the pub
turn
with
the fucking
fucking
internet off,
wildebeest
Lovey.
women and
If you don't
have
like what
fucking
people
fingers
say,
indoors.
turn the
I think
fucker
you're
off,
an
because that
idiot.
makes
So
you a
therefore,
hypocrite.
no, I don't speak
You
to you.
moaning about something that you can control by just turning it off makes you a hypocrite.
How?
You're chasing something.
No, I can
Doesn't live in
still have an opinion on something.
Hey, so I run around the internet fucking.
Can you have an opinion on something? And where have I run round? Because I've defended
I'm
you
gonna leave
still.
you in silence. I'm gonna leave you in silence.
Yeah, because you're wrong. You have nothing to say.
No, I know I'm
You're
right.
just chatting your drunken shit like you always do, which is why no one has any respect for you.
Yeah, fine.
You just laugh at
You
yourself,
do whatever
sat at
you
your
want.
computer with no fucking family, no friends.
Oh,
The only
you
person
better
visits you
believe
is
it. Oh,
Sean
yeah,
chucking
100%
fucking things
right.
through your window.
You're totally right. Yeah,
It's funny.
Bang on. You fucking bang on, Amy.
Yeah, I know.
Right, go on. Well, I would have outburst. I'll just wait here.
No, it's okay. You wanted to say stuff. I'm just letting you know that that's actually what you are. So you saying the P word doesn't bother me because we all know you're a cunt. Where Easy's not. So him allowing it makes him look like a cunt when he's not. You actually are a cunt. That's the difference. And that's why I will speak to Easy and not you. So there was your question answered, Seven. Yeah, okay, well be quiet then. Do you know what you can do if you're bored? Turn it off. Do you know what you can do if you're bored, Seven? Just turn it off.
Oh, is that
You
you?
hypocrite. If you're bored, Seven, just turn it off.
I can hear a voice. I can hear a voice.
Turn it off, Seven.
I
If
can
you're
hear a
bored,
voice.
don't be a hypocrite.
I was
Turn
here.
it off.
You joined us. We didn't join you.
Yeah, this isn't your panel. I joined to speak to Easy. You spoke to me.
Well, speak to him then. Speak to him.
Well, then be
Go on,
quiet then.
Well, what else have you got to say? Go on. Have you cried? Go on.
I don't need to cry. Easy called me a hypocrite. I jumped on to ask him why he called me a hypocrite.
Hey, we're all got
I did have to say, but sir, kick you off, Amy.
Go on.
What is he?
He's
I
having a
didn't
bad
even hear
day.
you.
I
The
said
pisshead was
it take a
drinking.
lot for you to kick off, did it?
You're having a bad day, Amy. Come on.
I jumped on
Don't take
to
it out
ask
on
you why you
everyone.
called me a hypocrite, Easy, because this is what I've
Don't
told you
take
before.
it
If
out
you're
on
going to call people
everyone.
names,
You're having a bad day.
if you're going to call
Don't
people
take it
names,
out
then
on
at
everyone
least have
because
like
of
an
one word.
explanation for it.
One
You know what I
word.
mean?
One word, and you go ballistic. You're having a bad
Is
day.
this ballistic? This is ballistic.
Calm down, love
Amy,
My
do you not
gosh.
do this just for
the pats on the back though from Ghost Panel? Because
Why would I do that? I couldn't give a fuck about
I've
Ghost
seen
or
it
his
happening.
panel or
I've
anyone
seen it
there.
happening, and you're being told to come here so Moon don't jump on the panel and all this shit. So
Oh, by all
yeah.
eyes, it's a joke. She doesn't like Moon. Moon's on the panel, isn't she?
No, but I've literally seen it, and you're literally lapping it up like.
Me and Moon had an argument, which is
Yeah,
what
we all know a game. We all know a game. Then she's just like, oh, I'm crying about a word that you called me, so she just wants attention, basically. So they can be
I
called.
think it's pretty pathetic that they have to send the converts in when the little, when the actually born Muslims can't actually jump on the panel.
When do I actually come here fully to defend Ghost?
Realistically, Amy, the converts.
Okay, so Jen, just tell me one time I've come here to fully defend Ghost.
They literally not care about you.
Then why don't you just tell me one time? Tell me one time that I've come here to fully defend Ghost for anything he's done, or anyone on this panel actually. How? I came here because he called me a hypocrite. I came in and Muckers was talking about Muckers was talking
I
about
know,
something
but
to do with
is
the P
that
word.
really like the
When I
most
came
offensive
in,
thing that anybody's
Muckers
ever
said
said to
something
you?
about the P word. Seven was on his drunken little
So
rant.
what?
And then
So what?
Easy called me a hypocrite because I left the
I'm
comments.
not
And now
being
I'm
funny,
here.
Amy, but you've heard a
If
lot
Easy
worse
didn't call
on
me a
Ghost
hypocrite, I
Panel
wouldn't
a
be on the
million
panel.
times, and you
So
barely ever say anything.
then how has this got anything to do with Ghost when I jumped on here because Easy called me a hypocrite? It was nothing to do with
No,
Ghost.
because I've physically seen you on Ghost, having pats on the back and all this. Oh yeah, keep going in, Amy. Do this, Amy. Do that, Amy.
So
Are you
on
not
Ghost
being
the other day,
taken for a mug, realistically?
then on Ghost the other day, did you see when I've said that I'm absolutely fine. I don't need people to be defending me or giving me pats on the back. If people are doing that to wind up Easy, what do you want me to do about it?
No, but you're physically being sent to do it. I've seen it with my
I'm not
own eyes and ears.
physically
So
being. I don't need to be sent by anyone. I'm a grown fucking woman.
yeah, but here you are. So you're
Then
offended because what someone called you a
why would I
hypocrite.
sit on the panel with Moon and Easy having normal conversations if I've been sent over to give them shit?
No, but I've literally seen you being sent over.
This is too
Sent over
surreal.
how?
for me.
Sent over how?
And
Because
tell
all
them
I
to come
said,
over is-
oh, make sure you jump on the panel more because then Moon won't go on there. That's literally all she said.
All right.
That's your only thing.
Who
Say
said
that again, sir. He's talking to someone else.
So because all I said in the comments, make sure you carry on going over to Easy's because then Moon might not jump on or something along them lines. That's me being forced to come here or being told to come here.
Yeah.
When I've been here for months beforehand.
She don't like me.
Well, all right. Well, why are you here then? Because someone called you a hypocrite. Is that literally the worst thing that anyone's ever
No,
said
that's
to
why
you,
I'm on the
really?
panel now to ask Easy why he called me a hypocrite, but I come on his panel.
Because
most-
you sit
most of
on
the
there
time.
and listen to that shit. You're in the chat, all of it. And
And
it's
again,
a
I call
lot
it out,
worse,
so
and
if you're going
it doesn't
to
stop
try
you
that,
from going there,
see
does
me
it?
calling it out.
Are Muslims allowed to play music and listen to music?
They're not meant to,
That's
no.
a hypocrite. Isn't it? That's a hypocrite. Isn't it?
They're not meant to.
You know what? I'm not coming here because you called me a dickhead. I'm not coming here anymore.
This is why I say none of these people are actually Muslims. To be fair. I don't like
Is it, so
anyone.
you've just come on to rant about Muslims?
No, I've just come on
That's
to
all
point
you've
out
done
because you
before.
said you don't like being called a hypocrite, but yet you act like a hypocrite all the time.
Why? Because
So
I listen to music.
glorifying the situation, really. Aren't I? Yeah,
So, because
it's
I
not
listen to
against
music,
my
I'm a
ideology.
hypocrite.
It's not
Am I
against
a
my
hypocrite?
ideology. You know what I
Okay,
mean?
am I a hypocrite because I listen to music?
Yeah, in the ideology
Can I tell?
which
Then,
you've
can I
adopted.
tell
Yeah,
you? Can I tell you then why you're a hypocrite?
Yeah, yeah.
Because you called out Becca for leaving her kids in a dangerous situation when you just days before spoke about how you keep your son in a dangerous situation in your house. So that's a bit hypocritical.
No, my son's 6
Yeah,
foot
no, that's
four. Would
happened.
absolutely
You
smash
said
the car
on
if
Wendy's
anyone
panel
got
that
in
you
front
have
of
your
him.
son,
So
your eldest son in the house with you, which is the dangerous house. So therefore
no,
your
it's
son's
not a
in
dangerous
danger.
house.
But
No,
you
it's
still
not a
jumped on the
dangerous
panel to
house.
call out Becca for
No, it's
leaving her
not a
kids in
dangerous
the
house
UK.
at all. It's not a
So
dangerous house.
that's what I would find hypocritical. I would say yours is worse than me listening to music, to be honest. So
Yeah,
there we
but
go.
according to your ideology, that means you're literally going to burn in hellfire for eternity.
Okay,
so,
well, let me
which is
worry
worse.
about that and not you.
My car being set on fire for 10 minutes, or you burning in hellfire for eternity? I don't know.
Well,
That'd be a you
it's
decision,
me,
wouldn't
isn't it? Not my son. I'm not putting my son in danger. I'm putting myself. So I wouldn't worry about it, to be honest. Let me worry about
it?
it.
Nobody's in danger. Nobody's in
Yeah,
danger. If you believe
okay.
anything in that fucking paedophile book or whatever, you believe
No,
whatever you want.
it's
innit?
what you
It's what it
said. You said that there's people sending death threats to your house. There's people sending this, which is why you moved your family out to begin with, and then you
Yeah.
kept yourself and your eldest son there.
Yeah, because
Yeah, so
why
there
not?
we go then. It's a dangerous house that you kept your son in,
No,
and then you
it's not
tried
a
to call
dangerous
Becca
house,
for
is
the
it?
same thing.
No, it's not a dangerous house.
Why is this turned into family personal feuds rather
No,
than what
it's hypocritical. That's what we're talking about. Hypocritical.
No, that's the route.
That's a hypocritical thing
I
to
mean,
do.
I could start going into, your kids or whatever.
Yeah,
Sure,
no, that's fine.
No, don't do it.
No,
Don't
you
go
can do
down
that.
that
I
road.
won't go to that level.
No,
I
that's
won't go
fine.
to that
Tell me
level.
how
Leave
I'm
that to the
hypocritical when it
gutter
comes
trash.
to my kids. Tell me how
I'll
I'm
leave that to the
hypocritical when it
gutter
comes to my
trash.
kids.
Yeah, keep it that way. Don't. Yeah, I wouldn't.
Yeah,
No, that's
I'll
fine.
never
Tell
lower
me,
myself to their level.
tell
That's
me how I'm
deep enough.
hypocritical when it comes to, because we're talking about hypocrites. So tell me how I'm hypocritical when it comes to my kids.
I've not mentioned your kids. Not mentioned your
Huh?
kids. I'll leave that.
You just
I'll
said
leave
you
that
could
to you.
mention my
Don't
kids, so feel free. How am I hypocritical? Because you brought a
Have I met-
hypocritical.
These are all very leading questions. He's trying to set you up. Then
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
an idiot. He wants to say stuff, but then can't answer questions.
No, you're trying to make
No, I don't need to say anything. I think
Praise
you've heard it
God.
all.
Did
Maybe
I
you've not heard it
make
from
him
me.
say
I've
anything
heard it
to
from
my child?
everybody else, I'm sure.
Did I mention him say anything to my child?
Sorry, wrong game here, mate.
Don't think I can mention that. He called me a hypocrite. I brought up the thing. He then
You are a
mentioned
hypocrite,
my
Amy.
child.
Your own ideology tells me you're a
No,
hypocrite.
yeah, but I'm
Unfortunately for
I'm
you,
forcing you
I
to
know
say
far
them.
more
You
about
just say
your
them.
ideology than you do, which is unfortunate.
Well, good for
There you go.
you. It's probably because
No,
you spend all your
just
fucking
is what
day
it is.
researching it then. You visit
Yeah,
more mosques
wonder
than
why?
I do as
Wonder
well.
why? Is it because
You
of the
visit
mass
more
rape
mosques
epidemic
than
that
I
comes
do.
from it? Is
So,
it from all the terrorism
like,
that comes from it?
well
Is it
done
from
for
kids
being
being
more
blown up?
Islamic than me.
Yeah,
What
it
do you want
is.
me to do about
Other
it?
than that, I won't give a book about your raghead fucking ideology that's full of paedophiles and fucking fucked up shit.
Yeah, good for you, then. Good for you. I honestly don't care about what you think about Islam or Muslim. I don't care. So next thing. Is that it? So all I say to come here.
You got any other problems you'd like to get a pat on the back for? When
I'd like to ask you, when did all eyes send me over here? Send me over here. When was that?
Right. So have you achieved your aim by
wait a minute, Seven. Sorry, I just asked him a question.
Responding to being called?
He was just about to speak and you spoke over him.
Are you happy now?
Maybe let him
happy
speak.
now that you've got it out your system?
When did all I say it then?
What do I do?
It was either the last live, not today, the last live before that, or the one before that, one of the two.
Okay, perfect. Easy. How long have I been on your panel? Like most days?
I think the last 3 months. Yeah.
There we go then. So 2 days ago, someone apparently sent me here, but I've been here for 3 months. That makes full sense, doesn't it then? In fact, I was here before the week even started. Before they even started going back and forth, I was here every day for a good few weeks.
Right.
So how does that make sense? Why would I be sent here if I was already here?
It is maybe that you had a message or you've been listening and someone said, have a go at Easy or whatever. I don't know.
I wouldn't have jumped on the panel if Easy didn't call me a hypocrite.
So you're still upset about that?
I think it's mad.
No, that's why I
you
jumped
literally jumped on the panel because someone called you a hypocrite when you are a
Same as if
hypocrite.
Ghost was to call me a name or Jupiter says something about me, I go to her as well. Or I go to him.
It's like jumping on to say that someone called you a female when you're female.
The things you said for me being a hypocrite are like none of them stand. Easy says something it didn't stand. He said all I sent you here because she made a joke about Moon not being on the panel because she doesn't like Moon.
It weren't just all lies, was it? It was read out. Ghost was making comment on it. It was all telling you to come back on there every time and try and run Moon off the panel. Blah blah blah.
This panel then. What did Ghost say about me being?
So you weren't being told to come here and run Moon off the panel and stuff, no?
The only person that said that was all lies in the comments.
No, because it was read out. The comments was read out, and then it was discussed for about 2-3 minutes.
I don't even think that comment got read out.
And you were like, yeah.
I don't think that comment got read out. I was in the comments. I wasn't even on the panel. I wasn't on the panel then. I was in the comments.
I didn't say it was on the panel. I didn't say it was on the panel.
But I don't remember Ghost saying anything about Moon in general then. To be honest.
Maybe you should have a look at that.
No, just maybe he didn't. I don't actually think he did. Maybe incorrect.
I'm sure that it was because it was.
Okay, well, you're very good with screen recording, so we'll wait for you to post it on your channel.
Yeah, we're driving. I don't literally sit there recording every fucking whatever.
Of course you was. Well, then I'll try and get the stream, and I'll find it, and I'll put it on my channel to prove that you're incorrect. How about that? That's how confident I am that you're wrong.
End of the day, you came over here.
No, not end of the day. Yes or no? Yes or no? Would you like me to do that? Would you like me to prove that you're incorrect, or would you just like to say that it probably didn't happen and it was just all lies?
No, I'm saying it definitely did happen.
Okay, no worries, then I'll
prove it. Go and prove it then. Go and prove it then. Right, do that then. Come back when you've made the proof and we'll listen to your proof, yeah?
Yeah, but the thing is, you're actually known as someone
I won't hold my breath though. I won't hold my breath, I'll be honest.
Stuff on my channel to prove
go
stuff.
scuba diving then. You can
It's mad, Amie, that you'll literally be doing shit that you do for them fucking swampy people. It's mad.
What do I do?
The fact that you're here now doing what you do because
What
someone
am I
called you a
doing?
hypocrite. Oh no, fuck you, that was called a hypocrite.
You literally turned up at someone's house because they called you a pedo.
Right, I think there's a bit of a difference between a hypocrite
Not really,
and a paedophile.
Hang on, that's a lot different.
A paedophile, a woman being and a terrorist.
Any type of name, then they should have an answer behind why they're calling you that.
A paedophile, a woman being and a terrorist versus hypocrite, which you've just admitted you are a hypocrite. So why are you here? It doesn't make no sense.
Big difference.
When did I admit that I'm a hypocrite?
About 4 minutes ago.
Well, because listening to music.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what makes me a
So there
hypocrite.
you go.
Amy.
So you just avoided your own argument, realistically.
So again,
You are a hypocrite.
I don't think that makes me a hypocrite. I explain why you're a hypocrite. I think that makes you a hypocrite. So again, we're
right. So that's offended now. Which panel did you jump on to the event? I couldn't care less, Amie. I couldn't care less, and I don't see why you did.
Wait, what panel did you jump on for? What?
No, I'm saying you just call me a hypocrite now. So which panel can I jump on to start crying or whatever like you're doing?
You told someone to put a video up on their channel, and then you cried because your car got burnt, and you blamed that person for weeks because they put up something. You told them to put up. You made her do a stream to jump on her panel to talk about the fact that you told her to put it up, and then you're asking me why I jumped on.
What person did I blame, Amie? You just said that I blamed somebody. You just said that I blamed somebody. Do you want to name the person that I blamed?
Wendy.
I'd blame Wendy. Can you show me that evidence then?
There's loads. You blame Wendy for your car getting torched.
Show me the evidence.
There's loads.
Right, well just show me one then.
Her stream, you talking about the fact she put the thing up, so you think someone came to burn your car?
So you think that I think that Wendy's been doing knock a door run with a can of fuel, yeah?
I said,
because I know I haven't said that.
Because she put her stream up, you think someone came to torch your car because of her stream, so therefore you blamed her for posting the stream that you told her to post.
Right, so are you aware of what she actually put forward?
The thing you told her to post.
No, I didn't. I told her to post my video, not a video with names on there of people which may or may not be family. Picture of asking for fucking addresses, car registrations, pictures of fucking vehicles.
You told her to post the video.
A site fucking on it or whatever, which is full of lots of people's information, addresses, whatever. I think that's problematic, don't you? I've not blamed Wendy for fucking doing whatever. I've said her putting that out may have fucking caused problems or whatever.
So you did blame her for...
No, I haven't blamed Wendy. Only an idiot like Jupiter.
Did you say that because you put the stream up,
I thought it was Wendy that set my car on fire? I thought it was only Jupiter that mentally ill would come out with such shit, but
yeah.
Obviously.
But then on the same stream, on Wendy's stream, you said that you've had death threats for ages at the same house that you still live at. So
yeah, from your lot, yeah.
Yeah, so it's Wendy's. Wendy posted that stream, and now suddenly someone torched your car.
You're buffering.
I said because Wendy posted that stream, now suddenly someone wants to torch your car, but not before, even though you've had death threats. That doesn't make any sense, does it? Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. Only a mentally retarded person would think that. You've had death threats for fucking how long, and now you think, oh, This video got my car torched.
Yeah, but no one's got the balls to actually turn up and do it, Amy, so I'm not asked, am I?
Oh, but someone who saw Wendy's video thought, do you know what? His car's going.
I've had this shit with you all, like the fucking MBL and all that. They're a bunch of pussies. No one's got the bollocks to do nothing. They're just shitbags. Simple as that.
Okay, but you've still moved everyone out other than your one son who clearly can protect himself.
Yeah, my family, because I'm not a fucking dumbass that's going to leave my young children in the house or my missus. Why would I do that? I've got enough money to go, right, okay, I'm going to put them in a better situation, out of harm's way. My other son, 6'4", would destroy anyone that you put in front of him, so what?
So you've done that years ago, but now your car's been torched and it's possibly, well, actually you were quite positive that it was because Wendy posted the video, weren't you?
Well, yeah, it's a good indicator, isn't it, realistically? So,
not really.
Does that mean that actually Wendy turned up and set a car on fire? No, it doesn't.
No, I didn't say Wendy got in her car and came and torched your car. You blamed her because she posted the video. That she caused someone to come and torch your car.
The video title pretty much says it all, but
yeah,
Jupiter has run around with and I saw that I somehow think that Wendy's run around setting people's cars on fire, which has just never been said. It's never come out of my mouth. It's come out of dumbass people's mouth. Up to now, dumbass Jupiter, gay ass fucking Bizor, now you, which is pretty bad.
I think we're all aware then that I didn't mean Wendy came and actually set fire to your car. That's just something you're trying to remix.
Well, that's the way you just made it out, isn't it? That's the way you just made it out.
I apologise, it came across wrong. I
said responsible. Yeah. That doesn't mean that you actually fucking done it.
You blamed her for posting the video, and that caused it.
Right. So if I put a video out now asking for pictures of what cars you've got, putting a fucking reward out, cash reward out for details of you, where you live, pictures of your cars, and then a site with details of people on there, which may or may not be your family members or whatever. If something happened to your house or your car or anything like that, are you not going to think, well, you know, Ben may well be responsible in one way, shape, or form or another?
Dan, how many times how many times has that edited video been posted along the years and that website?
The video that Wendy was given by Eric was the rawest video, which has been, it was put out for maybe a day and then it was took down. There's about 8 variations of that video, all of them a lot less tame, a lot more tame than that. They give Wendy the most extreme video to put out, knowing full well, I could go, right, okay, I'm going to take Wendy to Guinness. Now, I'm smart enough to know that they are happy to do that and set people like Wendy played the part of a useful idiot, and for that reason, and because she's got shit going on and whatever in the background, you know what I mean? I just
so the video I haven't seen the video that Wendy posted, by the way, but the one she posted.
No, she took it down.
Yeah, but has that not been out before? That video?
No, it was off for about a day and then it was took down.
Is that from Wendy or before? I'm on about before Wendy.
She's never put it out before.
No, not Wendy. Like the people, whoever she got it from, Eric, whoever she got it from, have they posted it before? That exact video, not a different one. No?
There's like 8 variations of that video that's put out. Some things was added to it, some things was taken away from it.
We understand there's more than one version, okay? Has that version been posted before Wendy, was my question. 7, fucking hell.
Answer 4 times. I'll answer again. Try listen this time. It was put out by Eric.
If you say one more time, you've got the equivalent of the video. Just answer, has it been posted before Wendy? That one video that Wendy had. I don't care about the other 8 or 7.
God, are you actually taking a piss or
no, you just keep saying the same thing over and over and
over
again.
5 times I've answered.
The same thing, but you're answering the question. You're telling me there's 8 different things. And it's been posted for one day. So
it's like you're hearing what you want to hear.
Or did Eric post
right,
it
we'll try again.
One day?
Try holding your mouth for 2 seconds and then I'll answer the question again for you.
Spit it out.
You ready? You ready? Can you hold your mouth for a minute?
Hurry up,
Is that possible?
Hurry up then.
The video has been put out previously once, but not even a day, probably half a day, couple of hours, and then it was retracted by the person that put it out. Is that good enough?
Yeah. So previously, before Wendy, it was posted for one time.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense then. So it's already been out. So if Wendy only posted it for one day, they also only posted it for one day. I don't see how you already have death threats already. I don't know why you would link it to Wendy of all people. I don't get that.
That just tells me you're stupid or something.
No, if you're getting death threats daily to
your house, about to answer the question
why would you
6 times.
Oh, Wendy, if you're telling me you have the day-to-day like death threats from Muslims or whatever you're saying it comes from.
Sharia files,
yeah. So if it's coming from Muslims, but Wendy put up a video for a day, and that's the person you think done it, and not all the people that are sending you death threats.
I think it was up for a couple of days.
You said, I don't know. You said a day, but yeah.
Oh, you're mixing 2 things up.
Well, a couple of days then. But either way, you have death threats constantly.
And what? Do a sound bobbing.
So why?
If it was bothered, it would have moved, wouldn't I?
think it's Wendy and not all of the people that are sending you death threats?
You're not making sense. Like I've told you, this is fucking mental. Like I've told you, it's never come out of my mouth that Wendy has come and set anyone's car on fire. Not once has that come out of my mouth.
Yeah,
it came out of the mouth of Jupiter, it came out of the mouth of Esau, and now it's coming out of your mouth, which is pretty funny.
I didn't say Wendy set your car on fire, you idiot.
I suggest you rewind this stream because it made it sound like that's what you were saying.
You're just taking it wrong. And like 2 minutes ago, I
Maybe you
apologized.
said it wrong.
I
Maybe you said
apologized
it
if
wrong.
I had
Maybe it's
said
your
it wrong
mistake.
and if you had taken it wrong. So either way, I've already apologized. If I said it
Well,
wrong,
I
and you had
probably took
taken
it how you said it. I probably took it how you
again,
said it. If you said it
again,
wrong, that's fine.
2 minutes ago, I apologized if I had said it wrong, but that's not what I meant. I meant you blamed Wendy for posting the thing, so someone came and torched your car. That's what I meant. So
yeah, like I said, the title of the video kind of says it for itself. It doesn't say Wendy set my car on fire. It says
and he's
is.
still going.
It says
Anyways,
is Wendy
when has, I haven't
responsible?
heard
Is
Ghost.
Wendy responsible?
Who's
Not
on about
Wendy
baby
is
killers?
responsible.
Is that Israel?
Pardon? Pardon?
Easy. Is he on about Israel or?
Oh, not listening. What did he say?
No, I'm on about this comment that you've.
Right, yeah. So, Ghost. The reason I call him a terrorist sympathiser because anybody who is Jewish, he just calls them baby killers and terrorists.
Is that anyone who's Jewish though, or is he on about
Yes,
the Israel
yes,
Gaza stuff?
yes, yes.
Well, then yeah.
Anybody
That's
who
right.
believes in their own face, they're baby killers and terrorists. Because he gets called a terrorist sympathiser, he cries. Come off it.
If he's saying it with the Israel and if he's saying it with the Israel and Gaza stuff, then I'm not like you've said the same thing kind of. So that I'm not getting involved with. If he's just saying every Jew, then yeah, that's not right. But I've not heard him say that.
Because if any Jew got a faith, you look at his posts.
You've not heard Ghost say that?
What, that every Jew is a baby killer? No.
You sure?
Yeah. Have you ever heard him say that? That every Jew is a baby killer? Maybe about
I've
the
heard him
Israel
say the wrong
Palestine stuff.
nonsense.
But
I've heard him say the wrong nonsense.
So he's a fucking terrorist. And
I've got that on video. If you'd like me to tag you to that, Amy, maybe you can go back to that panel.
funny enough, I don't know everything Ghost said. I'm not his wife or his mum or anything. So he's a grown man. He also has nothing to do with
Well,
me.
obviously, he ain't acting like a grown man when he's crying every 5 minutes.
Well, both of you are. So then that
No,
works
I'm
both
not
ways.
finding it hilarious because I trigger him.
You were okay. You
Yeah,
weren't.
but I think
You
it
were
was
on here
more-
threatening to
it
leave
was more
YouTube.
to do with him justifying the terror attacks in Britain, basically saying that they had a right to come over here and commit terror offences.
Wait, has he actually? Wait, he said they have a right to come here and commit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What,
He was
to actually
justifying
commit
terrorism
terrorist
in the
offences?
UK off the back of foreign policy.
Yeah.
If you look on the
That's
Den
why
channel,
that's
it's on there.
what he said. Yeah.
You can tag me in it and I'll watch it. But yeah, I've not seen him say that. That's a bit mad.
All right, I'll tag you in it. I'll tag you in it in a minute when I get out of the car.
All right.
That's
Well,
where
I'll tell him it's a bit mad.
I
But
originally heard that come from, and then people were saying that.
yeah, that's
He actually denied it. He actually denied it. I'm going to premiere a thing of Ghost tomorrow. Anyway, you'll quite clearly hear him denying it, point blank, making out people was lying. And Wendy, I said she recorded it, but then made out she didn't for a few weeks. Let Ghost keep digging the hole, and then she's put it back out. Credit to Wendy. So it is there. I'll tag you to it, and you can see that Ghost is a lying little jihadi gun. It is that simple.
Look, I'm fully aware that Ghost does stuff just for like drama and views. Like I don't know why you think
No, but justifying terrorism in the UK, Amy. Come on, fucking hell.
No, I
You're
mean-
more about drama and views, but you're upset about someone
I
calling you.
mean, in general, like the
Oh, it's in
streams
general
that he
now,
does.
is it? Oh,
the- Seven, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Den. The streams that he does in general I know it's just for like drama and views. So I don't. Same with Easy with the stuff with Ghost. They're just going back and forth to each other. It's a pointless fucking back and forth, and it is just for drama and views at this point.
No, but Easy Channel was never about that, Amy. He's been dragging
Hang on, Amy.
Easy Channel was generally been going on about.
What a fucking absurd! You just come here to moan.
Seven, no one's talking to you. Easy, what did
I'm
you say,
talking to
sorry?
you.
Okay, well, good for you.
You
You can't talk to anyone too far,
list
okay,
me
with
to
no
this
hair
cunt.
and
I'm
no
talking
teeth.
to you.
Fucking
Come here to moan.
state of you,
You
mate.
look at
Don't
you.
even try saying
Look
nothing
at
to me.
you. Listen,
Easy, what did you say,
you're
sorry?
nothing.
When he came back, he said he's coming back to cause all trouble.
I can't hear you. The pisshead's just whistling to his
Yes,
cat
yeah.
or
Yes,
his
yeah.
bird or Sean or someone.
Whistle. Lisbon, whistle. Go on.
Yeah.
Go on, Easy. Sorry, mate.
I would rather have a bit of a
When
list
he
than
said
be a
first came
pisshead
back,
with no
he said
family
he's
and
going to
friends.
come back and cause all trouble with
With them all next week, Robin. Don't you worry.
I still can't hear you because the pisshead can't shut up.
I'm with them all next week, Robin.
I got seven. Let me finish. He said when he came back, he's coming back to go for everybody who supports Israel and who's a Tommy Robinson fan and cause all commotion. When I give it back to him and put out facts, he gets all triggered. And the other thing is, he's such a cunt. He gets a dookie to put all the fucking streams up so it's not on his hard drive. Can't you see people? They're using you. They're using you.
Sorry, Easy. Get what streams up? What streams does
The
I do
dookie
to get up?
puts up these stream titles and everything for him because he doesn't know how to do it.
I don't know
He's
about
got
that.
the
Yeah, I don't know about that. The other
Amy,
thing
if you
was,
think about it, Easy Channel for a long time has just been going on about exposing the Greening gangs, this, that, and the other. That's the problem for Ghost because he doesn't like that shit being exposed for obvious reasons.
Ghost and Easy have got on. It's only like a few weeks ago they fell out, so that doesn't make any sense.
Not till I found out he was in a group where he wanted to get people arrested. No.
What group?
He was with a group. He was with in a set group where they were planning to get Babs arrested, Jupiter arrested.
Okay, but like I said, and I know you're going to look for the stream, but when me, you and Moon were talking about it, you did say you liked him and you did say...
Moon, did I say, yeah, he's just a troll? But really, when I found out what he really is and the post he was doing and what he was doing and what he was saying with Card and all that, no, he's a fucking tosser. I've had enough.
Okay, Easy,
I've had enough.
the day before you two fell out, yeah, me, you and Moon were sat on here. We were
No,
talking about
no, no,
loads.
no. You and Moon said about it. I was
Me-
listening. I said,
Me,
yes.
you and Moon were talking about loads of stuff. We were talking about the way people dress. We were like the conversation was flowing between all three of us. We were all there, and then even at the end, I think someone, Moon, you'll probably even remember this, but someone came in the comments and said that Ghost had been talking about you in Veli's comments. Do you remember that? And then Easy started getting like a little bit uneasy. Then he was saying, "Oh, I don't care about it. I don't care about it." And I said, "Easy, either go and speak to Ghost and ask him what he said. Like, don't just assume what he said. Go and speak to him, or just leave it." And he said, "Yeah, I'm just going to leave it. I'm just going to leave it." And then there was a stream the next day about Ghost. So
yeah, because he put up the post. He doesn't
It's
address
definitely
what's
got
happening.
worse. It definitely wasn't as bad as what it is now. Like, things have got really bad now.
as in
And
since
it's
when
not
though?
for me or I oppose him. Talk about that he never takes responsibility or say anything. I talk about everything, and he's hypocritical, and he's a racist bastard. He's anti-white and he's anti-British, and I don't like
Okay,
him.
but my point is, you got on with him the day before until someone told you he wrote in Veli's comments something.
No, it was actually a post he put up. Pissed me off.
I'm so confused because I know for a fact I can't remember what stream, like, that it was the day before you and Ghost fell out, so you'll be able to find it. But we were definitely sat here. We had, I think it was me, us three on the panel for the whole night. We were just having general chit chat, and Ghost came into it because of Jupiter, because I think you and Jukes were still going back and forth then a little bit, and then someone came in a little bit later and said Ghost had written something in Veli's chat. You said you didn't care, and then the next day you
I don't
spoke
care
out.
what he says about me. Do you think I care what he does? When he does this, I laugh. I care about what he was fucking putting up about the fucking Jews and the fucking lies and the bollocks. I'm getting fed up with it, and I'm getting fed up. The people from his fucking community are doing fucking wrong things, and when he doesn't fucking call it out and he calls everybody else racist, makes people lives a misery, fucking stalks them every fucking hours of the day. No, fuck him. Fuck him. He's a racist cunt.
Yeah.
He calls
Okay,
us
but
racist.
so the stuff with the Jews, wasn't he doing that before you two fell
Not
out?
as bad as that. No, his mask dropped down very much. It was brewing up all the time.
Yeah, I've got a lot worse
Yeah, it did get
recently,
worse. It did get worse. It was never this
because there was a period of time where I basically thought, all right, I'll see what Ghost is about for myself. I've heard this, I've heard that, and I've had many discussions with him, and I've credited him for the things that he has said. But when he says fucked up shit, justifying terrorism in the UK and whatever, you have to call it out.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can't say that. That's mad. Especially when you claim to be English and love this country.
Yeah, this is it.
He lied. You think he's from England.
If I was you, Amie, I would just remain neutral.
The thing is, then I am neutral. Just because I'm coming here now to speak to Easy, don't think I don't go on. Like, if you watch Ghost, you see that I go on there and I will stick up for Easy if Ghost is wrong. It's not the fact I go on there and I'm like, yes, Ghost, you're right. You're right. I don't do that. Like I said the other day, they were trying to push that Easy definitely heard him say the P word 3 times, not 7 fucking 4 key. And I went on to tell them, actually, I was on the panel, and when you're on the panel, you hear different to when you're in the chat. On the panel, I only heard Forky say it 1 time, and Easy called him out straight away.
I would just try and remain neutral if I was you, honestly.
Again, Dan, I am neutral. You just seem to think I'm not. I've actually got on with both of them for near enough the same amount of period of time, so I have no reason not to be neutral.
It's fair enough.
Oh, fucking hell. Sorry, I just woke up. I was having a bad dream about some bullshit.
Well, if you're tired, just go to bed, 7. You are old and it is late.
Sorry,
You've got
yeah,
this,
sorry about
so-
that. But it felt so real.
Yeah.
Honestly,
Probably
really
does. Probably either the drink or the drugs or the old age.
They were going on with
One of the
themselves for ages. It was ridiculous. But
One
yeah,
of
I
the
realised it was
7.
nightmare.
Yeah. We could just listen to your stupid laugh at yourself when it's not funny, and
Yeah,
you
we
say the
could
P word the whole
listen to
night.
your,
That would be better,
we could
wouldn't it?
all just listen to your monotone voice as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. We could listen to you just
We could,
flatlining
7.
and sending everybody else to sleep, just like Chris, the FC. Yeah, go on, yeah. Make us all flatline. Go on,
Yeah.
Amie. You're a real bundle of fun, lover.
Yeah. But because I won't
Yeah.
think you're a good person to say the P words.
I don't care what you think about me.
In fact, there's many
I
things
told
that you're
you
not a
that
good person
before.
for. Maybe
You
7. Why don't we talk about the fact you invited your friend over from America and then just left her stranded 2 times?
Oh, these
How's
I want
Jen?
to.
How's
We have
Jen?
to call this all night. I mean,
In
fucking
fact,
hell, we haven't had
oh,
chat.
Jodie got stranded with her because you left her. You got her to get a plane over and then just ditched her. What a good
Who?
friend you are.
Who did?
You
Who
did.
what? Who-
The last
who-
time Jen came, she was coming to see you. Did you see her? No, you didn't. You didn't see her.
That's right. Yeah. And what?
What
So
a good
what?
friend, eh?
So what?
Good person.
What did you?
She's not my friend. I've never liked the woman. Why would I see her?
Oh,
She's
right.
your
Oh,
friend.
right.
You invited her over. Same with
So
you,
what?
man.
So-
Invited her over. I didn't see
so what?
her.
So what? I didn't.
Terrible person. Why would you get someone to
Oh,
fly
it's a
from America and not see them?
terrible person.
Yeah.
Person.
She was meant to be staying with you, wasn't she? Or just staying with G-Man?
No, not at all. There's
Oh,
no
okay.
arrangements made whatsoever.
Yeah,
so-
good person.
What
Just goes around chucking around slurs and doesn't look after their friends.
You're really scraping.
And then sits and cries that I got money off someone when you rinsed his bank account the weekend before on drinks. Crazy. Crazy, Seven.
Yeah. You hiding behind that curtain, lover.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Poor Jodie was denying drinks all night, and you were like, "Yeah, get me another one because I'm skint."
Really?
You're more of a gold digger than me, Seven.
Okay. All right.
Poor Justice. Justice for Justice. Pay him his money back, Seven, for his drinks. For instance, poor boy.
You weren't there. You're making it up, so stop it. You're looking for attention.
Jodie told me.
Stop it. You're being
Jodie told me everyone was
You're being
rinsing
hypocritical
him.
again,
Everyone
Amie.
was
Stop it.
rinsing the poor boy, and then he got a lift to a hotel that wasn't his hotel, and they had to take him to a different.
You are
hotel.
not. You are not stood in the shopping centre asking for charity money now, love.
You rinsed the poor boy. You rinsed the poor boy, and then you invited your friend over and didn't meet her. And you're here trying to pretend to be a good person.
You're lying.
Great
You hardly
person
spent a
you are.
penny. You hardly spent a penny.
Rich
If
person.
anybody keeps on unblocking Mark Smith, you're going to get your spanner taken off.
Who even is Mark Smith?
He's a you can fuck off.
Oh, you're really desperate, ain't you?
No, I'm just telling you the truth. Am I speaking anything wrong? Did that happen?
No.
What part of the story didn't happen, Seven? Did you invite Jen over and not meet her?
It doesn't. No.
Yes, you did. Did you rinse Justice's bank account by having loads of drinks at the party? Yes, you did. So.
You go on, carry on. This is great.
Okay, did it happen or did it not happen?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, I have proof. So.
How would I? Hang on. How would I? I met him once. How would I rinse his bank account?
You rinsed the money that he had on the night, buying you all drinks, not just yourself, but you and the other people.
What he did.
He paid for the drinks. Yeah.
I don't get what you mean.
Is Seven? Is Jodie a liar?
No.
Now you know Jodie exactly. She's not a liar. So.
Right.
For Jodie to say that you guys all got drinks off him all night.
Me?
A lot of drinks off him all night.
No,
all of
no,
you that were
no,
there.
no,
He offered
no.
Jodie a drink. She said no. He then
No,
got
I
all
was at
funny
the party,
because
Jodie.
she said no. But you lot were rinsing him all night.
I didn't rinse anybody that night.
So he didn't
Or
buy you
that
any
day.
drinks?
We were out all day because we all met
Yeah.
in the afternoon. It was a lovely sunny afternoon. It was great. No, I spent 200 quid that day.
Okay, so Jodie's a liar then, yeah.
If that's what
Maybe
you're
you should
saying.
speak. Maybe you should speak to
I
Jodie.
might speak to Jodie about it if that's what you want, and I'll put.
Maybe you should speak to Jodie because I've already spoken.
Well, I think you're lying.
I spoke to her on the night and the day after.
I know you're lying. I know you're lying. I know you're not working. Sorry, not working. But you weren't there. You're making it up.
Okay, well, again, speak to
Being
Jodie.
hypocritical, Amie.
Speak to Jodie. Speak to Jodie.
Why would you speak to her? I ain't got.
Well, was Jodie there?
What?
Was Jodie there that day?
She was there for a bit.
For quite a long time, because Pippi had to take him to another hotel because he claimed to have checked into one but hadn't.
The hotel, I don't know about that.
Yeah, so if I know that, then I know you.
No. Let me address your first thing. As regards for getting rinsed, he wasn't rinsed at all about anybody. No one.
Okay, well, they both came from the same source, so I guess Jodie's a liar then, even though she was there.
I don't know why he said he was rinsed.
He didn't. Jodie did. Jodie said he brought you all drinks all night. He denied it. It was Jodie that told me the day after.
No, he didn't buy everyone drinks all night. Everyone got a fair share, and it was a day out. And fucking hell, we went at about 2:00 in the afternoon. Remember rightly, and I think we stayed right to the end. We went to about 5 different pubs, so it's going to be, you know what I mean? Fucking no one was paying for everything. Not one person. Everyone was fucking neat. So I don't know where that comes from at all.
Yeah,
that was there.
I think like fair enough. It didn't, but I'm going to believe Jodie respectfully. She is my actual friend, so.
Well, that's fine. I was there, and whatever. I'm not going to get it.
So was Jodie, and she's not a liar.
Whoever during that day said they were rinsed. Nah, no chance. Because I was probably one of the first up to the bar every time. You can ask Jodie that as well.
Jodie's the one that told me that he was rinsed. So why would that make sense? It wasn't Justice that told me.
Has he said that to her? That's what I don't get. No. That's what I don't get. Has he said that to her, and then she's. No, I couldn't have been. We were sat around the table. She told me he kept offering her drinks, and he was getting like a little bit touchy, and she was getting a bit annoyed or something. And then she didn't want him to buy her drinks, and he was getting funny about that. And that he was buying everyone else drinks all night. That was exactly what she said. Right.
And that he spent a lot of money that night.
Nah, listen, you couldn't have done. There was a lot of people in the company, and it was who's doing that?
Was that? I thought that was you pouring something on it.
That's not. See, I'm getting the blame for the drinking culture. See, he's the said, not me. No, everyone but a fair share. And you know what? Daz, right? Who doesn't even drink. He met up with us and he left 20 quid on the table to get around him. Right?
Yeah, Dad's all right, to be fair. That's banana, innit?
No, I mean, Dad's banana came in, right?
Yeah.
So I can't understand how anyone would say that they've been rinsed. No chance. No, fucking like I say, I paid with 200 quid at least that night. No, or that day, everything. I took them round to where they were going. I had to go, I knew where we were going. So where that comes from, dubious about that phrase, where it comes from. Certainly nobody was rinsed at all. No one short of anything.
Okay. Is Jen still about?
I don't know.
This isn't actually calling you out on that thing now, but is she actually still about?
I've not a clue, mate. I've not a clue. Not a clue.
Just know she kept going. I don't know if it's the new skits or the skits she started talking to.
Okay, right. I don't know. There's been that fucking many of them.
I don't know which one it is, but whatever one she's been in contact with, loads. She went to meet him at a Manchester train station. I want to know who it is. Not the one she's talking to.
All right. I don't know. I don't get involved in anything like that. So, you know what I mean? Listen, I'm one of them. I'll see you in a pub and I'll have a drink there and have a good time. Yeah, that's me. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, Jodie said you're okay in person.
Said that to anyone. Said to any fucker. Okay, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, whatever. That's it. We'll have a good time. That's it. I go out and you'll meet up with acquaintances and friends I know, and that's it. And we'll go in good places where we'll be right. That's it.
I feel like you're someone, like, you have to be drunk with you. Do you get what I mean? Like, being sober with you, I don't think you could do that.
No, not at all. No, you don't.
No, I mean, the people, like, say if you're out at a pub, like, I wouldn't be able to come to a pub and just be sober around you, drunk. You would irritate the fuck out of me. I feel like I would also have to be on.
No, because I'm not one of them annoying drunks. If I'm in a certain company, the company I won't go over to someone and start fucking. I'd say, yeah, you're all right. If you have to know how to read people, innit? You know what I mean? If you I just say, you're all right. But if people like that, and more than often than not, they'll come and sit around with us. You know what I mean? I don't go in fucking pubs, fucking people. Hey, love, you're all right, love. I'll get my ass out if you want. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? No. That's all.
Your fucking keyboard's well loud.
That's not me. That's fucking Trigger there on his fucking new keyboard he's got.
That's not me.
No, it's you. It's every time you're typing.
Moon. What are you doing, Moon? I know them typing. We don't see those fingers. Come on, we don't see the fingers.
I'm just listening.
Fuck
I
me.
swear it was you. Even when I was talking to Dan earlier, that's all we could hear was.
No, they both do it. See, hers is more low key. Is is more like a fucking horse running down a fucking street. It's one of the different. Because her keys are flat. She's on a different keyboard. Her keys are flatter. They don't get much distance to land. But easy twatting is like fuck. I don't really...
What did you do to upset Muckers anyway? I literally came in when he came on the second
Oh, I've
time.
taken his spanner away because he keeps unhiding people.
Oh, what are you doing? Easy, what are you doing, man? It's Christmas and you took his spanner, you tack on.
What was the joke that he got upset about though?
Well, go on, Seven.
I came in the second time he came on.
I don't know. I know a lot of jokes. What joke?
No, why was Muckers upset today?
Oh, he got caught in the trap. He got caught in a trap. And
Oh yeah, right. What happened earlier on, right? He was playing something by Ricky Gervais. Anyway, you know when I'm watching on the tablet as well as on the screen, yeah. But the tablet is a few seconds ahead of the screen.
Yeah.
I don't know why. So when it went off, I told Louise, I went, hey, it's gone off me. He went, "Is it?" You know him. He's got his head in the fucking clouds even half the time. You know what I mean? I said to him, I said, listen, for a laugh, I said, let's pretend we're talking about someone when it jumps back on live and see what happens. So and then when Muckers jumped on, started talking about something, then he reverted back to what we thought we were talking about a dookie.
Oh, okay.
So he fell for it. It was a prank, right?
Fuck's sake.
So he's done a bit.
What an idiot.
That's what we've been laughing at.
I just came in when he was talking about the P word, so I thought it was something to do with that again.
No, he took a bit of umbrance to that, you know, stuff. It's not funny a prank, you know what I mean? I didn't know it was going to go off, so I thought,
That's quite funny to be fair.
While the curtains are closed, before the curtain gets raised again, it only took a second or something, and it was nothing big plan. You know what I mean? That was it, done. And he fell for it. That was it.
Oh, Muckers.
I know. God bless
Bless him. I do keep a fucking knobhead though, anyway. So.
No, he sounds like a really desperate Kermit the Frog, don't he? Like. You know?
Yeah, he's just proper weird.
I don't know. He's just. Do you know when people sound like something? Oh, easy, you're echoing again, man.
Where did he get found? Was it like? Didn't he come from like Esau's lot?
Omar.
Oh, that makes sense. That makes full sense.
I've not a clue. I'm just fine. He acts like it. Whenever I've seen him like on live, he acts like a kid. He's like, "Hey, look at that chat. There's a picture, and look at that." And you're like,
but he's honestly like he'll say stuff. This one I like people that can go back and forth with you. That he'll say something to you, and then if you say something back, no matter how like what it is, he'll either block you or he'll get really defensive and like go to Ghost. So he'll come for me, and then I'll say something back, and then he'll block me. And then when Ghost emails him to say, "Don't do that," he'll say, "Oh, well, she started it. I didn't do blah blah blah."
That's how I get that. But you know, like if you can picture someone in your head, like, and you're like, fucking, I'm like, I can imagine his voice, like, okay, he just sounds a real fucking. You know what they're saying, like, I'm sorry, like a dweeb, whatever you're a dweeb. You know what I mean? Or fucking, we call them dickheads, like I am at the time. Oh, not that. Oh,
Yeah.
It sounds. He is
I
fucking.
find Seven. I've said this before as well. You know how like the people that don't survive on the English channels, like Shahid, for example, they fuck off to American channels. I feel like we get all their degenerates, and they fuck off over to the English channels once they're not accepted.
Yeah, that's true. Because that's what I remember him saying. I heard him say it. Say, I am going on the American. All that shit. You know, yeah, goes there. And it's like, I don't know. I wouldn't have anything in common with someone from America. I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. I mean, the different time zones and all that.
I mean, you get on a bit more because they don't really care about the P word or the N word, but their humour's just not the same as ours, so they wouldn't understand any of your humour.
I can't. No, it's just something that. Listen, I'm sure there's a lot of nice people, but I just can't get it. I don't get it with them. I don't know politics. I don't know anything about a little bit about the, the nation and whatever.
Yeah, they're quite sensitive, I find, when it comes to humour and sarcasm. They don't really know that too well either.
I don't think they have any. It's like
no, they don't.
Fucking 10 years to drop in the fucking head. Oh, that's funny, that yeah, or whatever. Like fuck me, I can't be dealing with slowies honestly. Everything. So it's like, sorry, that's why
can't stand them.
I wouldn't go there. I really wouldn't go there. I can't deal with people that take like fucking an eternity just fucking. I mean, I'm to the point. I'll tell you, to the point I don't like. I'll call you to come. Have a shout, innit? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Maybe it's justified in people's ears. Well, maybe it's not. But, so don't get upset about everything in life. There's more, it's one of them, innit? So there's a peace pipe here, Reg. Yeah, I'll pass me spliff. I'll email you this spliff now.
I don't smoke anymore. Maybe that's the problem.
Oh, you liar. No, don't you fucking lie. Come on.
No, I don't smoke anymore.
Oh, don't you?
No, I actually don't know. I had a bit of like I'm back on, I think this is like the first week again. I had like a few, so I quit for like a month. And then I smoked, like binge smoked for like 3-4 days.
Oh, right.
And now I'm back on, I don't know, day 4 or something, day 3, 4, something like that.
Right.
I don't enjoy it though, in all honesty.
What, is that not a vape thing or something?
No, yeah, vape I do, but I mean cannabis. I don't smoke that anymore.
Oh, right. I was just going to ask you for some, but never mind. Okay, moving on to
it. Be a bit of a trek, to be fair. About 5 hours away from you.
No, you're near the coast. It's all coming over. Fucking near you. It's fine. It's all right. I nearly doxed you for being a fucking.
What's me?
Yeah, I nearly doxed you for being a fucking international drug dealer. Then, nearly. Sorry.
Yeah, just add that to the list of jobs. That will well help my reputation. I was an escort and a drug dealer.
I'm Amie. I'm in fucking Dorset and fucking. You want to be my friend?
Mafia, no.
Hello to my friend.
Devon Mafia Amie, here and ready. Fucking hell. Now, do you actually enjoy smoking though, or is it like? Are you a regular smoker?
In an evening, I like having a weed. Yeah.
Is it just an evening?
Yeah.
See, I'm terrible.
I would never do it in the morning or during the day. No,
I can do it the whole day.
Yeah, all day.
I can do it the whole day, be absolutely fine. But then I'm smoking like a 3-5 a day, and I'm just like, I don't know. I can't explain it. Just don't really care. I'm just there. Do you get what I mean? So I can't like buy it and just smoke it at night time. If I think it's there, I need to smoke it.
What it is for me, it's always been if you ever got home from work, I've had days where fucking right, up with it, get shower change, whatever. I look forward to a couple of guys tonight.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe if I get back into full-time work, then I'll do it again.
And then it's like that was a routine bed. So like smoking weed of a night time just became an habit now. You know what I mean? So
because the high, like feeling high, is nice, but I just don't have the control.
I don't. See, if you hadn't had it for ages or never had it, then you probably get high. But I just use it as a sort of an evening thing.
What do you not feel? I still felt high though. I smoked it for like.
Well, you will do because you don't have it as much as me. Excuse me.
I smoked it every day, a 3-5 every day for like 10 years.
Right.
So that's still quite a bit, and I still felt high, like even recently.
No, I think I don't know the word to explain. I just feel relaxed.
Okay, kind of like hash does.
When you first take anything like that, high is like fucking out there when you're laid out, sort of thing. I feel it relaxes me in the evening. Basically, that's why I smoke it in the evening.
I'll tell you a story. I'm not going to tell you who it is because people will be judgmental. But I got high with someone one time, and he hadn't smoked it for a very long time. So we went to his friend's, smoked a bit, and I had to roll it because he hadn't smoked for ages. And I think I might have put a little bit too much in, and I didn't know because I smoked quite a bit. And so firstly, he was just sat there in like a trance for fucking ages, and then he went to the toilet, acted absolutely fine. He fell over in the loo, and then he walked back in to the room that we were in, and he face planted on the floor.
whited out, like, yeah.
I have never seen anyone like that.
I have absolutely. This is why you got to be careful when if someone's never had it before. You got to get an environment where there's soft furnishings.
He used to smoke it,
You
but
know what I mean? Because
this time I was like, but it was his friend we were with. I've never smoked it with this person. If you knew who it was, you'd understand why. But this was the first time ever, and it was my dad. I smoked with my dad one time. And we were with his friend.
Your dad sounds like a cool bloke. I could, you know what I mean? Like,
you and my dad would get on. He likes the D word too. So
not people who smoke weed are all fucking on it all day. We'll say like, "Any of that? What you doing later on? Yeah, I'll meet you in the pub and whatever. I'll need to go for a spliff or whatever. Come around the evening for a spliff." We don't wake up in the morning. Fucking first thing.
yeah, no. See, my dad used to smoke it, but he hadn't for a long time. But his friend, when he was in a trance, his friend was like, "Oh, don't worry, Amie. He used to get like this." I was like, "Did he?" Because I've never seen this before. Then when he face planted, I fucking panicked. And I was living at his house at the time. It was quite recent, probably about a year or two ago. Oscar was at my mum's house, so we went there. And he was like, "Amie, I can't walk home. I'm gonna have to stay here." And I was like, "Dad, you can't just stay here." And then I was ringing taxis. Bear in mind, it's like a 2-minute walk, 7.
Yeah, well, that's like fucking chewing gum like syndrome.
But the taxis, it was like midnight, 1 o'clock on like Friday or Saturday. They were saying that we're not going to pick you up for a 2-minute drive.
Everything that is called being high and smashed. Yeah.
Oh fucking hell! I wish I could get that high.
Well, just have a good night out with your friends, innit? Go out another night out with your mates.
No, I don't like drinking. I can't stand it. I like smoking because you still know like everything that's going on. Do you get what I mean? I don't like the fact
you're allowed to go in a fucking pub and fucking pop a pill before you go in there, or when you're in there or not. As long as you're not.
True.
As long as
they scare me though, pills and that. I only really do.
I'm just saying, like, if you don't do anything, as long as you behave yourself in it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even with alcohol, you know what I mean? Don't be a wanker with it. Oh, you know what I mean?
Take your own advice, 7.
I was just about to say that then. You know, I thought, what have I just said?
Drop myself in it there.
But yeah, it was all right, yeah. Well, and I have spoken, you know, when you do talk these, I think, fucking I want to do that for. Yeah, went too far there. That's all, but that's just being honest with yourself, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, and but still thinks everyone's a cunt at the end of it.
Exactly that.
No, joking. Yeah, do what you want. Be happy. Be happy, people. Come on. Enjoy yourselves in life. Don't cost much.
What's everyone up to for Christmas?
Family. Just family. Busy one. I'm not going to be about till after the New Year.
I'm going to kill a turkey.
That'll be good though, to be fair, easy for you. I mean, not.
I'm gonna throttle a fucking turkey in front
I
of
don't really
everyone.
like turkey. I asked my mum to buy lamb because we're going to stay at my mum's for 2 weeks from next week. But yeah, I don't like turkey. It's so dry, isn't it?
Put a bit, hey love, put a bit of gravy on it. You know what I mean? Put a bit of fucking gravy on it. Come on, get it down, you.
No, I love lamb. That's practically it. Oh no, Helen's in hospital. Why?
It doesn't sound too thing there. I know you're not in hospital for over Christmas, Ellie. Oh yeah, she just put that. Sorry, it's reading it. Excuse me. No, I'm not reading the chat. I'm just listening, but not reading the chat.
I didn't even know she was in hospital. Or maybe I did and I forgot.
Yeah.
Have you heard about this apparently deadly flu that's going around now?
Yeah, I heard about it.
I went there. Oh, fucking hell, there's a surprise. It's winter and there's a flu going about.
Yeah, apparently hospitals are getting overloaded again. They've shut schools down early or something.
Fucking load of bollocks.
We'll be in lockdown again. I could do with another lockdown, actually. Just a little bit.
Yeah, get furloughed, yeah.
I don't even work, so I'm practically at home anyway, but still everyone else inside would be great.
Let all the cunts get furloughed. You go everywhere and park anywhere you want. Old traffic wardens, fuck off.
Go for walks in parks and no one's there.
Yeah, I'm having that disabled space. Even I ain't got my bloody badge on second because I'm furloughed.
I've got the flu.
How many flus have we had? We had fucking bird flu, swine flu, fucking SARS, fucking. Oh, dude.
Wait, was COVID a flu?
COVID was a fake fucking piece of shit, man. Tell you.
Yeah, I think it was too.
I'm not. No way would I let someone fucking inject me with anything like that. I didn't know, unless it was so like fucking your life depended on it. That was.
See, I didn't get that, but I do get the flu jab every year. I think because I've
Shouldn't
got it
even
since
have
I've.
that. No,
I know.
no. Your body, right, has its own antibodies and builds up its own resistance. When you put that into yourself, it knocks your resistance back. You build up your own resistance. There's enough resistance in your body rather than having fucking. Yes, there is. I'm not medical about that, but I don't have flu jabs.
It's because so I was born with like a little heart condition. I don't think I got signed off, but they give me free
what was
flu
it?
jabs.
Made of fucking stone, your heart?
Yeah. It's black.
Black velvet.
But they give me free flu jabs every year, and I've just taken them.
No.
And to be fair, if I do get the flu, it's not bad at all. So I've just
know.
carried on having it.
I don't know. It just if you're all right, you're all right. But me personally,
Now though, they sometimes mix it with COVID. Like you can like tick it's either this one, or mixed.
Yeah.
But then you don't know if they're actually giving it to you or not. So that's my now worry, because I don't want the COVID one.
this is what I said in the first place. That's why I like COVID lights. I would never let anyone inject me with anything unless it was like my life depended on it. That means antibiotics. If you had a fucking, you know what I mean, something like that. The only thing I would, the way that they fucking made people do it was so bizarre, and I called it out. People speaking to it at the time online says, "Yeah, it's a load of bollocks." Look what's happening now. I believe that there's been questions raised about certain things and what have you. This is what I'm reading about. These fuckers.
Yeah, well, the things didn't get tested or something, didn't they? Or didn't it go for a court? The COVID stuff, COVID jabs.
Yeah,
It might have been Helen actually that was telling me about it.
Oh, yeah. Someone come on and tell us about what's happening about it. Or does anyone know? I don't know, but
I think there was a court case where they hadn't been. It might have actually even been Teresa that told me, but there was a court case going on because they hadn't done like any of the tests that they said they had, or they hadn't done the majority of what they had said or something.
There's loads from deaths and injuries caused by those vaccines.
Right.
Because they didn't test them.
Yeah.
So they're going through court now.
Yeah. Well, this will be in America. I'm not sure about here because our government put in place where there was no comeback. If the jabs went wrong, anything was wrong, nobody was going to get sued.
Yeah.
Do they not get you to like sign a waiver type thing?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Unreal, innit?
They basically said you've got to take this, but we're not going to take any responsibility.
Yeah. Hi, Ellen.
Hi.
Oh, hello, Ellen. All right, lovely.
Yeah, I'm not too bad, thank you.
All right, we were.
Oh no.
I know it's not a nice time, but I hope you're well. I know it's not a looking most problem. Hey, go on, as long as it makes you laugh, that's all right, innit? Don't be fighting in hospital bed, right?
If you hear funny noises, like sound like farts, I've got an airbed because of
I don't believe you.
Right.
No,
So
you've had beans. You've been in the jungle. You've had beans, and
yeah, I was just walking up the stairs and it trickled down my flares.
Oh.
I tell you, it's horrible being in hospital over the Christmas period. I tell you.
I'm hoping to be out. I'm hoping to come out. Fingers crossed at the beginning of next week. Not.
Are you there now?
Sorry,
are you there now?
Yeah, I'm in hospital now. I've been here since Monday.
What, on an airbed?
Yeah, I have an airbed
Yeah,
because it hurts my back.
there's like a pump. There's like a pump next to the. It's like a fucking big fucking inflatable fucking mattress, and there's a pump.
Yeah, it's like a Lilo.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like an air mattress on the floor. I was like, what the fuck? They're that.
No, she's not protesting anyway.
She's in the waiting room.
Yeah, I came in on Monday, and I know I'm definitely staying till at least. I would say at least Tuesday, because I've got tests. I've got to go and have an endoscopy on Monday afternoon. So I know
The star of the show.
I know I'm definitely I know I'm definitely here till Monday.
Wait a minute, mate.
Yeah, wait a minute, please.
Just let
I've just said hello, that was all. But anyway.
Hi, Chris. Yeah, so usually when I'm in hospital, I'm in for like a month at a time. But if I've made an arrangement with my son,
right?
That because in the past I've discharged myself, but I said to him, if it gets to the 23rd or the 24th and I'm still here, then I'll be
driving home for Christmas.
Yes, I certainly will be. There's no way I'm spending Christmas Day in hospital.
Yeah, go for it, Bill.
Yeah, no. Wait, is it life threatening though? I don't know why you're there, to be honest.
I know it's my Crohn's disease.
Oh, okay.
I was having a flare up, and I couldn't stop being sick and stuff.
Oh.
And then because and there was blood coming up afterwards, so they rushed me in. It was a bit bloody bumpy in the back of the ambulance going along with the sirens. I was thinking, for God's sake, shut up.
Be going fast then.
Turn them off.
Oh my God, we were driving so fast, and it was like I was like swaying about. I'm thinking, oh my God.
You know.
And the bloke in the back was like, it was a lady that was driving.
Yeah.
They're both really, really nice, and he's trying to administer stuff in the back, and she's like erratically braking and swerving, and he was flying around in the back. It was hilarious.
Like being on a wall.
So did something kick it off, Helen, or did it just come on?
I don't know, it just came on. I woke up on Friday morning and started being sick, and I thought, I was hoping to ride it out, so I rode it out all weekend at home, and it was just getting worse and worse and worse. And I mean, I stay at home till the last minute that I really can, and if I really can't cope, then I have to go. But some people say, "Oh, you shouldn't leave it so late to go in. You should do it at the beginning when you're feeling."
I know you're one of them tough cookies, love it. That's what you are.
Well, the thing is, once I'm here, I'm stuck here as such.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? I can't.
Well, I know, but if they can get you better than that, and then you can return, that's a good thing. Then.
Yeah. It is I'm a nightmare to cannulate as well. So, and they don't last very long. So I've been here since Monday afternoon. They're on about possibly putting a PICC line in, even if it's just for over the weekend, which is what I usually have to have a PICC line put in. Because I've already had six cannulas, and nobody that have been in and then blown and tissued. I've got a new one. I've got a new one tonight. So they only last, some of them, I'm lucky if it lasts a day.
What's in the cannula? Morphine or something? Or what's in it?
I have morphine. I have my anti-sickness.
Yeah.
They're using a new drug. The drug isn't new, but it's new to me. to try and help, you know, with the inflammation of all my stomach as well. I'm having steroids and anti-inflammatory and antibiotics.
Okay. Are you eating, drinking, all right?
I can't eat any food because I keep vomiting it up. So I'm obviously having bags of fluid going through.
Yeah, you
I
need.
am able to, I've got a cuppa at the moment. But I don't know how long that will stay down if it does. But I was having a night. I fell asleep earlier on. And I must have been going because I have very vivid dreams, and I sometimes can talk in my sleep. And I woke up. I'm going, help me, help me.
Oh, fucking hell.
Just now.
Yeah, you're in an environment that you're not used to, innit?
Yeah,
So.
the two nurses came running in my room. They were like, "Are you all right there?" I was like, "What?"
Oh, you're lucky, mate. Last time I was in hospital, my fucking cat bit me on the hand, right? The cunt.
What can you control your pain relief? Like in certain conditions, you can, like, if you're in pain, you can press a button, or do you just get what they give you?
I'm not on a morphine pump. Not this time. I've been on a morphine pump before, where I can administer it like myself by pressing a button. But no, they just come in and give me my medication.
Is that like an epidural or something different?
Sorry?
Is morphine an epidural?
No, that's an anesthetic.
Oh, okay.
Morphine's is an opiate.
It's in your wrist.
Oh, okay.
Morphine's synthetic heroin.
You know, like you get like antibiotics on a drip in your cannula on your wrist. You know, that's on your hand. You can throw morphine in that way into for pain relief. That's basically what it is.
Yeah,
I got liquid morphine before, but that's
last year, and it made my throat sore.
I've been really lucky. So because I came in, obviously in an ambulance as an emergency, because of how poorly I was, they phoned ahead to let A&E know. So when I got here, they took me straight in. I had my own room with an ensuite in A&E.
You know, it's have its own B-day and everything. Wow.
I know. But the thing was, when they took me for my first, I had to go for a CT scan straight away.
Yeah.
And when they were wheeling me through, that in this hospital I'm in, they stick a number on your bed on the ambulance. It's called the ambulance line. And you've got all these people that are waiting and to be seen, and they're there like they can be there hours or whatever, days, and you know you're queuing up basically in A&E. You're either waiting to be seen or waiting for a bed, and so they stick like a number on your basically on your trolley, in A&E, and as I was going past, it was like number 79, please. And seriously, this person had 79 in their bed, and I was like, holy shit. All laying in corridors, old people laying, you know, on trolleys in corridors. I mean, it's horrible.
Yeah.
And
oh God, do you know what, Helen? I was in at 6 o'clock in the evening, and I was
that's
in the
a terrible
corridor,
time to go.
and I was I was not in a ward till 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, well, they came over like the speakers. They were limiting to one person with each patient to be in the waiting room, and unless you were disabled, they wanted you to give up your chair for any incoming patients, people coming in to be seen.
Oh, you know.
But the doctor said to me that because I come in quite a lot over the years, I've kind of become not very good friends, but you know, I know them to chat to, and they recognise me and stuff like that. So
you got VIP status.
Yeah, great.
Very important patient.
Yeah, Helen's a VIP at the hospital.
Yeah. Whoop whoop.
Apparently, though, they don't like
I
giving.
said to the doctor, I said, "Oh my God," I said, "this is horrendous. It's so busy." And he said,
Yeah.
"Yeah, it's really, really busy tonight, and
Yeah.
we are literally, we're more than full. We can't even take any more people in A&E to look at."
Yeah, all the wards will be full. Like no bed. You can't get a bed. Yeah.
Yeah, so I stayed in A&E I came in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I stayed in A&E until the following day.
Right.
Then what they do is they've got a big new unit here, so which they use as AMU now, the assessment unit kind of thing before you go to the ward.
Yeah.
It's like a holding bay, basically.
Yeah.
So, but it's lovely. It's all brand new, really nice cubicles and everything. So they sent me up to AMU. Got another private room, which is great because previously I had health insurance, but they wanted to exclude my torso, basically from my neck to my bum. Well, because of my pre-existing, because of my Crohn's and whatever. I was like, well, I'm not going to insure my legs and arms, am I?
Last time I was in hospital, right, they don't even serve you food from a proper canteen. They actually serve you Wiltshire Farm foods now. What's the food like where you are?
Well,
I think Chris, not being rude, Chris. I think the food's last thing on her mind.
Oh,
Isn't
she
it?
literally said about 2 minutes ago she can't eat anything. She said she can't eat anything. She was only drinking
Food's
stuff.
the last thing on her mind now, Chris.
Oh, so
Yeah, but I know the food
must have
very
been
well.
making it.
I could probably tell you the menu off by heart, but
It's always the same,
when I
innit, Helen? Every day it's the same food, isn't it?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So you getting?
I spent another night in the AMU, which is part of A&E. It's basically 2 days in A&E. And then they brought me down to the gastro ward where everybody knows me because I've been in here so often. I had a right touch, got another private room. With my own toilet.
Have you got everything that you need, like your TV thing and all that?
They give you all that.
No,
you have to start paying rent soon, Helen.
Fucking
They're going to start charging you rent.
Yeah.
No.
Council tax on Helen's ward.
I have my own room.
Yeah, it's my holiday home.
With TVs though, you only get a TV right if you're in your single room. If you're in a ward with loads of other people, there's no TV in there.
Yes, there is. I had one.
No, there's no TVs here anymore.
Oh, you have them on an extension, don't they? An arm that comes down.
Yeah, they've taken all that away here because everybody's got phones and you just jump on their Wi-Fi.
Well, I had the TV. I had my own room in the end.
What about older people though? What if they don't use phones like that?
They just get to sit and be bored.
Listen. If I put a complaint in, you want a fucking flat screen right above the fucking bed tomorrow morning, or it's going off.
Well, old people are probably happy sitting there reading a book.
Yeah, I was lucky then, Melon.
We have no fucking choice now.
I was moved twice then back into my own room when after surgery, and I had a telly, and even in the where I resuscitated area, I had a sort of like a TV there as well.
I think it depends on what hospital you're at, Rick. Each hospital is different.
I mean, they don't have. They used to have them here, but I think maybe they just. I don't know. They don't anymore.
Well, do you know what? My sister
stream on their phones, so.
What do they have hospital Wi-Fi or not? Or just
it's free. Yeah.
Does the hospital have Wi-Fi?
Yeah, Chris, they do. Yes.
I find people though when they go to the hospital, not you, Helen, but some people in like when you're waiting in A&E. I went not long ago for chest pain, and you get people that think they're so entitled. So this lady came in through an ambulance, and if it's serious, like you said, Helen, you got rushed through because yours is serious. she got brought into the A&E, like in her wheelchair, and I think it was her leg or something. And she was like, "Oh, they told me if I came by ambulance, I'd be seen straight away." Well, no, yours isn't that
No,
bad.
you
And she
just get
sat
put in a
there
queue.
for 4 hours, fucking
Yeah, that's the
whinging.
thing, innit? You know, I was saying to you earlier that we got a couple of years ago, I got bit up in fucking camp because it was having a fight with one. Anyway, I went there about shut up. Not funny. I got scars. Fucking, I went there about 10 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't get seen to in triage, Ellen, right, till about 5 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
So I spent about.
Oh, sorry, it's not me, mate. Passing wind, it's my airbed.
No, I don't believe you. It smells funny in there. Listen, don't give me that inflatable black, right?
Wait, did you have to get? Did you go to Manchester 17 or Bolton?
What hospital?
Yeah.
No, the old Salford, right? The old hospital, Salford Hospital.
Oh, I didn't even know Salford had one.
That's the thing, though, right? Like,
Yeah.
you
So
know,
anyway, what I was saying is, so I was like, I didn't get since about 5 o'clock, something like that, because my fucking hands swelled up like a fucking boxing glove. And then once he like put sort of antibiotic and treated the wound, right? I was on the corridor just like you, right, in a fucking metal wheelchair, right, no fucking steering on the cunt, right. I was plonked there, right, and I was
like a shopping trolley.
I was plonked there at about fucking 7 o'clock. After about 2.5 hours, like 7:30, something like that. So I got plonks in this fucking corridor thing, right? All the beds there, loads of people waiting and everything. And I'm there ages, and like, you know, you don't know what fucking time. I didn't have a phone at the time, so you know, there was no clock about. Having no idea what time. It was just like fucking get me sorted, please. Just get me sorted, get me out. That's all I wanted.
It's probably better that there's no fucking clock, because then you can't clock watch.
No, yeah, maybe so, Chris. But I didn't end up. So from about 7:30ish, I was on this corridor, and I got back at it, and I actually got on one of these, you know, one of the trolley beds. I lay on one of them just to go to sleep.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I
Didn't
got,
they
I
say
got
to
on
you
it.
that if they didn't?
Yeah, and the thing is, fucking Wasp rang me. Wasp rang me. You know Wasp, right? He rang me from alive, the cunt, right? And I got this fucking phone handed. Who's it? Well, yeah, what do you want? Is he all right? Can't remember what I said. But anyway, he was all laughing. Whatever. But I didn't actually get an hospital bed until about fucking hell. It was about 8 o'clock in the morning. So from say like 7:30, 8 o'clock till 8 o'clock, I was about 11 hours roughly. I was fucking in this fucking corridor. Fucking hell!
Oh, it's horrific.
Guys, have you seen them proper fucking like nasty people? They're like, they think it's first come, first serve, right? They're like, oh, he just came here, but yeah, he's fucking bleeding internally. You've just fucking fractured your wrist. Like, you know, people think you're in a supermarket queue.
I did see that last time I was in February. It was like it. And there was an elderly person. I was really poorly, and I've been laying on a trolley in an A&E for nearly 2 days in the corridor.
Oh my God.
Waiting for a bed. Yeah, I mean they're full up completely here, completely full up.
You were still in A&E 2 days later. They hadn't moved
Yeah, I
you
was
to a ward
waiting in
yet.
the corridor 2 days later.
That's disgusting.
I've been admitted, and they said, right, we've got a bed, we're taking you up, because everybody has to go up through this AMU unit, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they said, right, we're taking you up to AMU. Right. Well, there was a elderly patient, and they had their daughter was there with them, and he looked really poorly, this elderly gentleman, and I mean really ill, bless him. his daughter went absolutely mad. You can't take her before my dad. She doesn't look ill. But well, the thing is, I am quite, I'm quite strong when it comes to being ill.
Yeah.
And even though I might not look horrifically ill, there are times where I am very, very seriously ill.
Yeah, but
and that was one of those times.
you'll be all right.
Because it's
She actually stopped the nurse and was arguing with the nurse and the porter about letting me go upstairs first before her dad. My dad was with me at the time, and he just said to her, "Look, it's not, it is what it is, and I'm really sorry your dad's ill, but so is my daughter." So, but yeah, they
Hey, you know what? Right? How do you are you sleeping all right?
No, I've slept maybe 4 hours, maybe 5 hours in total since.
Sleep gives you a recovery. You know.
Yeah, it
You
really
need.
does. I mean, when I have to have when it's time for my they come around and give me my different medications IV. It can make me sleepy at times.
Yeah.
But I'm on a lot of very strong different medication anyway every day.
Yeah.
So sometimes it's over the years you get used to it. But because I was ill at home, I had about an hour's sleep on Saturday night.
Right.
I had maybe half an hour Sunday night. Then Monday I went in, and then since then I've probably had.
I'll have to
5 hours. That's being generous. 5 hours sleep.
Come and visit you and busk you to sleep.
Yeah, but that's the thing. When you're in hospital, because you're lying in bed all day, right? Your brain's just thinking your brain is just constantly thinking bed, sleep, and then you end up just
you're misunderstanding, Chris. What I'm saying is that when your body needs to recover, it's a bit like when a baby, right? When a baby after it's fed, it sleeps, more it thrives, right? So anyway, it's a sort of weird thing, but
no, I know what you're saying. Sleep's good to recover.
But what I'm trying to say to you, right, is that, Chris, man, I'm trying to say rest is recovery, right? Honestly, it is. Rest is recovery.
Sleep's a good healer. Yeah.
I totally get that, but I mean, when you're just in bed all the time, it's like your body's
depends what your body feels like.
It's fed up asleep.
It depends listen, if you got a fucking broken fucking leg, right? You're not going to be fucking sleeping all day, are you? You know what I mean? It's a different
it is hard.
Different situations, Chris. For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
I mean, when I'm in hospital, because my mum had Crohn's too, so she passed away quite a few years ago. But my dad is always comes up to see me. He always comes up twice a day, but unfortunately this time he's on a cruise at the moment, so it was quite difficult. Obviously, he used the ship's satellite phone to phone me, but they charged £4 a minute for that. So he was on the phone quite a while, but it's hard because when I'm ill, he comes up in the morning and stays for a couple of hours, and then goes off and does whatever he wants to do. Goes and hangs out with his gang at the coffee shop, the old Gribbly gang. And then he comes back. I mean, he's super, super fit and stuff like that. And then he'll come back in the afternoon or early evening and spend, another 2 or 3 hours with me. So I've noticed that this time, because obviously he's not here to come and see me. But he phoned every time they arrive, because every day they're going to different places and whatever. So he phoned today because he was on land as such. But he said that he's. Somebody turned the light on in the other room. That's gossip. Ooh, the lights come on. It's cost him about 150 quid, bless him, in phone calls so far to me, because he's worried sick. He was like, shall I fly home? And I was like, well, what's the point in flying home? What are you going to do? Just come and sit in my room with me and twiddle your thumbs, you know what I mean? So, I said to him, no. So he FaceTimed me today, because they're in Las Palmas in Gran Canaria. And he was like, look at this, isn't this lovely? And I'm sitting there, it's all sunshine and loveliness. I was like, oh, that's lovely. Do you want to see where I am? I was like, great. But it helps that, you know, because I've been here so many times, so I know all the staff, and you know, we have a right.
I bet it's like, oh, it's trouble.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Yeah, I bet,
But I always, you know, because when I was coming down, I was thinking, I bet I get put next to a person that just shouts and screams all night long, because that's usually what happens. I come down and I've got somebody in the bed next to me that's like shouting and screaming all night or getting up and down, and it's hard. It's hard being in like those, you know, in a bay of four. But sometimes it's quite nice because you all end up chatting in the end.
Yeah, my grandparents on my mum's side, she had Crohn's disease. It's
oh really?
It's an autoimmune disease, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems a lot more common these days.
She lost a lot of weight. She had bad diarrhea all the time, and like
that's
so
one of
thin.
the
Yeah,
worst
so
things
thin.
about it. Yeah, you spend quite a lot of time in the bathroom. But it's it's a horrible disease, to be quite honest. But sometimes it's nice, you know, when you're ill and you just need a bit of peace and quiet, don't you? So I'm quite glad this time, but I've got my own room.
You got a fucking executive suite, have you? So,
Yeah, it's great.
But with her, it used to come in bouts. Right, she'd feel fine for like a few months. Have a bad month, and then
you have flare-ups, and it can be anything that triggers it.
Helen, have you got your own built-in wardrobe in there? Or what? Oh.
Actually, I have. Yeah.
Right.
I have. It's a single wardrobe.
You
it's a single wardrobe.
No need.
I know.
You're mate.
And I've got an armchair.